Today's story began only last week. Unknown to me, Inspector Noah Danton had been approached by a man named Ben Kramer, who believed his wife was in danger of being murdered. Inspector Danton was unaware of the fact that on the evening previous, Ben Kramer had paid a visit to a boyhood friend named Steve Allison.
Hello, Steve.
Well, if it isn't good old Ben Kramer. What are you doing, Ben? Selling magazine subscriptions?
No, Steve. I'd like to talk to you.
Oh, sure. Sure, go ahead and talk. What's stopping you?
Well, would you mind if I came in, Steve?
Yeah, I would. What's in your mind, chum?
It's about Judy.
Judy?
She's sick. She wants to see you.
Come in. Sit over there.
This is good, Steve. You've done well. It's warm here.
Never mind that. What about Judy?
I'm afraid there isn't much hope, Steve.
You mean Judy's nowhere to die?
She's very sick. Pneumonia. The doctors give her only a short time.
You rat. It's your fault, you and your pride and your false morals.
Steve, you're choking me. Don't.
I ought to choke you to death. You killed her, Kramer. You killed the most wonderful woman who ever lived.
It's all right, Steve. I don't blame you.
You blame me. That's a laugh. If you'd only let me...
I know. I won Judy away from you, Steve, by promising her things that I knew I could never provide.
By lies, by running me down, by setting yourself up as a moralist.
It's true. I'm not denying it. I loved Judy madly. That's why I...
Loved her?
I did, Steve. I did. You should understand that. You loved her, too.
Yeah, I loved her, too.
And you still do, don't you, Steve?
So what if I do? What difference does it make?
Steve, listen to me. I failed. I tried, but I failed. I wanted to give Judy everything.
Don't try to make yourself out a hero, Kramer. You were a rat right from the start.
All right. I was a rat. I knew I couldn't fulfill the promises I made.
Yeah, but you married her just the same. She fell for your lies, and she married you instead of me.
I'm sorry, Steve. Believe me, I am.
Sorry? Sorry about what? That she married you? Kramer, you can't help being a rat, can you?
Allison, do you think a rat would come to you tonight as I have? Would a rat humble himself enough to ask help from a man he hates?
At last you've given it a name, haven't you, Ben? You've admitted that you hate me.
Yes. I do hate you, Steve Allison. I hate you because you always had more than I. Because you were more popular. Because you had family and background and all the things I never had.
Huh. That's interesting. Tell me more.
I hate you because it was you who drove me to tell Judy the lies I had to tell her in order to win her.
Well, that justifies everything, doesn't it?
I hate you, Steve. I'll never stop. But I love Judy more. Will you go to her?
Go to her?
She's been asking for you in her delirium. She wants to see you. Will you go to her?
She's been asking for me?
Yes, I guess it's been there in the back of her mind all the time. The fact that she made a mistake.
I see. Well, what can I do? Is there any hope?
I don't know. Perhaps. If she becomes rational and you were there, she...
All right, I'll go.
Steve, do you mean it?
I said I would, didn't I? There's just one thing.
Anything, Steve. I'll do anything.
I want to see Judy alone. You keep away.
I will, Steve. I will. I'll stay away as long as you want.
Okay. I'll write your address in a slip of paper and then get out. Judy.
Good heavens. Judy! Judy! Another gun. She's been shot. Judy! She's dead. I gotta get out of here.
All right, son, drop that gun. Get your hands up. You're under arrest for the murder of Judy Kramer. Now, look, Bart. I tell you, the case is dead open and shut. I caught the guy red-handed.
It was you who made the arrest then, Inspector.
Sure, it was me. I opened the door, and there was this guy, Steve Allison, with a gun in his hand, and the body of Judith Kramer on the floor with a bullet through her heart.
I see. Ben Kramer, you say, Judy's husband, came to you because he suspected that Steve Allison was going to pay his wife a visit.
Yeah, that's it. Kramer figured that Allison was going to murder Judy.
Why?
Why, what?
Why did Kramer figure that Allison was going to murder Judy?
I've already told you.
Oh?
Judy and this Allison were old sweethearts. They've been playing around. Kramer found out about it.
And he told his wife that unless she stopped seeing Allison, he'd kill her.
That's the deal?
Mm-hmm. But instead of that, Allison shoots Judith.
Yeah. Allison shoots Judith. Dead open and shot.
Inspector, you're wonderful.
Something funny, eh? What?
Yes, Inspector, you, I'm afraid.
Oh, yeah? Now, wait a minute. About finding a woman murdered is no laughing matter.
I know it isn't, Inspector, but listening to you tell that story is very funny.
Why?
Because you don't believe it any more than I do. It's too packed. Too many discrepancies.
I do. Now, wait a minute. I arrested the guy.
I know you did. That's why you're here. You arrested the guy. But then you realized you'd stuck your chin out. You began wondering how to salvage your pride and your reputation.
Well, I like that. So you
That's all right, Inspector. I'll be glad to help you. We'll go down to the tenement house on Spring Street at once.
I don't know, Bud. If it got around that I was backing down on my original move.
What would happen, Inspector?
Well, a man in my position, I mean, all the newspapers have published the story.
I see. You think if we produce evidence that indicates there's been a miscarriage of justice, it would give you a bad name.
That's it. I wouldn't want you to make a monkey out of me, Bud.
Inspector, I love it. There's always a conflict in your mind as to whether you've made a wrong decision or whether your pride is going to be hurt.
Well?
Don't worry, Inspector. If we can save a man from the electric chair, the monkeys won't mind if we join their ranks. Is that the place, Inspector?
Yeah, that's it.
It's not a very impressive-looking building, is it?
No, Ben Kramer wasn't doing so well. He and his wife practically lived in the slums.
I see. Well, let's go in and see if Kramer's home.
It's this door here.
Yeah, the last one at the end of the corridor, huh? Well, let's find out if he's home.
Yes?
Hello, Kramer. It's Danton.
Oh, yes, Inspector Danton.
This is Barton Drake, the criminologist.
Drake?
How do you do, Mr. Kramer?
Is something wrong? What did you want to see me about?
We want to ask you a few questions. You mind if we step inside?
Yes. Well, that is, couldn't you come back some other time, gentlemen? Judith, my wife, was taken away this morning.
We appreciate how you feel, Mr. Kramer. However, I think there's one person who feels worse than you do today.
Feels worse? I don't believe I understand.
Steve Allison. He's sitting in a jail cell, Mr. Kramer, charged with murder.
Allison, that rat.
Yes, possibly he's a rat, possibly he's a murderer. But until we're sure, I think you should forget your grief for a few minutes and answer our questions.
Until you're sure. What do you mean by that? Allison murdered Judy. Inspector Danton saw it.
Well, back up. Not so fast, Sonny. Inspector Danton didn't see anything. All Inspector Danton did was to walk in on a guy and find him holding a gun.
Suppose we step inside, Mr. Kramer, and continue from there, shall we?
Well, now, just a minute. The least you can do is respect a man's
We
grief.
do respect your grief, Mr. Kramer, but we respect the possibility of a miscarriage of justice more. Where was the body lying, Inspector?
Right there by the window.
I see. Yes, there are still some bloodstains on the carpet. These have been analyzed, of course.
Yeah, there's her blood, all right.
I see. And the bullet that was taken from Mrs. Kramer's body came from the gun you found Allison holding?
Yes, it did, and the fingerprints on the gun were Steve Allison's. I don't know what you're trying to prove, Drake. Inspector Danton saw
Stop talking about what I saw. I didn't see anything.
Well, you saw enough to arrest Steve and charge him with the murder. I was here. I heard you.
Don't remind me of it. What's next, Bud?
I was wondering, Inspector, about those fingerprints. How many sets were found on the gun?
One. They were Allison's, all right.
Sure they were. That proved
In this instance, Kramer, one set of prints practically proves that Allison didn't murder your wife.
proves he didn't. What the devil are you talking
Let's
about?
reconstruct what happened, see what we have here. Allison came up here with a gun in his pocket. He took out the gun and shot Mrs. Kramer. Is that right?
I suppose so. What does that prove?
Perhaps nothing. But if Allison came with the gun, he must have handled it before he arrived here. In that event, there'd be more than one set of prints, wouldn't there?
I don't see why...
I do. But you're right. I should have thought of that myself.
Yes, however, if Allison arrived and found Judith lying dead on the floor, he would have been shocked. His natural impulse would have been to pick up the gun and...
Ben, darling.
Sadie, I told you to... I'm sorry. Gentlemen, this is Miss Sadie Evans. She's a friend of mine.
A friend, eh? Do all your friends call you Ben, darling?
Resent that. Ben, who are these men?
I'm Barton Drake, Miss Evans. This is Inspector Noah Danton.
Hi.
We're here to ask Mr. Kramer a few questions regarding his wife's death.
Asking questions? But I thought Steve Allison...
did murder Judith. Drake's got it into his head that I did.
Oh, you must have a guilty conscience, Kramer.
No, I haven't got a guilty conscience either, but I'm not fool enough to think that accusing me of the murder isn't your reason for being here.
Well-
See what? The guy's smart.
I don't have to be smart to see through your artifice. I suppose next you'll be saying that Steve wasn't here at all.
Well, that's absurd. I saw him myself.
You saw him, Miss Evans?
Yes. Well, I was just going into my room when he came along the hall and knocked on Ben's door.
Where is your room, Miss Evans?
It's across the hall, 2 doors down.
I say, did you see Allison enter this apartment?
No. No, I couldn't just stand there and stare at him.
Why not? Most women are curious
Inspector,
enough to...
please. What did you do, Miss Evans?
What difference does it make? Don't answer him, Sadie. You don't have
I'm sorry, Kramer. This is important. Miss Evans, you're not sure that Allison entered this apartment.
Yes, I am. You see, after I entered my own room, I stood near the door listening.
See, female curiosity. It never failed.
What did you hear, Miss Evans?
Well, I heard the door open, I heard Judy ask Steve inside, and then the door closed.
And how long was it after that Kramer and Inspector Danton arrived?
Well, I don't know for sure. Perhaps 5 minutes.
That's right. Kramer and I were across the street. We waited 2 or 3 minutes after Allison entered the building.
I see, Inspector. Thanks. Miss Evans,
Yes?
were you standing at your door listening during the 5 minutes that elapsed between the time Steve entered this apartment and when Inspector Danton and Kramer arrived?
Yes, I was.
Mm-hmm. And how long would you say it was after Steve entered the apartment before you heard the shot?
Shot? Well,
There was a shot, wasn't there, Miss Evans?
Well, I suppose.
Of course there was a shot. Tell him how long it was before you heard it, darling.
I don't know. Well, I mean, it couldn't have been very long.
You know exactly how much time passed before the inspector and Kramer arrived, but you can't tell me when you heard the shot. Come, Miss Evans.
Why don't you leave her alone? How can you expect her to think with you firing questions at her?
The answer to that, Kramer, is very, very simple. Miss Evans was confused only because she didn't hear the shot at all. There wasn't any shot.
You're crazy.
Am I? Inspector?
Yeah?
I think we'd better check with some of the other tenants in this building. If there was a shot, someone would have heard it. And after that, we're going down to headquarters, Inspector, and have Steve Allison released in your custody.
This is a fine thing, Bart. I suppose you know what's going to happen the minute we get Steve Allison released.
No, what, Inspector?
The newspapers are going to blast me all over the lot. I'm making a false arrest.
They're going to make a monkey out of you. Is that it, Inspector?
Well, maybe you think it's fun.
I think you'll find you don't have to worry, Inspector.
What do you mean, not worry? You've already proved Allison didn't murder Judith Kramer. Kramer himself was with me, so that lets him out. Say,
What, Inspector?
how about the girl? She could have done it. By gosh, why didn't I think of that before? She was in love with the guy.
And decided to shoot his wife so she could marry him.
Sure. She shot her just before Allison arrived. She knew he was coming because Kramer told her.
So she wiped the fingerprints off the gun, knowing that Steve would pick it up.
That's it. But it's dead open and shut. Let's turn around and go back.
No. Let's not, Inspector.
It's not. But look, the girl. Hey, what are we stopping here for?
You're going to make a telephone call, Inspector.
A telephone call? And who am I going to call?
Ben Kramer. I want you to ask him and Miss Evans to meet us at Steve Allison's apartment in an hour.
Now, there's one for the book. Look, we just left them 15 minutes ago. Why didn't you tell them then?
Evidence, Inspector. We've got to collect evidence. And making this telephone call will prove to be the most successful way of getting it.
Ben?
Inspector Denton, he wants you and me to meet him at Steve's apartment in an hour.
Meet him at Steve's apartment. What for?
I don't know. Maybe he's found out something.
Found out something. Ben, are you going?
Sure, I'm going. Why shouldn't I?
Why shouldn't you? Oh, darling, suppose they have found out something.
Don't worry, they haven't. There isn't a chance.
Oh, I wish I was sure. Oh, Ben, I'm afraid.
Oh, there, honey. Stop worrying. Just leave everything to me.
All right. Kiss me, Ben.
That make things better?
Oh, you know it does. Oh, if only it could always be like this.
It will be. No one's ever going to know unless...
Unless what, Ben?
Well, there's one thing that bothers me, Sadie. What did you do with the gun?
Gun? What gun?
Why, the gun that you used to shoot Judith.
What did you say, Ben Kramer?
Okay, honey, you don't have to tell me. Perhaps it's just as well that I don't know, so long as...
Ben, stop it. Stop it. I won't listen. Oh, you can't be that rotten. Not after all we've been through together.
What do you mean, that rotten? What are you talking
You
about?
know what I'm talking about, telling me that I
Oh,
shot
for
Judith.
heaven's sake, shut up and stop putting on an act. I'm not Draco Danton.
Oh, I'll say you're not. You're just a two-timing rat. And if you think I'm taken in by your great play of innocence,
Play of
you're
innocence?
crazy.
Are you accusing me of murdering?
Oh, I don't have to accuse you. You did it, and I'm the gallows can prove it.
Why, you little...
Skip the act, Ben. I'm Sadie, remember? The only witness you've got.
Shut up!
Okay. Okay, Ben Kramer. That does it. I'm leaving for Steve Allison's apartment right now. And it's going to be a pleasure to see you fry in the electric chair.
Your story's most interesting, Allison. Have you the slip of paper on which Ben Kramer wrote his address?
Well, I suppose it's still here in my desk. I'll see. Yeah, here it is.
Thank you.
Does that satisfy you that I was telling the truth?
Yes, it will, as soon as I've checked Kramer's handwriting.
I don't get this, Drake. First, I'm framed for a murder I didn't commit. Then I'm told I'm free, and I'm held prisoner in my own apartment. What's the idea?
You'll know in a few minutes, Allison. In the meantime, relax. Make yourself comfortable.
Now, that's smart advice. Here I am facing a murder charge, and he tells me to relax.
I'm sorry, Allison, but Kramer and Miss Evans should be here any minute now.
Kramer. Double-crossing weasel. What's he coming here for, and who's this Miss Evans?
You don't know Sadie Evans?
Of course I don't. Why should I? Who is she, anyhow?
Why, she's a friend of Kramer's. He lives down the hall a couple of doors.
Oh, so Kramer was playing around, was he?
Well,
Time and bum coming here and telling me Judy was sick.
let's get back to Sadie Evans, shall we? She claims she saw you when you entered Kramer's apartment.
So what?
So nothing. I was merely wondering if you remembered noticing a girl in the hall.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess it was a babe. That's right. Gave me a queer look now that I think about it.
Would you recognize this babe if you saw her again?
I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Say, if this babe was playing around with Kramer, maybe she...
Okay, Bart. I found it.
Good work, Inspector. Anything else?
Nope, but the way I look at it, that's enough. Did Allison talk?
Oh, yes, considerable, Inspector. I think now we can safely say that the case is dead open and shut.
What do you mean, dead open and shut? What did Danton find? Listen, I'm sick and
Inspector
tired of...
Danton and I have been collecting evidence, Allison. Evidence that's going to send the murderer, Judith Kramer, to the electric chair.
And this time, nobody's making a monkey out of nobody. Oh, that's just dandy. You've got the evidence, and the two people who murdered the girl are running around the country.
The only place that the two people to whom you refer, Allison, are running is right here to this apartment.
Yeah, that's more evidence. Huh, more evidence. You know what I think?
No, what do you think?
I think you guys are a couple of dopes if you expect Kramer and that babe to come here when they can...
What were you saying, Allison?
Nothing. I'll let him in.
Okay, Drake, you can relax. Here's your
Help
murder.
your face, Sadie. Drake, I hoped I wouldn't have to say this, but it was Sadie who shot my wife.
Oh, that's a lie.
Now we're getting places, Bart. It looks as though your idea is beginning to pay off.
Yes, it does, Inspector. I hardly hope for such good results.
Now, wait a minute, Drake. If you think you're going to pin this murder rap on me, you're way off the beat.
Am I, Kramer? Why?
Would I be sucker enough to come here if I thought there was a chance that you could collect evidence that would prove me guilty?
Say, he knows the answers, doesn't he, Bart? My, what a smart young man.
And since the same excuse goes for Miss Evans, Inspector, it looks as though we're wasting their time, doesn't it?
I don't need an excuse. I didn't murder anyone, and I'm getting out of here.
You're
but quick.
getting no place till we say so, baby. Sit down there. You too, Kramer.
Hey, where do you...
Well, Drake, you've got the stage all set for a dramatic payoff. Let's start the play.
Glad to, Allison. But first, I'd like to know if Miss Evans is a girl you saw in the corridor.
Oh, yeah, could be.
Hmm?
She's anyone I'd look at twice. I'm not taking my oath.
Why, you
Take it
cheap
easy,
punk.
lady. The woods are full of guys like Allison.
Rat holes are full of them, you mean?
They sure are.
Okay. Now, are you three going to shut up, or do I shut you up? That's better. Go ahead, Bart.
Thank you, Inspector. Miss Evans, a moment ago, you accused Ben Kramer of murdering his own wife. Exactly when did you come to that conclusion?
I knew it all the time. I wouldn't have said anything, but the louse tried to frame
Frame
me
you?
for it.
Why, you little flat-footed wren, I didn't have to frame you. You killed her and then figured that
Oh.
Drake would find out, so you tried to pin it on me.
And when did you decide that Miss Evans was guilty, Kramer?
I knew it a week ago. She told me she was going to do it.
Oh.
She thought I'd marry her.
Oh, that's a dirty lie, and you can't prove it.
You're right, Miss Evans. He can't. Well, Allison, haven't you got anything to say?
Well, I was wondering when you were going to get around to me. Sure, I've got something to say. I was the guy who was framed, but good.
No, Allison, you weren't framed. You only thought you were.
No, I don't get it.
You will in a minute. Kramer, you and Miss Evans are under arrest. Charged with obstructing justice.
What do you mean? Obstructing justice? What is
You
this?
both claim that you knew that the other had murdered Judith Kramer, yet you allowed Steve Allison to be arrested for the crime.
Well, you can't arrest me for that. I would have told. Nobody asked me.
Where you're going, lady, you'll have a chance to talk plenty.
What neither of you knew was that Steve Allison did actually murder Judith Kramer.
See?
Well, it wasn't you,
Inspector, what was it you found in Allison's bedroom?
A silencer. Here it is.
Thank you. Do you recognize this, Allison?
Sure. It's mine. Had it for years, so what?
So, you used it on the gun with which you shot Judith Kramer on the morning of October 29th.
You're crazy. You can't prove a thing.
I think I can. Shall I tell you what happened?
Yeah, you're so smart. Tell me.
You've been in love with Judith Kramer for years. When she married Ben, you tried to put her out of your mind. A week ago, you found out where she was living. You thought it'd be easy to win her back because you were so rich and Kramer had nothing.
Well, regular dime novel stuff, huh?
Yes, only cheaper. On the morning of October 29th, you went down to the tenement house. You shot Judith Kramer, using this silencer on your gun so the shot wouldn't be heard. You left the gun there, but removed the silencer and came home.
Drake, you're a dope. That'll make good reading, but it won't hold water.
Then, when Kramer came home later, he found his wife dead. He thought Miss Evans had murdered her because she threatened to do so. That gave Kramer an idea. He saw a chance to pin a murder on you whom he hated and let Miss Evans off free.
Oh, it still stinks. Wouldn't I be a sucker to walk into Kramer's apartment if I already knew his wife was lying dead on the floor?
No, not at all. My friend, you'd be smart. You figured that Kramer hadn't discovered his wife's dead body. If you refused to do what he asked you to, you'd be giving yourself away completely.
Oh, I see. And how are you going to prove all this?
By a queer twist of fate, Allison. Miss Evans, when was the first time you saw Steve Allison?
Well, I don't remember.
Yes, you do. You saw him on the morning of October 29th, didn't you?
Well, yes, there was a man, but, I didn't know.
No, you didn't know it was Allison because that was the first time you'd seen him. But later on, you told the inspector and I that you recognized Allison when he came back for the second time.
Say, that's right. The babe had to see Allison twice in order to recognize him the second time.
Look out! Sorry, gentlemen. You should have searched more thoroughly. I've kept this gun in my desk for years.
On the contrary, Allison, we left that gun there purposely after first removing the bullets.
Well, you couldn't have. It was hidden behind
But not well enough, Allison, and now that you've endorsed my dime novel story by betraying yourself, I'll take that gun.
Oh, no. Keep away, all right? Be careful. The gun is loaded. Hey!
Well, one game of chess and then to bed, eh, Inspector?
Suits me. Say, Bart,
Yes, Inspector.
weren't you taking quite a chance trying to kid Allison into thinking that gun wasn't loaded?
Well, I suppose I was, Inspector. Still, I didn't like the idea of standing there and being shot.
Yeah. I see what you mean. By the way, when Allison went to Kramer's, knowing that Judith Kramer was lying dead on the floor, what did he plan to do?
Put on an act, of course, Inspector. Pretend he'd discovered the body.
Taking quite a chance, wasn't he?
No, I don't think he was. He knew there wouldn't be any shot. He had the slip of paper on which Kramer had written his address to substantiate his story that Kramer had asked him to come down there.
I see. He didn't figure that Kramer was going to frame him, eh?
No, and you know, Inspector, you must have given him an awful surprise when you popped in on him.
Yeah, me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Don't remind me of it. Well, all right. It's your move.
Okay, let's see. I'll move my knight over here.
No.
No? What?
No.
Oh, I see.
don't mean that kind of a move.
I see what you do mean, Inspector. You mean it's my move to say, mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place last month in a small town in the upper part of the state. There'd been a recent snowstorm, and a young man and his sweetheart were enjoying the winter weather by taking a sleigh ride.
Well, here we are. Home again.
Oh, Harry, it's been fun. This is my first sleigh ride since I was a child.
Me too. Anne,
Yes, Harry?
You love me?
Oh, you know I do. Why do you keep asking?
Oh, because I like to hear you say it. Go on. Say it.
Oh, silly boy. All right. I love you, Harry. More than anything.
Oh, my darling. Kiss me.
There now. You go on home and change, and don't forget to be on time for my birthday party.
On time. I'm practically back here now. Here, let me help you out. There.
Thank you, Harry. There's going to be another storm, I think. I hope it won't keep Fanny and Horace away.
It'll take more than a snowstorm to keep them home.
Goodbye, Harry.
So long, honey. Hello, baby.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Don't get excited, honey. Name is Chuck Anderson.
Chuck Anderson? That name means nothing to me. You're a thief. I'm going to call the police.
I wouldn't. Milt might not like it.
Milt?
Yeah, you brought a Milt, honey.
And you're...
Yeah, that's it. It was me made the break with Milt. Maybe you read about it in the papers.
Where's Milt now?
Not far from here. He couldn't come no farther, so he sent me on ahead to see you.
Sent you on ahead? Is Milt hurt?
Yeah, he's hurt bad. He can't be moved for a while, and said you'd help us.
I don't believe you. I'm going to call the police.
No, honey, be reasonable. That just don't make sense. If Milt got picked up, they'd just double his sentence. You know that.
You're lying. You and Milt separated. The newspaper story said so. You don't know where he is.
Okay, honey, okay. Suit yourself.
Milt wouldn't send you here. He'd be a fool to do such a thing.
Sure. All right, go ahead and call the cops. Go on.
I'm going to. I'll show you.
It's up to you, only I'm telling you. Milt's going to be awful mad. He never liked it in the pen. It'd kill him for sure if he had to go back and do double time.
Hello? Operator?
Milt said to tell you if they found me, they'd sure enough find him, too.
What do you want me to do?
Ah, that's better, baby. I figured you'd see it my way.
What do you want me to do?
Well, look, baby, it's like this. Milt and me got it figured out that the cops will eventually wind up here.
Of course they will. That's why Milt would have had more sense than to come here. Or send you.
Yeah, Milt's got sense, all right. He's a smart cookie. That's why he sent me instead of coming himself.
What do you mean?
It's this way, see? Milt figures I can stay here with you, and every day I'll bring him food and medicine and stuff till he gets well enough to travel, see?
You stay here with me? You fool, don't you think people would wonder who you are, ask questions, become suspicious?
Not when you tell him I'm your husband, honey.
My husband?
Oh, Milt says you wasn't no dumbbell.
What on earth are you talking about?
Jim. Yeah, that's it, baby. Jim. You remember Jim, don't you?
And Milt told you...
Yeah, Milt told me about Jim. Oh, sure. He said you were only married to the guy a couple of months, and then you threw him out because he was no good.
Jim's dead. He died 3 years ago.
Yeah, Jim's dead. I know he's dead, and Milt knows he's dead, and you know he's dead.
Well?
Oh, don't you get it, honey? It's the slickest idea I ever heard. Nobody but us three knows Jim's dead, see? So Jim ain't dead, so I'm Jim, so I'm back for a little visit, see?
Oh, that's absurd. It's ridiculous. Don't you think people would recognize you?
No, baby, look. Milt and me got all the angles figured. When you were married to this Jim guy, you lived down in Terrenceville. Nobody here ever saw him. Folks around here knew you'd been married, but they never saw this Jim. Simple, see?
No, I won't do it. I can't.
Okay, then, so we let Jim go back to the pen and do double time if he don't die first.
It wouldn't work. Our guest coming for dinner. There's Harry.
Yes, for dinner, huh? See, that's perfect. So you introduced me to him as your husband, and the word gets around. And nobody gets suspicious and calls the cops when they see a strange guy around here.
But you don't understand.
Oh, sure, I understand, baby. I ain't going to risk ruining a setup like this.
What do you mean?
Milt's got to have food and medicine, see? So I take him to him nights. I'm just around here daytimes, and I don't bother you at all. Oh, you ain't got nothing to worry about. Just relax and take it easy. You ain't got nothing to worry about at all.
They're coming.
Sure, so they're coming. That's
I
fine.
can't go through with it. I can't.
Oh, quit it. Don't be a fool. Look, the table's all set. There's a fire in the grate. Bright and warm and cozy. We're just a nice, happy family.
I can't. Harry will...
Hey, open up. We're bleeding. Open the door, baby. Let him in. Just keep thinking of Milt and you'll be all right.
Happy birthday, darling.
Why, didn't you hear us knock? All together, everybody. Let's go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Oh. Well, there's someone else here.
Oh, I didn't know you were asking anyone else, Anne.
Gosh, no. We wouldn't have come bursting in.
Oh, well, aren't you going to introduce us, Anne? Yes. Yes, I'm going to introduce you. Horace, Fanny, Harry. This is Jim, my husband. Your husband? Anne.
Oh, Anne, quick, isn't it?
Hiya, folks.
I'm not kidding, Horace. I was married a long time ago. Jim, he's come back.
I don't believe it. It isn't true.
It's true, Harry. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's some kind of a joke. It is a joke, isn't it? Anne, tell me.
No, Harry, it isn't a joke.
Oh, it must be. Wait a minute, chum. Anne, who is this punk who's raising all the rumpus?
Oh, he's nobody, Jim. Nobody.
Nobody.
This is disgusting.
Oh, wait a minute, everybody. Let's not go jumping to conclusions. Let's give Anne a chance to explain.
Well, there's nothing to explain, Horace. It's true.
It isn't true. It's a lie. Anne.
Let go of me, Harry. You're hurting me.
I'll do more than hurt you. You can't do this. Take it easy, punk. Take it easy. Let go of her. Keep away from me. Anne, let go of her, I say.
Oh, stop him.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you both. You ask for... Why, you cheap fear. You better not shoot two of
All right. Harry, Anne, turn on the lights. Somebody turn on the lights.
Dobbin. Inspector. Yeah, but... What makes you think the horse's name is Dobbin? I don't know. Aren't they all named Dobbin?
At least the horse doesn't object. How much farther do you think it is?
Who cares? I haven't had so much fun since I was a kid.
Huh?
Come on there, Dobbin. What are you doing, horse?
That's nice work, Inspector. Now we've turned completely around.
Oh, well, I never did get along with horses. Here, Bart, you drive a while.
Very well, Inspector. Move on.
Thanks.
All right. Get along, boy. Come on up. By the way, is your friend the coroner going to meet us out at the Wheelock place?
No, he's given me complete charge of the deal.
That seems odd.
Huh?
I mean, asking you to come away up here from New York.
Oh, I thought so, too, until he told me his son Harry was mixed up in the shooting.
Oh?
Yeah. You see, Harry was in love with this Anne Wheelock. He and two other people went to her house to a birthday party. And who should be there but Anne Wheelock's husband?
Well, ghosts from the past, huh?
Yep, ghost from the past, only this ghost got a bullet to his gizzard.
I see. As I understand it, Inspector, the lights went out just before the shooting took place.
That's it. So we know that one of the four people in the room shot Jim.
Well, it sounds simple.
Sure. Nothing to it. I guess that must be the place up ahead.
Oh, yes. Rather a bleak-looking cottage, isn't it? Not a tree within 100 yards. By the way, Inspector...
Yeah?
I don't suppose you read in the papers the other day about the two convicts who escaped from the state penitentiary?
Huh? Well, what about it?
One of them was named Milton Wheelock.
What of it?
His sister is Anne Wheelock. The second convict was a man named Chuck Anderson.
You don't say.
Yes, I do say, Inspector. I also say that that's the real reason you and I are up here.
No, wait a minute, Bart.
Inspector, I'm surprised to think you keep me from sharing in the glory of capturing America's #1 gang leader.
Oh, Bart, listen, I wasn't...
I'm hurt, Inspector. Deeply hurt. Oh, well, perhaps I should feel grateful for your faith in asking me to come along.
Very funny.
Well, boy. Well, here we are. If you feel that you need me during the investigation, don't hesitate to demand my services, Inspector.
That's right, Inspector Denton. I'm Harry Parsons. My father has told me a lot about you. He has, eh? Well, I can tell you some things about your dad. All good, too. Oh, thank you, sir. And now, introduce me to these other people. Yes. This is Fanny Shepherd, and this is Horace McCready.
Pleased to meet you.
Hello. Where's the girl? Anne? Oh, she's in her room. None of us have seen her since it happened. Look, Inspector, can't Fanny and I go home now? We didn't have anything to do with this. We didn't even know that
I'll let you know when you can go home, Bub. Hey, Bart,
Did you want me, Inspector?
found anything?
Oh, a good deal, Inspector.
And what do you mean, a good deal? You only been here 5 minutes.
Yes, I know.
Well,
Well, what?
what have you found?
A corpse, Inspector.
Whose corpse? Oh, look, Bart, stop being so hard to get along with. Where's this corpse that you found?
In that bedroom over there.
Oh, that's Jim, Anne's husband.
Anne's husband. Is it, Harry?
Of course it is. We ought to know. We were here when it happened. Afterward, we saw Harry's father put it in there.
Does that prove it was a corpse of Anne's husband?
Yes, it does. I ought to know my own husband.
Anne.
Well, so this is Ann Wheelock, eh?
Yes, I'm Ann Wheelock. I suppose you're the two policemen that Mr. Parsons called in to find out which of the four of us shot Jim.
That's it, lady. We're the cops.
But you don't have to look any farther. I shot Jim.
Quit talking like that. You didn't shoot him.
Who did then? You? Fanny? Of course we didn't. That's right, Fanny, you didn't. I did. I could prove it.
Now, there's a switch. Someone trying to prove she's a murderess.
Of course I want to prove it. Do you think I'd like to see Fanny or Harry or Horace accused of a crime that I committed?
I don't know, lady. I just never happened to run across anyone who cared a doggone who was accused so long as it wasn't them.
Well, we live and learn, don't we, Inspector? Here, take a look at this gun, please.
Hey, that is a gun, isn't it?
Yes. A .32 caliber pistol. I think Harry's father's already established the fact that Jim was killed with a .32.
Yeah, that's right.
I kept it in the desk by the door there. That's where I was standing when the lights went out. Fanny and Horace can tell you that.
You didn't kill him, Ann. You couldn't have.
Yes, I did, Harry. I'm sorry. There wasn't any other way. Well, Inspector?
Yeah, sure. Well, I guess that does it. She's got a motive. She's got the evidence. She even admits doing it, but I guess our mission is accomplished, eh?
I disagree, Inspector.
Huh? What do you mean you disagree?
I don't think that Anne killed her husband.
But I did. I proved it. What more do you want?
A good deal, Miss Wheelock. Your husband is dead, but I can prove that you didn't murder him.
Look, Bart, I don't think that was very smart, telling Fanny and Horace they could go home.
You don't? Why not, Inspector?
Well, suppose one of them is guilty.
Well,
doggone it. If they're guilty, they're just going to sit around home until we come after them.
don't you worry, Inspector. They'll be back within a couple of hours, as I asked them to.
They will, eh?
That's right.
Oh, that's what I call having faith in human nature.
Well, Inspector, that does it.
What does what? We've circled the house twice,
Mm-hmm.
and we proved something?
I'm not sure, Inspector. I expected to find that one of the electric wires extending from that outside pole to the house would be down. Didn't you?
Did I?
But of course. The people who were here last night all assured us that the lights were put out by the storm.
Say. Yeah.
There isn't a tree within 100 yards of the house, so the disrupted service couldn't have been caused by a fallen branch.
That's right. On the other
Which
hand...
might indicate that someone turned off the lights. And if someone turned off the lights, I'd say that the murder of Jim was planned and premeditated. Wouldn't you, Inspector?
Yeah, but...
And since no one knew that Jim was here except Ann Wheelock, it looks as though she's the guilty party.
Very clever. Very clever indeed. Now, can I say something?
Oh, please do, Inspector. Make it profound.
Yeah. Now, suppose a tree branch were blown down by the storm in some other part of town.
Mm-hmm. Well?
Couldn't it have cracked up the main power lines and put the lights out in this house?
Very clever, Inspector. Very clever indeed. Now, can I say something?
Yeah, only make it profound.
Inspector, you're wonderful. Now, suppose we check your premise with the local power company and then take another look inside that house.
Naturally, I can't stop you if you want to search the house, Mr. Drake. I can't imagine what you expect to find, however.
I can't either, lady.
Thank you, Miss Wheelock. Inspector, suppose we start with this room here.
Well, is it necessary for you to search this particular room?
Is there some reason why you don't want us to?
Yes. This is my brother's room.
Oh, I get it. He was the guy
Inspector.
Huh?
I'm sorry, Miss Wheelock.
I don't suppose it makes any difference. Go in if you like.
Thank you.
The room hasn't been occupied or opened since Milt went away. Go on. Do anything you like. Nothing matters now.
Well, how do you like that?
Well, Inspector, she can hardly be blamed for acting upset. I understand that Milton was her only living relative.
How about Jim?
Jim is dead, Inspector.
Yes, so he is. I forgot. But look.
Never mind that now, Inspector. Let's go in here and have a look. Oh, rather gloomy, isn't it? Would you mind rolling up those shades, Inspector?
Okay. That better?
Yes, at least it makes the place more cheerful.
Yeah. Shows up the dust, too. Women are sure funny. Imagine keeping this room closed up.
Sentimental is the word, I think, Inspector. Found something?
No, just an ordinary old alarm clock. I like to hear them tick.
Reminds me of when I was a boy.
Like riding in sleighs, eh, Inspector?
Yep, like riding in sleighs. Hey, what are you doing over there?
Oh, I'm just looking around, Inspector. Just looking around. Uh-oh.
What's the uh-oh for?
By Jove, Inspector, I've got it.
What, for crying out loud?
That's it. It must be. There can't be any other answer.
Doggone it, what are you talking about, boys?
Inspector, why didn't we think of it before?
I'll bite. Why?
It was too simple, that's why. What time is it, Inspector?
Time? Can't you read? There's a clock right under your nose.
Yes. 4:30. Fine. Now, Horace and Fanny will be here at 5. That gives us 13 minutes to search the cellar and the kitchen. Come along, Inspector. Now we know who murdered Jim and why.
But, Anne, why didn't you tell me? It doesn't matter if you've been married a dozen times.
I should have told you, Harry. I should have. I know that now.
Listen, darling, I love you. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
Oh, it means everything, Harry. That is, it did mean everything. I don't know what I mean. I'm so confused.
Oh, you poor kid. I know you didn't shoot him.
Oh, I did, Harry. I did. You've got to believe.
Anne, listen to me. You're trying to protect someone, aren't you?
Protect someone?
You think I did it. You think that I shot your husband.
Oh, Harry, no, I don't.
You heard me threaten to kill him. You all heard me. And believe me, please, I didn't do it.
I know you didn't, Harry. I know that you didn't.
I wanted to. Nothing would have given me greater pleasure. But I didn't do it, Anne.
I believe you, Harry. I do.
Then why do you keep saying that you killed him? Why?
But don't ask me, Harry, please. Let's drop it.
Drop it. Anne, do you realize what you're saying? Do you realize what will happen if they take you away?
Well, that's what I want. I want them to take me away. I don't want to see this place ever again.
Anne.
I mean it. I've caused nothing but unhappiness. You ought to hate me, Harry.
I love you. I'll never stop loving you.
How can you? You're just being kind. How can you love the sister of a convict, a murderer?
Anne, look. I know how you feel about Milt. It was all that you had. He made a mistake. All right. Sure. That could happen to anyone. I'm not blaming you.
Milt was good, Harry. Down deep, he was good.
Sure. I know. Anne, listen to me.
That must be Fanny and Horace.
Well, Anne, I'm surprised that you have the nerve to show your face.
Quit it, Fanny. Leave her alone.
I won't quit it. I think it's disgusting. I'm ashamed that I ever thought of her as my friend.
I'm sorry, Fanny.
Sorry indeed. I think it's a little late for apologies, Anne Wheelock.
Listen, Fanny. If you think that it was Anne who shot her husband, you're crazy.
Oh? Crazy am I? And just why do you think Mr. Drake asked Horace and me to come back here?
Let's wait till we find out before we go making statements we might regret later.
Regret? I'll hardly regret giving evidence that'll help send a murderer to the electric chair.
Hey.
Evidence? What do you mean, Fanny?
I'll tell you precisely what I mean, Anne Wheelock. I happened to see you take that gun out of the desk drawer.
You couldn't have.
Oh, no? I was standing nearest to her, wasn't I? I have eyes in my head, haven't I?
Come along in, Inspector. Oh, you are back, are you?
We certainly are, Mr. Drake. And I, for one, am ready to testify.
Testify?
Yes. I saw Anne take the gun from the drawer.
I thought the lights were
The
out.
lights didn't go out until after I had gotten the gun.
Why didn't you tell us that before, lady?
Because she didn't think of it before. That's why. Now she figures she can make a heroine out of herself by telling a lot of lies.
That's not true, Harry Parsons. I'm only trying to do my duty as a citizen.
It's pretty serious, Miss Shepard, when you accuse a person of murder.
I'm quite aware of that, Mr. Drake. Oh, what's the use? I did it. I told you I did it. Isn't that enough?
It will be, lady, if this case ever gets to court.
Miss Shepard, did Anne take the gun from the desk with her right hand or her left?
Her right.
Oh?
Oh, no. It was a left. I'm sure it was a left.
Did she fire it while she was standing by the desk, or did she walk up close to her husband?
Why, well, she walked up close to him.
How close would you say?
How close? Well, very close. She wasn't more than a foot away.
What part of the body did she shoot
In
in?
the forehead. There's a bullet hole in the corpse, isn't there?
Yes, and if Anne were only standing a foot away when she fired the shot, there would be powder burns, too.
Powder burn.
Yeah, and there weren't any.
You see, Miss Shepard, you weren't at all sure what you saw. Murder witnesses are seldom sure. That's one of the great troubles with the
But
police.
I did. I'm positive. I saw Anne take the gun from the desk with the left hand and shoot her husband.
No, Miss Shepard. Anne didn't take the gun from the desk with her left hand, or her right. She didn't take it at all.
But I saw
The
her.
gun wasn't even in the desk. And Anne didn't shoot her husband. The corpse lying in the other room is not Anne's husband.
Not her husband.
Anne.
He is. Horace and Fanny saw him alive. They know.
They only know what you told the man. You introduced Chuck Anderson as your husband because he forced you to.
No.
Did you say Chuck Anderson, Mr. Drake?
That's right, Parsons. Chuck and Anne's brother Milton were cellmates. They escaped together. Milton became wounded, and Chuck deserted him. Isn't that the way it was, Anne?
I don't know.
Yes, you do know. Chuck came here and forced you to pretend that he was your husband by threatening to let Milton die if you didn't.
Is this true? Of course it's true, Bub. We don't make mistakes.
But what Chuck Anderson didn't know was that Milton had gotten here first. He was here when Chuck arrived. Anne had been taking care of him for days.
Yeah. So she couldn't go to the police because if she did, they'd search the house and find her brother. And why didn't you tell me?
How could I? I didn't know what to do.
Well, then why was Milton who shot Chuck Anderson? Is that right, Mr. Drake?
That's right, Horace. Then Milton got out of the house.
And left poor Anne to take the blame for shooting that gangster.
Poor Anne knew she'd never be convicted of murder, lady. There wasn't any evidence. She just wanted to give her brother time enough to get away.
To get away? Then you mean it? Oh, good heavens, what was that?
Just what it sounded like, lady. Come on, Bart. This is it. Hey, come in here. There he is.
It's Milton. He's dead.
He's dead, all right. Shot himself.
Yes, and with the same .32 caliber pistol he used to shoot Chuck Anderson. Pick up that note lying beside him, Inspector.
Yeah.
I think you'll find it's a full confession.
Get up, Darvin. Get along, boy.
Well, Dobbin seems anxious to get back to town, Inspector.
Yeah, me too. You know, Bart, I feel kind of sorry for Anne.
You do?
Harboring an escaped criminal is a serious offense.
Yes, but doing so at the point of a gun isn't, Inspector.
You mean Milton made her take care of him?
I don't know, Inspector. That's what his confession said. The local authorities will have to decide.
I guess you're right. Which reminds me.
Of what, Inspector?
Of asking you how you knew that Milton had been hiding in the house before Chuck Anderson got there.
Oh, that.
Yeah, that.
Well, it was that old alarm clock, Inspector.
What about the old alarm clock?
Anne said the room hadn't been opened or occupied since Milton went away. Yet the clock was running. Remember how its tickling gave you a nostalgic feeling?
By golly, that's right.
By golly, it is, Inspector.
By golly.
By golly, what, Inspector?
By golly, Bart. I'm going to stick my chin out. Tell me, how is it you can figure these things out so easily?
I see what you mean, Inspector. The answer, of course, is that mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby. For more than 2 years, a pair of top-flight radio comedians, Kit Fairfax and Jay Hardy by name, had been delighting millions of listeners from coast to coast with a friendly feud which they'd been carrying on over the air. On the afternoon our story opens, Inspector Noah Danton had called at my apartment and said that he'd received a mysterious phone call in which some unknown person had told him that Kit Fairfax was to be murdered during his broadcast scheduled for that evening. Now, Noah Danton isn't the type of man to be taken in by crackpot telephone messages. And so, when he urged me to accompany him to the broadcasting studio, I readily agreed.
All right, just to show you I'm no cheapskate, I'm getting a cocktail party up in my room after the broadcast, and you're all invited. The only thing is, you'll have to bring your own liquor.
Bring your own liquor. That guy kills me.
You and about 20 million others, Inspector. By the way, did it ever occur to you that Hardy and Fairfax might be serious about some of those insults they hurl at each other?
Bart, you're smart enough to know that's exactly what Hardy and Fairfax want people to think.
Maybe.
That they are serious. They work at it. That's why it's such a good gag.
Exactly. It's a very convincing routine, almost too convincing.
Huh? Say, nobody's tipped you off to anything, have they?
No. Just making idle conversation. You know, Inspector, I was a little bit surprised to find you waiting outside the studio with a couple of tickets in your hand when I arrived tonight.
Well, now, think of that. That's what I call gratitude. Here, I go to the trouble of getting you a free ticket to a brother.
Oh, thank you, Bob. Ladies and gentlemen, Jay Hardy and Kit Fairfax will be back in a moment. Meanwhile, a serious question. Have you put a black mark against every suggestion of black marketing? We set up price controls to protect ourselves against runaway, uncontrolled price rises.
Hey, that was a shot.
Then let's
Probably
keep
part of the
those
sound effect.
protections.
Not while the commercial is on. There wasn't anything phony about that.
Mr. Fairfax has been shot! Mr. Fairfax has been shot!
Holy smoke! Come on, Bart.
Right with you, Inspector. Better keep the crowd from leaving till we find out what the score is.
Yeah.
Hey, you ushers, lock those doors. All right. Take it easy now, folks. One side, break away.
Here we are, Inspector, through the store.
Which way now?
This door here opens onto the stage, I think.
Please, will everyone please be quiet. My sergeant guard of the police will be here in a moment. Please, will everyone please be quiet.
All right, mister, all right. I'm Inspector Noah Denton, police headquarters.
Well, my sergeant guard, how did you get here so soon? I mean, how fortunate that you are here.
Yeah. Suppose we take a look at the body.
Now, just a moment, Inspector, please. I must caution you. I will not tolerate any publicity. It would be very bad.
Look, Bub, do you take us to the body or do I arrest you for obstructing justice?
Arrest? I? What such language? Oh, very well. This way. Through the door here.
Well, the spot to hold a murder.
You said it, Inspector.
Oh, Mr. Flagg, it's terrible.
There.
All right, folks, all right. I'll take over. Stand back, please. Let's have a look, Bart.
All right.
Dead, all right.
Through the heart. Killed instantly, wouldn't you say, Inspector?
Yep. Hey, you.
Are you addressing me?
Yep. What's your name?
Me? Why, I'm Gregory Flagg, of course. My stars and garters, everyone knows me. I'm Kip Fairfax's manager.
Okay. Look, call up my office and tell them to send medical examiner Jim Ryan out here.
What?
Also a squad car.
But I'm not
Now, get going, will you?
Oh.
All right, the rest of you people. Let's have your names. You first. I guess you're Hardy.
That's right, Inspector. Jason Hardy. It was I who discovered the body. You see...
Never mind that now. You, ma'am, you must be Amanda Gale, the singer on Fairfax's show?
Yes, that's right.
I'll just write that down here. Now, you.
Me? I'm Gabby.
The bodyguard, eh, Gabby? What?
Nobody never called me nothing but Gabby.
You got a last name, haven't you, Bub?
Yeah, I got one.
Well, what is it?
Zobel.
Spell it.
I can't.
Oh, smart guy.
Inspector.
Let's get... Yeah, Bart?
I think you'd better take charge of this.
The gun, huh? Where'd you find it?
Under Fairfax's body. Keep my handkerchief around it. There'll probably be some fingerprints.
Hey, that's my gun. Jeepers, how'd Mr. Fairfax get hold of it?
Maybe he just borrowed it to shoot himself.
No, he didn't. You ain't gonna pin this on me. Mr. Hardy shot him.
Oh, so Mr. Hardy...
Cut him out, Gabby.
Now, wait a minute, you guys.
Yeah, Hardy shot him. I seen him do
You
it.
what?
Why, you dirty liar. You hands off me, Hardy. I can tell a lot more. Don't forget that.
Hey, what is this? Break it up. Get away from him, Hardy.
Slap-happy bodyguard is nuts.
Yeah.
Kit was my best friend.
It's ridiculous to think that Jake could do such a thing.
Well, now, think of that. Just one big, happy family, eh? Everybody loves everybody else.
Inspector, perhaps it would be better if we adjourned to Hardy's dressing room. I'm sure his description of how he discovered the body will make interesting listening.
Good idea. Okay, everybody, in you go. Might as well go there as anywhere else. Okay, Hardy, let's hear it. And don't leave out any details. The rest of you keep quiet.
Well, there isn't much to tell. After we finished our turn, Kit and I came off the stage. Kit is an inveterate tea drinker. Thinks he does no more cups a day. Says he gave him a lift. Formed a habit of sneaking back to his dressing room for tea during the band number. The commercial follows the band, so he had about 2 minutes. Gabby here always had a hot cup ready just at the right time. Here's about the way it happened.
Show's going all right, isn't it, Jay?
Yes, well, rolled him in the arms with that last gag.
Oh, that was the build-up you gave me, boy. Hey, how about a spot of tea?
No, thanks. I've got to make a phone call. See you in about 2 minutes.
All right.
Right. Hello, operator? This is J. Hardy. Yes. Would you get me the passenger agent of the American Airlines, please? Yes, that's right. I'll hang on. What the devil? Good heavens, Kit. Holy smoke, he's been shot. Here's a gun.
Hey, what's the matter?
Gabby, Kit's been hurt. Get hold of his leg.
Jeepers. He's been shot. There's blood all over.
Take it easy. Getting excited won't help. Just do as I say and...
You shot him.
Oh, don't be a dope. I didn't shoot him.
You done it. You got the gun in your hand right now. You shot him. Mr. Fairfax been shot.
Oh, come back later, crazy lug. That's all there was to it. Gabby lost his head and went running out onto the stage yelling like a wild man.
Okay. Now, Gabby, what's this story of yours about seeing Mr. Hardy shoot your boss?
Oh, he's lying. Gabby hated Jay because Jay wouldn't give him a job.
Please, Miss Gale, your turn will come. Well, Gabby?
Hardy had the gun in his hand. He was standing over the dead body. Ain't that enough?
Hardly. Inspector, do you mind if I ask a few questions?
Go ahead, Bud.
Mr. Hardy, did you have the gun in your hand?
Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I did. You see, it was quite a shock finding Kit like that. I was dazed. I didn't realize what I was doing.
But you weren't too dazed to hide the gun under the body. Is that correct?
Well, knowing that Gabby thought I shot Kit, I didn't want to get...
Oh, this is utterly ridiculous. Cross-examining poor Jay. But you men don't seem to realize that Jay's an awful...
By the way, Miss Gale, weren't you supposed to be engaged to Fairfax?
Why, well, not really. It was a sort of a publicity stunt to build up the show.
I see. Where were you when the shot was fired, Miss Gale?
Why, I was in my dressing room.
I'll bet.
Miss Gale, a moment ago you mentioned that Gabby hated Mr. Hardy because Mr. Hardy wouldn't give him a job.
Yes, I did. And it's true.
But why?
Because Kit Fairfax fired Gabby just before tonight's broadcast. Gabby asked Jay for a job, and Jay turned him down.
Is that right, Harvey?
Yes, it is. You see, tonight was Kit's last night on the air.
You mean Kit Fairfax was going off the air?
When did this happen?
Well, he planned to make the announcement at the end of tonight's show. Not many people knew it. But Kit's been suffering from heart trouble. His physician ordered him to take a long rest.
I see. Then tonight was the first time the public would know that Fairfax's program had been canceled, huh?
Yes. Kit was also going to announce that from now on, Amanda would be singing on my show.
That's a lie. Miss Gale was supposed to be in love with Mr. Fairfax. When he told her he had to quit the radio account, he was sick. She begins to make passes at Hardy. I won't. I'm going to tell what happened.
Is that coming, rat? One more yip out of you.
Hardy, I told you once to lay off that rough stuff. Now I'm going to
Just a minute, Inspector.
Yeah, what's eating you, Bart?
Before you do anything drastic, do you mind if I ask our friend Gabby a few questions?
Well, no, I suppose not, but...
Gabby, tell me, where were you when the shot was fired?
I was in Mr. Fairfax's dressing room where I was supposed to be.
And you heard the shot quite plainly.
Sure, you could hear it all over the place.
And what did you do?
I already told you. I run to the door, flung it open, and
And did you run to the door and fling it open immediately after you heard the shot?
Why, sure I did.
Inspector, I'm afraid that Gabby is the man you should arrest.
What do you mean, arrest me? What for? I didn't do nothing.
Fairfax's body was found in the hallway between his dressing room and the stage. That's right, isn't it, Inspector?
Why, yes, but...
The room we're in now is Mr. Hardy's dressing room. It's located farther away from the stage. So that means Gabby had about half as far to go to reach the body as Hardy.
Bart, you got something there.
Yes, if Gabby ran out of the door immediately after the shot was fired, he'd naturally be the first to reach the body.
Holy smoke, why didn't I think of that?
Yeah, why didn't you? Well, maybe when I get through, none of you'll wish you had.
Put down that gun.
I'll put it down when I get ready. You ain't gonna arrest me. You think just because I'm a punk you can hang this murder on me, huh? I know your game. You don't want the public to know it was that pantywaist Hardy that murdered Kit Fairfax. You don't want them to even think that Hardy and Fairfax was good friends because it would be bad publicity. So you're going to pin the rap on me. Well, you ain't going to get away with it. You ain't going to get away with it.
Stop, my Sergeant Garner.
Just in time, Mr. Flagg, come in.
Gabby, what are you doing with that gun? Put it away, put it away. I hate the sight of guns.
Well, you're going to hate the sight of this one more than most. I suppose you think that I killed Mr. Fairfax, too.
I think that you killed... What? No such thing, Gabby. On the contrary, I know you didn't.
What the devil do you mean, Flagg?
Precisely what I said, Inspector Danton. Your friend, Medical Examiner Ryan, has arrived. He's examined the body, and he states positively that Kit Fairfax was dead before the bullet penetrated his heart. He was poisoned.
Fine thing. We practically have the murderer on ice, then the medical examiner throws a monkey wrench in the works by telling us that Fairfax was poisoned.
We can't expect all the breaks, Inspector. Here's Fairfax's dressing room. Let's take a look.
Quite a place. Looks just like all the others.
But what did you expect? Burning incense and a gorgeous blonde reclining on a chaise lounge?
Yeah. Wouldn't have surprised me any. What have you got there?
Fairfax teacup. Yes, it smells of poison, all right. Strychnine, I think.
So what does that prove? Nothing. Any one of a dozen people could have dumped poison in that mug of tea.
That's not quite true, Inspector. You know, Fairfax had only a few minutes. He probably gulped the tea without tasting the poison.
So what does that add up to? Did Gabby dump the poison in?
No. It was Gabby who shot Fairfax, remember? If he poisoned the tea, he wouldn't have shot him.
Yeah, I know. By the way, I've been thinking about that.
About what?
About the way you tricked Gabby into showing his hand.
Tricked? Why, Inspector?
Well, if it had been Hardy who did the shooting, he would have had to leave his room before Gabby heard the shot. And that would have placed him in the corridor exactly as Gabby described.
Yes, it certainly would.
I'll get it. Hello? Yeah, he's here. It's for you, Bart.
Thank you, Inspector. Drake speaking. What? Oh, splendid. Thank you very much. That was a studio switchboard operator. I asked her to check any calls made from Hardy's dressing room tonight.
Yeah?
Hardy put through a call at 7:16 to American Airlines. He broke off in the middle of it.
So that means he was telling the truth. He wasn't in the corridor when the shot was fired. Gabby was lying.
It was Gabby who shot Fairfax, all right. After Fairfax drank his tea and left, Gabby probably opened the door, took a quick shot at him, ducked back into the room, and waited until he heard Hardy running along the corridor.
Well, But Fairfax was dead on his feet when Gabby plugged him. Poisoned.
Yes, and I think the answer to that poisoning is right here in this room.
What do you mean?
I'm not sure yet. There's something here that shouldn't be, or there's something missing that should be here.
I don't get it.
Neither do I. Inspector, poisons are usually kept in some kind of container. They're not carried around loosely.
What are you driving at?
Just this. Whoever put that poison in the tea must have had a box or a bottle of some sort. Inspector.
Huh?
There's someone in that closet. I just saw the door move.
Oh, there is there? I'll just get out my gun and, Okay, come on out and with your hands up. Oh, so you're going to play hard to get, huh?
Bart, flatten yourself up against the wall and jerk the door open.
Right, Inspector.
Well, my sergeant guarders, you've certainly got a nerve.
Well, if it isn't Paddy Waste himself, okay, Flag, what's the gimmick?
I won't talk to there.
Whoa. Hey, this guy's been reading too many books. Look, Angel Eyes, don't make me sore, will you? I'm just a poor cop trying to do his duty. What were you doing in that closet?
Don't yell at me like that, you thing.
Perhaps I can answer your question for you, Inspector. Probably as Fairfax's manager, Mr. Flagg wanted to look over some of his papers.
Yes, that's exactly right. And I think it's simply wonderful of you for thinking of it, Mr. Drake.
Oh, yeah? Then why did you hide in the closet when you heard us coming?
Because I like to listen to other people's conversations. I adore eavesdropping.
I give up.
I didn't poison Kip Fairfax, though, if that's what you're thinking. Oh, I simply hate people who poison other people.
Mr.
They need to
Flagg,
accuse me of it.
Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Why, of course not, Mr. Drake.
Thank you. As Mr. Fairfax's manager, I suppose you handled all his affairs.
Naturally.
You'd see that he had comfortable accommodations, attend to his needs, things like that?
Of course.
Then, of course, you'd provide him with a teapot and cup.
Hey, that's an angle. Nice work, Bart. All right, Angel Eyes, how about it?
My sergeant guard is what a silly question. Of course I prepare. Oh!
Well?
Oh, it's a trick. Oh, you're trying to trap me into saying that Oh, Mr. Drake, I'm furious at you. I'm simply furious at you. Well, I'll not stay here another minute. I'm going to leave this in.
Hey, come back here. And me, standing here with a gun in my hand watching him walk out.
Well, he can't get very far, Inspector, but I'd track him down if I were you.
You bet your sweet life I'll track him down.
Operator, this is Barton Drake. I'd like to be connected with my office, please. Yes, that's right. The number is 20... Come in. Why, Miss Gale, I've been expecting you.
You have?
Yes. You've been waiting for an opportunity to talk to me, so I arranged to be here alone. For a talk, right?
Why, yes.
You want to assure me that it wasn't Jay Hardy who poisoned Fairfax?
Yes, I did. Well, how did you know?
It's quite obvious that you're in love with Hardy, Miss Gale. You'd hate to see his career ruined by the publicity he'd get if you were arrested.
Why, that's it exactly. Well, you do understand, don't you? I was afraid you wouldn't. Well, Jay couldn't have murdered Kit. He's an artist and an idealist. He couldn't murder anyone. Oh, I think this whole thing is terrible.
Oh, there, Miss Gale. Here, take my handkerchief. Yours is all stained and wet. I guess this isn't the first time you've broken down tonight.
Oh, thank you. No, it isn't. I've tried to pretend that I wasn't upset. For Jay's sake.
I know.
I guess I haven't been very successful at it.
I think you're a brave girl. Could you tell me, Miss Gale, did Fairfax and Hardy dislike each other as much as they pretended on their shows?
Why, of course not. It was all a gag to arouse public interest.
I see.
A month ago, Kit's doctors told him he'd have to quit radio. Well, Kit and Jay and I talked it over. We didn't tell anyone else. Tonight, Kit was going to announce that Jay had won me away from him. In the feud, I mean, and that was the reason he was quitting radio. We wanted to keep the gag running until Kit was well enough to come back on the air.
I see. Sure, people have a curious way of doing things, but...
What was that?
Sounded like a shot.
Oh, it came from the direction of Jay's dressing room.
Come back here, you!
What happened, Inspector?
Oh, the dumb truck of a bodyguard took a pot shot at Hardy. That guy must have an arsenal.
Jay! It's Jay!
Oh, Gabby missed him a mile.
Oh, that fat-headed bodyguard.
Oh, Jay, are you all right?
Sure. I'm okay, honey. Did you get Gabby?
It certainly appears so.
He's not hurt. I only winged him.
You dirty copper. I'll get you for this. I'll get you
Sure,
for...
that's what they all say.
Well, what happened, Jay?
I was calling up American Airlines to make my reservations. I saw Gabby's reflection in the mirror.
You were making your reservations, Mr. Hardy.
Yes. Is there anything wrong with that?
You used the singular pronoun. Weren't you taking Miss Gale with you? Didn't you tell her she was to sing on your program in Chicago tomorrow night?
Why, yes, but...
I see. Inspector, I think you'd better inform Mr. Hardy that he won't be taking any airplane tonight.
Another dressing room. Holy smoke, how do these actors stand such lousy cubby holes?
They love it.
What the devil are you looking for?
I'm playing a game, Inspector. Button, button, who's got the tea leaves?
Tea leaves?
Yes. There weren't any in the cup that Fairfax drank from. Could be most anywhere around here, I suppose.
No one would be dumb enough to throw them in a wastebasket.
On the contrary, Inspector, if the person were smart, he'd throw them away in the most obvious place. Thinking, of course, we'd never look there.
Yeah, I can't see what a handful of tea leaves is going to get us.
Possibly nothing. Let's see now. Some old press clippings, theater programs, a couple of letters.
What's the matter?
I found it.
Say, what the... See, that looks like a tea bag.
That's exactly what it is, Inspector, a tea bag. Some of the tea leaves had been removed and poison substituted.
Well, then that's how...
Yes. This tea bag could have been prepared by the murderer days ago and placed in a box with other tea bags. Inspector, now I know who murdered Kit Fairfax.
Done, eh? Fairfax unknowingly put the poison tea bag in the cup himself.
Yes, he gulped down the tea, then headed back for the stage. He was probably just about to collapse when Gabby shot him.
Okay. Now, who was it that...
Don't move, you love. I've been standing outside listening. Clever of you, Drake.
The blonde singer, and she's got a gun, too. Well, now, think of that,
Neither of you are going to be able to think of anything in about a minute. Drake, it's a pity I have to do this. I was really beginning to think you were an all right guy.
I'm flattered, Miss Gale.
Sticking your nose into crimes that don't concern you is bad medicine. Say, by the way...
How did I know it was you who poisoned the tea bag? Woman's curiosity can always be depended upon.
Never mind the cracks.
I'm sorry. It was like this, Miss Gale. First, there was something missing from Fairfax's dressing room. Remember, Inspector?
Yeah, I remember.
I didn't realize what had happened until I saw Miss Gale's stained and moist handkerchief.
My handkerchief?
Yes, your tears touched me, Miss Gale, but it occurred to me that a woman as charming as yourself would not carry about a handkerchief that was stained an ugly brown.
Now I get it. The babe here sneaked into Fairfax's dressing room, wrapped up the tea bag in her handkerchief, and took it away. That's how she destroyed the evidence.
Yes, that was what bothered me. Tea cannot be made without tea leaves. I could find neither a tea bag nor loose leaves anywhere in the room. It was Miss Gale's stained handkerchief that made me curious. So I had my office check up on your past, Miss Gale.
Why?
I wanted a motive for you murdering Kit Fairfax. Miss Gale, why didn't you divorce your first husband?
He wouldn't give me a divorce, the rat, so I left him. I changed my name and I got a job singing with Kit. Sure, I made passes at Jay when I found out that Kit was leading radio. I was on the way up and I wanted to stay there. Well, how did I know Jay was going to fall in love with me and want me to marry him? Well, I didn't do any more than the other dame would have done who wanted to get somewhere. Why would have married Jay if he'd insisted? Then that lousy husband of mine turned up and got the Kit. Kit and Jay were friends. Good friends. Kit didn't want to see Jay getting mixed up in anything that would harm his career. He told me that unless I laid off Jay, he'd spill what he knew.
So you decided the Kit had to be eliminated.
Yes, and I would have gotten away with it, too, if you hadn't interfered. I'm still going to get away with it because right now...
Hi, Sergeant. Got us another gun.
Grab her, Inspector.
Yeah. Oh.
I got her. Grab the gun.
Sergeant, look. Oh, this is dreadful. We simply can't have this sort of thing, you know.
Okay, Bart. You can let her go. I got the bracelets on her lily white wrist.
Right.
Well, if it hadn't been for that dumb manager...
Why, I had nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. My Sergeant got it.
And look, Bart, the next murder that comes up, let me handle it, will you?
Inspector, how can you ask when you know that mystery is my hobby? Mystery is my hobby.
Okay, Bart, go ahead and laugh, so I didn't recognize your voice over the telephone. Ha, ha, ha.
Inspector, I'm not laughing.
And what's that noise you're making? You gonna lay an egg or something?
I'm sorry, Inspector.
What burns me up is that this Albert Evans calls you instead of the police when he finds the body of John Crane. Fine thing.
Well, let's not be too hard on Evans, Inspector. He has the reputation of his hotel to think about, you know.
When a murder's been committed, nobody's got any
Murder?
right...
What makes you think that John Crane was murdered, Inspector?
Now, look, Bart, I'll admit that Crane was a crackpot. He had plenty of dough, and he lived like a hermit. But he wouldn't be screwy enough to kill himself by climbing into a trunk and then jiggling the thing into the lake.
I must confess, it's rather a unique way of committing suicide.
And besides, Crane died of a knife wound.
What? How do you know that?
Because I called up the doc at Chatsworth and asked him to examine the body. He found that a knife had penetrated the body just above the heart.
Inspector, you did that after I took you into my confidence and phoned you.
Yeah, you're darned right I did. I'm sick and tired of playing the dumb cop. Okay, Evans, so you won't talk because if your name is connected with John Crane's murder, your hotel gets a bad reputation. So we close up the hotel until we catch the murderer. How's that?
Oh, dear me, Inspector Denton. You wouldn't do that.
I wouldn't, eh? I'll even print your picture in the paper and tell the world that the trunk Crane's body was found in came from this hotel.
Oh, dear me, dear me. That would be dreadful. It would ruin me completely.
And stop being a cluck and talk.
Very well. What do you want to know?
Who found the trunk with a body in it?
Hugh Crane did. He's John's brother.
Brother, eh? Where's he now?
Oh, I don't know. He's around somewhere, I suppose, making himself obnoxious. What a man.
He can't be any worse than some of the other characters I've met up here. Okay, so Hugh Cross, John's brother, found the body. Then what?
Well, then nothing.
What do you mean, then nothing?
That's all I know. Hugh Crane told me he'd found the body, and I called Barton Drake.
Yeah, Drake. Why didn't you call the police?
Because if I did, they'd come up here and start bullying my guests, just the way you've been doing ever since you arrived.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
Well, you listen to me, you little sawed-off cream puff.
Inspector, have you found out anything?
Oh, hello, Bart. And who's this gentleman?
This, Inspector, is Hugh Crane, brother of the dead man.
Well, if it isn't good old Inspector Danton. How are you, Inspector, you old bloodhound?
Mister, you hit me on the back like that again, and you'll find out how I am mighty quick.
Can't take it, eh, Inspector? Come, old man. Let's not get off on the wrong foot. We've got a lot of work to do together.
Yeah? What kind of work?
What kind? Listen to him, Drake. What kind of work he wants to know. Why, Inspector, you're a cog.
I told you he was an obnoxious person.
Now, listen, Shrimp, pipe down or I'll twist your little nose into the shape of a pretzel.
Say, he's a real tough character, isn't he?
Oh.
Where'd you pick him up, Bart?
I didn't. He picked me up. Tell the inspector all about yourself, Crane. I'm sure he's in a mood for
Glad
listening.
to, Drake, glad to. Inspector, you doing anything for the next couple of hours?
Look, I can see everyone's having a good time at the poor old inspector's expense. That's all very nice, but the only thing I want to know is who murdered John Crane and why.
Now there, Inspector. That's what I call getting at the hub of the thing. I'm glad you asked that question because I know the answer.
You know that... All right, who did it?
Why, Shrimp here. Albert Evans, proprietor of the exclusive Chatsworth Hotel.
Why, you... That's a lie. How dare you accuse me of such a thing?
Because you've got a motive, Shrimp, and a good one. John owed you money, bought all the supplies here. You went down to his cabin to collect, got into a fight, knifed him.
Of all the outlandish frauds, I never in my life tried to collect money from John Crane. I didn't even tell anyone he owed me anything.
There, you see, he admits that John owed him money. Don't try to get out of it, Evans. I'm too sharp for you.
You're nothing but a loud-talking, obnoxious windbag.
Now, Evans, just because you're going to the electric chair doesn't mean you should get sore.
Oh, no?
Sometimes I think I should have been a detective. It's such nice, easy work.
Now, think of that.
Crane, perhaps now that you've had your say, you'd better let Inspector Danton take over.
Sure thing. Help yourself, Inspector. Glad that I could solve the case for you.
Well, now, Mr. Crane, that's mighty decent of you. As soon as we get the little fella here locked up, I'll...
You can't lock me up. You can't. I didn't do it. Just because this big lummox said I did doesn't prove...
Take it easy, Bob. No one's going to lock you up yet.
But you just
The
said...
inspector was being sarcastic, Evans. It's a habit he has. You see, he was a little bit out of sorts because you didn't call him instead of me.
You bet your life I am. It's things like that makes a cop wonder why he's in the business.
Well, that's all right. But if you think that I murdered...
The inspector doesn't think that you murdered John Crane, Evans. As a matter of fact, we're both convinced that you couldn't have.
Oh, now look here, Drake. I've already explained why I'm sure that Evans killed my brother. Being next of kin, I demand you arrest Evans.
And being the cop on this deal, I demand that you stop talking, Crane. Bob, explain to this loudmouth why Evans couldn't have done it.
Glad to, Inspector. John Crane weighed a good 200 pounds. The trunk he was found in weighed at least 25. Our friend Evans weighs about 110. It would have been impossible for him to lift your brother's body into the trunk and then carry the trunk down to the lake.
You see what I mean, blabbermouth? Bart and I had that one figured out an hour ago, didn't we, Bart?
You bet we did, Inspector. Come on, let's take a look at that corpse. Crane's body and the trunk in which he was found are both in the shed, Inspector. Let's take a look.
Yeah. So that's what's left of Crane, eh?
Yeah.
Say, he was a big guy, wasn't he?
Yes, but of course you knew that, Inspector, when we figured out that Evans was too small to carry him, remember?
What? Oh, yeah, sure. What stumps me is, who would want to murder a guy who lived all by himself?
Anyone who wanted money badly enough and who figured that Crane had some hidden away in his cabin.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. See, the water sure did a job on the corpse, didn't it?
Yeah. Dr. Mason estimates the body must have been submerged about a month.
A month, eh? It was a month ago that Crane disappeared, wasn't he?
Yeah, no one thought much about it at the time. Crane always lived by himself in the cabin down by the lake. He came up to the hotel once every 2 weeks to get supplies. Evans got curious when he didn't show up and went down to investigate.
Yeah. Say, here's something.
Huh?
If the body is decomposed by water to such an extent that it is not recognizable, how is everyone so sure that it is Crane?
His brother, Hugh, the loud-talking gentleman, identified him by a ring he wore and a birthmark on his back. And his wife also identified him.
Wife?
Yes, they were divorced, but when she heard that Crane had disappeared, she came up to help in the hunt.
Decided she loved him after he was dead, eh?
No. Crane had a reputation for being a miser, and Mrs. Crane probably reasoned he might have some money lying around.
I get it. Say, is that why Brother Hugh is here, too?
That isn't likely. Hugh has more money than he can spend. I'm convinced his only purpose in coming up here is to help locate John's murderer.
And I wish he'd do his locating away from me. By the way, where did Hugh find the trunk?
In a cove not far from here. He was walking along the shore and saw it floating on the surface when... By Jove, Inspector.
What's the matter?
I just thought of something.
Huh?
Yes, I am right. I'm sure I am. Inspector, let's get down to the cabin where John Crane lived at once. That must be the cabin, Inspector. You can just see it there through the trees.
Yeah, not much more than a shack. I guess Crane was a miser, all right.
Inspector.
What's the matter?
There's someone in the cabin. I saw a movement behind one of those curtains.
Yeah? Yeah, and I can hear voices, too.
Let's get up closer so we can hear what they're saying. All right, crouch down, Inspector, and listen.
You're a fool to come up here, Nate. I told you once it was all over between us, and I haven't changed my mind.
You can't mean that, Daphne. You said that only because of John that
That
you...
was when John was alive. He's dead now, and I'm free.
And you didn't mean it when you said you loved me?
Mean it? Oh, Nate, you're so naive, really. Of course I didn't mean it. Oh, you were fun. You amused me no end, but was the loving...
Stop it! How can you be so cruel? Daphne, in heaven's name, be human. You've got to marry me. I can't live without you.
Can't live without me. Darling, you're so old-fashioned, really.
Stop it, I can't.
You might as well know it now, Nate. I'm going to marry Hugh.
You're going to marry Hugh?
Yes, he asked me this morning. I accepted it.
But you don't love Hugh.
Did I say anything about love? Hugh is one of the richest men in the state.
You're desperate. You're inhuman. You don't deserve anyone's love, and I'm going to...
Stop. Let go of me.
I'll show you. No one's going to have you but me.
Nate, please.
Come on, Inspector.
Grab him. Yeah. All right, Bubba. Take it easy. Take your hands off me. Let me alone.
Now, it isn't polite to choke ladies.
She's no lady.
Hey, I quite agree with you there, Bob.
Thank heaven someone arrived in time.
I presume that you're Mrs. John Crane?
Yes, I am. I was looking over some of my dead husband's personal things, and this terrible person came in and attacked me.
That's a lie. She asked me to meet her here.
Yeah, we know all about that. We were standing outside listening.
You were eavesdropping? You heard our conversation?
Yeah, every word, lady. So you might as well stop trying to act like a lady, ma'am, and be yourself.
Why, you dirty... Who are you, anyway?
The police, Mrs. Crane. The gentleman holding your erstwhile love is Inspector Noah Danton. I'm Barton Drake.
The police? Then...
Yeah, then. That's the best answer you can think up, ma'am?
Okay, Flatfoot, what do you want of me?
Plenty. What's all this business about you and your dear, dead, departed husband? You and he were divorced.
Were we? That's where you're wrong. John wanted me to give him a divorce, but I refused. So he came up here and lived like a hermit. The fool.
Well, so now he got all kinds of motives.
What do you mean, all kinds of motives? If you think I had
Tut. Wait till you're accused before you start thinking up alibis, ma'am. I'm only saying that a babe who wanted a divorce from her husband so she could marry the guy's rich brother has a motive for murder, that's all.
That's ridiculous. I've told you that it was I who wouldn't give John a divorce.
You're lying, Daphne. You've been begging John for a divorce for years so that you could marry me.
You see what I mean, Bart? Motives. They're flying at us so thick and fast we gotta hire us a shorthand artist to take them down.
Yes, I see what you mean, Inspector. You're thinking that perhaps Nate decided there were other means of getting rid of a husband so Mrs. Crane could marry him.
Sure, that's it.
not true. It's not true, I tell you. I hated Crane, but not enough to murder him.
So that's it. That's what you meant, Nate Hobart, when you said it wouldn't matter how we got rid of John, so long as he was no longer around. Oh, how foolish I was not to have guessed at the fiendish thoughts in your mind.
Daphne, what are you saying? You're making that up. You're trying to pin John's murder onto me because of what I might tell you.
What a fool I've been. If I'd only known there was murder in your heart.
Out of your mind. No one would believe such an absurd story. There isn't a shred of evidence.
Oh, that you two are breaking my heart. Any minute now I'm going to bust out weeping. Hobart, you're under arrest.
You can't arrest me. I didn't do it. I won't let you arrest.
Stop him. He's getting away. Why didn't you stop him? You deliberately let him escape.
Yeah, that's right. We let him escape.
Why?
She wants to know why, Bart. Shall I tell her?
No, not yet, Inspector. The pieces of the puzzle are beginning to fall neatly into place. We still have one more person to question before we can begin to speculate on the identity of John Crane's murderer.
Look, Bart, I got your signal back there at the cabin, and I let Nate Hobart escape, but I still don't see the reason for it.
Well, Hobart can be more help to us free than if we held him prisoner, Inspector.
Why?
Because he's still in love with Mrs. John Crane, for one thing.
Yeah, how's that going to help us?
And for another, he's not the murderer of John Crane.
Now, wait a minute. He's got a motive, and the girl said he made threats.
The girl was lying. Here's the hotel, Inspector. Let's go in.
So, what do we do now?
We have another talk with Albert Evans, the hotel proprietor. In case I didn't mention it before, Mr. Evans not only knows who murdered John Crane, but he holds the key to the entire mystery.
What mystery? All we got to do is catch Crane's murderer. That takes care of all the mystery.
Does it? I think we're going to find that apprehending the murderer is only a prelude to the real mystery, Inspector. Well, Evans isn't behind his desk. I wonder where he is.
Probably taking his midday nap. I'll ring the bell. No soap. Well, he can't be far away.
Listen.
Help! Keep away from me! No! Stop! No!
It's Evans, covered with blood.
Looks like someone knifed him and then threw him down the stairs.
Go after him, Inspector. I'll take care of Evans. Well, Inspector?
Whoever it was got away. How about Evans?
Dead. A knife through the heart.
Then that means...
Yes, that means whoever murdered John Crane also murdered Evans. Because the murderer knew that Evans was aware of his identity.
Well. If it isn't old Inspector Gumshoe. Say, what's happened?
What's it look like, loudmouth?
That's Evans. There's blood. He's been stabbed.
That's right, Mr. Crane. Stabbed through the heart. In exactly the same manner that your brother was stabbed.
By George, this is a job for the police.
He's catching on, boss. Now life is worthwhile.
But look here, why would anyone want to murder the shrimp?
Because the shrimp, as you call him, Mr. Crane, knew who murdered your brother.
You don't say.
Yes. Mr. Crane, I'd like you to join the inspector and me at your brother's cabin in an hour.
At the cabin?
Yes.
Yes, of course. Glad to do anything you ask, but couldn't you make
Conduct my investigation here? No, Mr. Crane, I couldn't. The answer to the mystery lies in the cabin. Your sister-in-law will be there, and unless I'm greatly mistaken, your rival, Nate Hobart. I think you'll find a most interesting gathering.
Well. Isn't this the coziest little party? Mountain cabin, excellent company, and, by the way, Hobart, you were smart to give yourself up.
I'm not giving myself up. I came back to prove that it wasn't I who murdered John Crane.
You fool. Why didn't you stay away while you had the chance?
Because then everyone would have thought me guilty. And that's what you wanted, Daphne.
Oh, really, Nate? Must you be dramatic?
Returning here to the cabin was the smartest thing you've done, Hobart.
That kid couldn't be smart if he tried.
Oh, is that so, Crane? Ever since you made your pile and retired,
Okay. Pipe down, you two. We didn't come here to listen to you birds throwing insults at each other.
Well, what are we here for?
Do you object to being in this cabin, Mrs. Crane?
Oh, of course I do. This is where poor John was murdered. I hate the place.
I should think you might. Crane, what are you doing over there at that cupboard?
Getting myself a drink. We've got to stay here and fight cops and robbers. We might as well enjoy ourselves. Think, darling?
No, thanks. You know I don't like scotch.
Well, that's all there is. Here's looking at you, Gumshoe.
Mr. Crane, at the time your brother was reported missing, did you come up here to Chatsworth immediately?
No, I waited a couple of weeks. Wanted to make sure he hadn't just wandered off for a while like he'd done before.
Not many people knew it, but John was a little odd.
He must have been to marry a babe like you.
I think you're positively insulting.
Well, I gotta live up to my reputation. Everyone thinks that cops are roughnecks.
Another crack like that, Gumshoe, and I'll take a hand.
That's what I'm hoping for. All I want is an excuse.
Mr. Crane.
Huh?
Is it true that when your father died, he left you practically his entire fortune and omitted your brother John's name from his will?
Where did you get that information?
I've done some telephoning within the past hour. Your father objected to John's marrying Daphne because she was a chorus girl. When Daphne learned that her husband was to receive nothing, she left him.
And that's why Johnny decided to come up here and become a hermit.
Yes.
I don't see that's any business of yours.
Yes, what's all this about?
I'll explain in a minute. Mr. Crane, while you were up here conducting your search for your missing brother, did you live here at this cabin?
In this dump? I should say not. I stayed at the hotel.
Then this is the first visit to the cabin, inside the cabin, I mean.
Yes. Now, what's all this about, Drake? I don't like the tone of your voice.
I was just wondering how you knew where your brother John kept his scotch. He walked directly to the proper cabinet and found it.
Why,
This is silly. I told him where it was. I found it this morning.
While you were looking over your dear, dead, departed husband's personal things?
And I was wondering, Mr. Crane, how you knew that your brother John owed Albert Evans a sum of money. for supplies he'd bought. This morning you gave that as an excuse for Evans murdering John.
This is nonsense. Why shouldn't I know? Evans told me.
On the contrary, Evans stated definitely that he told no one that John owed him money.
Yeah, that's right. He didn't want his guests to know about it.
What are you getting at, Drake? Are you accusing me of murdering John Crane?
No, Mr. Crane. John Crane isn't even dead.
What, not dead? No.
John is dead. His body was found,
Not
wasn't
John Crane's body, Mrs. Crane. It wasn't John Crane's body that was in that trunk.
Then whose was it?
It was the body of Hugh Crane. This man here who claims to be Hugh Crane is John.
Drake, you're too smart for your britches. You haven't got a chance of proving that.
Oh, yes, I have. You and your brother Hugh look enough alike to be twins.
No, wait a minute. Bart, are you saying...
I'm saying, Inspector, that when the elder Crane died, John came up here and lived like a hermit, so people would forget any particular traits he might have had.
Oh, this is utter nonsense.
No, it isn't. You and John did look alike.
Why, you're crazy, Nate Hobart. You never saw them together more than once or twice, and that was 10 years ago.
I remember that they looked alike. They were the same size, too.
Go on, Bart.
John spent those 10 years trying to make himself as much like you as possible. He practiced his gestures and his blustering voice and his handwriting.
That was so he could sign checks, eh?
Yes. John and Daphne wanted the money they felt they'd been cheated out of. They inveigled Hugh up here, murdered him, placed his body in the trunk, and submerged the trunk in the lake, so his features would be decomposed to a point of being unrecognizable.
I get it. Then John, pretending to be Hugh, meant to go back and pick things up where Hugh left off. He and the girl here would be married a second time, and everything would be rosy.
That's it, Inspector. But unfortunately, John made one fatal mistake. Look out, Inspector. He's going to throw that bottle.
Hit him, John.
Put down that bottle around.
Duck, Inspector.
I'll take care of you, gumshoe.
Hit the Inspector right between the eyes. He's heading for the door. Grab him, Hobart.
I can quit it.
Nice work, Hobart.
I learned that one when I played football in college.
Another minute and it would have been too late. Crane had a knife in his hand, the same knife with which he murdered his brother and Albert Evans. Well, how's the head, Inspector?
Okay. That guy was pretty good at throwing bottles.
Yes, and knives, too. I imagine that was another thing he practiced while pretending to live as a hermit.
Well, it's the first time a bottle of scotch ever went to my head. Say, I still don't see why Crane knocked off Evans.
Because Evans was the only man who saw John Crane while he was a hermit. Evans suspected that Hugh was John.
Then why didn't he call the cops?
But he did. Huh? Oh, I beg your pardon, Inspector. Evans called me.
Yeah, I remember. Now, if he...
And, of course, when John realized what Evans had done, he murdered him.
Okay. Now, what was the one fatal mistake that Crane made?
Both John and Daphne wanted to be sure that when the body was finally discovered, it would be decomposed to a point where no one would recognize it. So, John decided to discover the body himself.
So he discovered the body himself?
Yes. But when he told how it happened, he said the trunk was floating.
Something wrong with that?
Plenty, Inspector. If enough water had entered that trunk to decompose the body, it couldn't have been floating. It would have sunk.
Well, now, think of that. Now, wait. I know how you figured it out. You got a hobby.
Yes, Inspector. Mystery is my hobby.
Hello. We're looking for Mr. Tracy Winthrop.
I thought I heard voices out here. Was there something you wanted?
Yes. Are you Tracy Winthrop? I'm Barton Drake.
Drake? Well, I didn't expect you until tomorrow. Yes, I'm Tracy Winthrop. Come in, please.
Excuse me, Mr. Winthrop. There was someone there at the end of the porch who spoke to us. We're curious to know who it was.
Someone spoke to you?
Yes, that's right.
Oh, just a minute. I'll turn on the light. There. Well, the porch seems to be empty, Mr. Drake.
Yes, it does. That's odd.
Odd? It's downright impossible. Look, Mr. Winthrop, both of us heard a voice.
Really? I'm sorry, Mr.
Oh, excuse me. This is my assistant, Noah Danton. Noah, Mr. Tracy Winthrop.
Nice to know you, Inspector Danton. I've read a lot about you.
Inspector, look. How did you know I'm Inspector Danton? Bart and I thought...
Oh, come now, Inspector. When I asked Barton Drake to take my case, I hardly expected him to arrive without you.
After all, it's a well-known fact that Mr. Drake considers you indispensable.
Well, now, Bart, did you hear what the man said?
I certainly did, Inspector, and he's 100% correct.
Well. I always thought...
Now, if you gentlemen are convinced there are no spooks lurking here on the porch, will you step inside, please?
Yes, thank you.
But look, that voice...
The wind plays peculiar tricks at hurricane manner, Inspector. Often we mistake its howling for the whispering of voices.
Whispering? By golly.
Step into my study, please. This is the only room in the house that's soundproof, so we can feel quite free to talk without being overheard. I'll turn on the lights.
Hey, Bart, are we nuts, or did we hear a voice out there on the porch?
Of course we did, Inspector, but for the time being, I think we'd better pretend it was the wind.
There we are. Now, sit down, gentlemen, and make yourselves comfortable.
Thank you.
Say, it's kind of nice in here, isn't it?
Well, it's the only room in the house I've been allowed to fix up to suit my own tastes, Inspector.
Allowed to fix up? I thought you were...
Yes, I know. You thought that being a millionaire, I would be master of my own home. Unfortunately, I'm the victim of circumstances.
Oh, what kind of circumstances, Mr. Winthrop?
Women.
Women?
Yes. 2 nieces and a stepdaughter. One of them is planning on murdering me.
That's a pleasant outlook. What does one of them want to murder you for?
My money, naturally. You see, in my will, I've left everything to my stepdaughter, Lucy.
Mm-hmm. And you think it's Lucy who's planning your murder?
Oh, no. Why should she? Lucy has no way of knowing that she's my heir.
So, do your nieces?
I think they suspect. Mr. Drake, I'd like to appoint you as Lucy's guardian.
What?
Well, that's a new one. How old is Lucy, Mr. Winthrop?
20. She's very attractive.
I'm sorry, Mr. Winthrop. Acting as guardian to an attractive girl is a little out of my line.
Please hear me out, Mr. Drake. Lucy is, shall we say, not a very strong character. She's rather shy and retiring. As soon as I'm dead, my 2 nieces are going to try and influence her to turn my fortune over to them.
You seem very matter-of-fact about all this, Mr. Winthrop.
Cold-blooded murder isn't something that should be spoken of so lightly.
I'm sorry, but being practical in this case is being smart. I know I'm close to death. I want Lucy's interest protected after I'm gone by someone of good sense. That's why I've taken legal steps to make you her guardian, Mr. Drake.
I'm afraid you took too much for granted when you assumed I'd accept the guardianship of your stepdaughter, Mr. Winthrop.
On the contrary, I rather think you'll like the idea. I believe it appeals to you because it smacks of danger.
Danger? What's dangerous about playing nursemaid to a 20-year-old babe?
I explained all that in my letter to Mr. Drake, Inspector. That's why he indicated his willingness to do what I asked by cashing the check I enclosed.
Now, wait a minute. Just what did you explain in the letter?
Explained, Inspector, that there was a possibility of my being murdered.
Yeah, you mentioned that. Why is there a chance of Bart being murdered?
Because, Inspector, after I'm gone and it becomes known that Mr. Drake is Lucy's legal guardian, somebody's going to try and dispose of him.
I don't believe it. Those things only happen in books. Now...
Leave this house, Barton Drake, or you die.
Good heavens, what's that?
It's the voice of death. Where'd it come from, anyway?
Behind you, Inspector.
Behind me? I don't see...
This is the house of doom. Leave before it's too late.
That didn't come from behind me. It came from over there.
It couldn't have. This room is absolutely soundproof.
Tell me, is this the first time you've heard the voice, Mr. Winthrop?
Yes, it is. I can't imagine what its meaning is or how it's possible for us to hear it in this room.
Maybe it's the whispering of the wind.
Is that what you meant when you said you heard a voice out on the porch?
Yes. Are you convinced now that we weren't imagining things, Mr. Winthrop?
Yes, I am. That was a real voice, though inhuman sounding. Drake, this could mean the beginning of the end for me.
Why? What's the voice got to do with you? It was Bart the guy was talking about.
But don't you see? Somehow they've learned that Drake is here. Perhaps they know that I've appointed him Lucy's guardian. They're trying to frighten him away.
I think you're partly right, Mr. Winthrop.
Good Lord, listen to that.
Sounds like the voice of death got it herself.
Yes. I think we'd better find out where that came from right now. Mr. Winthrop, will you lead the way, please?
But the voice was right here in this room.
Obviously, that's incorrect since we can see every section of this room. No, I think if we look carefully, we'll find a loudspeaker attached somewhere and a microphone in some other part of the house.
Say, that could be the answer, couldn't it?
It must be the answer, Inspector. Well, Mr. Winthrop.
All right, come along. We'd better search the bedrooms first. The stairs are at the end of the hall. I'll switch on the lights as we go along.
Stop. Death lurks at the top of the stairs. Beware.
The guy must have a walkie-talkie. That came from over there. Under the stairs.
There's nothing under the stairs. You can see there isn't.
Mr. Winthrop, where's the switch that will turn on the lights at the top of the stairs?
Right there on the wall beside you.
Oh, yes, fine. I'll turn it on. You'd better get out your gun, Inspector.
I've had it out for 5 minutes. Go ahead. Switch on the light.
Good heavens.
That's jumping. Judas, what happened? The lights are out. It's pitch dark.
Must be a short circuit. Mr. Winthrop, Inspector.
Yeah, I'm right here. Hey, Mr. Winthrop. Well, looks like the old boy's left us. He was right there when... What's that? What's going on?
Get out your flashlight, Inspector.
Okay. Hey, well, you dirty...
What's the matter?
Someone knocked the light out of my hand.
Well, pick it up.
Okay. I gotta find it first. Doggone it. I can't see a thing.
Wait a minute, Inspector. I'll light a match.
What is that?
Someone went through that door at the end of the hall. Here's a match. There's your flashlight over against the wall.
All right. Yeah, I got it. Now I can see something. Jumping Judas spot. Look.
Yes. I see it. Winthrop's body.
His body? Do you mean...
Look at his neck, Inspector. There's a strand of wire knotted around it. He's been strangled.
All right, golly. Let me take a look. You're right, Bart. He's dead. Murdered right under our noses.
Yes, and quite cleverly, too. That wire had been fashioned into a noose before the...
Look.
I see.
Here comes the babe with a candle.
Well, gentlemen, you seem to have done rather a thorough job of murdering Uncle Tracy.
Murdering him? Us? Now, look, lady.
You're Inspector Danton, are you not? And this tall gentleman must be Barton Drake.
That's right. And who are you, please?
I? Don't you know? Well, I'm Lucy. Tracy Winthrop was my stepfather.
You're Lucy. And Winthrop must have been giving us a runaround. There's nothing shy and retiring about you.
In the face of death, Inspector Danton, even the shy and retiring are strong. And then, of course, I'm crazy.
Crazy?
Yes. Didn't Father tell you? Oh, yes, I'm crazy. I'm stark staring mad.
Lucy, answer me.
Yes, Cousin Mona.
What are you laughing at? Who turned off the light?
It's Father Tracy, Mona. He's been murdered.
Murdered? What are you talking about? I knew I shouldn't have left that girl alone. Lucy, who are these two men?
I don't know, Cousin Mona. I found them standing here over Father Tracy's dead body.
Good heavens. He's been strangled.
That's right, Miss Evans. You are Miss Evans, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Mona Evans. Who are you? What are you doing here? And who's this other man?
Danton is the name, ma'am. Inspector. Homicide.
Inspector? Then that's why you're here, because Uncle was murdered. Tell me, how did you know? He was alive an hour ago. This is all so confusing. Won't someone kindly explain what it's all about?
They killed him. I saw them. I was standing right there in the doorway.
Oh, hush, hush, Lucy. Policemen don't go around killing people. Now go back to your room.
But I
Go
saw...
back to your room, I say.
All right, Cousin Mona.
Cousin Mona. She's no more my cousin than the man in the moon. Now that Uncle Tracy's dead, I'll have her committed to a home.
You seem rather pleased that your Uncle Tracy is dead, Miss Evans.
Naturally. Helen and I stand to inherit his entire fortune. Why shouldn't we be?
Helen?
She's my sister.
Oh.
We'll share Uncle Tracy's fortune equally.
Where's this Helen now?
She's up in Maine visiting the family of the fiancé. Oh, dear, what a mess this is. I suppose you men are going to insist that Uncle Tracy was murdered?
Yeah. That wire wasn't put around his neck for comfort. Furthermore, we're going to find out who murdered him.
How annoying. Well, I suppose it can't be helped. How long do you think it'll take?
Well, that depends on how cooperative you are, Miss Evans. By the way, who's that standing over there in the doorway?
Where? Oh, that's Grace, our maid. What is it, Grace?
Is something wrong, Miss Mona? The lights went
No,
off.
there's nothing wrong at all, Grace. Mr. Winthrop has been murdered, that's all.
Murdered?
Yes, but don't worry. These gentlemen are here to find out who did it. You can go now.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Grace.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Lucy will be leaving us tomorrow. You can help pack her things.
Leaving? Miss Lucy?
Yes. That's all, Grace.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Evans.
Yes.
I dislike disillusioning beautiful women, but I'm afraid you're taking too much for granted.
Oh?
In the first place, you are our number one suspect.
The idea.
In the second place, you are not the one of the heirs to your uncle's estate. He left everything to Lucy.
Nonsense. I've seen the will, and it's properly...
In the third place, I've been appointed Lucy's legal guardian, and I don't believe she's crazy.
That's ridiculous. Of course she's crazy. She's been crazy for years. Helen and I can prove it.
And I can prove something, too, Miss Evans. I can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt who it was who murdered your uncle.
Now, you can convinced that there aren't any loudspeakers or microphones here in Winthrop's study?
Yes, Inspector. I'm afraid I'll have to admit defeat on that score.
So the voice of doom really does come out of the spirit world, eh?
Inspector, your sense of dramatics sometime proved to be the most ridiculous... Oh, hello, Miss Evans. Come in.
Mr. Drake, if you're so positive who murdered my uncle, why are you going to all this trouble to collect evidence, as you call it?
Knowing a person is guilty of murder and proving it are two different things, Miss Evans.
And Drake doesn't go around putting the finger on people unless he can prove their guilt, lady, so you might as well quit playing hard to get along with.
Oh, all right. What do you want me to do?
First, I'd like to see your uncle's will, the one in which he named you and your sister Helen as his heirs.
I see. You doubt that such a will exists. Very well, I'll show it to you. Uncle Tracy made no secret of it. He kept the will here in his desk drawer. Yes, here it is in the folder. Look it over, Mr. Tracy.
Thank you. This is rather extraordinary. A will and handwriting.
Uncle Tracy was an extraordinary man. The fact that the will is in his handwriting proves it's authentic.
It might, if that's Winthrop's handwriting.
Don't be absurd, Inspector. Of course it's Uncle Tracy's handwriting. A dozen people can and will swear to it.
Tell me, is this the only will that your uncle ever made, Miss Evans?
No. A long time ago, before Lucy became deranged, he made another, naming her as heir.
Mm-hmm. And where's that will now?
I suppose that Attorney Scott Rowland has it in his office. But don't get any ideas. The will you have in your hand outdates the other by months. It's properly witnessed and otherwise quite in order. Now, what else would you like to know, Mr. Drake?
Oh, quite a few things. First of all, the inspector and I would like to search your bedroom.
My bedroom?
Yes. Then we'd like to examine the cellar.
The cellar? What an unusual request. Mr. Drake, are you quite sure you know what you're doing?
I'm very sure, Miss Evans. Furthermore, I'm quite sure that you know what I'm doing, too. Come along, Inspector. Here we are, Inspector. This must be the room.
Yep. I don't know what you expect to find in the babe's bedroom, but hey.
Wow. This is something I didn't expect to find. Were you looking for something, Grace?
I was just cleaning up.
That's a good one. You always start cleaning up by looking inside of desk drawers?
I don't know what you mean.
What's that you're trying to hide behind you, Grace?
It's nothing. Really, it isn't. It's nothing at all.
No, let's see here.
Oh, please. I didn't mean to steal anything.
Well, a book. Now, what the
May
heck?
I see it for a minute, Inspector?
Sure, it's nothing but an ordinary book.
No, it's quite a lot more than an ordinary book. It's Mona Evans' personal diary. Grace, what did you want with this diary?
Oh, I didn't steal it. I didn't. I was only going to dust it off.
Dust it off. But when this babe cleans up a room, she really cleans it, opens drawers.
I suppose you know that people who steal are sent to jail, Grace.
Oh, I wish you would send me to jail. I wish you would. I hate it here. Hate it. Are you really policeman?
Really, policeman? Now, look, lady, this is the first time anyone ever asked me that question.
Why are you so anxious to know if we're really policemen, Grace?
Because if you are, there's something I must tell you.
This is the House of Doom. All who come here must die.
There it is again. The voice. Oh, it's frightening. I know that I'll be next. They told me I would if I...
If you what, Grace?
I can't tell. I can't. I'll die if I do. They said I would.
Who said you would?
She did. The voice. She said that Mr. Winthrop would die, and then she said I would. Oh, I'm so frightened.
No. There's no need to be frightened, Grace. You're not going to die.
I am. I know I am. I'm so afraid.
No. Inspector and I'll take you to your quarters, Grace, and you can lock yourself in your room until we get back.
Where are you going?
Down in the cellar. And when we return, we'll have the voice of doom with us.
What are we stopping here in the kitchen for? I thought we were going down and trap the voice of doom.
Let me see.
Hey, Bart.
Oh, yes, Inspector. We are going down and trap the voice of doom. But first, I want to check through this diary.
Why? You expect to find a confession of murder there?
No. Miss Evans couldn't have had time to record the murder since it only occurred an hour ago. Be reasonable, Inspector.
Okay, then what are you looking for?
A confession of murder, Inspector.
A confession? Now, wait a minute, Bart.
All right, Inspector. I found what I wanted. Get out your flashlight and let's go. Looks rather forbidding down there, doesn't it?
There's a light switch on the wall. No light.
No, I didn't expect there would be. Did you, Inspector? Someone in this household is mighty handy with electric wires. Point your flashlight down the stairs, Inspector.
What are we looking for? That's what I want to know.
We're looking for the door to the furnace room, Inspector. Yes, this is it, all right.
Furnace? What are you going to do, start a fire?
We might have to smoke out the voice of doom at that.
Well, there's no furnace in here.
No. Appears to be nothing but a storeroom.
Hey, someone shut the door.
Not only shut it, but locked it.
Why, they're dirty. Hey, open this door. Open it!
No use, Inspector. Whoever locked us in here intended that we should stay.
So the great Barton Drake stepped into my little trap.
Where'd that come from?
That grating up near the ceiling, I think, Inspector. It's an air duct from a furnace.
From the furnace?
Yes. This house is heated with a hot air system, Inspector, which means that there are one or more registers in each room. Now, any sound made inside the unlighted furnace would produce a hollow intonation which could be heard throughout the building.
So that's where the voice of doom came from, eh?
There's no doubt about it, Inspector.
How very clever you are, Barton Drake. You fool. You were warned. Now you must die.
Die, she says. What's she going to do, scare us to death?
Nothing so naive, Inspector Danton. Listen.
Hey, that sounds like escaping gas.
Inspector, that is escaping gas. It's coming through that air duct.
Well, of all the corny gimmicks. Hey, shut off the gas before I... before
you what, Inspector?
Don't waste your breath talking, Inspector. You need all you have before we get out of this one. Pull that box over here.
Box, what for? What are you going to do?
I'm going to stand on it and stuff my coat into that air duct. Hurry now.
Okay. Stuffing up that hole isn't going to keep all the gas from getting in here. I'm beginning to feel lightheaded already. But we're doomed.
Nonsense. There we are. That'll keep most of the gas out. All right, Inspector. Start shooting.
Shooting? Shooting at what?
The lock, of course. 2 or 3 slugs should ruin it completely.
Oh, say, that's a good idea. Funny I never thought of it.
Hurry up.
Okay, here goes. That ought to do it.
Better. I am beginning to feel lightheaded.
Okay, Bart. Come on, it's open.
Fine. Keep your flashlight handy, Inspector. The voice of doom must be somewhere nearby, and we're going to find her.
There's a door over there, maybe...
Shh. Listen.
What'd you hear?
I'm not sure. Come over this way.
Hey, Bart, look.
As I said, behind that barrel. Come on, Inspector.
No, you don't, sister. Stay right where you are.
Grab her, Inspector.
I'll grab her, all right. Come here, you.
Let me alone. Let me alone.
Well, but Judas, it's Lucy.
Yes. Shy and retiring little Lucy.
You let me alone. You can't arrest me. I'm crazy. Everybody knows I'm crazy.
You're telling us?
What's going on down there? Lucy?
Mona, help, help!
I'm afraid your cousin Mona won't be of much help, Lucy.
Here she comes, and the maid's with her.
Lucy, what happened? What's all this shooting about?
I think you know what the shooting was about, Mona.
Oh, I do. Tell him I'm crazy, Mona. Tell him I'm not responsible for what I do.
Before you answer that, Mona, let me tell you something.
Well?
In the first place, I'm going to ask Inspector Danton to arrest you for being an accomplice in the murder of your Uncle Tracy Winthrop.
You what?
And in the second place, I'm going to ask the inspector to arrest this young lady here as the actual murderess.
Wait a minute, Bart. Do you mean you want me to arrest this one?
That's right, Inspector.
But this is Lucy. She's the old man's stepdaughter. Oh, so she's crazy.
I'm afraid you're wrong, Inspector. She's not crazy. In fact, she's not even Lucy.
Huh? What was that, Bart?
The young lady's name, Inspector, is Helen. She's Mona's sister. And this girl here who's been posing as a maid is Lucy. Isn't that right, young lady?
I'm not supposed to.
Shut up, you. If you open your mouth, I'll...
No, you won't do anything. Stand back and let the girl talk. Go on, miss.
All right. I'll tell you. They threatened to kill me if I did, but now that Father's gone, I don't care anymore. I'm Lucy. They made me pretend I was a maid. They killed Father. They've been planning...
you little wretch. I told you I'd kill you, and I will.
Put down that gun, Mona. Inspector.
Yeah, I got it. All right, lady. Take it easy.
Let go of me. Let go of me.
Mr. Drake.
Hmm? Oh, yes, Grace.
You can call me Lucy now. That's my real name.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry. What was it you wanted, Lucy?
Are you and Inspector Danton leaving now?
Yes, we are. But don't you worry. You'll be all right. There's no one around to bother you now.
But I thought...
Yes?
Well, if Father appointed you my guardian, well, I hate being left alone and...
Yes, I see what you mean. It wouldn't be quite right to leave you here all alone, would it?
Well, tomorrow I could go to Ann Fulton's house and my best friend, and they want me to live with them. And...
Okay, Bart, we're all set. Those two babes are taken care of, and I drove the car all the way up the hill. Say, what's the matter?
Inspector, I was wondering...
Oh, you don't have to brag. I caught on to the gimmick almost as soon as you did. It was the book.
Book? What book, Inspector?
The one with the writing in it. The diary that the young miss here was trying to steal.
Oh.
Hey, by the way, what did you want to steal it for, miss?
Well, you see, Inspector, I knew that Mona had been practicing Father's handwriting for months. I also knew she kept a diary, so I reasoned that the more accurate she became in writing like Father, the more the entries she made in the diary would resemble his hand.
Say, you're pretty smart. You figured it right. The last entries in the diary were written in exactly the same hand as that phony will.
And that meant that Mona forged the will, didn't it?
Right. They suspected that you knew what they were up to, so they forced you to play the part of the maid.
And then Helen pretended she was me and tried to make you think she was crazy. And later on, they tried to work it out so that I'd be committed to a home.
That's it. There's only one thing I can't figure out. Why did Mr. Drake here become suspicious in the first place?
Oh, I know the answer to that. When Helen first spoke to him, posing as me, she referred to Father as Uncle Tracy. You see, I'd naturally speak of him as Father.
Well, did you figure that one out, too?
Oh, no. Mr. Drake told me.
Oh, he did?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm glad you let me in on it. Bart would needle me about it all the way back to New York because I didn't notice. Hey, Bart.
Yeah?
Let's get going. I'm going to be back in New York tomorrow.
Sorry, Inspector.
Now, what do you mean, sorry, Inspector?
I'm leaving, but you're not.
What the devil are you...
We can't just go off and leave this little girl here by herself. One of us will have to remain until she can make arrangements with her friends.
Well, now, let's me out. Guardian Drake is the boy.
Guardian Drake is returning to New York, Inspector. As the policeman in charge of this case, it's up to you to stick on the job.
Nothing doing. Look, I'm a cop, not a nursemaid. Hey, Bart, come back here. This is your job.
Sorry, old boy, playing nursemaid isn't my job or hobby. Writing is my job, and
mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Mrs. Sally Anders had been found dead in the kitchen of her home in the town of Walkerville. An autopsy revealed that she died of poisoning. Fred Anders, her husband, accused of murdering his wife, had escaped capture, and for the past 10 days had been a fugitive from justice. On the evening of the 10th day, I had an unexpected caller at my apartment. Yes?
You Barton Drake?
Yes, I'm Drake. Will you come in?
Yeah. You alone here?
Yes, I'm alone. Sit over there, please.
I'll talk from here.
As you like. Well?
Well, what?
You said that you talk from here. What would you like to talk about?
I guess you don't know who I am.
Oh, yes, I'm quite aware of who you are. You're Fred Anders, wanted for the murder of your wife, Sally Anders.
You're a cool one, Drake. I heard you were pretty clever. Now, get Fred Anders. What are you going to do about it?
Nothing at all. As long as you keep your hand in the pocket of your jacket.
That's smart. I've got a gun in this pocket, Drake.
I haven't the slightest doubt of it, Mr. Anders.
I guess I will. Sit down.
Fine. There's a comfortable chair. I'll sit over here where you can keep your eye on me.
Yes. It's a good idea. Maybe you're wondering why I dropped in on you like this, huh?
I suspect that your purpose is to tell me you didn't murder your wife.
Yeah? How'd you figure that out?
Didn't take a great deal of figuring, Anders. Obviously, there'd be no other reason why you'd pay me a call.
That's what I call being real smart.
Thank you again.
Now, Drake, listen to me. I didn't do it. So help me, I didn't.
The police seem to think
otherwise. The police, those dumb, flat-footed cunts.
Come, Mr. Anders. The police aren't always wrong. All the evidence pointed to your
What evidence? The fact that Sally and I had quarreled? The fact that I had threatened to kill her? Does that prove a man guilty of murder?
The fact that you ran away and have been in hiding ever since your wife's death doesn't help your case any, Mr. Anders.
It doesn't prove me guilty yet. I'm not a fool. What would you have done?
Never having killed anyone, I don't know.
And I haven't killed anyone either. Drake,
You've got to help me.
Oh?
Now, Drake, listen to me. You don't know what it's like to be hunted and hounded, to be afraid of your own shadow, to jump every time a car backfires.
No, I'm afraid I don't.
I haven't slept for days, Drake. I haven't eaten. I can't stand it much longer. I think I'm going crazy.
I think I can appreciate how you must feel.
Help me, Drake. You've a reputation for shooting square. I've got money. I'll pay you.
That's hardly an inducement, Mr. Anders. If you're guilty, it would be impossible for me to prove you innocent.
But I'm not guilty, I tell you. Would I take a chance in coming here if I were? Would I be willing to risk everything on the one hope that you'd give me a break?
No, Mr. Anders, I don't think you would.
Well, then you believe me. Huh?
For the moment, I'll withhold my opinion, and I'll give you a chance to prove your faith in me.
I'll do anything. Believe me, I will.
Then give yourself up to the police.
Give myself up?
Yes. If you know that you're innocent and you believe I can help you, there should be no objection.
So that's your game.
I haven't any game, Anders. You're a fugitive from the police.
Why, you dirty, double-crossing rat. So you want me to give myself up? You want to get credit for capturing Fred Anders by talking him into it? So that's the kind of a guy you are, huh?
Those are my terms, Anders. Take them or leave them.
Take them or leave them, huh? I'll show you what I'll do to him.
Put down that gun, Anders. A second murder isn't going to help you.
There hasn't been a first yet.
Now, look, Bart. Let me get this straight. This guy Anders came up to your apartment and tried to get you to investigate the murder of his wife.
Yes, that's right, Inspector.
You refused, and he took a swipe at you with his gun.
Yes, naturally I grappled with him and the gun went off.
The bullet missed, but he knocked you out by hitting you with the gun barrel.
That's right. He knocked me out, all right. What, Inspector?
I smell something.
Oh?
You know what you should have done the minute you came to your senses?
No, I don't. What, Inspector?
You should have called the police and reported what had happened. After all, Anders is a fugitive from
But I did call the police and reported what happened, Inspector.
Huh? What do you mean? You said yourself that you called me the minute you woke up.
I did, Inspector. You're a policeman, aren't you?
Huh? Oh, yeah, I guess I am at that. Yeah, but look now.
Oh, come, Inspector. You'd like credit for capturing the murderer of Sally Anders, wouldn't you?
Sure. You mean you know where Fred Anders is hiding?
I'm not interested in where Fred Anders is hiding, Inspector. I'm only interested in apprehending the murderer of his wife. That's where we're going now.
Oh, my gosh. Do you mean that Anders talked you into believing he was innocent?
No, on the contrary, Inspector. I talked him into talking me into it.
What kind of double talk is that?
Fred Anders, Inspector, had a chance to kill me. He didn't, even though I made him mad enough to want to.
So that proves he didn't murder his wife, eh?
While we were struggling for the gun, I warned Anders that a second murder wouldn't help him any.
Mighty decent of you.
Anders replied that there hadn't been a first yet.
You fellas didn't discuss the weather, too, did you?
So you see, Inspector, I did my duty as a citizen by trying to capture a fugitive, and I discovered that the fugitive was innocent of the crime as charged.
Now, that makes sense. That does. Look.
And now I've eased my conscience by reporting the incident to the police, and everything's fine.
I knew I smelled something. Somehow or other, I always turn out to be the fall guy in these deals.
No such thing, Inspector. When we return from Walkerville, you're going to be a hero who captured the murderer of Sally Anders.
What are we stopping here for? This isn't where Fred Anders lived. I saw pictures of the place.
No, this is the home of Miss Emma Bemis, Inspector.
Oh, the babe who discovered the body, eh?
Yes, that's right. I see she's working in that garden patch over there. Come on, let's go find out.
Well, she sees us coming. Say, she's as good looking as her picture.
Yes, I see she is. Good morning. Are you Miss Emma Bemis?
Oh, my goodness. You must be strangers around here. Everybody knows I'm Emma Bemis.
One of those.
Careful, Inspector. Yes, we are strangers in Walkerville, Miss Bemis. I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Denton.
Hi.
Barton Drake? What a wonderful name.
Well, what's the matter with that? And that name's been in our family for years.
Look, you're stepping right in my petunia bed. Oh, you big
Now,
hungry...
don't get excited. I'm not stepping on your doggone petunias.
Those big feet. Now I'll have to plant the whole plot over again.
Well, for God's sake, how did I know?
Stand over there, Inspector. You'll be all right.
I'm all right anyhow.
Of course you are. Miss Bemis, would you mind...
Yes, Barton? You don't care if I call you Barton, do you?
Not at all. Emma?
Here we go again.
It's such a lovely name.
Yes. Miss, Emma, Inspector Danton and I are investigating the murder of Sally Anders.
Sally?
Yes. It was you who discovered the body, wasn't it?
Sure. I mean, yes. Say, wait a minute. Are you two gentlemen officers?
Well, yes. In a manner of speaking, we are.
And you come on a wild goose chase. It was Fred, Sally's husband, who murdered her.
Who says so?
Ebenezer Pringle says so. He's our chief of police. I guess I ought to know since it was I who discovered the body.
Well, look, lady, just because you discovered the
I was
body...
the most important witness at the coroner's inquest.
Yeah, but...
My picture was in every newspaper in the country.
So what? My picture's been in the newspapers, too.
But they called me the beautiful Miss Bemis, who lived next door.
I was known as Dandy Danton, the Beau Brummel of Delancey Street.
Inspector.
Huh?
Emma, would you mind telling us the exact circumstances under which you discovered Sally Anders' body?
Circumstances?
Yes.
There weren't any circumstances. I just went over there and found it.
Oh. Well, what was your reason for calling on the Anders that morning?
Reason? No reason. I just decided to call on them the way neighbors do.
That's no answer.
Well, it should be. Sally and I had a cup of coffee together most every morning of the week. Oh, poor Sally.
Why, poor Sally.
Why, poor Sally?
Yeah.
Well, how would you like it if your husband was always threatening to murder you?
I haven't got a husband.
Oh, dear Inspector. Emma, are we to understand that you knocked on the Anders' door? When no one answered it, you opened the door, walked in, and found Mrs. Anders lying on the floor?
Oh, no. No, it wasn't like that at all.
Oh?
The door was locked. That's what made me suspicious.
Well, I see.
No one ever locks their doors in Walkerville. Naturally, I knew something was wrong.
Naturally. And what did you do?
Do I have to tell, Barton?
I'd appreciate it if you would, Emma.
Would you, Barton?
Pardon me, if I'm in the way.
Now, just keep your big feet out of the petunias, Inspector, and everything's going to be all right.
Oh, is that so?
Now, as you were saying, Emma, what did you do when you found the door locked?
I looked through the keyhole.
Well, you little rascal.
And you saw Sally Anders' body lying on the floor?
Yes. It was right there in front of the door.
Then what did you do?
Well, I screamed, naturally.
I'll bet.
And I suppose somebody heard you screaming and summoned Chief Pringle?
That's exactly what happened. My, you're clever, Barton.
Yeah, clever. Emma, let me tell you about the time...
All right, Inspector.
Huh?
Emma, thank you very much for answering all our questions. You've helped us immeasurably. Oh. Now, come on, Dandy Danton. Get your big feet out of the petunia bed. We've got work to do.
Now, look, Bart, we can't just go in and bust into the Anders home without a warrant. No one's living in the place, and... yeah? What's the matter?
There is someone living in the Anders home. I just saw movement behind those curtains.
Huh? Where? I didn't see anything.
You didn't?
No.
Perhaps I was mistaken.
Mistaken? You? Now, wait a minute, Bart. You're not admitting a mistake, are you?
I'm sure I was mistaken. You know, my imagination's been playing tricks on me lately.
Imagination, eh? Now, that's something I never expected to
Come along, Inspector. Let's check and make sure, shall we?
Yeah, that's one way of finding out. Hey, where you going?
Round the back door.
The back door? But look, the front door's right here, and it's only polite...
I think we'd better try the back door first, Inspector.
Oh, all right. Have it your way. Hey, the place is kind of run down looking, isn't it?
Yeah. It hasn't been occupied since the day of the inquest. I'll knock.
Well, it looks as though you did make a mistake after all.
Let's try the door. I'm just not sure.
It's open. That doesn't mean anything, though. Emma the Beauty just told us that no one in Walkerville ever locked their doors.
Miss Bemis also pointed out that Sally Anders did lock her door on the day she was murdered. Come on, Inspector, let's look around.
Deserted houses always give me the creeps. What do they keep the shades pulled down for? What do you want me to shush for? There's no one here. You said yourself that you...
No door, Inspector!
Yeah, it came from upstairs.
Take it easy, Inspector. This may be a trap.
Yeah, it might be a trap. Well, the upstairs hall is deserted.
Expected the would be, didn't you?
Oh, sure, yeah. Whoever fired the shot must be behind one of those doors.
Yes. Let's try them one at a time. One here will be number one.
Were you looking for someone?
Who the devil are you?
I'm Carol Anders. Who are you, please?
Who are we? Did you get that far?
I couldn't very well help but get it, Inspector. It's Miss Anders. You must be a relative of Fred Anders.
Of course. I'm his sister. Now, what is it you want?
What do we want? What do you think we want with everyone yelling and shooting off guns?
Shooting off guns? I don't believe I understand.
Don't believe you want... Now, whoa, wait a minute. You mean you didn't hear any shots?
Of course I didn't. I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about.
Well, I'll be a monkey.
Furthermore, if you don't leave at once, I'll call the police.
The police? I'm the police. Now, look.
Inspector, Miss Anders, I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Danton.
Hi.
Yesterday, your brother called on me in my apartment
You're
and asked if...
Barton Drake?
Yes.
But I thought that...
Well, you thought what?
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Drake.
Now that the formal introductions are over, I'd like to know which one of us is nuts. I heard a shot. I heard two shots.
Just a minute, Inspector.
Huh?
Miss Anders, you can only have one purpose in being in this house. You believe your brother is innocent.
Oh, I do. I know he didn't kill Sally.
And you hope that if you spend some time here, you'll find something that will substantiate your belief?
Yes, there must be something. There must be.
Yes, there is, Miss Anders. There's a good deal. It just occurred to me what it is. Inspector, I want you to pay Chief Ebenezer Pringle a visit. Ask him to let us have a copy of the report on the autopsy that was performed on Sally Anders.
But wait a minute, Bart. There was a shot. 2 shots. A scream. I heard him. You heard him, too.
Are you going to search the barn, Mr. Drake?
Would you rather I didn't, Miss Anders?
Well, I don't think there could possibly be anything in there.
All right, Miss Anders. I think we can skip the barn for the time being and take a look in this lean-to.
But there's nothing in there except odds and ends of farming equipment.
And trash barrels, Miss Anders.
Trash barrels?
Yes. Uh-oh.
What in the world are you removing that for?
Because I think it will help in proving who murdered your brother's wife, Miss Anders. By the way, was it raining on the day Sally Anders was found murdered?
Raining?
Yes.
Why, I don't know. Wait a minute. No, it wasn't. We had a hard rain the day before.
The day before? Are you sure?
Yes, I'm positive. Why?
By Jove, Miss Anders, let's find. Come along with me. Inspector Danton will be back in a moment, and we'll...
Oh, here comes Emma Bemis,
Yes,
the busybody. I was hoping she wouldn't discover that I was staying here.
I know what you mean. Miss Bemis seems to be carrying something.
It's a pie. She's forever baking them. It gives her an excuse to call on the neighbors.
Oh, Barton!
Mm-hmm.
I thought you'd like... Oh. Carol Anders. Well, whoever would have thought you'd have the nerve to come back here?
And why shouldn't I have the nerve to come back, Emma?
Why, she asked. Well, if my brother had murdered his wife...
Fred didn't murder Sally. He didn't, I tell you, and don't you dare say he did.
Well, I like that. Telling me he didn't do it when I found the body. When I was chief witness at the coroner's inquest.
When your picture was in every newspaper in the country.
Have you told Mr. Drake that picture was taken 5 years ago?
Why,
I suppose at this point it would be appropriate for me to make a noise like a cat. Meow. Now, suppose we go in the house and try one of Miss Bemis's pies. I'm sure it will taste better than...
eat poison.
I can understand that. You and your brother should know all about poison, Carol Anders. Don't forget it was poison that killed Sally.
You're so right. And here comes Inspector Danton with the proof. Hello, Inspector. Did you get the autopsy report?
Yeah, I got it. That Ebenezer guy was kind of tough. Well, if it isn't Emma the Beauty.
Don't get fresh, Sandy Danton. What did the autopsy report reveal, Inspector Danton?
Just what the newspaper said, lady. Sally Anders died of HCN poisoning.
HCN. Are you sure, Inspector?
Sure, I'm sure. Here it is. Right here.
Death due to a dose of HCN poisoning. Traces of a mild sedative also found. By Jove, that's the answer.
Answer to what?
To the identity of the real murderer, Inspector. Miss Anders, may I have your handbag, please?
My handbag? Whatever in the world?
If you don't mind.
No, give that back.
Inspector?
Yeah, I got it. Take it easy, lady.
Let go of me.
I knew you had something to do with this, Carol Anders.
Just as I thought. Miss Anders, have you a permit to carry this gun in your handbag?
It isn't any of your business whether I have or not.
So I wasn't nuts. I did hear some shots. And it was this babe who fired them.
That's right, Inspector, it was. She fired them to attract our attention so we'd rush upstairs.
Why? What did she want us to rush upstairs for?
Tell the Inspector, Miss Anders.
You're so clever. You tell him, Mr. Criminologist.
I'll be glad to, Miss Anders. There was someone else in the house with you, someone you didn't want us to see.
Someone else? Then it must
Miss Anders shot her gun and screamed so that we'd rush upstairs and give that other person a chance to escape.
Fine thing. So we let the murderer run out from under our noses, eh?
You're so clever, Mr. Drake.
On the contrary, Inspector, the other occupant of the house didn't escape. Miss Anders made that obvious when she asked me not to search the barn.
I did no such thing.
And so, Inspector, I think it would be a good idea if you stepped over to the barn and placed Mr. Fred Anders under arrest.
Okay, Anders, inside.
Shoving me, Danton. Well, Drake, this makes your double cross 100%, doesn't it?
Sit down, Anders. Miss Bemis was just about to cut one of her famous pies.
Not for him, I wasn't.
Oh, Fred, I'm sorry.
Never mind, Carol. It was no fault of yours. Well, Drake, go ahead and make a hero out of yourself by sending an innocent man to the chair.
I don't intend to send an innocent man to the chair, Anders. In fact, I don't intend to send a man to the chair at all.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, Miss Anders, it wasn't a man who murdered Sally Anders. It was a woman.
Then it must have been Carol. She was the only woman mixed up in the ugly business.
Wait a minute, Emma, my beauty. You were around, and you're a woman, or you've been overacting.
The idea.
That's right, Inspector. Emma was around. It was she who administered the poison.
See?
How dare you say such a thing?
Oh, Bart's a great hand at saying daring things, eh, Bart? Sit still, Petunia. I mean, Emma.
Anders, before you left the house on the morning of your wife's murder, did you quarrel with her?
Well, sure. I'm not denying that.
What were you quarreling about?
Why, what difference does it make?
A lot. You'd been having a romance with Emma Bemis, hadn't you?
Hadn't you? Not really. Emma and I were just friendly. Sally was always nagging, and Emma and I...
Fred Anders, how dare you imply that
stop asking people how they dare things. Keep quiet,
You quarreled with your wife that morning, Anders, and left in a rage. Emma was outside listening. After a while, she came in and pretended to comfort Mrs. Anders. The two women sat down over a cup of coffee to talk the thing out.
Full of all the outlandish notions.
Emma had some HCN poisoning in a vial. Now, HCN is such a bad odor and taste that only a few drops would make any amount of food unpalatable.
Well, there. How could I have forced Sally to take any?
By first dropping a mild sedative into her coffee, Emma, which made her drowsy. Then, pretending to revive her, you forced more coffee between her lips, coffee that contained HCN poisoning.
It's a lie. It's a black lie.
Then you took your own cup out to the trash barrel and disposed of it. So it would appear that Sally Anders had been drinking coffee alone.
Oh, I didn't. You can't prove it.
I think I can prove it, Miss Bemis. It had rained the day before. On the morning of Sally Anders' murder, you worked for a while in your petunia bed. Some of the soil clung to your shoes. You left tracks near the trash barrel.
Jumping Judas. I got some of that petunia bed soil on my shoes.
You are right, Inspector. You have, and we can analyze the contents and prove that...
All right, I did it. Fred said he wouldn't marry me because of Sally, even though he hated her. So I studied up on poison. It seemed easy. I didn't think they'd blame Fred. If Drake had known about HCN...
Well, Bart, here
here we are, back at the Lamplighters Club.
Mm-hmm.
How about a game of chess?
No, Inspector.
No, what do you mean no? We always play a game before...
Hold on, Mr. Gate. I'll plug it in here.
Oh, thank you, Jimmy. Hello. Yes, this is Barton Drake. Oh, hello, Miss Sanders. What? They've been wondering what aroused my suspicions when Emma told me she peered through the keyhole and saw Sally.
Yeah, I'd like to know about that, too.
Well, it was obvious she was lying, Miss Sanders. Did you ever try to peer through the keyhole of a Yale lock?
Well, I'll be...
What's that? Well, that sounds very nice. I certainly will.
You won't. Now, wait a minute, Bart. Don't forget...
Quiet, Inspector.
Yeah, but look, I'm only trying to say...
Well, thank you, Miss Sanders. I know I'll enjoy it.
No, you won't. It'll be a bust.
Oh, what a pity.
He's gone.
No, I can't do that. You see, mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place last fall. I'd retired early after spending an evening with Inspector Noah Danton at the Lamplighters Club. It must have been about 3 o'clock in the morning when my telephone began to ring. There. That last telephone. Probably Inspector Danton. Hello.
Hello. Is this Barton Drake?
Yes, this is Drake. Who's calling?
Well, this is Guy Walters. Can you come out to 146 West Chestnut Street right away? There's been a murder.
If there's been a murder, why haven't you called the police? I wish people would realize
that... murdered was Mrs. Stella Dix.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning. What did you say?
Mrs. Stella Dix. Under the circumstances, you can probably understand why we haven't called the police, Mr. Drake.
Yes, of course. What did you say that address was?
146 West Chestnut.
146. Very well. I'll be there within a half hour. Tell absolutely no one that this has happened.
So, you told this guy Walters to tell nobody that Stella Dix had been murdered, and then you wake me up to tell me. Is that right, Bart?
Yes, that's right, Inspector. You see, you are a policeman.
Yeah, but I thought Guy Walters didn't want the cops in on the deal.
No, he didn't, Inspector. However, when a murder has been committed, it's necessary to have an officer around, and you men can be trusted.
Yeah.
See, Inspector, if Stella Dix has actually been murdered, it's going to make a profound influence on how the voters cast their ballots next week.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
This is the first time that a woman has come close to being elected to the United States Senate in this state. It's important to know how she died, who's responsible for her death before the voting starts.
You mean you think her opponent might have killed her?
No, Inspector, not that. But suppose at the last moment, Mrs. Dix had decided to change her stand on the Interstate Commerce Bill. Suppose someone who would be personally affected by that change of attitude decided to do something about it.
Like knocking her off before the old girl's decision was made known to the press, eh?
Exactly, Inspector. Stella Dix is, was one of the most brilliant personalities of our day, Inspector. She has a large following, people who believe in her implicitly.
And a switch in policy on her part would come the works, eh?
Yes, that's one way of putting it, Inspector.
Okay. Now, where did this murder take place?
I don't know. Guy Walters asked me to come to 146 Chestnut Street. That's the Dix home.
Isn't Guy Walters Stella Dix's campaign manager?
Yes, that's right.
And isn't he president of the Walters Trucking Company?
Yes, I think he is, Inspector.
Well, then.
So, Walters murdered her because Stella decided to change her policy, thereby affecting his trucking business, eh?
Well, it's a motive.
Yes, it would be, Inspector. If Stella had decided to change her policy. This is the house, I think.
Yeah, 146. Well, let's go up and start the old routine.
Right.
Shall I ring the bell, or do we go busting in?
Well, I think it would be polite if we rang. Well.
You're Barton Drake.
That's right.
We've been waiting for you. I'm Penelope Gage. Oh, you have someone with you?
Yes, this is Inspector Noah Danton, Miss Gage.
Hi.
But the police...
Yes, I know. Mr. Waters preferred that the police were not to be notified. However,
Of course. I'm sure the presence of Inspector Danton will be a help to us. Come in, please.
Thank you. Miss Gage, you are Stella Dix's secretary, aren't you?
Yes, I was. Guy called me directly after it happened, and I came over immediately.
Well, when did it happen, and where, and why?
I can answer your first two questions, Inspector Danton, but I'm afraid that... Oh, here comes Guy now. He can tell you.
Hello, Drake.
Hello, Walter.
Oh, who's this gentleman?
Never mind, Bart. I'll tell him. I'm tired of being apologized for. The name is Danton, Inspector Noah Danton.
Oh, yes, of course, Danton. I've heard of you. Your name is frequently mentioned in connection with Drake's work.
Yeah.
Drake, I appreciate you being willing to make an investigation before notifying the police. You see,
Now, wait a minute, Junior. You got your wires crossed. I'm the police.
Huh? Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Well, then I imagine Penny's given you all the details.
No, I haven't. I thought you'd be better at that, Guy.
Huh? Very well. Well, it was like this. Stella came over to my house tonight to discuss the campaign. Penny was also there, and Otto, Stella's husband.
You four were the only ones present?
Yes. We broke up about 2 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
Stella and Otto decided to walk home. It's only a few blocks. About 3/4 of an hour later, Otto called and asked me to come over. I couldn't understand him very well, but, well, I came nevertheless.
Yes, and what did you find?
Stella was dead. She'd been beaten to death with a hammer wrapped in a newspaper. Otto was wounded, but had crawled into the house, bound a towel around his head, and called me.
Then the murder took place outside the house?
Yes. Just as they turned up the walk from the street. Apparently, the murderer or murderers had been waiting behind the shrubbery that grows there.
I didn't see any shrubbery.
Well, you should go out and look again.
Huh?
Otto's upstairs in his room, Drake. I suppose you'd like to hear the story from him firsthand.
Yeah, and we'd like to ask what decision Stella Dix came to tonight at your house regarding the interstate commerce business.
In good time, Inspector. Drake, I have the hammer and the newspaper in which it was wrapped in the next room.
Oh, good.
I found them lying beside the body. Possibly you'd like to examine them.
Yes, I would. Did you find anything else?
No, that's all.
How about the body?
Where's that? Upstairs. I carried Stella to her room.
You mean you moved the body without a coroner?
Well, naturally, I couldn't just leave her out there in the street. No, Penny, have I omitted anything?
Nothing except that you murdered Stella.
What was that?
You murdered her, Guy. It's silly to deny it. You were the only one who had a motive.
What you hope? No. What's that, Inspector?
I hope it was Wallace who committed the murder.
You do? Why?
I don't like him.
Oh, come, Inspector.
Oh, all right. What's that you got?
It's the murder hammer, Inspector. If it weren't for the fact that the handle was broken and held together with picture wire, I'd say that Mrs. Dix's murderer was a homicidal maniac.
You would? Why?
Because most hammer murderers are committed by maniacs, Inspector. And in practically every case, their weapons have been nice new hammers.
You're right. Now, why do you figure the killer wrapped his hammer in that newspaper? And why do you figure he left the hammer at the scene of the crime?
Well, he probably left the hammer there, so we would think the killer was a homicidal maniac. And he probably wrapped the hammer in a newspaper so there wouldn't be any fingerprints, Inspector.
But we think otherwise, eh? Mm-hmm. We know that there will be fingerprints on the newspaper, don't we, Bud?
I'm afraid, Inspector, we're going to find that the killer's prints aren't on this newspaper. Look here.
Well, what do you know? The outside page has been torn off.
Yes, and that's the page in which the killer's fingerprints would have been. Inspector, I think we've really stepped into one this time. Come on, let's go upstairs and have a talk with Otto Dix.
And that's about all I can tell you, gentlemen. As Stella and I approached the house, someone jumped on us from behind. I was immediately knocked unconscious. When I regained my senses, Stella was lying beside me on the sidewalk.
Mm-hmm. Did you know she was dead at the time, Mr. Dix?
No, I spoke to her, but she didn't answer. She's a fairly large woman, and I knew I couldn't move her, especially in my weakened condition.
So you crawled into the house and got to a telephone?
That's right, Inspector Danton.
Shouldn't you have called a doctor for yourself, Mr. Dix? That wound looks pretty bad.
No, I'm getting along fine. Please don't call a doctor. Oh, Mr. Drake, you must know what this will mean if the news gets out.
We both know, but the news has got to get out sometime.
Oh, yes, of course. But I was hoping that Mr. Drake could apprehend the murderer before the story reached the papers. You see, if the man I suspect is guilty, it'll make a great deal of difference.
Oh, so. And whom do you suspect, Mr. Dix?
Clarence Adams.
Adams? Your wife's opponent for the senatorial chair, eh?
Yes. Oh, I don't imagine that Adams attacked us personally, but if it were proven that he'd hired some thug, well, you can understand what it would mean.
Yes, quite. If Adams is responsible for your wife's murder, I hardly think he would get many votes.
Exactly. On the other hand, if Terrence is innocent, I shouldn't want to hurt his campaign.
Well, that's very fair of you, Mr. Dix. Tell me, did your wife discuss with you the possibility of changing her views on the Interstate Commerce Bill?
Well, briefly, yes. I urged her to maintain her original stand, but I doubt if my argument had much effect.
I see. And what was the nature of your argument, Mr. Dix?
Nature? Why, I just reasoned it was rather late in her campaign to make such a drastic step. Her platform had been too firmly established.
I see. If Mrs. Dix had decided to take your advice, how would that have benefited you, Mr. Dix?
Benefit me? I beg your pardon?
I understand that you and Terrence Adam were one-time partners. You owned and operated a road construction business. I was thinking that possibly a coastal truck route might have...
That's ridiculous. I don't know where you got your information, Drake, but, well, it's entirely incorrect. I've been retired from active business for several years.
I see. I beg your pardon, sir. Thank you. I didn't know that, Mr. Dix. Come along, Inspector.
Yeah.
I think we'd better step across the hall and have a look at the body of Mrs. Dix.
If you gentlemen will excuse me, I'd like to lie down.
Certainly, Mr. Dix. Get some rest. We'll see you later.
Well, there she is. I wish that Walters mug hadn't moved her.
Yeah. Why?
Why? It's against the law, for one thing.
Inspector, she's pretty severely beaten. Have you any other reasons, Inspector?
Sure, I have other reasons. The position of the body, the condition of the body. Oh, there are 100 reasons, and you know it.
Yes, you're quite right, Inspector. Mrs. Dix was a handsome woman, wasn't she?
Sure, everybody knows. That's one reason she had a chance of winning the election.
You know, I admire intelligent women who have the good sense not to neglect their looks. Especially, look at that now. Except for the wounds about her head, Mrs. Dix is perfectly groomed. Now, Inspector, let's... Oh, hello, Waters. We're just about to go looking for you.
I hope what that fool woman said there hasn't made you suspicious about me.
We're suspicious of everyone, Junior. Now, where is the fool woman, by the way?
I sent her home.
Sent her home? What's the matter? Were you scared she'd tell some more stories on you?
Scared is hardly the word, Inspector. I think annoyed would be more suitable.
Oh, so then you did figure she had some more to tell.
I figured she'd tell some more, whether she knew anything or not. Miss Gage saw a chance to put me in a bad light, and she grabbed it.
Why would she want to put you in a bad light, Walters?
Well, we seldom agreed on anything. As Mrs. Dix's secretary, she wanted to run the entire campaign. Said she knew the women's viewpoint.
Do women have a viewpoint?
Well, we'll talk to Miss Gage again in the morning. In the meantime, Waters, I'd like to have you show Inspector Denton and me exactly where you found the body of Mrs. Dix. Get out your flashlight, Inspector.
Yeah.
Well, is this the place, Waters?
Yes. She was lying right there with her head at the edge of the curbing.
Mm-hmm. And where was the hammer?
Right there beside her. The newspaper was under it.
Oh, the newspaper was under it?
Yes. Does that prove anything?
I don't know. It might.
Well, there's plenty of blood stains. Footprints could have been made by anyone walking by. Uh-oh.
Found anything, Drake?
Yes. These fine particles of glass. They look as though they might come from the crystal of a wristwatch.
Hey, that's right. Otto's watch was broken when he fell. He showed it to me himself.
Oh, he did? Well. Walters, did Mrs. Dix mention that Terrence Adams had called on her recently?
Yes, as a matter of fact, she did. He was here yesterday. Tried to get her to change her mind on the Interstate Commerce Bill.
Well, thank you very much. Come along, Inspector.
Huh?
We're going to wake up Terrence Adams out of a sound sleep. If a man who has a guilty conscience can sleep soundly.
Doggone it, Bart, I don't get this. We drive around the block, park the car, and then start walking. What's the idea?
Oh, that might not be a good idea at all, Inspector. Now, can you read the number on that house up there?
Wait a minute, I'll get out my flashlight.
No, don't do that, man. Don't. I think this must be it.
Must be what?
Yep, there's a number above the bell. 381. That's where he lives.
Who, Terrence Adams? You're crazy. He lives way over the other side of...
I'm talking about Guy Walters, Inspector. This is where he lives. Have you got your skeleton keys with you?
Sure, but without a warrant, I don't like to use them now.
Loud, man. Oh, wait a minute. Let me try the door first. Good. It opens. Walters probably left in such a hurry he neglected to lock it. Close the door, Inspector. Now you can get out your flashlight.
Okay. Suppose he's got a wife. Suppose it's a house full of servants. I'd be like a thief.
You're going to be a thief in just about 1 minute, Inspector.
Huh?
Throw your light around the hall.
Okay. Well, looks like an ordinary hall to me.
What'd you expect to find?
Look, that door over there probably leads to Walter's study. Come on. Now be careful. Don't trip over the rug.
Don't worry about me tripping. I'm not tripping.
Quiet.
All right. People ought to know better than to interrupt.
There we are, Inspector. I'll open the door. Throw your light around, Inspector.
Yeah. Hey, there is someone.
Oh. It's Miss Gage. Grab her, Inspector.
Get away. You frightened me.
Is that a fact? Now, I wonder why. I suppose you're going to tell us you live here.
No, I don't. Do you?
Do I? Are you kidding?
Then what are you doing here? Have you a search warrant? If so, why'd you come sneaking in? Did Mr. Walters give you permission to enter his house?
No, but...
I think we're in the same boat, Inspector Danton. Suppose we compromise.
Compromise? Look, Bud, why don't you say something? Answer the lady's question.
I'm speechless, Inspector.
That's a help.
However, I think we'd be smart to listen to Miss Gage's compromise.
Yeah, that's a good idea. A very good idea. All right, lady. What's the compromise?
You came here looking for evidence that would convict Guy Walters of murdering Stella Dix. So did I.
Well?
I found it. I'll be glad to turn it over to you, but I don't want my name used in connection with your investigation.
We don't make deals, Miss Gage. Just give us the evidence.
Mr. Drake.
Never mind him right now. Let's see what you've got.
Very well. Here.
Well, now, picture wire.
Yes. I think you'll find that it is the same as was used to bind up the handle of the hammer that was found beside Stella's body.
Well, Bart, that little lady's smart. I guess this sort of clinches things, doesn't it?
No, hardly, Inspector.
Huh?
Miss Gage, a moment ago, you said we came here looking for evidence that would convict Guy Walters. That's not so. We came here looking for evidence, period.
But doesn't this prove that
No, that doesn't prove anything. What made you think a coil of picture wire would be lying in Walter's desk drawer, anyway?
I saw him put it there.
Oh, you did?
It was lying on top of his desk when we came in tonight. I watched him thrust it into a drawer. I didn't think anything of it at the time. But when Stella...
Oh, that's nonsense. The man who had used picture wire to bind up a hammer that he planned to use to kill someone wouldn't leave such a damning bit of evidence lying around.
Come to think of it, that's right.
Of course it's right, Inspector. Miss Gage, would you mind telling me why you're so anxious to pin this murder onto Guy Walters?
I'm not. I'm just trying to do what I think is right. It's important that the murderer be apprehended before the story gets to the newspapers.
Even though the murderer is yourself, Miss Gage?
Whatever are you saying?
I'm saying, Miss Gage, that you have a motive and a good one.
I have a motive?
Yes. If Stella Dix were successful in the forthcoming election, you would continue as her secretary, wouldn't you?
Why, yes, but...
Being secretary to U.S. Senator is an important position, Miss Gage. If Mrs. Dix changed her policy regarding the interstate commerce bill, the chances are she would be defeated at the polls. In that event, you would, of course, find yourself out of a job.
Well, the idea. Are you implying that I would
Well,
commit
it's a
murder?
possibility the inspector and I can't afford to overlook, Miss Gage. May I suggest that you return to the Dix home? We'll join you there in about an hour.
But I...
If you don't mind, we'd prefer that you discontinue going about looking for evidence that will convict someone else. At best, you'd probably destroy clues that would help the inspector and myself.
Well, you certainly
Good
have
evening,
your
Miss
nerve.
Gage. Take the picture wire, Inspector, and let's get going.
Sure, that was a nice brush off you gave the babe. But I'll bet a buck she didn't swallow that routine about us suspecting her because she'd lose her job.
No, why not, Inspector?
Because if she did murder Stella Dix, like you implied, she'd be out of a job anyhow.
Yes, that's right, Inspector. However, somebody had to say something. You weren't doing so well.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yes.
I suppose you expect to find her at the Dix house when we get there.
Yes, definitely.
And I suppose you told me to bring along the picture wire because you figure it's the same as was wrapped around the hammer handle, and you didn't want Miss Gage to know it.
Oh, Inspector, now you're anticipating me.
Yeah, I'm anticipating. Now what?
I'm going to buy a newspaper for this all-night stand. Inspector, have you got a nickel?
Have I got... Oh, sure. Just... Hey, haven't you got a nickel?
Thanks, Inspector. Here we are. Let's see now.
What are you looking for?
An account of Stella Dix's murder, sir.
But look, the newspapers aren't supposed to...
Well.
It's there,
No. But here on the masthead, it says that this particular paper reached the newsstand at 2:15 in the morning.
Well,
the newspaper in which the murder weapon was wrapped was an early edition of this same paper.
My. So now we know that the murderer bought a paper at this stand, wrapped his hammer in it, and shot Stella on the noggin, eh?
So what?
So now we know who murdered Stella Dix. Don't we, Inspector?
Oh, hello, Mr. Drake. Come in.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Dix.
It's coming along nicely. Have you talked to Torrance Evans?
No, we found it wasn't necessary.
Not necessary? Well, then, that must mean you believe him innocent. Oh, I'm glad to hear it. Arresting Terrence would have created no end of a scandal.
Yes, it would. We've just returned from the house of Guy Walters.
Walters?
Mm-hmm.
Good heavens, you don't think
I didn't say that now. Inspector Danton will be here in a moment with some evidence that we found. As a matter of fact, well, here he is now. Come in, Inspector.
Hey, Bart, I found these two in our huddle in the den. At first, they didn't want to come along, but I got kind of persuaded.
You mean you threatened us with a gun? Now, see here, Drake. Penny tells me you two have been searching my house. I'd like to know
Did she
about
tell you that she was searching it, too?
Of course I did. I explained that I was looking for some evidence that would help solve the murder.
Yeah, but did you tell him that you figured...
Inspector, did you bring the picture wire?
Yeah. Here it is, and the hammer, too.
Thank you. Walters, we found this picture wire in a drawer of the desk of your study. We've compared it to the wire that was used to bind up the hammer handle.
Oh, of all the idiotic nonsense. That picture wire was lying on my desk because I was hanging a picture this afternoon.
Now, that's a simple explanation, isn't it?
Sorry, Walters, you didn't let me finish. I said we compared the two wires and found that they were of an entirely different texture.
Entirely different texture?
That's right.
Well, then why are you accusing me of murdering Stella?
Oh, did we? What's the matter? Something wrong, Miss Gage?
It's Otto. He seems to have fainted.
Huh?
Oh, I'm all right. Just let me rest a minute.
He's probably weak from loss of blood.
Yes. Miss Gage, suppose you look at that wound. Since Mr. Dex refuses to see a doctor.
No, I'm all right. I'm all right, I tell you.
Yes, but I still think you ought to change that bandage. Do you mind, Miss Gage?
No, I'll be glad to if Otto doesn't.
Keep away from me. I don't want the bandage changed.
Sorry, Mr. Dix. I insist.
I don't care whether you insist or not. I'm not going to permit. Keep away from me, Drake.
Hold still, can't you? I'm only trying to help you.
You take your hands off me. Let me alone.
There.
Why, he isn't wounded at all. Why, there isn't even a sign of a wound.
Otto, what the devil's the meaning of this?
The meaning is quite obvious, Walters. Dix wasn't attacked by his wife's murderer because he is a murderer himself. Arrest him, Inspector.
Hey, Bart.
Inspector what?
Get your nose out of that newspaper and let's play chess. What's so doggone interesting, anyhow?
Well, I was just reading the statement that Stella Dix made to the newspapers last night before she attended the meeting at Guy Walters' house.
What's it say?
It says she definitely did not plan to change her policy on the Interstate Commerce Bill. So, you see, there was no point in being so secretive about her investigation after all.
And there's no point in you being so secretive about how you knew that Otto was our boy. You can tell me while I'm setting up the man.
All right, Inspector. First, I think I'd better give you the picture of how it happened as I see it.
Yeah, tell me about that first.
You see, Mr. and Mrs. Dix left the Walters home shortly after 2 o'clock. As they passed the all-night stand, Mrs. Dix asked her husband to step inside and get an earlier issue of the morning paper.
She wanted to see if they'd published her story on the Commerce Bill, eh?
Yes, that's right. There was a hammer lying on the counter beside the newspapers. While Dix stood there waiting for his change, he probably conceived the idea of murdering his wife.
Why?
Because, Inspector, he was sick and tired of being known as Mr. Stella Dix.
The old motive, eh?
Right.
Hubby's pride wouldn't allow him to take second place.
That's it, Inspector. Dix had been an important man all of his life. He didn't like being shoved into the background. You remember, he told us himself that Stella had little respect for his opinion.
Yes, so he did. So he rolled up the hammer in the newspaper, thus concealing it, and they started home.
Yes, and it isn't a pretty picture. During the brief walk, the murderous impulse was probably building in his mind.
And when they got in front of the house, he let her have it, eh?
Yes, I'm afraid that's right, Inspector.
What made you suspicious of Otto?
Well, Mrs. Dix was meticulous about her appearance, Inspector. She was one of the best-groomed women in the public eye.
Everyone knows that, Bart. So what?
When we viewed her corpse, we found her without a hair out of place, except for the wound caused by the blow.
And that made you suspicious of Otto?
Yes, it substantiated my suspicions. Otto told us that he was attacked first and knocked unconscious. Say, is right, Inspector. If Otto were attacked first, Mrs. Dix would have had a chance to scream or run or at least defend herself. She certainly would have struggled.
Struggle is right, and being a big woman, she'd probably have put up quite a scrap. At least she'd have been mussed up.
That's right, Inspector.
But
You're an amazing fella. Sometimes I think you're wasting your time in this sort of work. Now, if you were in politics...
Yes, possibly you've got something there, Inspector. Politics these days is murder. Mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place here in New York early last month. In a third-floor apartment located in the upper 80s, a young woman stood near a window, furtively peering down into the street.
See anything?
Yes. Peter just came in with the door. Just a minute.
Okay, honey. Well, this is it. Remember now, stay in the kitchen. Make him come to you out there.
Dad, I'm scared. What if Peter suspects? What if our plans don't work? What if...
They'll work. They can't help it work. Now, Peggy, don't start crying, baby, now. Remember how much depends on this. Remember all our weeks of planning.
But now the time is near. I'm so afraid.
Forget it. We can't turn back now. If Peter found me here, it would be worse than if we didn't go further.
Oh, you're right. You're always right.
There. Is that better?
Dad, you always make things right.
Everything's going to be all right from now on, honey. Everything's always going to be all right with us from now on.
We'll be wanted, Dad. After this is over, it'll be all right. Tell me it will, Dad.
Sure it will, Peggy. I've already told you. Now, go on. Get out to the kitchen. He should be here. Make him come to you in the kitchen.
All right, Dad.
I'll be behind the dining room door. You'll never know what hit him. Oh, don't worry about a thing.
This way you want me?
Yes. Sit there. Pretend to be reading. Call to him when he comes in. Make him come to you.
All right.
Here he is now. Smile at him, honey. Make your voice sound natural.
Is that you, Peter? I'm out here, out in the kitchen. Peter. Peter, what's wrong? You haven't said a word. Aren't you coming out and kiss me? What are you saying?
What you... That'll take care of him.
Daddy.
Get hold of yourself. Now, unplug that gas hose in the floor heater while I move this body. Go on. There. That ought to do it. Peggy, close the door to the living room.
All right.
Okay. We'll go out through the kitchen and down the back way. Oh, wait. Let me look around now. Make sure everything's all right.
Never forget the way she did it. Never. This is a canoe. I couldn't believe it. The way...
Quit it, I say. Think of the way he used to look at you before you met me. The way he used to knock you around.
You're right.
Hey. Yeah, that's better. Now, let's see now. Book open on the table. Half-filled glass of liquor. Good. Honey, it's a perfect setup. Perfect. Why, we haven't got a thing to worry about.
Can't we go now, Chad? Why do we have to stay here any longer? Suppose Peter comes through.
Sure, honey, sure. We're leaving right now. Wait for me over there near the back door.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to turn on the gas. Go on now.
All right.
Here we go, Peggy. This is it. That does it. Come on, Peggy. Let's get out of here.
What drive is this, Peggy?
11:15.
Another 3/4 of an hour and we'll go back. Dance?
Rather not.
How about another drink?
No, thank you.
Oh, don't be a sap. Have a drink. You need
I
it.
don't want another drink, Chad. I've had enough.
Cut the ad, Peggy. Waiter. 2 more bourbons. Come on, hurry 'em up.
Chad, 12 o'clock.
Yeah, 12 o'clock, Peggy. Time to go. Old Pete ought to be dead as a herring by now.
Don't talk about it.
Why not? We gotta talk about it sometime. Say, what's the matter with you, anyhow?
Oh, I don't know. Chad, I wish we didn't have to go back.
Yes. So do I.
Chad, you're not really drunk.
Of course I'm not drunk. I just wanted to attract attention. Now listen. As soon as we find Peter, you scream. That'll bring some of your neighbors running. From then on, I'll take over.
What are you going to do?
Do? I'm going to show him how Peter was sitting at a kitchen table reading and having a drink when the telephone rang. He got up to answer it, tripped over the gas heater in the living room, hit his head when he fell, and pulled out the rubber tube that feeds gas into the heater.
Oh, Chad. You think they'll believe us?
Of course they'll believe us. What's to stop them? It's perfect, honey. Perfect. Let's put on the final act and finish it up. Steady, Peggy. This is it.
I'm all right.
Shall
we ride up in the elevator? It's only 2 flights.
Sure we will. You always do, don't you?
Sometimes I walk.
Here we are. Tonight you're riding. It'll look more natural.
Chad, I'm scared.
For God's sake, quit saying you're scared. I'm sick of hearing it. Here we are. Go ahead.
Chad, there's a light under the door. Someone's in the apartment.
Nonsense. You probably left the light burning in the living room.
No, I didn't. I'm sure I didn't. What'd I do? Oh, what'll I say?
Just act natural. Remember, you don't know anything. When they tell you about Peter, put on an act. Start crying. Carry on.
Right, I'll try.
Now, come on. That's the stuff. Come on now.
There's someone here.
Good evening. Are you Mrs. Sanders?
Yes, I am. Who are you? What are you doing in my apartment? Where's my husband?
One question at a time, lady. I'm Inspector Noah Danton. This is Barton Drake.
The police.
Police? What? What's wrong? What happened?
Who are you, if I may ask?
Well, I'm Chad Pennington, a friend of Mr. and Mrs. Standish here.
Oh?
We were supposed to meet Pete tonight at the Golden Glow nightclub. He didn't show up, so I brought Mrs. Standish home.
I see. I'm afraid we have some bad news for you, Mrs. Standish.
Has something happened to Peter?
Yes. Your husband's dead, Mrs. Standish.
Dead? Oh, no. No.
Peter's dead. I can't believe it. How did it happen?
Gas fumes. He apparently tripped over the hose that connects the floor heater to the wall plug in the dining room, hit his head somewhere, knocked himself out, and inhaled enough of the escaping fumes to asphyxiate him.
Peter can't be dead. He can't be.
Steady, Peggy. Are you sure that's what happened? How did you find out about it? Where's Peter now?
He's still in the dining room. Would you like to have Inspector Danton explain what probably happened?
Oh, yes. It seems incredible that such an accident could have occurred.
Come this way, please.
I can't look at him. No, I can't.
You've got to. Come on.
He's in here.
Oh, Peter.
Steady, Peggy, steady. Hold on to yourself. Inspector. Terrible. When did you discover it?
About an hour ago. A neighbor came to the door and knocked. No one answered, but since the neighbor had seen Standish coming up in the elevator, they knew that someone was home.
What a pity. I suppose old Pete must have been sitting at the kitchen table reading and having a drink.
Why do you say that, Pennington?
Oh, Peter always had a drink before going to bed. It was a habit he had.
Yes.
He'd sit out in the kitchen for an hour or more, reading and drinking.
Oh. Was it his habit to read a cookbook, Mrs. Standish?
Cookbook?
Yeah, the book we found on the table near the glass of liquor was a cookbook.
But that doesn't surprise me. Pete didn't care what he read. The book was lying there, and he probably opened it and just flipped the page.
I see.
That probably accounts for the fact that he was sitting in the dark.
In the dark?
Yeah. When we arrived on the scene, there wasn't a light on in the place.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Peter wouldn't sit in the dark.
Of course he wouldn't. Why, George, I know. He didn't want anyone to know he was home, so he switched off the light when he heard the knock.
Yes, he knew you two were expecting him at the Golden Glow, and he didn't want anyone to suspect that he'd come home instead.
Of course, that must have been it. It must have been.
Sure. I told you somebody could answer all those questions for us, Bart.
Mm-hmm.
However, there's that business about the heater being on.
Heater being on?
The inspector was disturbed, Mrs. Standish, when the neighbor who came in told us that the button near the wall plug that turns on the gas was in a non-position.
Yeah. You see, that means that the heater must have been lighted. Otherwise, of course, no gas would have escaped when Standish accidentally tripped over the tube and pulled it out.
But why shouldn't the heat have been on?
No reason, Pennington, except that this is an unusually warm evening for anyone to have a floor heater going.
Oh, Peter was like that. It was always cold.
Yes, I see. Always cold. Well, Inspector, I guess you'll have to turn in a report of accidental death.
Of course. Accidental death. What a pity. Well, thanks for dropping in, boys. I suppose you run into cases like this frequently.
Oh, all the time, Bob. Wait a minute, Bart. I just thought of something.
Yes, Inspector.
What do you figure it was that Standish hit his head on when he fell?
Why, Inspector, the heater, of course.
Yeah, but if that happened, the heater would be behind him. And here's the guy turned around just as though he'd crawled up to the gas outlet and stuck his nose into it.
Yes, possibly you have something there, Inspector.
That's nonsense. He could have fallen sidewise.
Yes, Inspector, I think what you say should be given some thought. For example, if Standish did strike his head against the heater, there'd be blood on it, wouldn't there?
Yeah, no, that's the way I figure it.
What is this? He could have hit his head against the floor.
Well, if he'd hit his head on the floor, Pennington, the wound would be in the front of Standish's head and not on the back, wouldn't it?
Not necessarily.
Uh-huh.
He probably fell backward.
Oh, now he probably fell backward. That guy must have been a contortionist. Bart, I guess we'd better switch that accidental report.
What do you mean?
I think the inspector means, Mrs. Standish, that he fears your husband didn't die accidentally. He was murdered.
Murdered?
No. Peter wasn't murdered. He couldn't have been. You mustn't think that. You mustn't.
We not only think it, lady, we know it.
I'm afraid the inspector's right, Mrs. Standish. But please don't alarm yourself. You're in no danger. Even though the murderer should return, Inspector Dutton and I will be here to protect you both.
Well, Bart, what do you think?
I think we have a couple of murderers in the next room, Inspector.
Well, then, what are we waiting for crying out loud?
We're waiting for one of them to break down and confess, Inspector.
Confess? Are you kidding?
No, not at all. It'll save us a good deal of trouble and will save a lot of money if either Mrs. Standish or Pennington confess wanted.
It sure will. It'll also save me a lot of headaches if you can tell me why either one of them will be sucker enough.
Well, let me put it this way, Inspector. So far, we've succeeded in establishing the fact that Peter Standish was murdered.
All right, then. Let me go in and arrest the guilty party.
On what grounds?
Huh?
Have we any proof that Standish's wife and Pennington are guilty? No, we haven't. The best you could do is bring them down to headquarters and hold them on suspicion. My plan is much simpler.
Plan? What plan?
Sitting here and waiting.
Huh?
Letting them wonder what we're doing, how much we know, when we'll finally present them with the evidence that will prove them guilty.
You think one of them will break, huh?
I'm quite sure of it, Inspector. You see, those two are not unlike a lot of other people who think they're clever enough to commit a crime and fool the police.
We kind of made them look silly, didn't we, Bart?
Yes, we did, Inspector. Pennington and Mrs. Standish, being novices at the art of crime, overlooked all the less obvious clues. But my guess is they were careful to provide alibis for what they thought would be the clues we'd check on first.
Such as what?
Well, they probably made sure they were seen at the Golden Glow nightclub. And I imagine if we checked, we'd find that Standish had actually arranged to meet them there.
So you figure we'd be wasting our time if we checked all those things, eh?
Yes, definitely. Our two suspects are not hardened criminals, Inspector. They're just a couple of ordinary human beings. I don't think we'll have long to wait.
Maybe not. But when medical examiner Ryan's report comes, and when we hear from the fingerprint boys, I figure we ought to do something.
Oh, we will, Inspector. We will. But in a psychological manner.
Psychological manner?
Yeah. We'll play what is known, Inspector, as the waiting game.
Sounds like fun. I only hope it'll work.
It'll work, Inspector. Don't worry. It will work.
Dad,
Yes?
how long have they been in there?
Oh, I don't know. A couple of hours, I guess.
Why don't they come out? Why don't they question us some more? Waiting's going to increase.
Forget it, Peggy. I've told you 100 times we haven't anything to worry about. Now relax.
What are they doing? Why are they holding us here?
Why not? Look, honey, those two are human beings just like you and me. Even if they are cops, they've got their reputations to think of.
But if they don't know it was us.
Shut up. Look, they think they're listening. Now, take it easy, honey. If they want to play a waiting game, we'll play it too.
I suppose you're right.
Sure, I'm right. They haven't got a thing on us. Which is smart for them, Peggy. Too smart.
Look, Bart. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm getting tired.
Well, Inspector, go over on the couch. Take a nap.
Oh, I'm not that tired. I want to know what's going on, you know.
But there's nothing going on at the moment, Inspector.
Yeah, that's just the point. What if this psychological manner deal of yours doesn't pay off?
It will pay off.
Yeah?
What if you were the murderer, sitting there in the next room? Wonder what's going on in here.
Yeah, but I'm not a murderer.
Oh, Inspector.
Huh?
It'd be a big relief to me if you would take a nap.
Yeah, but I just told you. You're good sleeping.
Inspector, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't get any fun out of this business at all.
That's what I like about you, Bart. Sometimes you don't seem to know up from down.
Wait a minute, Inspector.
Huh?
Listen.
Hey, that sounds like maybe your plan is working, Bart.
Yes, it does, Inspector. I don't think we'll have to wait much longer. As a matter of fact, I think you'd better put off that nap for another 15 minutes.
Fool. What if they heard you say that?
I hope they did. I hope they did. I didn't know it was going to be like this. I hope it was.
I had to. Get hold of yourself. That's what they're waiting for. For one of us to break.
Not knowing what they're doing. Perhaps they found some more evidence.
There isn't any more evidence. That's what I keep telling you, Peggy. They haven't got a thing to go on. Not a thing.
You said that before. You said you'd taken care of everything, and then they found all those clues.
So now it's my fault. It was you who wanted him murdered, and now because I told you...
It wasn't I. You found out about the insurance money. You made all the plans. You forced me to...
You little double-crossing cheat. It was you who first put the idea into my head. And now you're trying to sell me down the river.
That's not true. I'm not. Oh, Ted. Let's not quarrel. Quarrel.
Don't need a telephone. I'll answer.
I'll take that, Pennington. Thank you.
Let's sit down, Bob, and relax.
Hello, Drake speaking. Oh, yes, Ryan. I see. He was, eh? No traces? Well, that's odd. His wife? I see.
What about his wife? Who is it? What's he saying about him?
Now, lady, what are you getting jumpy about?
Nothing. I'm not jumpy. Why should I be jumpy?
Maybe plenty of reasons, maybe none. What's the story, Bart?
This looks serious, Inspector.
Yes?
Mrs. Standish, are you quite sure you were at the Golden Globe tonight?
Of course we're sure. We were both there. We can prove it. You hear me? We can prove it.
How, Pennington?
Because we were seen. I got drunk and made a lot of noise, and people looked at us.
Well. So you got drunk and made a lot of noise, and people looked at you. Well.
What do you mean? Well. Oh, what is this? What are you trying to do?
Nothing, Bob. Nothing. What are you getting excited about? You haven't a thing to worry about, remember?
That must be our fingerprint expert, Inspector. I'll answer. Hello, Dick speaking. Oh, yes, Mac. What did you find? Is that so? On the swinging door between the kitchen and the living room, eh? By Jove. I can't believe it. Okay, thanks, Mac. Pennington, were you here earlier in the evening?
Yes, why? I came up to get Peggy.
Whoops, wait a minute, Bob. You told us that you met her at the Golden Globe.
I didn't. I said we all arranged to meet here.
You'd better check that with your notebook, Inspector.
Yeah. Let me get up my little black book here.
I don't care what your little black book says. I know what I said.
Who got to the Golden Globe first, you or Mrs. Standish?
She did. She was there when I
But
got...
you just said you called for Mrs. Standish here.
I did. I mean, we left here together.
Nope, my little black book says otherwise.
I don't care, I tell you. Those fingerprints couldn't have been mine. They couldn't.
What fingerprints, Pennington?
The ones in the swinging door.
Why couldn't they have been yours? Did you wipe yours off?
I mean, there weren't any to wipe off.
You mean, Pennington, that you were here, but that you didn't go out into the kitchen?
Yes. Yes, that's exactly what I mean.
Then how could you leave by the back way?
The back? Who said we left by the back way?
Peggy, she just told us.
I didn't say a thing.
But you did leave by the back way, didn't you, Mrs. Standish?
Yes, but what difference does it make? Sad did...
Shut up, Peggy. Don't answer them. Don't say a word.
Was the swinging door to the kitchen open or closed, Pennington?
When? I don't know. I didn't go out there, I tell you.
Sure you did. You wiped off your fingerprints. You said so.
You tricked me into saying that. It doesn't prove a thing.
Let me see your handkerchief, Pennington.
Why?
If you wiped off your fingerprints, there'll probably be a smudge on your handkerchief. Hand it over here.
Something wrong, lady?
What's the use? What's the use?
Shut up, Peggy.
Well, Pennington.
I haven't got a handkerchief.
Oh, you haven't?
What if there are smudges on it? I could have gotten there some other way.
We can check that easy enough. Let's see your handkerchief.
I haven't got one, I tell you.
Sorry, Pennington. You also left your fingerprints on the button of the gas heater.
No, he didn't. He couldn't have. It was I.
It was you who what, Mrs. Standish?
It was her who turned on the gas, of course.
She didn't. Don't let him trick you, Peggy. Keep quiet.
So that's how it was. Pennington slugged the guy and the babe turned on the gas.
Who pulled the tube from the wall socket?
And who swung Standish's body around after he was knocked out?
What did you hit him with, Pennington?
It was a lead pipe. I found a pipe.
You're a liar. It wasn't a pipe.
Oh, so it wasn't a pipe.
Then what was it, Pennington?
None of your business. It wasn't anything. You haven't got a thing on me.
Did you know that Standish was dead before the gas reached his lungs?
He wasn't. He was breathing.
Who says so?
I do.
How do you know?
No, stop it. I can't stand it anymore. We did it. We killed him.
Shut up, you fool.
No, I've got to tell him. I've got to.
Shut up, I said it.
We murdered him. We thought we could get away with it. We wanted him killed. Dad said we wouldn't if I found out. He said he'd take care of everything.
Shut up. Grab him, Inspector. Grab him.
Stop.
Don't you two are killing days are over. Stop putting on that gun. Don't kill everybody. Look out, Bonnie.
Let me out at the corner, Inspector. I'll walk the rest of the way.
Okay. You're tired. Practically daylight. Say, Bud, I was wondering about those telephone calls.
The one from Ryan and the one from Mac?
Yeah. What did they find?
Not much more than we already knew, Inspector. The autopsy showed that there was no trace of alcohol in Standish's system.
So he hadn't been sitting there drinking, eh?
Right.
How about the fingerprints?
No fingerprints at all, Inspector. Pennington must have worn gloves, a fact which he'd probably forgotten.
It seems to me like he forgot a lot of things.
One of the main things he forgot, Inspector, was that he was new at the business of crime. He had the usual layman's lack of respect for the police, and we used it to advantage. You know, when this story breaks in the newspapers, a lot of people might learn a lesson.
I doubt it. Well, I guess that about winds up everything.
Yes, guess it does, Inspector. Well, good night.
Good night. Hey, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
What are the folks who read this story going to think when they realize that you're not a cop either?
I guess we'll have to tell them, Inspector, that mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby.
Today's story took place last month. Inspector Noah Danton and I had gone up to the Saranac Lake country to do some bird shooting. On the third day of our vacation, we started out early in the morning, and before noon found ourselves some distance from the lodge where we were staying. Getting tired, Inspector?
Me? Tired? Heck no. I never get tired. Phew. Let's stop and rest a minute.
All right, Inspector. There's a log we can sit on.
Yeah, good idea. This is better. Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
How far do you figure we've walked since morning?
Oh, not very far.
Well, we've certainly come a long way.
Yes, and I think we might as well face it now as later.
Huh? Face it? Face what?
The fact that you're lost, Inspector.
I'm lost.
Mm-hmm.
Now, wait a minute, Bart, my boy. You're here, too, you know.
Yes, that's right, Inspector. But it was you who said you knew this country like your own backyard.
Did I?
Yeah.
Bart, I've a confession to make.
Oh, that's Inspector. What?
I haven't a backyard.
Very amusing, Inspector. Well, let's get going.
Get going? Where? If we're going to be lost, I'd rather be lost sitting still. We could build a fire.
We cut through that heavy growth over there. Looks like good partridge cover.
Well, all right. But I still think we ought to send up a smoke signal or something.
Inspector, I'm beginning to think that you're a pioneer at heart.
Yeah. I'm Daniel Boone without the whiskers.
Here we are, Inspector. You got your gun ready?
Yeah. Hey, this is a regular jungle, isn't it?
Yes, but it's excellent bird country. There goes one, Inspector. Take him.
Yeah, I'll take him.
You missed him, Inspector. What was that?
Huh? It sounds like someone's behind that clump of bushes.
Yes, and it was toward that clump of bushes that you shot. Come on, Inspector.
There he is. It's a guy on horseback.
Yes, and by the way that horse is acting, something's radically wrong.
Oh, down, Jumping Judas, Bart. Look at him go.
It's no use, Inspector. We can never catch him.
No, I guess not. Say, you don't suppose I hit him, do you?
I don't know, but I think we ought to find out.
Find out? How?
There must be a habitation somewhere near. I think if we follow that horse's hoof marks, we'll come to.
Say, that's an idea. If I hit that guy, I want to tell him it was an accident.
Oh, yes. Well, he'll probably doubt that statement when you explain that the bird you were aiming at was 10 feet the other side of that clump of bushes.
Very funny, very funny. Jumping Judas, Bart. My dogs are so tired they're going to begin barking in a minute.
Don't get discouraged, Inspector. Can't be much farther.
No? You've been saying that for the past 2 hours.
There it is, Inspector. You can tell those dogs of yours that it won't be necessary to bark now.
What? Oh, a house, eh?
Like what?
Say, that's quite a place, isn't it? Big enough to be a hotel.
Yeah, it looks to me more like a private residence. Some rich man's hunting lodge, maybe.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Those buildings in back must be the stables.
Yep. Well, there's no doubt this is where our horseman lives. Shall we go up and make ourselves known, Inspector?
Good idea. I hope they got an automobile.
Listen.
Huh?
Oh, is there anyone who can hear me?
Oh, sounds like someone's in trouble.
Mark?
Oh, who are you?
Is there something wrong, miss?
Yes. Will you help me, please? Something's happened to Chris.
Chris?
Chris Pomeroy. He's a friend of ours. He shot himself.
Shot himself? Well, now, that's right up our alley.
Never mind, Inspector. Lead the way, miss. We'll be glad to do anything we can.
Oh, thank you. Come with me.
When did it happen, miss?
I don't know. Not very long ago. Mark and I were out for a walk. When we got back, I found Chris.
Well, was it we or was it I?
It was I. This is the room here. He's over there in the chair.
Yes, I see. You, please stay here, miss. Come along, Inspector.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Got through the temple. Do you recognize him as our horseman, Inspector?
Could be. He must have been sitting here by the window reading. There's a book in his lap.
Yes, and there's the gun on the floor.
It looks like suicide, all right. Doesn't it?
Do you really think so, Inspector?
Naturally. Don't you?
I'm not sure yet.
Not sure. But look, Bart, there are powder burns on the guy's face. That
proves that the gun was held very close to Pomeroy's head when it was fired, doesn't it?
It sure does, yeah. It also proves that he pulled the trigger himself.
Oh, why, Inspector?
Why? Because
here's the guy sitting in a chair reading a book or looking out of the window or something.
Yes?
Well, he isn't going to be dope enough to let somebody with a gun get close enough to him to shoot him so the powder marks would show.
Suppose Pomeroy were asleep.
At 11 o'clock in the morning, a young guy like that? Oh, come, Bart, my boy.
Excellent, Inspector. Your deductions are not only logical but brilliant. However...
Ollie, what the deuce has happened? I heard you yell.
Mark, it's awful.
What's awful? Who are these men? Who's that in the chair?
Chris, Mark. He shot himself.
Chris shot himself. Who are you?
Come on, Inspector. I'm sorry we haven't had a chance to introduce ourselves before now. I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Dent.
Hi. Drake, the criminologist?
Yes, that's right. The inspector and I were out bird shooting. We became temporarily lost.
Temporarily, he says. That guy killed me.
But I still don't understand what...
The inspector fleshed a partridge, took a quick shot, and a horseman galloped out of the cover. We followed the hoof marks.
A horseman? Oh, then it must have been Chris.
Chris, that man over there, Miss Essex?
Yes. How did you know my name?
I'm afraid your publicity has caught up with you. You're Polly Essex, this gentleman's your brother Mark, and your father is Calvin Essex, the publisher.
That's right, but how did you know?
Oh, Drake knows everything.
That's entirely untrue, Inspector, but your pictures appear frequently in the society columns of the newspapers. By the way, are there other guests staying here with us?
Yes. Glenn Douglas is here. He's a friend of Mark's. Dad and Mother are coming up tonight. Why do you ask?
Because one of you murdered Chris Pomeroy.
I got the kids out in the living room, waiting like you said, Bart. Hey, what are you doing over there?
Oh, just looking around, Inspector. According to the bottles and jars on Pomeroy's dresser, he was rather a vain young man.
What's that got to do with his being murdered?
Vain young men usually leave dramatic suicide notes when they take their own lives, Inspector.
Yeah. Is that the only reason you think the guy was murdered?
No, I have others. The fact that Pomeroy's chair is facing the light, for one.
I don't get it.
Well, when a man sits down to read, Inspector, he doesn't face the light. He allows it to come in over his shoulder.
Say, that's right, isn't it?
Yes, it certainly is, Inspector. Well, suppose we go out to the living room and have a talk with the youngsters.
I'm telling you, Drake, I don't like this.
Well, neither do I, Essex. Nobody likes murder.
It's absurd to say that Chris was murdered. Inspector Danton proved by his deductions that it wasn't murder.
That's right, I did. Didn't I?
Mm-hmm. Inspector Danton was merely stating facts that seemed obvious to him at the time. I have every respect for his opinion.
That's mighty fine of you, Bart, old boy.
But in the excitement of the moment, Inspector Danton overlooked a number of things.
Such as what?
That's a good question, son.
Before I answer it, I'd like to ask a few questions myself. Do you mind?
Yes. I think you're letting your imagination run away with you, Drake. It's pretty obvious what happened.
And just what do you think happened, Essex?
I think that Chris went out for a ride this morning. Returned early and decided to read an hour before lunch.
Yeah, but the book became boring, so he decided to shoot himself, eh? That I can understand. Some of the books I've read lately...
Inspector, tell me, Essex, why do you think Pomeroy shot himself?
And how should I know? Now, look, Drake,
what's the use? Why don't you tell him, Mark?
Tell me what, Miss Essex?
No, Polly, you keep out of this. Doesn't concern you at all. Chris shot himself. Why, I don't know or care. But I do care about dragging our name through a murder trial.
I'm afraid your name is going to be dragged through a murder trial, whether you like it or not, Essex. Now, Miss Essex, what was it you were about to say?
That Chris and I were engaged.
Aha! Here it comes, the old love motive.
Blast it, Polly, I told you to keep quiet.
But, Mark, if Chris were murdered, we can't just ignore it. Wouldn't it be better to do what we can to help?
Why? We're not even sure who these men are. Why should we answer their questions? What right have they even to be here?
Well, those are fair questions, Essex. If you say so, we'll leave immediately. However, it'll be our duty to report Chris Pomeroy's death to the police.
Then see what happens to your precious name.
On the other hand, we can stay and perhaps save you a lot of unpleasantness by solving this murder.
Solving it?
Yes, solving murders is rather a hobby with me.
He writes books about it.
Mr. Drake's right, Mark. If the police come, reporters are sure to follow, and Dad will be furious.
Okay, you win. What do you want us to do, Drake?
Thank you. Miss Essex, you say Pomeroy was in love with you. That's hardly a reason for murder.
We were engaged, but last week something happened.
Oh?
Glenn Douglas came home. He'd been reported missing in the war. It was a surprise to us all.
I see. And you and Glenn Douglas had known each other before the war.
he was in love with me.
And you with him?
I don't know.
Oh?
We weren't engaged, but I told him that I'd wait.
Well, that makes a nice little situation, doesn't it?
Glenn didn't kill him. He wouldn't do a thing like that. He's my best friend.
The soup is getting thicker, Bart.
Yes, you're so right, Inspector. Where is this Glenn Douglas now, Essex? Oh, I don't know. He's around somewhere. You've got to take it easy with Glenn, Drake. Really? Yes, he was in a prison camp for a long while. He's in bad shape. Oh, I understand. Please don't worry about it. Miss Essex, was it you who discovered the body?
Yes, it was.
Can you tell me about it, please?
There isn't much to tell. Mark and I went out for a walk this morning. When we got back, Mark stopped at the stables, and I came on to the house alone.
I see. Did you hear the shot?
No, I didn't.
Then how did you happen to discover Pomeroy's body?
Why, I went to his room.
And you found him sitting in the chair dead?
Yes.
And you began screaming for help?
Yes.
Immediately?
Yes, why?
I think you're lying, Miss Essex.
How dare you?
If you'd come directly up from the stables to the house, Inspector Danton and I would have seen you.
That's right. We came up that way ourselves.
Also, I do not believe that you took a morning stroll with your brother when two young men, both of whom were in love with you, were eager for your company.
I concur. Very unnatural indeed.
And lastly, Miss Essex, I don't think you went to Pomeroy's room unless you had some definite purpose in mind.
I resent your saying that, Mr. Drake.
I'm sorry, Miss Essex. Frankly, I think you know who murdered Chris Pomeroy. I think you saw whoever it was, and you're trying to shield him.
Still looking for clues, eh?
Afraid so.
I should think you'd begin to feel like a corpse spending so much time with this one.
The corpse is about to be removed, Inspector. I've contacted the local coroner.
Well, look, Bart, I don't get this. If you're sure that the girl knows who murdered Chris Pomeroy, why don't you make her tell?
How, Inspector?
How what?
How would you suggest I make her tell?
Ask her. Make her talk.
Well.
Swear it out of her.
Oh, Inspector, you're terrific. Did you ever try to make a woman talk when she didn't want to?
No, but I've tried to shut him up without much luck.
Yes, and I'm afraid we'd have similar results with Miss Essex.
But look, there's ways.
Yes, such as the so-called third degree, Inspector.
Well, we're cops.
No, Inspector. We're on vacation. Remember, we're not acting in an official capacity at all.
I guess you're right at that.
Besides, you wouldn't undertake the third degree anyone. Not if your life depended upon it. You're too soft-hearted.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So, what are we going to do? Sit around and twiddle our thumbs waiting for Polly Essex to fall into a talking jag?
No, hardly, Inspector. We're going out to the stables, and we're going to look for a horse. A horse that has buckshot buried in its hide. I guess this must be the stables, Inspector.
Yeah, looks like it. I'll open the door. It's kind of dark in here, isn't it?
Yes, our eyes have become accustomed to the darkness in a minute.
Hey, there's a horse right over there.
Yes, and someone's with it. Let's get over there, Inspector.
What the devil's he doing with that jackknife?
Unless I'm greatly mistaken, he's picking buckshot off of that horse's
Come on
hide.
there. Come on over.
Guess I haven't met you two men. My name's Glenn Douglas.
Oh, yes, Douglas. I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Danton.
Hi.
I'm glad to know you. Are you guests of Polly and Mark, too?
Well, not exactly,
The
but...
inspector and I were out bird shooting, and we just dropped by.
Oh, I see. Say, then you were the ones who
We're responsible for the buckshot you're picking out of that horse. I'm afraid we are. Did the horse suffer any?
No, I didn't do a bit of harm.
Good.
I just wondered why he hadn't been attended to before this, that's all.
Well, if you were riding the
horse... I wasn't riding him. It was Chris Pomeroy.
You mean you don't know what happened?
Just a minute, Inspector. Are you sure it was Chris Pomeroy who was riding that horse, Douglas?
Oh, yes. Both Polly and I saw him.
Mm-hmm. Did he see you?
See us? Well, I don't think so. Why?
It might be important. Douglas, I'm going to tell you this because you're bound to find out sooner or later, and there's some questions I want to ask. Chris Pomeroy is dead.
Dead?
Yes. Polly and Mark Essex think that he committed suicide.
The poor devil.
But we happen to know
Just a minute, Inspector.
Huh?
Douglas, you don't act particularly surprised at Pomeroy committing suicide. Do you know of any reason why he should take his own life?
No, that
We'd
is,
appreciate anything you can tell us.
But if he committed suicide,
I don't want to say anything that would besmirch his character.
Then there is something.
Oh, well, not exactly. I don't see how it could be important.
Can I say it now, Bart?
Yes, go ahead, Inspector.
Thanks. Bob, Chris Pomeroy didn't commit suicide. He was murdered.
Murdered?
Yeah.
The inspector wouldn't make that statement, Douglas, unless we had conclusive proof.
No, I don't suppose he would. That changes things, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. I'm sorry we had to tell you like this, Douglas. Mark Essex explained to us about your war experiences.
Yes, it was pretty dull.
Dull? That isn't the word I've heard the boys use to describe those prison camps.
Prison camps? I wasn't in any prison camp. I wasn't even overseas.
Now, wait a minute. That isn't the way we heard it. Young Essex told us that you had a heck of it.
That's just one of Mark's stories. He doesn't like to admit that his best friend spent 3 years of the war sitting behind the desk in Washington.
I see. Very interesting. Well, now let's get back to Chris Pomeroy. What are your reasons for thinking he might commit suicide, Douglas?
They're probably not important. I happened to overhear Mark and Chris talking yesterday. I think Chris was trying to borrow some money from Mark.
There they are again. Money and love. The same old motive.
And Mark refused to lend Pomeroy the money?
I don't know. I got out there. It wasn't any of my business. All I know is that Chris seemed pretty desperate.
Mm-hmm. Douglas, will you come up to the house with the inspector and me, please?
Oh, sure.
Thank you. Inspector, I think that now we can be pretty sure who it is that murdered Chris Pomeroy.
Understand me, Drake. I want to do everything I can to cooperate. But I can't see your point in herding us all into this room while you search the house. What do you expect to find?
A letter, for one thing, Essex, addressed to you and mailed by someone in New York. The letter, I think, will concern Chris Pomeroy.
So you know about that?
Yes. Yes, your war veteran friend overheard a part of your conversation between you and Pomeroy, and I guess the rest.
Glenn, what the devil do you...
I'm sorry, Mark. I thought Chris had committed suicide, and they wanted a reason.
Yes, but eavesdropping on...
I wasn't eavesdropping. I happened to be passing this room yesterday, and you and Chris were in here talking. I couldn't help but overhear what you said.
Well, you could help writing it to Drake.
What difference does it make now? Mark, what was in the letter?
You know what was in the letter, Miss Essex. Your brother Mark told you this morning.
You're pretty clever, aren't you, Mr. Drake?
That's what I'm always saying. That guy knows everything.
It wasn't a matter of being clever, Miss Essex. It was merely common sense.
Oh?
Your family have always been very proud, quite concerned with whom they married.
What's so terrible about that?
Nothing, except that you, Essex, believed that your sister was going to marry Chris Pomeroy, and you took the precaution to check on Pomeroy's background.
Okay, so I checked. So I found he didn't own the shirt on his back. So what?
So you tried to persuade Chris not to marry your sister. He refused. So you tried to influence your sister.
And how did she react?
I don't know. And I can tell by the expression of her face that she isn't going to tell me. However, what she said or did doesn't matter. I'm trying to solve a murder, not solve family problems.
And so far, you're no nearer to solving the murder than you were when you started.
Oh, on the contrary, Essex. Inspector Danton and I are going to leave you people here. In less than 15 minutes, we'll return with the evidence that will positively prove who murdered Chris Pomeroy.
Well, Bart, here's the last bedroom. And so far, we found nothing.
Patience, Inspector. I can practically guarantee that what we're looking for is in this bedroom.
Whose bedroom is it?
I haven't the faintest idea, Inspector.
Then, when we find what we're looking for, how are you going to know who owns it?
Fingerprints, Inspector. I'll just take a look in this closet.
Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector?
I'm probably kind of dumb, but I still don't see why Chris Pomeroy let anyone get close enough to him to press the barrel of a gun against his temple.
Nothing in the closet. You're not dumb, Inspector. Let's take a look in this wardrobe.
Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
Look, the door to the hallway's opening.
By Jove, so it is. I didn't expect this. Look out! Look out! He's got a gun!
Come on, Bart. He banged the door and beat it. We can catch him.
No, Inspector, wait.
Huh? What's the matter?
That's exactly what he wanted us to do, chase him so he could come back and...
By Joe.
Now what?
Come with me. Hurry.
You say, what is this? First you say not to chase the guy and
Leave the door open, Inspector.
Open? Well, all right, only...
Here we are.
Look, this is just another bedroom across the hall.
Get inside. Quickly now.
But look, Bart. We were in this room a little while ago.
Keep quiet, Inspector. We'll peek through this crack in the door.
What's going to happen?
Keep quiet.
Okay.
Coming now.
Yeah. Someone's coming along the hall. I'm not saying anything.
He's crossing to the other bedroom.
Yeah. And the doors are all open for him.
Come on, Inspector. Don't make any noise.
Oh, don't worry about me.
The hall's empty. He's gone into the other room and closed the door.
Who is it anyway?
The murderer, Inspector.
You don't say.
Have you your gun ready?
Yeah, I got it right here in my hand.
Good. Come on.
All right, Douglas.
Drop that gun, Douglas!
Oh, you're not going to take...
Oh, no!
Come in, Essex.
How's your sister? She'll be all right, I guess. I'm glad. It was quite a blow to her, finding out that it was Glenn who murdered Pomeroy.
Yes, I imagine it was, especially when she thought the real murderer was you.
Huh? Me?
Yes. Isn't it true that when you and Polly were out walking this morning, you told her that you learned about Pomeroy's financial standing?
Yes. How did you know?
I guess, but my guessing was based on certain facts I had acquired. For example, you also told Polly that you were going to speak to Pomeroy, ask him to break off his engagement to her.
What it amounts to that?
I thought so. Polly wanted to talk to Chris, too, you know. She knocked on his door. When no one answered, she opened it.
I see. And when she found out he was dead, she thought that because of what I'd said, that I had killed him.
Yes. So naturally, she couldn't tell the inspector and me.
But I still don't understand why Pomeroy allowed Glenn to get so close that he could press a gun against his head.
Well, that was easier than you might think. Pomeroy was quite madly in love with your sister. He was jealous of Douglas.
Well, that was obvious.
Yes. This morning, Pomeroy went out for a ride. He suspected that Polly and Douglas were together.
Well, they weren't. Polly was with me.
I know, but Pomeroy didn't know that. He went back to his room. From the front window, he could command a view of the entire valley.
I get it. He saw Polly and me and thought it was Polly and Glenn.
Yes, but he wasn't sure, so he got out a pair of binoculars and he sat there watching you.
Say, that's the reason.
That's it, Essex. With those binoculars glued to his eyes, he wouldn't be aware of anyone creeping up behind him and holding a gun close to his head.
Well, I'll be...
Oh, no, Inspector. Come in. Is Douglas safely installed in the local jail?
Yeah. He's taken care of.
Did you check the fingerprints on the binoculars?
They were his, all right.
What about Douglas's wound?
Wound? Heck, I only shot the gun out of his hand. Wound. He's not wounded.
Oh, of course, Inspector. I should have remembered what an excellent shot you are. Marksmanship is sort of a hobby with you, isn't it?
Now, wait. I know what you're leading up to.
Yes, I know you do, Inspector. You know I'm going to say that mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby. Today's story began here in New York. I'd received word that a suicide had taken place at the home of Senator Asa Clark at 123 West Cameron Street, and that murder was suspected. Knowing that Inspector Noah Danton was also aware of the tragedy and would probably get in touch with me sooner or later, I decided to beat him to the punch by arriving on the scene before he did. Miss Alice Clark?
Yes? Oh, are you the police? Thank heaven you've come. Please hurry.
Oh, I'd better explain, Miss Clark.
Just waiting. In there.
Well, not a pretty sight, is he? Bullet hole between his eyes, gun still clutched in his hand with the finger crooked around the trigger, dried blood all over his face.
Oh, it's horrible.
Yes, it's... Well, so...
What is it?
I've just recognized your corpse, Miss Clark. Imagine finding him here.
Who is he?
You don't know?
Of course not. I never saw him before in my life.
But what's he doing in your living room?
Well, I don't know. I came in about an hour ago. I heard a noise in this room and opened the door and... Oh, it's horrible.
Incredible. A man of Moxie Ramon's caliber entering Senator Asa Clark's house.
Moxie Ramon? Is that his name?
Yes, he's a small-time racketeer and gambler.
I don't suppose your father ever mentioned the name.
Oh, no. Dad's been in Washington for months now.
And the name means absolutely nothing to you.
No.
Something off color here somewhere. Doesn't add up.
Well, there must be some reason why he should come here to commit suicide.
Suicide?
Why, yes. That's what happened, isn't it?
I'm afraid not, Miss Clark. Everything is against it.
What do you mean?
To begin with, Maxie Ramon wouldn't have the courage to shoot himself. Second, when a man shoots himself with a revolver, there are always powder marks because of the closeness of the gun.
Suppose you're right.
And lastly, the wound is directly between Maxie's eyes. There's hardly a case on record in which a suicide shot himself between the eyes. As a matter of fact, it's practically impossible.
Then what did happen?
The answer to that is obvious. Someone else shot him.
You mean he... murdered?
Yes. And as soon as Inspector Danton gets here...
Inspector Danton? Are you Inspector Danton?
No, I'm afraid not. And I doubt very much that the inspector would feel flattered.
You're not the police. Then you must be one of them.
One of whom, Miss Clark?
So that's it. It was all a trick to get me to talk and to show it.
Go on.
I won't go on. I won't. I know why you're here. I know exactly why you're...
Must be the inspector now. Suppose we let him in, and then you can continue with your story.
I'm going to have you arrested. You told me that you were the police, and... Are you Inspector Danton?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank heaven. This man is an imposter. I want him arrested.
Great.
Good evening, Inspector. I've just been accused of impersonating a rather well-known police officer.
Say, what is this? Are you Alice Clark?
Yes, I am. A few minutes ago, this man came here and said he was you and tried to get information from me.
Said he was me. This man here said he was me. No, Miss Clark. I believe anything but that.
Why, Inspector?
Do you know him?
No, and sometimes I wish I didn't. Who's Barton Jake? Writes books on crime. Yes, I know him.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's quite all right, Miss Clark.
And now that we're all one big happy family, someone called up and said there'd been a suicide.
Oh, that was us. I guess I made a mistake. Well, Mr. Drake says it wasn't suicide. It was murder.
Murder? Not Senator Clark.
No, Inspector. Our corpus selecti is an old friend of yours, Maxie Ramon.
Maxie Ramon?
Hmm?
Murdered in this house? Now, wait a minute. Jumping Judas, what was that?
It came from the living room.
Maybe Maxie wasn't as dead as we thought he was.
No. Not another.
Keep back, Miss Clark. That's no sight for a lady.
Oh, this is horrible.
Yeah, miss. All right. 2 bottles of bullet holes right between the ice. Hey, the window's open.
Oh, good. Let's go then take a look.
This is the way he got in, all right.
And got out, too.
Got out, but...
The shot couldn't have come from the outside, Inspector, because victim number 2 was out of line with the window.
Yes, that's right. Maxie,
Inspector, is as dead as a marinated herring. I made sure of that.
yes, but...
What is it, Miss Clark?
What? Who? The one on the floor? Jumping Judas. But we certainly stepped into something. Checking these footprints outside the house isn't getting us anywhere, Bart. It's too dark to see anything in here.
I believe you're right, Inspector. However, it does give us a chance to talk without being interrupted by Miss Clark's aunt.
That's busy, Jane. The way she acted a couple of murders is something you buy tickets for. Who is she anyhow?
Her name is Sissy Aiken. She's Senator Clark's sister. She's staying with the kids while the senator's in Washington. It is a fortunate thing, though, that there was a woman around to take care of Alice.
But you know something?
What?
I got the idea that Alice wasn't so upset over her brother's death as she tried to make out.
Yes, you know, I had that same feeling, Inspector.
Well, what's the answer?
I wish I knew. Nothing about this case rings true. Alice thought, or said she thought, Maxie shot himself. She said she didn't know him. And when she found out I wasn't a policeman, she accused me of being one of them.
And what does she mean by Jane?
I haven't the slightest idea. Now we both feel that she was putting on an act when her brother was shot.
So perhaps the answer's right under our nose, eh? As soon as the boys finish checking the fingerprints.
You mean that we'll find out that Alice is guilty of both murders, Inspector? I wish, and I'm afraid I could have found it quite as simple as that. Why would Senator Asa Clark's daughter shoot 2 men and one of them is her own brother? I'm afraid we've got to dig up a motive to make such a theory even worth considering.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
What is it, Inspector?
There's someone going up the walk.
Yeah, I see him. Walking with rather a business-like stride, too.
Yeah, maybe that's our man. Come on.
No, wait a minute. Inspector, wait. Let's see what happens. He's on the porch now. Walking right in as though he owned the place.
Maybe he does. Maybe Alice has got 2 brothers.
No, there were only 2 children. That young man certainly doesn't act as though he expected to find a household policeman. Perhaps we'd better go in and introduce ourselves.
That busy dame's probably throwing her weight around again.
I'm going to see Alice, and you're not going to stop
But
me.
you can't, Phil. She's ill. Oh, Inspector, please.
Okay, Miss Aiken, all right, Bub. Who are you? None of your business.
Ben Kramer, don't you dare talk to Inspector.
I'll talk to him any way I want. You keep out of this, Miss Aiken. I came to see Alice, and nobody's going to stop me.
Oh, is that so? Well, now, we'll see about that. Take your hands up. That's the fast, Bub. Sit down in that chair and behave yourself. What's your name?
His name is Ben Kramer, and he's a horrible young man.
Suppose we give the young man a chance to answer for himself, Miss Aiken.
He won't answer. He's too stubborn. I can't
Miss Aiken, please.
If I were Alice, I'd never kiss him as long as I
Yes,
live.
but...
I can't imagine ever being in love with him.
Stop.
Oh, I expect you cancer. Oh, you're so nasty.
That's fine.
Inspector, why don't you and Miss Aiken continue in the library while I ask this young man some questions?
Well, I think that would be wonderful, Inspector. Let's see the library.
So you're Alice's boyfriend, are you, son?
None of your business who I am.
Now, look, that kind of attitude isn't going to get you anywhere.
Okay. Now let me ask you 2 questions. What are the cops doing here? You don't have to answer. I know why they're here. Alice called him, didn't she?
Yes, matter of fact, you did.
Yeah, sure. I told her if she let that punk come here again, I'd kill him. And I will, too. He's not going to have her. She's in love with me. I'll kill him.
Now, wait a minute. Just who is it that you're so set on killing?
As if you didn't know. Look, Hopper, you're not kidding me. Maybe you got to jump on me this time, but it's that punk Moxie.
Moxie?
Yeah, Moxie. Moxie Ramon. I know he's here. I was waiting outside. I saw him through the window.
Oh, Ben, would you mind stepping this way for a minute?
Well, what for? But you can't order me around here. I'm not one of
your friend Moxie in that room.
What?
If you don't believe me, take a look.
You mean, why, the dirty, if he's here, there's a couple of...
See, someone else had the same idea about Moxie.
But that's Eddie. That's Alice's brother.
Yes, it is. I think we'd better step back into the hall. Was Eddie a friend of yours, Ben?
Why, sure. I mean, well, no, not exactly. He wasn't her real brother. Senator Clark adopted him. Nobody liked Eddie very much.
I see. Did Eddie approve of Moxie seeing her sister?
Well, he said he didn't care. It was all right with him. I asked him to talk to her, and he said, well, she was having fun. Why not let her?
Having fun?
Yeah, she used to go down to Moxie's Golden Swan nightclub a lot. Said she got a kick out of it. She seemed to think a girl ought to see all sides of life. Slumming, she thought.
I see. Then Alice had seen Moxie before tonight.
Oh, yes. Why? Say, I haven't done anything to get Alice in trouble, have I? No, she wouldn't do anything really wrong, I guess.
Perhaps not. Look here, Ben. You're in love with Alice, aren't you?
Why, sure I am. I'm not kidding anyone about that.
Splendid. Now, I want you to listen carefully to what I have to say.
So, Miss Aiken, you're Senator Clark's only relative except for his children.
Oh, yes, I am Inspector Dad.
And if the children were to die, you'd inherit all the money?
Yes, I would, Inspector Dad.
Uh-huh. Even if the killer were, shall we say, murdered?
Well, that wouldn't make any difference at all, Inspector Dad.
How much money would you inherit, Miss Aiken?
Oh, no, about $10 million.
Miss Aiken, do you realize that this places you in a very unfavorable position?
Do you mean that I'm a suspect?
Well, I
might be arrested and face on trial.
Well, now,
That's
only if...
Mr. Dad.
Huh?
I think you're wonderful.
All right. Something to listen to that. Where the heck did that come from?
It comes back home.
Inspector, where are you? Someone screamed. Yeah, the girl, I think. It must have been Alice. It comes from upstairs. Huh?
That's right. Come on, let's go.
Yeah. Follow me.
Which room is it?
This one.
Jump and Judy. She's all crumpled up on the floor.
It's all my fault. Poor Alice. Asa will never forgive me.
Listen, tight down, will you? Alice isn't hurt.
Isn't hurt? But you said she'd been shot.
I said she didn't shot. Listen,
Yes, you did, Inspector Danton. I heard what you said.
Keep quiet. Coming out of it.
Catherine.
You're all right, Miss Clark. Must have fainted.
Oh,
What is it?
how's it going? That terrible face.
Who was it, Miss Clark? What happened?
He came in from the balcony. I was lying here with my eyes closed. There was a squeaking sound made by the window, and I opened my eyes, and there he was coming toward me. That terrible leering grin on his face.
So then what did you do?
I screamed. Jumped from the bed and ran toward the door.
And then you fell?
I'm not sure. Everything went black. Yes, I remember.
Hey, Clark.
What's wrong, Inspector?
Where's the kid?
Who? Oh, Ben Thayer.
Yeah, where is he? He was with us when we started up the stairs.
Well, he must have gotten away in the excitement.
Just like that. He got away during the excitement. Listen, Bob. Hey, what are you doing over there?
Do you mind stepping over here, Inspector?
Yeah, sure. Well, what are you opening and closing those windows for?
Not so loud.
Huh?
I want to find out if either of the windows in this room squeak.
Squeak?
Yes.
Hey, the girl did say she heard the window squeak, didn't she?
Neither one of them squeaked.
And the girl was lying. The fainting business was an act. I'm going to...
Inspector, wait. It's quite possible she only imagined the squeak. She seems fully recovered now. Come on, Inspector. I have an idea. Are you feeling better, Miss Clark?
Yes, much better, thank you. Did you find out anything?
Only that the intruder escaped through the window. Miss Clark, under the circumstances, I know that this may seem a little out of place.
But Mr. Drake,
I'd like to have you accompany me, Inspector Danton, and your aunt on a visit to Moxie Ramon's nightclub immediately.
Yes, ma'am. Most of them spent the morning in the electric chair, then they go to the gas chamber. Well, she asked a dumb question, she gets a dumb answer.
Oh, Inspector, I think you're cute. I wish we hadn't come here. I hate this place. Oh.
What's wrong with Clark?
There he is. Over near the door. The man with the horrible leering face.
Oh, yes, I see him. He's staring straight at us.
Hey, that's dog-faced Piley.
Exactly. Moxie Ramon, first lieutenant. You sure he was the one who entered your room, Miss Clark?
I'm positive. Oh, please take me out of here.
It's all right. He's gone now. There's nothing to worry about, Miss Clark. Dogface has a healthy respect for the police.
Don't tell me about no mistake. You know, this is my favorite too. Come on, Inspector, let's put it on, eh? Come on, stupid, I'm in the groove. Borrow my plane and let's see a gruesome scene.
Hey, wait a minute. What the devil kind of language is that?
Inspector, I'm afraid you've made a tank
Oh, you're falling, child, and I'm on the beat. Oh, no, honey, call me heavy.
Now, wait. Bye.
No use, Inspector.
Let's go. It's my fiddle. Let's go.
Oh, Gaffer, he doesn't know what it's all about.
I think it's awful the way Aunt Sister can act so unconcerned when there have been 2 murders committed practically before her eyes.
Possibly. She's not as unconcerned as she appears. I'm going to step outside for a moment, Miss Clark. I think you'd better take this.
What? Your revolver?
Yes. Here, you keep it out of sight, behind your purse.
But why should I have
There's no need for alarm. I merely want to... No, Miss Clark. Take hold of it like that.
It's Ben.
Yes, and he has a gun.
I'm afraid this will happen. But they're hitting us.
Miss Clark, come back here. Miss Clark!
All right, Drake, get your paws up.
Dogfish Piley. And with a gun, too. Well.
Yeah, with a gun. It works too, chum. Okay, Drake, what's the gimmick?
Gimmick?
Let's quit being nice. Your little trick didn't work, see? I knew you were up to something the minute I saw you here. So when the kid came in and started that fight, you were the baby I set my eye on.
Dogface, you're amazing. I had no idea there was such a clever brain lying behind that handsome profile.
Oh, you dirty compass stooge.
Well, so before you do, tell me something, Dogface. How are you going to beat the rap for murder?
Beat the... What do you mean, murder rap?
Yes, 2 murder raps, in fact. Your late boss, Moxie Ramon, and young Ed Clark.
Now, you're nuts. I wasn't even near the place.
What place, Dogface?
Clark. Now, that's it. You lousy rat. You're trying to hang those two murders on me. Well, look.
Yes, it wouldn't be difficult at all, Dogface. You were at the Clark's place tonight. Miss Clark saw you.
She never
Oh,
saw me.
yes, she did. So I give her your description of what she calls your visage?
Visage? What's that?
Terrific. Furthermore, we have fingerprints on the window that you forced. I'm afraid, Dogface, that you'd have no trouble at all hanging the two murders on you. Especially since it's common knowledge that you and Moxie weren't getting on too well.
It's a frame-up, eh?
Yes, and it's one that'll fix.
What do you want, Drake?
The note that young Ed Clark signed for money he lost at Moxie's gambling table.
I don't know what you're talking
Yes,
about.
you do. You and Moxie were using the note to blackmail Alice Clark.
You're crazy.
No, I'm not. Senator Clark's name is coming up for re-election next fall. You knew he couldn't stand unfavorable publicity. Especially since he's one of the most important military committeemen in Washington. So you worked on his daughter.
You can't prove that, and if you try, all this stuff will come out in the paper.
I won't have to prove it, Dogface. Because you're going to give me any and all papers that Ed Clark might have signed. Either that or you're going to face a murder charge, Dogface, and that's something I can prove.
Ah. Drake, you're a sucker. There's one little bet you overlooked. Suppose you aren't around to do any of that proving you're talking about.
I wouldn't be a fool to try that, Dogface. Inspector Danton would
All right, so I'd be a fool, will I? Well, get this, you two-time detective. You're going to get it right now. And
Inspector, you shouldn't have done that. Inspector, we've got to move fast now. Everything depends on speed. Come on, man.
I'll get it. Johnson speaking. Yeah, hello, Ryan. I'm at the Clark place now. You got the report, eh? Dead about 2 hours before you arrived. Yeah. What? The girl's fingerprints don't think you did. Okay, thanks.
Well, Inspector.
There were 3 sets of prints on the gun. Moxie, Ed Clark, and Alice Clark.
Man.
Why, that's crazy. How could Alice's prints get on the gun?
Inspector Danton, you're positively off the beam.
On the contrary, the inspector is right on the beam.
Oh, no, I don't see how. I possibly
Alice
that
has done
on.
many things during the past few days that one wouldn't suspect her of. Such as telling us so many lies she almost got herself facing a murder charge.
Why, you...
No, Ben, please. Mr. Drake is right. I have been in there. But I was so desperate and so frightened that
Yes, I know. Alice made the mistake that so many other innocent people have made. She didn't go to the police at once.
They said if I did, they'd tell about Ed.
Yes, it's a blackmailer's threat, Alice. The papers we found in Moxie Ramone's office tonight would hardly create the scandal they promised. You didn't know that, of course. You knew that Ed had been gambling, so he could have been mixed up in other things.
Yes. They said the father could never live down the publicity. Being reelected was so important to him, and to the government, too.
When you found Moxie dead on the floor, you suspected that Ed had killed him. A worse scandal than ever. So you placed the gun in Moxie's hand, called the inspector, and said someone had committed suicide in your living room.
But I couldn't think of anything else to do.
Dan here thought you were carrying on an affair with Moxie, because he saw Moxie coming from the house. And you couldn't tell him otherwise without explaining about Ed.
Is that true, Alice?
Yes, it's true.
I was dumb enough to...
Things kept building up until the situation was almost intolerable. Tonight's dramatic conclusion must have been, in one sense, a relief.
This is all very nice, but we still got a couple of murders to solve. Who killed Moxie?
Ed Clark. Alice, I think, saw him do it. Ed probably came in when Moxie was trying to force the money out of it. He must have realized what a heel he'd been, so he decided to square everything by killing Moxie.
Then he beat it, leaving his sister holding the bag.
Yes, he probably stood outside, watched Alice pick up the gun, and place it in Moxie's hand.
So he knows that Alice's prints are on the rod, and she might be accused of murdering Moxie.
That's right. He came back to get the gun.
Okay. So Clark comes back into the room, and someone plugged him. Who was it?
Moxie did.
You know what I thought you said, Bart? I thought you said Moxie shot Clark.
I did.
Now, wait a minute. Moxie was already dead. What kind of a gag is
this? It's no gag, Inspector. Alice picked up Ed's gun, placed it in Moxie's hand, crooked his finger around the trigger to make it look like suicide.
Stop making sense, Bart. I got 2 murders to solve.
Alice knew nothing about guns, as I discovered when I tried to get her to take mine at the Golden Swan tonight. The fact that the safety catch was off meant nothing to her.
I still don't get it.
Alice placed the gun in Moxie's lifeless hand. Our old friend Rigor Mortis went to work.
Rigor Mortis? Now, Bob...
Rigor Mortis, Inspector, steps in from 1 minute to 2 hours after a person dies. If you read a book,
written by a certain well-known private detective, you'd know that rigor mortis is a slow stiffening of a dead person's muscles.
Could that well-known detective be a guy named Barton Blake?
Yes, it could, Inspector. Rigor mortis immediately began tightening the finger that was hooked around the gun in Moxie's hand.
Jumping Judas. Now I get it. Moxie's finger kept tightening around the trigger.
And when Ed lifted up Moxie's hand to remove the gun, it exploded in his face.
Well, I'll just nudge him right between the eyes.
That's right.
I'll bet this is the only case on record where a dead man committed murder. By golly, we were certainly smart to figure that one.
Oh, Inspector Danton, I think you're simply wrong.
Now, wait a minute, Miss Satan.
Oh, you're super. You're a roasted policeman clover.
Hey, Bob. Sorry, Inspector, but mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place one evening last October. It was Indian summer, and I had gone out for a stroll after dining alone at the Lamplighters Club. Suddenly, a young girl rushed up and threw her arms about my neck.
Darling, how are you?
I beg your pardon. Well, after that, I'm sorry I'm not the man you were looking
Pretend that you know me. I'm being followed.
for. By whom?
He's behind you, leaning against the bank building. Oh, no, don't turn around.
Oh? But there's a policeman on the corner. I'll call
Oh,
him.
no. A policeman would only make things worse. But... Oh, come, walk along with me. Here, I'll take your arm. He must be convinced that we're old friends.
This is rather an amazing experience. Would you mind telling me your name?
It's Claire Wesley. You've probably heard of my uncle, Howard Wesley.
Howard Wesley. Oh, yes, of course. He recently returned home after being marooned on the South Sea Island for more than 30 years.
Yes, Uncle Howard was the only survivor of the liner Balmoral. He had a most unusual experience.
And what has your uncle's return to do with the man who you believe is following you?
A good deal. Barton Drake.
What? Oh, you know my name.
Oh, yes. Oh, please trust me. I need your help.
Oh?
When Uncle Howard was living on his island, he discovered a buried treasure.
Buried treasure? Now, come, Miss Wesley.
Oh, I'm serious, Mr. Drake. Uncle Howard drew a map. At first we thought, like you, that, well, perhaps he'd only been imagining finding a treasure.
Mm-hmm. And what convinced you otherwise?
Well, he had removed part of the treasure and brought it home with him.
Oh, I see. What type of valuables were they?
Well, a few old coins dated in the 16th century. A brooch and a ring.
You've checked and found them authentic?
Yes. 2 experts have guaranteed their authenticity.
Well. And why exactly do you need my help?
Because someone is trying to steal the map.
Oh.
Ever since the newspaper story was published, men have been coming to the house.
And what makes you think their purpose is to steal the map?
Because of the way Uncle Howard acts. He's terrified half the time, and... Oh, here, this is where I live.
My advice to you, Miss Wesley, is to get in touch with the police immediately.
Oh, but you don't understand. There have been threatening letters. Uncle Howard has been warned that he'll be murdered if he contacts the police.
Miss Wesley, I still don't understand why that
Uncle
would stop
Howard
people.
has been away so long, you see. Well, he's afraid of civilization. He's told me he'd destroy the map if it would assure him of a peaceful existence for the rest of his days.
I see. Tell me, are you your Uncle Howard's only heir, Miss Wesley?
No. There I am.
Oh. And naturally, you don't want the map to be...
Yes, you're quite right, Mr. Drake. Naturally, we don't want the map destroyed or stolen. It is worth a small fortune. I don't pretend that we're not interested in that fortune. I'd be a hypocrite to say otherwise.
I admire your frankness, Miss Wesley.
Thank you. Oh, Mr. Drake, will you come in and talk to Uncle Howard?
But if your uncle's frightened of people, if he suspects that everyone's attempting to steal his map...
I'll introduce you as my fiancé.
Your fiancé... You tempt me, Miss Wesley.
Then you will come?
How can I refuse? First, I'm accosted and kissed by a beautiful girl. Then asked to be her fiancé. Lead the way.
In the library, Mr. Drake. Uncle Howard's room is just down the hall. I'll call him.
Thank you. Miss Wesley.
Yes?
Since we're supposed to be engaged, couldn't we drop the formalities? Just for appearance's sake, of course.
Why, I suppose so.
Your uncle, I'm sure, would think it strange to hear his niece referring to the man with whom she's deeply in love as Mr. Drake.
Deeply in... Oh, very well, Barton.
Thank you, Claire.
I'll be back in a moment.
That is interesting. By Jove. Maybe something is the matter after all. I'm coming. Take it easy. Claire, what happened? Good heavens.
It's Uncle Howard. He's been shot. He's dead.
Don't expect me to believe that stuff about buried treasure and maps and shipwrecked millionaires, do you?
I was as amused as you are at first, Inspector.
But now you believe it, eh?
I don't know. A man's been murdered. Apparently, there were no other motives but obtaining possession of the treasure map.
Treasure map. Look, how did this guy happen to be rescued after being lost for 32 years anyhow?
Well, according to the newspaper, Inspector, a fisherman found a sealed bottle on which there was a note written 32 years ago by Howard Wesley, giving the location of his island.
Shades of Captain Kidd. Bart, have you been reading adventure books or something?
You don't believe it, eh, Inspector?
Of course not. Look, have you seen the treasure map or the note that was sealed in the bottle?
Not yet. I expect you shortly. Oh, Claire, come in. Claire, this is Inspector Noah Denton.
How do you do, Inspector Danton?
Hi. Just a minute. Bart, how long have you and Claire known each other?
About an hour, Inspector. You see, Claire
An hour, he says. And already he calls her Claire.
I'm trying to explain, Inspector.
Mr. Drake, if you don't mind, I think we'd better forget the fact that we were engaged.
Engaged?
After all, my uncle is dead.
Yes, I know. However...
Oh, please, Mr. Drake, I'd rather not discuss it.
Very well, Miss Wesley, but I really can't believe your grief over your uncle's death is very sincere.
I beg your pardon?
After all, you've known your uncle for less than a month.
But
According to the story, he disappeared 32 years ago. Are you, 32 years old, Miss Wesley?
Of course not.
Which means that he disappeared several years before you were born.
Say, that's right, isn't it?
I'm afraid, Miss Wesley, that the bond of affection that you feel toward your Uncle Howard is based on something much more practical than deep human emotion.
I see. Very well, Mr. Drake. Since that's the way you feel, I'll have to ask you to leave.
Whoa, just a minute, lady. Drake stays. There's been a murder, remember?
I don't care if there has. Mr. Drake was working for me,
and now he's working for me. Go ahead, Bart. Ask your question.
Thank you, Inspector. I'm sorry, Miss Wesley. Is that the map of the buried treasure you're holding?
Yes. If you care to look at it.
Thank you.
And now, if you don't mind, I'll go. Unless I'm to consider myself under arrest.
Now, look, young lady, we haven't got time to fool around with injured pride and that sort of thing.
Wait a minute, Inspector. Miss Wesley, did you find the note that was taken from the sealed bottle?
Find it? Why, I think it's in my purse. Oh, yes, here it is.
Thank you.
In her purse, she carries it.
Well, is there something wrong with that? And Judd copied it all for the newspapers, and I put the note back in my purse. Well, how can you possibly
Who's
think...
Judd?
He's my half-brother. Why?
Just asking. What's the note say, Bart?
I'll read it, Inspector. Whoever finds this, please have the authorities broadcast by radio my location. It's somewhere near 18 degrees south latitude and 175 degrees west longitude.
Long ways away. Now, go ahead, Bart.
I'm the sole survivor of the liner Balmoral, wrecked 4 months after leaving New York. I shall go mad unless soon rescued. We'll try and hold out until help arrives. Signed, Howard Wesley.
It doesn't tell us anything. I read the same thing in the newspaper a month ago.
Yes, so did I, Inspector. Miss Wesley, if your uncle valued his treasure map so much, how was it that you were able to put your hand on it immediately?
Uncle Howard valued my confidence also, Mr. Drake.
Oh, so. Then he told you where the map was hidden.
Yes.
Did Judd Graham also know the hiding place?
Of course. However, Judd is inclined to disbelieve Uncle Howard's story of the buried treasure.
Well, it's nice to know that someone's being smart in this deal.
Oh, well. You still discredit the story of the buried treasure, eh, Inspector?
Sure I do. Why, doggone it.
Why, Inspector?
Why what?
Why do you discredit the story?
Because it
doesn't make sense.
No?
Now, look, this is the room where Howard Wesley was found murdered, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, look around. Everything's in order, nothing touched, no drawers open, no rugs pulled up, nothing.
Mm-hmm. Well?
If the guy who murdered Wesley was looking for the buried treasure map, he'd have turned the place upside down.
You're forgetting, Inspector, that the map was hidden in another room. Miss Wesley just brought it to us.
Okay. How about it, Miss Wesley? Was the other room ransacked?
Why, no. As a matter of fact, it wasn't.
There, I guess that proves my point. I'm not dumb, you know, Bart.
You certainly aren't, Inspector. Your reasoning in this particular instance was most logical.
Well, thanks, Bart. It seems nice to have you agree with me.
I'm sorry, Inspector, but I don't agree with you.
Huh?
I think that the person who murdered Howard Wesley believes there is a buried treasure. I believe his motive for murder was to secure possession of that map. I also believe that the murderer will return here within 24 hours.
Hello, Betty.
Well, Judd Graham, where have you been?
I got here as quickly as I could.
Quickly as you could? That's a lie. You've been drinking. You stopped at Tony's.
Oh, Betty, listen to
Take
me.
your hands off me. I told you what the deal was going to be. Well, did you get the map?
Oh, be reasonable, Betty. I did what you told me. I tried to find it.
Oh, Judd. And you promised.
I know I promised, and I'll keep the promise. Believe me, I will.
How can I believe you now?
Oh, Betty, listen to me. The map's around the house somewhere. It's got to be.
You've been saying that for a month. What if someone else finds it first?
Oh, how can they? Claire and I are the only ones allowed in the house.
But Claire might have...
Oh, that's nonsense. Even if Claire did know where Uncle Howard had hidden the map, she wouldn't steal it.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. Claire isn't that kind of girl.
Oh, I see. Then you think that I am.
No, I don't think that at all. I think you're the most wonderful girl in the world.
Do you, Judd?
You know I do.
Judd.
Yes, Betty?
Love me?
Yes, I love you so much, I sometimes think I'll go mad.
Darling, kiss me.
Betty, you will go away with me, won't you?
Well, of course I will, Judd, darling. And we're going to be terribly happy together. Only...
Yes. Only you want me to get the map.
But, darling, don't you see, we haven't any money. It wouldn't be any fun without money, and, well, so many people would pay us for the map.
Okay. I'll try again.
Well, you don't want to.
Oh, I do, Betty, I do. I said I would, didn't I?
It didn't sound very convincing. You don't seem to care what I want.
Oh, Betty, stop talking like that. You know that's all I care about.
Well...
I'll get the map for you, Betty. If it's what you want, I'll get it. Even if I have to kill Uncle Howard.
I must say, Mr. Drake, I'm not much impressed with your method of solving a murder.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Wesley. What would you suggest I do?
Oh, I don't know, I'm sure, but I'm not a detective. If I were, I'd certainly do more than merely sit around waiting for the murderer to put in an appearance.
Then you don't think he will?
Certainly not. That story about a criminal returning to the scene of his crime is a fallacy.
Is it really?
Oh, very well. Laugh at me. But I've read a dozen times where that theory's been exploded.
I'm not laughing, Miss Wesley. Furthermore, I've read the same thing.
But, of course, being Barton Drake, you're going to prove that the authorities are wrong.
I'm going to attempt to. I can tell you better what my chances of success are after Inspector Denton has completed his search of the house.
And just what does Inspector Denton expect to find as the result of his search?
I don't know. Possibly he thinks the murderer might be lurking in some dark closet ready to pop out at us.
I'm not amused, Mr. Drake.
No? Well, then perhaps you'd like to accompany me on an errand I have to do.
Well, under the
My destination is a reference room of the Morning Ledger.
But I don't believe that
I'm quite sure I can show you something of interest, Miss Wesley.
I see. You're not asking me to go. You're demanding.
Oh, come, Miss Wesley.
You suspect me of murdering my uncle. All right. I'm your prisoner.
But a very charming prisoner. Will you get your hat, please? Let me see now. September 5th. September 6th. Here we are. Saturday, September 8th.
If you're looking for the account of my uncle's rescue, it's on page 7.
Thank you, Miss Wesley. Page 7.
Here it is. Lost millionaire rescued after 32 years on South Sea Island.
Do you no good to read the entire account, Mr. Drake? You'll find that everything I've told you is true.
Are you bored, Miss Wesley?
Well, I've had more exciting times.
Miss Wesley, you are a very charming prisoner.
Your flattery is wasted, Mr. Drake.
Oh, I'm sorry. Pardon me, please. Howard Wesley, millionaire, who was believed drowned from his yacht at the Balmoral. Well, what do you know about that? So, Mr. Wesley's taken up temporary residence with his niece, Miss Claire Wesley, at a home on Clock Street.
I suppose by that, you mean to imply that you've made a great discovery.
Indeed, I do, Miss Wesley.
Well, what, for goodness sake?
For one thing, I'm surprised to learn that your uncle was picked up in a small boat which he had manufactured himself.
How remarkable. The fact that Uncle Howard manufactured a boat of his own gives Barton Drake a clue to the identity of his murderer.
Yes, it's amazing, isn't it, Miss Wesley? Well, let's go back to the house. Inspector Danton will be getting impatient.
Well, here we are, Betty. You wait outside
Oh,
and I'll...
nothing doing. This time I'm going to see to it that you really look for that map.
Yeah, but Claire might be home.
Well, I
and
hope she is. It's time I met that sister of yours. Say, you're not ashamed to introduce me to her, are you?
Of course not. I want you to meet her, darling. Only
what?
nothing. Come along.
Why did you ring the bell?
Well, if Claire's home, I don't want to go barging in on her unannounced.
Well, no one's answered the bell. Have you got a key?
Yes, I've got one.
No one here could have heard us before now.
I guess you're right.
Well, where's your uncle's room?
Come with me.
You're sure he keeps the map in the house?
Oh, yes, he wouldn't trust it anywhere else. This is Uncle Howard's room here.
Well, at least he doesn't keep his door locked.
Well, it wouldn't do him any good. The keys to all the rooms are the same.
Nobody here.
Uncle Howard and Claire probably went out together. They usually do at this time of day.
Well, come on, let's get started.
Well, you begin at the bureau, and I'll go through his desk.
Okay. Hey, what does the map look like anyway?
Oh, it's just an ordinary piece of paper.
All right, you two, get your hands up.
Say, what is this? Who the devil are you?
Santa Claus. Now, do you get your hands
Don't do it, Judd. He's after the map. Don't go and get him.
Yeah, get him. How about it, Bob? Are you going to take the babe's advice or mine? I got the gun, you know.
Well, what is it you want? If it's the map, you're wasting your time.
Bob, in just a second, I'm going to waste a bullet.
Oh, don't believe him, Judd. He wouldn't dare shoot.
Lady, it looks like you're asking me to plug holes in your boyfriend.
All right. I've got my hands up. Now, what am I supposed to do?
You're supposed to tell this babe to shut up, for one thing.
Oh, don't listen to him, Judd. He's going to try and make you tell where the map is.
Lady, if you don't button up your lip,
Tell him who you are, Judd. Tell him you live here. Tell him...
Live here?
Well, of course he lives here. Who do you think you are, breaking into honest people's houses? You're just a...
Now, wait a minute. Bob, is your name Judd Graham?
Well, of course he's Judd Graham. You knew he was all the time. Now get out of here before we call the police.
Oh, shut up.
I won't shut up. You won't make me shut up. I know why you're here.
Why?
What?
I said why.
What?
Now, just a minute, Betty. For heaven's sake, calm down. There's nothing we could do so long as he has the gun.
Bob, you're smart. Now, look.
What's that?
Don't get excited. It's only Drake.
Drake? Who's he?
You'll see in a minute. Hey, Bart. Bart. Down here.
Coming, Inspector. Well, what have we here?
A talking machine and a guy who says his name is Judd Graham.
A couple of cops. Judd, what in the world has happened?
Perhaps you can tell us, Claire. If this man is a friend of yours, I wish you asked him to point that gun the other way.
But why is he pointing it at you at all? Doesn't he know who you are? Sure, he knows who we are. We just told him, but the big flatfoot hasn't got any sense.
One more crack out of you, lady, and I'll...
You
Just
what?
a minute, please. Inspector, whom did you think these two people were?
How should I know? They come sneaking in here, began poking around. I figured they were looking for the map.
The map? Oh, then it's all a mistake. Judd wouldn't have to look for the map. He knows as well as I where Uncle Howard kept it. What was that?
Now, just a minute, Betty.
Why, you double-crossing, two-timing chiseler. What kind of a sucker do you think you're playing me for?
Oh, Betty, listen. You've got to listen. I didn't know. Honest. Claire only thought I did.
Oh, Judd, that's not so. Oh, the lousy tricks. Hey, I'm getting out of here.
Just a minute,
Get out of my way, Breaker, Jake, or whatever your name is.
Inspector.
It'll be a pleasure. All right, lady, relax.
Keep your hands off of you. If Betty wants to leave, she can.
Says who?
Oh, Mr. Drake, will you please explain what this is all about? It's Judd's business if he wants to bring his girls to the house.
Yes, but it's not Judd's business when there's a crime involved.
A crime? What the devil are you talking about?
In a minute, I'll explain, Graham. Tell me, was it really the map you were looking for, or this slip of paper?
What slip of paper? Where did you get that?
Your sister gave it to me. She had it in her purse ever since you copied it off and gave the story to the newspapers.
But that's only the note that Uncle Howard wrote and placed in the sealed bottle. But Judd...
Do you want to tell her, Judd?
Why,
Naturally, you don't. But suppose you tell me why you pretended to this young lady that you'd been searching for the map. Or shall I tell you?
Yeah. Yeah, you tell us, smart guy.
Frankly, I can only guess. Judd, are you in love with Betty?
Well, Yes, I am.
I thought so. Up until she read about your uncle's treasure map, Betty wouldn't marry you. Is that correct?
That's none of your business.
But I'm making it my business for a very definite reason, Judd. When Betty read about the treasure map, she asked you to get it. She figured it would be worth considerable money. She threatened to break your engagement if you didn't get it.
Now, look here, Drake,
I'm
you
still
can't...
only guessing, Graham. You can deny my statements anytime you like.
Oh, what's the use? Sure, you're right. I told Betty I'd get her the map. I didn't want to lose her.
But you never found the map, even though you knew where it was all the time. Instead, you kept searching for this note.
Yes, that's
but
right.
Why, Judd? Why?
I'll answer that, Miss Wesley. Judd knew the map was worthless. He knew there wasn't any treasure. He knew that unless he found and destroyed the note, which your uncle allegedly wrote, someone would reveal the hoax and his girlfriend would lose interest.
Hoax? What do you mean, hoax?
I'm sorry, Miss Wesley. The man who told you he was your uncle was an imposter. He was never shipwrecked. In fact, I doubt if he was ever out of the city.
Well, now, isn't that just dandy? So Uncle Howard made chumps out of a whole bunch of us, huh? Well, okay, so we lose. Anyway, we're still alive, and that's something.
What do you mean we're still alive, miss?
Well, we are, aren't we? And that old coot...
Go on.
Nothing. I wasn't going to say anything.
On the contrary, you were going to say that old coot was dead.
I wasn't. I don't know what you're talking
I'm
about.
afraid you do, miss. How did you know that Uncle Howard was dead?
Well, I didn't. Hey, you're not going to pin this on me. Let me out of here. You're not going to...
Hold her, Inspector.
Don't worry. She won't get away. Relax, lady. You've got nothing to worry about. You're only under arrest for committing first-degree murder. I guess we cleaned that one up pretty fast, eh?
Yes, I guess we did, Inspector.
You know, Uncle Howard wasn't so dumb at that.
You're quite right, Inspector. He planned his hoax skillfully and nearly succeeded in fooling everyone.
Yeah. If he'd sold that map, he'd have been set for life.
He certainly would.
Too bad for him that the babe decided to come looking for the map herself, got caught, and had to shoot good old Uncle Howard.
Yes, a pity, Inspector.
The thing is, Uncle Howard fooled everyone but Drake, eh?
You're quite wrong, Inspector. Judd Graham wasn't fooled for a minute.
Is that so?
Very much so, Inspector. It was Judd, you know, who gave the story of the sealed note to the newspapers.
Well?
Well, when Judd copied off the note for him, he omitted one phrase.
One phrase?
Yes.
What is that?
He omitted the phrase that said, "Whoever finds this, please have the authorities broadcast by radio my location as somewhere near 18 degrees south latitude and 175 degrees west longitude."
No such location, eh?
No such thing as a radio 32 years ago, Inspector.
Well, I'll be a cross-eyed goose. Say...
Yes, Inspector.
Where are you going?
Well, if you'll pardon me, Inspector, I'm going to find Claire.
So, it's Claire again. What do you want to see her for?
I want to explain to her, Inspector, in a negative sort of way, that among other things, mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Inspector Noah Danton and I had driven to Lake George for a few days' rest, and were returning to New York. It was early spring, and the mud season was at its height. Early in the evening, a young practicing physician in the town of Cranston had been attending to his last patient of the day.
All right, Horace, you can put your shirt back on.
Okay. Well, everything all right, Doc?
Oh, hello, Hala. Come in. We're all through.
Did you give the patient a clean bill of health, Doctor?
Doctor isn't talking. Look at him. He's disgusted because he can't find anything wrong. You know, it must be discouraging when a fine, healthy specimen like me comes in for a checkup.
I wish all our patients were as healthy as you look, Horace.
Yeah, Doc doesn't think so. He'd go out of business, eh, Doc?
Sometimes people who look healthy are actually sick.
Yeah, I suppose you're right at that. Hey, Doc.
Yes?
There isn't anything wrong with me, is there?
We've been friends a long time, Horace. You want the truth, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I want the truth.
It's your heart, old man.
My heart?
Yes, it's quite bad.
Oh, you're kidding, Doc. I mean, well, I'm not going to die, am I?
Not right away. That is, if you're careful, very careful. Any unusual exertion would prove fatal.
What do you mean, careful? Look, Doc, I can't be careful. I'm an engineer. I can't quit work. You know that.
I'm afraid you'll have to quit your work.
Oh, no, I can't. What'd be the good of living if I couldn't build things? Look, Doc, Oh, no, you must be kidding.
Sorry, Horace. This is as tough on me as it is on you. Sometimes it isn't pleasant being a doctor.
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. All right, Doc. That's the verdict. I guess I can take it.
That's the spirit. Just take it easy and you might live to be 100.
Yeah, live to be 100. Well, so long, Doc. Good night, Hala. Thanks for everything.
Good night, Horace.
Good night. Oh, what a pity. Charles, are you sure?
Do you think I'd tell him such tragic news if I weren't sure?
But wouldn't it have been better to have let him go on thinking?
That he was in fine physical shape? Would that have been fair? If he's careful, he might prolong his life for years.
I wonder if Horace wants to prolong his life if he can't build things. Some men's work is more important to them than life itself.
Your interest in Horace seems somewhat unusual, my dear.
I've known him since we were children. Once long ago, he asked me to marry him.
Marry him?
Yes. Oh, it was before you came to town, Dr. Morrow. After working as your nurse for a month, I knew.
Knew what?
Why I didn't accept Horace. It was because I'd been waiting for you.
Darling, thank heaven you did. I suppose you know that was why you got the job when I advertised for a nurse.
Why?
Because I fell in love with you the minute you stepped through that office door.
Oh, so you didn't think I'd make a good nurse. All you wanted was... Dr. Morrow, after all, do you kiss all your nurses during office hours?
Only those I happen to fall in love with. And since you're the only nurse I've ever employed, how could I have fallen in love with the others? Besides, office hours ended 15 minutes ago.
Then go and change your clothes and take me out to dinner. I'm starved.
Ah, me. Women and their appetites. Be back in a shake, darling. Don't go away.
I will if you're gone more than 5 minutes. Darling.
Hello, Hala.
Jerry.
Take it easy, baby. I ain't a ghost.
Terry, it can't be you.
No. Take a good look, sister. A good look.
Terry, what are you doing here?
Well, for the past couple of minutes, been outside, listening to your sloppy conversation with your doctor friend.
Terry.
You know, honey, you sure know how to get 'em. Why, you got that sawbones eating out of your hand. Just the way you used to have Horace Graham.
Stop it, Terry. What are you doing here? What do you want?
I had a little accident. Here, take a look.
You're wounded. You've been shot.
That's it, honey. Got into a little jam with the cops. Begun throwing lead around. I stopped one with my shoulder.
So, it was you.
Yeah, it was me who knocked off that payroll clerk. Now, look, honey. I got to get this shoulder of mine fixed up. I was thinking that maybe your boyfriend...
You fool. Of course he won't.
You planning on making a telephone call, baby?
That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to call the police.
No, ain't that something? My own sister turning me in. I can just see the headlines tomorrow. Escape con captured. Doctor breaks engagement with jailbird's sister.
So that's why you came here.
That's why I came here. Figure some other doc might start asking questions about how I got this bullet hole.
And why do you think Charles won't ask you those questions?
Charles, huh? It's like this, honey. I was thinking you wouldn't want Charles to know that it was because of me you didn't marry Horace Graham.
That's a lie. It wasn't because of you that I didn't marry Horace. I didn't love Horace.
Oh, sure. Now, look, honey. You're not kidding me.
So long as I was alive, you wouldn't marry nobody. Because you figured they might find out and object to having a jailbird in the family.
Horace knew. I told him.
No, you didn't. You never told nobody about me. Then you're I'm dead. After a while, you go overboard about this doctor guy. You figure everything will be okay because there won't be a chance of me showing up.
Charles!
It's all right, Hala. I heard it all. There's nothing to be afraid of.
Well. If it ain't Doc Sawbones himself. And with a gun, too.
That's right, mister, with a gun. And I know how to use it. Don't forget that.
I ain't forgetting nothing, mister. Least of all, I ain't forgetting my sister.
That's enough. I'm not interested in your opinion of your sister. Hala, there's just one thing I want to know.
Yes, Charles.
Did you refuse to marry Horace Graham because your brother was in jail?
No. Horace knew about Terry. I told him. The reason I didn't marry Horace was because I didn't love him.
Well, that's all I wanted to know, honey.
You're making a mistake, Doc. It ain't going to do you no good. It ain't going to do Hala no good when folks find out who I am.
He's right, Charles. It'll ruin you. People will ask questions. They won't patronize a doctor who's married to a sister of a jailbird.
That's it. Don't make a mistake, Doc. You got too much to lose. Or you might even lose Hala.
Hala?
Don't listen to him, Charles. It wouldn't make any difference. You're right about calling the police. I'm going to.
You ain't going to call nobody.
Look out, Charles.
Stand still, you fool.
No one ain't going to turn me over to the police.
The light.
Terry, come back or I'll riot. You ain't going to...
You know, Bart, I'm kind of glad we decided to drive through to New York tonight after all. We ought to be there by dawn, eh?
I should think so, Inspector. What's the matter? Don't you like the country?
Oh, sure. I like it all right. Nice place to visit. As a matter of fact, I understand there are people who live here all the year round.
I wouldn't be surprised to find you were right. Say, Inspector.
Yeah? What's the matter?
Look, isn't that a man lying up ahead beside the road?
Huh? Where?
By Jove, it is.
Hey.
Pull up, Inspector.
Yeah, okay. Probably some farmer got pie-eyed on hard cider. Good thing you saw him, or we might have run over him.
Possibly he's the victim of a hit-and-run driver.
Yeah.
Let's go back and take a look.
Two-Bit says this means we don't get back to New York by dawn.
Get out your flashlight, Inspector.
I got it out. There he is.
Yes. Lying in the mud beside the road. Hold the light steady while I roll him over. There we are.
How about a drunk or dead?
I'm not sure. There don't seem to be any bruises. I think we'd better get him to a doctor in any case.
A doctor? Where are we going to find a doctor in this wilderness?
There must be a town somewhere nearby, or else it... Listen, Inspector.
Huh? Listen to what? Hey, someone coming up the road.
Swing up your flashlight, Inspector.
Yeah.
Hello there. Something wrong?
Oh, yes. We were driving along and saw this man lying beside the road. Are you a native in this locality?
Yeah, I am. Oh, well, what's the matter? Say, is he dead?
We don't know yet. Know who he is?
Wait a minute. Throw your flashlight on his face. No? No, I never saw him before. Probably struck by a hit-and-run driver, huh?
Could be. What's your name, mister? And what are you doing walking along the road at 2 o'clock in the morning?
Well, I'm Horace Graham. I live in the village down the road. Well, as far as what I'm doing, I was just out for a walk.
Well, how do you like that? Out for a walk at 2 a.m. on a pitch-dark night.
Never mind that now, Inspector. Is there a doctor in the village, Mr. Graham?
Yeah, there's a doctor there. His name is Morrow, Charles Morrow.
Good.
His place is at the north end of the town. You can't miss it. There's a sign.
Splendid. Grab hold here, Inspector. This man needs treatment badly. This must be the place. Yes, there's the sign.
Black as ink. Maybe he isn't home.
I think it more likely that he's asleep. All right. Help me lift up our friend, Inspector.
Okay. Let's go.
All right.
There's something screwy about this, Bart, and I think you know it.
We both know it, don't we, Inspector? All right. Ease him down here on the porch. Careful now. There we are.
I'll knock. Why didn't you say so back there on the road?
I didn't think it expedient, Inspector. Neither did you.
Huh? Well, as far as I'm concerned...
Hello? Who's down there?
Dr. Morrow?
Yes, I'm Dr. Morrow.
We've a patient here who needs immediate treatment.
Immediate? Look, I've had a busy day.
This guy was struck by a hit-and-run driver. Come on down.
Hit and run. Very well, I'll be down. Wait until I put some clothes on.
Why is it that some people always have to stop and argue?
Are you asking me, Inspector?
What's that supposed to be? A wisecrack?
There's a light.
All right. Let's lift up the body, Inspector.
Body? Who said it was a body? You don't call a man a body and...
Keep quiet. Bring him inside, gentlemen. My office is to the left. You can place him on the operating table.
All right, fine. Coming up. Sorry to disturb you, Doctor, but this looks serious.
George, he is messed up, isn't he?
Well, at least there's a lot of mud on him.
Let me see now. Hit-and-run driver, you said. Gentlemen, I'm afraid your act of mercy came too late. The man is dead.
So? How would you say he died, Doctor?
How? Why, probably a fractured skull, or worse. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Tomorrow I'll make out my report and...
Would you mind showing us where the car struck him?
Look here, gentlemen, I'm a doctor.
We're policemen, and we want to know a few things.
Policeman?
Yes. This man here wasn't struck by any hit-and-run driver. There isn't a bruise on him, and he was dead when we found him. Well, there's no use kidding anybody. We both knew it.
I see. Well, as policemen, you should know it's illegal to move a corpse without a coroner or a doctor. Now, if
the inspector spoke too hastily, Doctor. We weren't sure that the man was dead. It was reasonable to suppose that he was the victim of a hit-and-run driver until we saw the bandages.
Bandages?
Yeah, under his shirt. You better take a look, Doc. Make sure there aren't any bullet holes.
Well, there is a bandage, isn't there?
Yes.
Let me see. This is a bit irregular, but... By George, look there. There is a bullet hole.
Through the shoulder. I wouldn't say that such a wound would kill a man, would you, Doctor?
Oh, it's quite likely. You see, loss of blood...
The wound had begun to heal. That means, of course, that the blood had stopped flowing. No, Doctor. I think you'd better unwrap the rest of the bandage so we can see the second bullet hole. The one that really killed him. Inspector. The headlights are shining on the exact spot where we found the body. Let's get out and take a look around.
You think we're going to find something here, do you?
Naturally, I do. Otherwise, I wouldn't have suggested that we come back.
Well, for my dough, we should be talking to a guy named Horace Graham.
Stop here, Inspector. And why should we be talking to Horace Graham?
Because nobody with any brains will be walking along a country road in the pitch dark at 2 o'clock in the morning. Because the bullet that killed the guy we found entered through his back and penetrated to his heart.
Yes, I think you're right, Inspector. However, let's look around here first. Yeah. There are the victim's footprints in the mud. There's the place where he fell.
Yep, and there are tire tracks where the car swerved off the pavement. Say?
Yes, I was thinking the same thing, Inspector. It almost looks as though a car had chased our friend off the road. Otherwise, the tire tracks would have swerved in the other direction.
But why? The guy wasn't hit by an automobile. He was shot. Remember?
And I strongly suspect that Dr. Morrow knew he was shot. By the way, Inspector, do something for me, will you?
Sure. What do you want me to do?
Follow that line of footprints made by the victim.
You mean you want me to walk through the mud?
Yes, do you mind?
I mind a lot, but I don't think it'll do any good. Here goes. This way you want me?
Fine. Come on back, Inspector. I think we've made a discovery.
Discovery? What did you discover about me walking through the mud?
Turn around and compare your own footprints with those of the victim, Inspector.
What's different about him? Say, Bart, look.
That's it, Inspector. You're a pretty big man, yet the footprints you made aren't nearly as deep as those made by the man we found lying here.
And he was a little guy.
Right.
Which means that someone must have carried him through the mud and dropped him beside the road to make it look as though a car hit him.
Which brings up another point. When we knocked at Dr. Morrow's door, he told us he'd be down as soon as he put some clothes on.
So he did. And when he finally got down, he was in his stocking feet.
Inspector, it struck me as odd that a man would fully dress himself and forget to put on his shoes.
He didn't forget. But I think we'd better go back and have another talk with Dr. Morrow.
Yes, but not right away, Inspector. As Sherlock Holmes used to say, let's smoke a couple of pipes on it first.
But look, if Doc's shoes are covered with mud...
They won't be, Inspector. The man isn't a fool. He probably wiped off his shoes long before he ever returned to the office. No, there's some other reason why Dr. Morrow came downstairs in his stocking feet. And I'm beginning to think I know the reason why.
Well, gentlemen, back again, eh? Did you make any startling discoveries?
Yeah, we made a few, Doc, that'll knock your eye out. Who's your girlfriend?
This is Miss Hala Knight, my nurse. Hala, Barton Drake, and Inspector Noah Danton.
Inspector
Hala.
Drake.
And now, gentlemen, please tell me what you've discovered.
Would you mind if we looked at the corpse again, Doctor?
No, not at all. Just step into my office.
Thank you.
I have made out a full report on the happenings of last night, and I'll turn it into the police immediately.
You better hold it up a little bit, Doc. There might be some things you'll want to add to that report.
Oh?
Well, you seem to have changed the appearance of our corpse somewhat, Doctor.
Oh, you mean the mud? Yes, I cleaned him up a bit. He was pretty muddy.
Especially his shoes.
His shoes? Well, yes, I wiped them off, if that's what you mean.
I suppose that accounts for the peculiar odor.
Peculiar odor?
Yeah. Smells like burning cloth.
Did you burn the cloths with which you wiped off the shoes, Doctor?
Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I did.
I see. Dr. Morrow, do you mind if Inspector Danton and I search your bedroom?
My bed? Now, look here, gentlemen.
You don't have to let us if you don't want to, Doc. Only if we don't, someone else is going to.
I'd like to know who. I can't possibly
Let them, Charles. What difference can it make? We've nothing to hide.
That's very sensible of you, Miss Knight. Will you show us the way, Doctor? And these are the shoes you wore last night, Doctor.
Yes, why?
Dr. Morrow, you're a man of intelligence. Doesn't it strike you as a bit ridiculous trying to cover up your guilt?
My guilt? I don't know what you mean.
I'm sure you do, Doctor. You really should have studied the business of crime before attempting to commit one.
Now, look here, Drake.
You look here yourself, Doctor. Look closely at this shoe, the left one. There are still particles of mud buried in the crevices of the heel.
Well, why shouldn't there be? This is the spring of the year. There's mud everywhere.
Exactly. Can you explain why there's no particle of mud at all on your right shoe?
Why,
Perhaps you didn't wear both shoes at the same time. Is that it, Doctor?
Nonsense. Of course I did.
It does sound like nonsense, doesn't it? The idea of a man wearing shoes that aren't mates. I don't suppose you'd mind if we took these shoes out and tried fitting them into the prints that we found near where the body was picked up.
Of course not. In fact, I'd welcome such an experiment.
Yes, I think you would. You're too eager, Doctor. You fell into my trap very neatly.
Trap? What are you talking about?
Amateur criminals, Doctor, are always over-anxious. Shall I tell you what happened?
Nothing happened. I don't know what you're talking about.
The inspector and I found that the footprints were unusually deep. We reasoned that they had to be made by a very big man with small feet. Or a normal-sized man who was carrying someone else.
Well?
We decided that they'd been made by a normal-sized man carrying someone else. And that man was you.
If it were I, then these shoes would fit the prints, wouldn't they?
Oh, no. When you reached the spot where you decided to leave the body, you changed shoes with the victim, carried him to the side of the road, and then returned to your car. It's the victim's shoes that'll fit the prints, Doctor.
Of course they will. He was hit by that automobile.
It was pitch dark when you put your own shoes back on. You couldn't see what you were doing. You got one of the victim's shoes on by mistake. You came back here wearing one brown shoe and one black one, a fact that you didn't discover until last night when we knocked on your door.
Get it, Doc? You came downstairs fully dressed, but without shoes. That made us kind of suspicious.
I see. All right, I guess it's no use.
Oh, Charles.
There, dear. I was a fool to think I could get away with it.
But it wasn't murder. It wasn't. It was self-defense.
If it was self-defense, why didn't you notify the police instead of trying to pull this hit-and-run gag?
Because the man who was killed was my brother. He'd been in jail. He came here last night wounded. He threatened to tell who he was unless I influenced Charles into attending to his wound. I knew it would ruin Charles, so I refused.
I see. And then what happened, Miss Knight?
Charles had overheard our conversation. He stepped into the room. He was holding a gun. Terry tried to get out of the room. He switched off the lights and opened the door.
Was he facing you both when he switched off the lights?
Facing us?
That's right.
Yes. He made some remark about not letting us get away with it. Charles thought he was reaching for a gun and fired.
Hey, what's that?
Someone just went through the front door.
Whoever it is in a hurry. I'll take a look. Hey! Whoever it is swiping our car. Wait, that's...
No, it's Horace Graham. He's got someone with him.
That isn't someone, lady. That's our corpse. Come on! Doc, can't you get
more speed out of this jalopy of yours?
Sorry, Inspector. It's a pre-war model.
With a 5-minute start, we'll never catch him.
Doctor, can you think of any reason why Horace Graham would want to steal the body of Miss Knight's brother?
Yes, I can, but until I know for sure, I'm going to keep it to myself.
Look, there's a car up ahead.
That's our wagon, boss.
I see it is, Inspector.
Give her the gun, Jack.
I'm doing the best I can.
Look, he's turning into that side road.
That guy must be nuts. He knows we're behind him.
Perhaps he wants us to catch him, Inspector.
Better slow down, Doctor. He won't get far on that gravel road.
Here's the turn here. Take it easy, Doc. This is nothing but a cart path.
There's the other car. He stopped at the foot of that embankment.
Jumping Judas, what's the guy up to? He's dragged the corpse out of the car. He's trying to carry it up the embankment.
Oh, the idiot. I told him.
Come on, Doctor. We've got to hurry.
Horace! Horace, stop that! Stop that, Horace!
Come on, let's go after him.
Now, there's something screwy about this. I don't get it at all.
We will in a minute, Inspector.
He stopped. Oh, Horace!
Horace, you fool. I told you that any strenuous exercise...
Sorry, Doc. I didn't want you to get into a jam for something I did.
Something you did? What are you talking about, man?
It was I who shot Ayla's brother.
What? Horace. Listen, Horace.
Charles, is he...
Yes. Yes, he's dead. Carrying that body was too much of a strain, as I think he knew it would be.
Inspector, we ought to be back in New York before dark.
Yeah. Wonder if the old place will have changed much.
I imagine it'll look about the same as it would have looked if we got there by dawn.
I don't know. A lot can happen in 12 hours.
You're right there, Inspector. A lot certainly happened in the past 12 hours, didn't it?
For us, it did. You know, Bart, we should have suspected that Horace Graham guy right from the start.
Oh? My, Inspector.
Why? Why, just like I said at the beginning, any guy who'd go walking on a cold black night at 2 a.m. is a screwball.
Being a screwball doesn't make a man a murderer, Inspector. I can understand why he'd want to be out walking by himself, just having been condemned to death by his physician.
That wasn't why he was out walking. He just killed a man. He wanted to see if the hit-and-run gimmick was going to work.
Yes, I know. Inspector, men who are condemned to death have a curious attitude. Horace was once in love with Miss Knight, you know. When he came back and overheard their conversation and realized that her chance of happiness was being jeopardized by a black sheep brother, he decided to do something about it.
Figured he had nothing to lose, eh?
I suppose so. He hadn't planned on Dr. Morrow being accused of the crime. He couldn't figure out why.
So he stuck around, and when he learned that we'd tipped over the apple cart as far as Doc was concerned, he decided to swipe the body. Corpus delicti.
You know, Inspector, I think he had a dual purpose in trying to steal that body. It worked out exactly as he planned it.
Yeah, I guess it did. Now, how did you know that neither the Doc nor Helen Knight had killed her brother?
Did I know, Inspector?
Well, didn't you?
No, not until the very end. When Miss Knight told us that her brother was facing into the room when Charles shot, that just stood to reason that he missed and that the bullet went out the door.
Well, by golly.
By golly's right, Inspector. The bullet that killed Miss Knight's brother entered through his back, didn't it?
Yep, that's right. That's 100% right. Was Doc surprised when you told him that?
No, not particularly, Inspector. As a matter of fact, he only grinned and asked me to autograph a book he had.
Is that it? Fine. What was the name of the book?
Why, Inspector, what else but mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Inspector Danton and I had gone again to the Welcome You Ranch on the Arizona desert for a short vacation. The day after our arrival, we set out on horseback to explore the country.
Hey, Bart.
Yes, Inspector?
It's certainly good to get away from it all for a while, isn't it?
Get away from what, Inspector?
Oh, the humdrum, the hurly-burly, the helter-skelter. the murders.
Yes, I see what you mean, Inspector.
This is a life for me. Sunshine, fresh air, the wide open spaces, and a good horse under me.
And no murders.
Yeah, I said that, no murders. Well, what do you say we turn around and head back for the welcome you? A good meal, a good night's sleep.
Head back. Come, Inspector. We've only been away from the ranch a half hour.
A half hour?
That's right.
Is that a fact? Seems to me like we've been gone all day. Hey, what's the matter? What are we stopping for?
Look over there, Inspector.
Over where? I don't see anything.
There's something lying on the ground near that giant cactus.
So there is. Must be a fallen log or something.
There are no logs in this country, fallen or otherwise, Inspector. Unless I'm greatly mistaken, that's the body of a man.
I was afraid you'd say that.
Come on, Inspector. Let's have a look. Come on, boy. Oh, boy. Easy now.
Yeah, it's a man, all right.
So I see. Get off your horse, Inspector.
Okay, why is it that these murders have to follow us all over the country?
Let's not assume that this is a murder yet, Inspector. By Jove, he looks done in, doesn't he?
Yeah, let's roll him over.
Right.
Say, look at the whiskers. He's an old man.
Yes, and quite dead. Now, I wonder...
Suppose he was hit by an automobile?
That's a brilliant, Inspector. Imagine the nearest automobile road isn't more than 20 miles away.
I was just supposing.
Let's see. No marks of violence.
Suppose he died of heart failure.
I doubt it, Inspector.
Why, for crying out loud? Can a man die of heart failure if he wants to?
That's odd.
What's odd?
The boots. Our friend here is wearing a pair of brand new boots. Yet the rest of his costume consists of a patched pair of jeans and a faded shirt.
Now, look, Bart, do you have to try and make something out of nothing? The guy just died. Let him lie in peace.
How old would you say the gentleman was, Inspector?
How old? Who cares? 70, maybe?
Yes, at least 70. And those brown stains on his beard, would you say they were tobacco stains, Inspector?
Yeah, tobacco stains. Now that we've reached those amazing conclusions, let's go back and report to the local sheriff.
Probably he was a prospector. Wouldn't you say, Inspector?
Yeah, out here they call him Desert Rat.
Right.
What are you doing?
I'm removing this poke from the old man's pocket. You see, it's full of gold dust. There's a small fortune in this poke, Inspector.
There is, eh?
Yes. Now consider the inconsistency. Here is a man carrying a fortune in gold around with him. The only thing he has to indicate such wealth is a pair of new boots.
Okay. Now, look, Bud. Suppose
Inspector, this is one of the most interesting cases we've come across in a long while.
What do you mean, case? A guy dies of heart failure.
Hello there.
Hey, there's a babe on a horse.
Yes, and a very attractive-looking young lady. Another inconsistency.
With that, I can agree, but what's a good-looking babe like that doing way out here?
We'll probably know in a minute, Inspector. Here she is.
Whoa, boy. Whoa. Well, this is a surprise. Imagine finding two civilized-looking men way out here.
We were just thinking the same thing, lady. By the way, what's the matter?
Is that a man? Why, for goodness sake.
Is he someone you know, miss?
It's Hardtack Wiggins. What's the matter with him?
He's dead.
Well. So they caught up with the old boy at last, did they?
Caught up with him? Who?
Oh, one of the bunch was after his gold. I imagine it was either Oliver or Matt who murdered him.
Murdered him? Look, lady, he wasn't murdered. He died of heart failure.
You want to bet?
Now, wait a minute.
Open his shirt, good looking. And if you don't find a knife wound, I'll never make another wager.
Go ahead, Bud. Open the old guy's shirt. Some people have just got to be shown.
I think that might be a good idea, Inspector. There. By Jove. There is a knife wound.
Of course there is. There had to be.
Why did there have to be, miss?
Because Hardtack couldn't have died of heart failure.
Why not?
Because yesterday he was examined by Doc Sandbar in Coyote Wells. And the doc said that Hardtack was in perfect health.
Well, Lady, you seem to know a lot about what's going on around here.
Naturally I do. What's wrong with that?
What's wrong? Nothing. Not a thing. Except that the way I look at it, you're sticking your neck into a noose.
I suppose by that you mean that you think I murdered old Hardtack.
Yeah, you're quick to catch on. That's exactly what I mean.
How naive you are, darling.
Darling, now look.
Inspector, I told you this was one of the most interesting cases we've run across in a long time. Pardon me, miss. Were you well acquainted with Hardtack?
Well acquainted?
That's right.
My dear boy, Hardtack was my husband.
How much farther is it? I'm getting doggone tired of carrying this dead body around in my lap.
It isn't much farther.
Want me to spell you for a while, Inspector?
No, I'll keep him. Somehow I feel more natural when I'm lugging a corpse around.
There's the shack now, down in that little hollow.
Doc is right. Don't tell me that you and your husband actually lived there.
Of course not, Inspector. You don't really think that I could abide a hovel like that, do you?
I don't know. The way things are shaping up, I'm willing to believe most anything.
How long had you and Hardtack been married, Mrs. Wiggins?
No, not very long.
Oh?
The city hall in Coyote Wells opened at 9 o'clock this morning, and we were married 15 minutes later.
This morning? Well, for crying out loud, if this isn't a screw you
Inspector
steal,
Huh? Tell me, Mrs. Wiggins.
Oh, darling, would you mind not calling me Mrs. Wiggins? Gives me the creeps.
What shall I call you?
Shirley, darling.
Very well. I'll compromise. Stop calling me darling, and I'll call you Shirley.
That goes for me, too.
Well, what strange men you two are. Most men
Yeah,
would
but
love...
we are not most men, and if you think we're strange, you better get out a mirror and take a gander at yourself.
Now that that's settled, I'd still like to ask a question.
But of course. Barton.
How long have you known Hardtack before you married him, Mrs. Wiggins?
2 days.
2 days? Things happen fast out here, don't they? I've read about this romance on the range stuff.
Oh, Inspector, let's face it. You know as well as I do that there wasn't any romance connected with my marriage to Hardtack.
We're quite aware of that, Shirley. So suppose you tell us why you did marry him.
He was lonesome.
Oh, come, Shirley.
He was lonesome, and he wanted someone to help him spend his money.
Ah, we're getting places.
Well, I'm certainly not going to pretend that I married Hardtack for any other reason than the fact that he was wealthy. I'd be a hypocrite if I did.
I don't know which is worse, being a hypocrite or being a murderer.
Oh, don't be silly. I didn't murder the old billy goat.
Shirley, what makes you so sure that Hardtack was wealthy?
Because he discovered a pocket of gold 2 weeks ago. And the assayers appraised its value at $500,000.
$500,000. And all the poor guy got out of it was a pair of new boots.
Yes, isn't it a pity? Poor dear. Been wanting a pair of new boots for so long, but up till now he couldn't afford them.
And bought them for his honeymoon, eh?
I suppose so. Hardtack's been poor for so long that he just didn't know how to spend his money.
I imagine you plan to help him out on that score, eh, Shirley?
Oh, Barton, you're so cute. It's exactly what I planned on doing. Oh, my goodness.
What's the matter now?
Those 2 horses standing in front of the shack. They belong to Matt and Oliver.
And who are Matt and Oliver?
Matt Palmer. He's the son of Hardtack's dead partner, Chris Palmer.
I see. And who is Oliver, Shirley?
Oh, Oliver's last name is Runyon. He's Hardtack's nearest neighbor. They're both terrible people.
What's terrible about them?
You'll see. Well, here they are now. They heard us coming.
Yes, and by the expression on their faces, they're rather unhappy about something.
It's about time you got back here, Shirley Milton. By golly, you needn't think you're going to get away with this. Not by a jugful, you're not.
Hey, look. Look at what street's across that tap.
Yeah.
Why, it's Hardtack. What's the matter with him?
He's dead, Bob. Stuck with a knife. Know anything about it?
Dead? You mean the old coot's really dead?
Oh, don't act so surprised, Oliver. You know he's dead. It was you who killed him.
Me? Dad blast you, girl. I'll wring your neck if you say that again. I never laid a hand on the old codger.
Sounds convincing, doesn't he, Bart?
Be quiet, Inspector. Let them talk. This is interesting.
Now I see it. I see it all. Shirley, you married him because you were afraid we'd get some of the money.
How quick you are, Matt, darling. And I suppose you murdered him for the same reason.
I murdered him? Are you crazy? What good would it do for me to murder him?
No more good than to do me. There's only one who would benefit from Hardtack's death. His legal heir.
How sweet of you to admit that I am my dear husband's legal heir, Oliver. I anticipate some trouble from you. Really, I have.
And you're going to get it. By gum, you are. I was with Hardtack when he discovered the pocket. I helped him. Half that there gold belongs to me.
Belongs to you? That's a hot one. Listen, my old man was Hardtack's legal partner.
So what if he were?
I'm my old man's heir. Half of what Hardtack found is supposed to be mine. Any court in the country.
Boys, aren't you forgetting that since I am Hardtack's widow, all of what he had will go to me?
I ain't forgetting nothing. I know my rights.
And I know mine. Any court in the country will back me up.
Well, Barton, now do you understand what I meant when I said they were terrible people?
Yes, I understand a lot of things. Has it occurred to any of you that giving Hardtack a decent burial would be your chief concern at the moment?
He'll be buried. Don't fret about that. Say, who be you two anyway?
We be policemen now. What do you think of that?
We don't think anything of it. We don't believe it. Shirley, where'd you pick up these dudes?
I didn't. They picked me up. They're staying at the Welcome U.
Dudes, eh? Well, dudes, you can leave us Hardtack's body and get out. We don't like dudes.
And we don't like murderers. Inspector, when Sheriff Tanner deputized you this morning, Did he give you the authority to arrest any suspicious characters?
Huh? What was that part? Oh, yeah. Sure he did.
Fine. There's no doubt in our minds that one of the three people standing here in front of us murdered Hardtack Whitten.
Now, look here, you.
And that's right, isn't it, Inspector?
One of them... oh, sure. No doubt about it at all. We got the proof, haven't we, Bud?
We certainly have, Inspector. We know which one of these three thrust a knife into the heart of Hardtack Wiggin.
Huh?
We know why and how and when.
Yeah, sure we do. We got the evidence to prove it, too. Haven't we, Bud?
We have, Inspector. And by virtue of the authority vested in you by Sheriff Jim Tanner of Cactus County, Arizona, I demand that you arrest the guilty person.
Tying that guy up and leaving him back there in Hardtack's shack is going to do any good, do you?
Not a bit, Inspector.
And for crying out loud, why did you tell me to do it?
We had to do something to convince them you have the authority to make an arrest, Inspector.
Yeah, but look, why didn't we just take the guy and lug him into town and turn him over to the sheriff and charge him with the murder of Hardtack Wiggins?
Because Hardtack wasn't murdered, Inspector.
Hardtack wasn't, huh? But for the love of Joshua, what are you talking about?
Oh, come, Inspector. You know as well as I that knife wound was made after Hardtack was dead.
I do? How long have I known it?
Ever since you examined the wound and saw there was no blood, Inspector.
Oh, no blood, eh? Say, I did notice that, didn't I? Now that you mention it.
You know as well as I that blood doesn't flow from a wound that is made after death.
Sure. I've known that for years. Was there anything else that I noticed when we examined the body part?
Yes. We both noticed that Hardtack's shirt didn't have a hole in it. So we wondered how the knife wound could have been made, unless someone had first opened the old man's shirt.
Say, that's an angle. What does it prove?
I don't know, Inspector. It might prove a lot of things. Well, here we are. Whoa there. Whoa, boy.
We've arrived, have we? Where are we?
Inspector, I'm surprised. This is the spot where we found Hardtack's body, remember?
Well, so it is. What do we do now?
We get off our horses and look around.
Okay. But I don't know what you expect to find.
There's the depression in the ground where Hardtack lay. And there are his footprints clearly outlined in the sand.
Yeah, I see him. Say.
Yes, by the looks of those footprints, it appears as though poor old Hardtack was pretty close to exhaustion, doesn't it?
Or drunk.
Oh, let's give him the benefit of the doubt, Inspector. Come along.
Where are we going?
Let's backtrack on his trail a bit and read signs.
Read signs? Say, where'd you pick up that expression?
I listened to the Lone Ranger program, Inspector.
There's Simpkins jumping. Judas, look out, there's a snake.
It's a rattler. Get your gun, Inspector.
Don't worry, I'll get it out.
Nice work, Inspector. What? You shot its head off.
Sure I did. It was his head I was aiming at.
Oh, I see. Pardon me for the compliment. Well, come on, let's get going.
You don't have to apologize, Bart. I can't help it if I'm a good shot. What's the matter?
Look, there. Isn't that an empty whiskey bottle?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Well, I guess for once the old inspector was right, eh, Bart?
How do you mean, Inspector?
With the staggering footprints, the empty whiskey bottle, the guy was drunk just like I said. What do you mean, Oh, stop saying, for crying out loud. And don't start telling me I'm wrong. Doggone it. It's as plain as...
Yes, Inspector, this is certainly the most interesting case we've come across in a long time. Come on. We're going back to the shack.
Why? What are we going back there for?
Because the evidence that proves how Hardtack died and who murdered him is there.
To get rid of all of it, didn't I?
Well, it took you long enough. Here, get me out of these ropes.
Okay. And here's a knife over here on the table.
Yeah. Drake and Denton will be back any minute. We got to get out of here.
Get out of here? Where do you think we're going? Now, hold still while I cut the rope. There.
Oh, that feels better. Those crazy fools. Tying me up and leaving me here.
What do you care? I can't prove that you murdered Hardtack.
I didn't murder him. I've already told you that.
Well, it wasn't your fault, though, was it, darling? You tried hard enough.
No, don't get cute, beautiful. I'm not in the mood for it.
Okay. So you didn't murder the old codger. So what are you getting in such an uproar about?
Don't be a dope. There's Drake proves I stuck the knife into hardtack, that'll be just as bad as proving it was me who killed him.
So?
So we're heading for the border right now.
Now, just a minute, good looking. Take it easy. We've gone to an awful lot of trouble to get our hands on old hardtack's dough, and we're not going to run up.
Baby, get smart. The dough won't do us any good once we're sitting in the gas chamber.
What do you mean, once we are sitting in the gas chamber?
That's it, baby. I said we, and I mean we. You're in this as much as I am.
But you're crazy. It was you who handled that knife.
And it was you who married Hardtack after first making a deal with me to knock him off on your wedding day. Remember?
Why, you lousy bum-mile.
You'll what?
Matt, don't look at me like that.
You'll what, baby?
Matt, Oh, Matt, don't.
Call me a bum. Try to make me take the rap for knocking off that old billy goat?
Please, Matt. Matt, don't hit me again. I didn't mean it. Honest, I'll go with you.
You bet your life you will. Now get your stuff together and let's get out of here.
All right, Matt. Don't hit me anymore. Matt, what are you doing?
I'm borrowing your husband's new boots. It's the only thing he had that was any good, and I'm taking them.
I'm mad. Hardtack waited for those boots so long.
Shut up. What good will they do him now? I'm going to get something out of this deal.
Okay, Matt. Okay. Only stealing a dead man's boots will bring you bad luck.
Whoa, boy. Whoa. Watch it, boy. Whoa. Well, the shack looks just the same, doesn't it, Inspector?
Yep. It looks as though the birds have flown the coop.
So I see. Both the horses are gone, huh? Well, let's get off, go inside and have a look.
Yeah, they're gone, all right. The door's wide open.
Yes, just as I expected. Shirley came back and released Matt Palmer. There are the cut ropes lying on the floor, Inspector.
And by the way things are scattered around, they got out in a hurry.
Come on over here, Inspector. Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Look, there's Hardtack lying on the bunk where we left him. Only someone removed his boots.
Probably Shirley.
Do you see the boots lying around anywhere, Inspector?
No, but...
Which means they were stolen, probably by Matt. Come on, Inspector. We've got to catch those two before they reach the border.
Matt.
Huh? What's the matter?
What's the matter with you? For the past 15 minutes, you've been drooping in your saddle like a dish rag.
Nothing. Nothing wrong with me. How much farther to the border?
10 miles, maybe. But say, what's eating you, anyhow? You look half shot.
Oh, there's nothing the matter with me, I tell you. Come on. Let's get going.
Hurry, Inspector. They can't be much farther ahead.
They better not be much more of this, and I'm going to quietly lie down and expire.
Oh, you're all right, Inspector. Just hang on and grit your teeth.
Grit my teeth. My teeth were all shaken loose an hour ago. Look, Bart, how do we know we're even going the right direction?
Why, we're reading sign, Inspector. See? The trail was right there on the sand as plain as Fifth Avenue.
Fifth Avenue, oh, what a beautiful thought. You think we'll ever see it again, Bart?
Well, we won't unless you stop complaining and get a little speed out of that nag you're riding. Come on, man.
Matt, wake up.
Huh? What, is something wrong?
Well, there will be, and something wrong unless you snap out of it. The border's still a good 5 miles away.
5 miles. Too far. Can't make it.
What do you mean you can't make it? You've got to make it. Matt, you're falling out of your saddle.
Gotta lie down.
Matt?
Gotta lie down.
Matt, what's the matter? Matt, get up. What's happened? Matt, open your eyes. Matt.
Gotta reach the border.
Matt, get up.
I murdered old Hardtack. I killed him.
Oh, Matt.
I'm a murderer.
Matt, stop it. Someone will... Matt! Oh, Matt, here they come. Here come Drake and Danton. Get up, Matt. Get up.
Terrible pain. Terrible. I guess I'm going to die.
No.
I guess I'm going to...
Oh, Matt. Oh, Matt.
Whoa, boy. Whoa. Something happened to your boyfriend, Mrs. Wiggins?
Hey, Bart, look, he's got Hardtack's boots on. You were right. He did steal them.
I told him it was bad luck to steal a dead man's boots.
A pity Matt wasn't as suspicious as you, Mrs. Wiggins. I'm afraid your erstwhile lover is dead.
Dead? How do you know? What did he die of?
Matt Palmer, Inspector, died of snake poisoning. You down there in the valley.
Which is all right with me. A welcome you's a welcome sight to these tired old eyes.
Come, Inspector. You should be in better spirits. We've just completed one of our most interesting cases.
Yeah, well, give me the details, Bart.
Well, there aren't many details, Inspector. You see, Matt didn't discover that Hardtack was dead until after he'd driven that knife into him. Then he covered up the wound with Matt's shirt, hoping that whoever discovered the body would think Matt died of snake bite, which, of course, he did.
Yeah, but why did Hardtack have his shirt open in the first place?
Why, that's obvious, Inspector. Hardtack apparently stepped on the rattler, and the snake struck him.
And Hardtack killed the snake, eh?
Yes, by trampling the rascal to death. Incidentally, Inspector, that was the same snake that you shot.
Whoa! You mean I shot a dead snake?
Yes, I'm afraid you did, Inspector.
Well, I'm a bang-tail maverick. Get up!
You see, Inspector, the minute Hardtack realized he'd been struck, he finished off that bottle of whiskey we found lying beside the trail.
Wanted to die with a jag on, eh?
No, there are still some old-timers who believe that whiskey is an antidote for snake bite, Inspector. But the fact is that just the opposite is the case.
So the booze only made him worse, eh?
Yes, I'm afraid so. He staggered along, probably suffering horribly. When he finally collapsed, he must have clutched at his shirt in his anguish and torn it open.
The poor old guy. And Matt Palmer came along and stuck a knife in him, eh?
That's what happened, Inspector.
And Matt died the same way, eh?
Almost. It was Hardtack's new boots that killed Matt.
The boots? What are you talking about?
When the snake struck Hardtack, the old man apparently slashed down at it with a stick or some other object he was carrying. The blow broke off the rattler's fangs while they were still embedded in the soft leather of the boot.
Well, and when Matt put on the boots, the fangs were still there, eh?
That's it, Inspector. You see, the boots fitted Matt snugly, and there was enough venom left in the fangs to work into his bloodstream and after a period of time to kill him.
By golly, what do you know about that? Just like the girl said, it's bad luck to steal boots from a dead man.
Yeah.
Say, what about the girl?
Oh, we'll have to let Sheriff Tanner settle that for us, Inspector. And, by the way...
Yeah?
When we reach the Welcome You, I think you'd better not mention our experience of the day.
No, why not?
Well, Inspector, we're out here on a vacation, and I just assume that the folks didn't know that mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place one cold day last November. I'd received a phone call for an appointment from a young lady up in the Tupper Lake region of the state. 2 days later, she called on me at my apartment. Yes?
Are you Barton Drake?
Yes, I am. Won't you come in, please?
Thank you. My name is Ellen Wade.
Yes, I know. I've been expecting you. Sit down, please. Cigarette?
No, thank you.
Miss Wade, since talking to you on the telephone, I've taken the trouble to inquire into the circumstances of your brother's arrest.
And you concluded he's guilty of murdering Rose Clinton, and you don't feel that you can help me. Is that it, Mr. Drake?
Unless some new evidence has turned up, Miss Wade.
Some new evidence has turned up, Mr. Drake.
Oh? Then why haven't you gone to the authorities with it?
For the same reason, Mr. Drake, that you don't go to the authorities if you uncover a new piece of evidence when working on a case.
I see.
They've already decided that my brother is guilty of murder. All the evidence is against him.
Yes, I know.
There isn't much time left, Mr. Drake. If I went to the authorities with my evidence, I'm sure they'd laugh at me.
But you think that I will give it serious consideration?
I think this. You have a reputation for honesty, Mr. Drake. Most of the cases you've worked on have had, shall we say, an unusual twist.
Yes, that's quite true.
I've admired your work greatly. You're a clever man, Mr. Drake.
You flatter me.
No, please. My purpose is not to buy your services with flattery. Here. There are $2,000 in this roll of bills.
Well?
It's all I have. I believe my brother is innocent of murdering Rose Clinton. The money is yours if you'll listen to my story.
Listen to your story, but I thought
I must tell you about Peter, Mr. Drake, before I show you my evidence. I wouldn't ask even you to believe that what I've discovered is important until you first heard the true facts of Peter's love for Rose Clinton.
Then your brother did love this girl, hmm?
He believed he did. Peter's a country boy.
We'd always lived in Hartsville.
Yes, I know. Your parents are both dead. Those facts were mentioned in the newspaper about his case.
That's right. Peter and I were getting along fine. And then Rose Quentin came to town. She'd been ordered into a drier climate because of sinus trouble. She came from New York. To Peter, she represented all the glitter and glamour of a way of living that he'd always dreamed. Hello, Peter.
Ellen, why aren't you in bed? It's almost 1 o'clock.
I waited up for you, Peter. I want to talk to you.
Oh, Skip it. I don't want to
Peter,
talk.
listen to me. Jules Magnus is here tonight.
Magnus? What do they want?
Just what you think, Peter. Either you stop seeing Rose Quentin or Mr. Magnus will withdraw his offer to take you into the bank.
Oh, so that's it. Just because he offered me a job, he thinks he owns me. He thinks he can tell me how to live my own life, huh? Well, he can't. He can take his bank
Peter,
and...
stop it. Mr. Magnus is right. He was kind enough to offer you an opportunity to make something of yourself. The least you can do is give some consideration to his reputation.
His reputation? What the devil has Jules Magnus' reputation got to do with me being in love with Rose?
Love? Oh, Peter, be reasonable. How can you mistake a boyish infatuation for something as deep and sincere and honest as love?
Ellen, if you weren't my sister,
But I am your sister, Peter. I'm older and more experienced. I feel responsible.
Oh, nuts.
Peter, listen to me. Rose Quentin is bad. This small country town bores her. She found a way to amuse herself by encouraging you and others to...
Others? Oh, what do you mean by that crap?
Peter, are you so blind that you don't realize you're only one of many who go to see Rose Quentin?
That's a lie.
It isn't, Peter. It's the truth. Everyone in town but you knows it. They're laughing at you behind your back.
I don't believe it. It can't be true. Rose is good and loyal and honest. She wouldn't betray my love.
Oh, you poor dear fool, Peter. You're so honest yourself, you can't believe anyone else can be otherwise.
Rose wouldn't do that to me. She wouldn't.
You're whistling in the dark, Peter. Deep down, you know that it's true. I don't want to hurt you, Peter. Believe me, I'm telling you this for your own good.
My own good? You think I was a child? Ellen, I don't know what's behind all this, but if you think I'm going to give Rose up, you're crazy. Rose and I are going to be married.
Married?
Yeah, she promised me tonight. We're getting out of this stinking town and its small-minded people forever.
Peter, I'm sorry.
I'll forget it. I'm not blaming you.
I mean, Peter, that I'm sorry I have to tell you this. I hoped it wouldn't be necessary.
Tell me what?
Jeff Bullard was at Rose Quentin's last night.
Oh, Ellen, for gosh sakes, quit trying to dream up wild stories in order to
I saw
make
him, Peter. I saw him with my own eyes. And the night before, my Tanner was there.
Ellen, if I thought you were lying to me,
I'm not lying. I'm your sister, Peter. You're all I have in the world. Do you think I'd lie to you? Peter, what are you doing?
What does it look like?
Peter, no! Put that gun back! Peter, in heaven's
Keep your hands off me! I'm going to settle this thing right now, tonight.
Not that way, Peter. Killing won't settle anything. Get you fool! You fool! Oh, Peter! I didn't dream that Peter would lose his head, Mr. Drake. He was never an impetuous youth. I tried to follow him, but we only had one car. He'd taken it.
I see. And the next morning they found Rose Quentin dead, shot through the head with a .32 caliber pistol.
Yes.
What caliber was your brother's gun, Miss Wade?
It was a .32. But they never found it. Peter had dropped it somewhere.
Dropped it?
Yes. He didn't go to Rose Quentin's that night, Mr. Drake. Long before he reached her house, he realized what a fool he was. He changed his mind about wanting to kill her.
Where did he go? As I remember the case, he was picked up the next morning in the woods several miles from Hartsville.
Peter doesn't remember where he was or what he did. He left the car and spent the night wandering aimlessly through the woods.
I see.
Oh, I know. Everything points to Peter's guilt. I have only his word against the evidence. I believe my brother, Mr. Drake. That's why I brought you this.
Oh. Is this your evidence, this picture?
Yes. On the night Rose Quentin was murdered, we had a thaw in Hartsville. The next morning, the temperature dropped. The ground was frozen solid.
I see. So you found a footprint in the frozen ground and took this picture of it.
Yes.
Seems to be just an ordinary picture of a footprint.
Except for the fact that the man who made it wore hobnails in his boots.
I see you did. I suppose now you're going to say that your brother owned no boots with hobnails.
No, he didn't, but that's unimportant. Look closely at the picture, Mr. Drake. I don't want to influence you. You must see for yourself.
See what?
Turn the picture sideways. Study the design of the hobnail. Do you see anything unusual?
I turn the picture sideways and I... By Jove.
Do you see it?
See it. It's as plain as day. Miss Wade, I should be delighted to take your case.
Now,
wait a minute, Bart. I read all about the Wade case. The police did a good job.
I read all about it, too, Inspector, and I agree with you 100%.
Well, then?
Well, then, I'm going to prove that the authorities were 100% wrong, Inspector.
You are, eh?
I am.
Well, count me out. I'm not sticking my chin out on anything as dead open and shut as that.
Very well, Inspector. By the way, here's a picture I'd like you to have a look at.
Huh? A picture?
Mm-hmm.
What's it a picture of?
What does it look like?
Look like? It's a picture of a footprint. The guy had hobnails in his boots.
Exactly. These boots were worn by the murderer of Rose Quinton.
Is that a fact?
Yes. Turn the picture sideways, Inspector. Look closely. What do you see?
What do I see? Well, doggone it, I see the same thing I saw before. Jumping Judas.
Well, Inspector.
Bart, where'd you get this?
A very lovely young lady gave it to
A
me.
very lovely young... I'll bet. Well, what are you going to do about it?
I've already told you what I'm going to do about it.
Yeah? So you did. Huh. Let me see that picture again, Bart.
Of course, here it is.
Huh. Bart.
Yes, Inspector?
Oh, get that smug grin off your face and make 2 reservations for Hartsville.
You see, Mr. Magnus, Ellen Wade mentioned that her brother was going to work in your bank, and we thought possibly you could help us.
Mr. Drake, I know you'll pardon my frankness.
Of course.
Believe me when I say I've always admired your work. Your reputation's to be envied.
How about me? I figured in some of Drake's deals.
I know you did, Inspector Danton. I admire you, too. Believe me, I do.
Well, now.
What you're trying to say, Mr. Magnus, is that in your opinion there's little hope of proving Peter Wade innocent of the murder of Rose Quinton.
You embarrass me, Mr. Drake. Ellen's and Peter's father was my dear friend. Yet under the circumstances...
Show him the picture, Bart.
Yes. Mr. Magnus, this is a picture of a footprint taken by Ellen Wade on the morning after Rose Quinton's murder. Will you examine her closely, please?
Ellen always was a fairly good amateur photographer. Say...
See it, do you, Mr. Magnus?
Oh, I should say I do. Gentlemen, this throws an entirely different light on the matter.
Yes, we thought it did too, Mr. Magnus. Tell me, how many cobblers are in this town?
Your problem there is simple. There's only one. His name is Ethan Lance. He lives... Good Lord.
Yes, Mr. Magnus?
Ethan Lance lives next door to the house where Rose Quinton lives.
Now we're getting somewhere. If the cobbler lived next door, then he knew what... Here are the statements, Mr. Magnus. Oh, I didn't know you were busy.
Come in, Jeff. I want you to meet these two gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
This is Barton Drake, the criminologist, and Inspector Danton, his co-worker.
Aye.
Gentlemen, this is Jeff Bullard.
How do you do?
Jeff Bullard, say his name.
Hello, Jeff. Nice to know you.
Jeff's our newest employee. He took the job that I had in mind for Peter Wade. Yes, Mr. Drake and Inspector Danton are investigating the murder of Rose Quinton.
I thought the case was solved several weeks ago.
It was, Jeff. But it seems that some new evidence has been uncovered. Tell me, my boy, your favorite sport is hunting, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Why?
Nothing. I was just wondering. You may go.
Yes, sir. Now, his favorite sport is hunting, eh?
Just a moment, please. Let's not jump to conclusions. I'm afraid I was wrong in asking Jeff that question in front of you, gentlemen.
Why do you say that, Mr. Magnus?
Jeff's a good boy. I couldn't ask for better. It's unfair to suspect him.
Unfair? Look, Mr. Magnus, there's been a murder and the wrong party's going to pay for it. That's kind of unfair, too.
Yes, I suppose you're right. I hadn't looked at it that way. Well, gentlemen, it seems to me that your task is comparatively simple. Our cobbler friend Ethan Lance holds the answer to your mystery.
Yes, we'd better have a talk with Ethan Lance at once. How far is it out to this place, Mr. Magnus?
About 5 miles. Suppose you two gentlemen come home and have dinner with me. Then I'll drive you out to Ethan's place. We can stop and pick up Ellen and Mike on the way. Mike Tanner. Something wrong?
I'm not sure. Mike Tanner was one of the 2 people that Ellen Wade mentioned whom we might consider as suspects.
Did?
Mm-hmm.
What? That's odd.
What's odd about it?
Mike Tanner and Ellen Wade were engaged to be married. Ceremony's scheduled for next week.
I think you're a nice guy and all that. I'm willing to play along with you, but...
But you don't like the idea of passing up a good dinner for a ride in the country, eh, Inspector?
Oh, it isn't a dinner. I'm like a camel. I can go for days without eating.
You mean drinking, Inspector?
Oh, drinking either. I'm a very rugged fellow.
Well, then what is your particular complaint, Inspector?
It's the principle of the thing, Bart. When a gentleman asks me to dinner, I at least like to be polite.
But instead of that, we ignore his invitation, borrow his car, refuse his company, and set off by ourselves.
Yeah. Now, do you call that good manners?
No, I called it atrocious
Well,
manners.
then.
There are times, Inspector, when it's smart not to consider one's manners or stomach. This must be the place.
What place? Oh, the cobbler's. I forgot where we were going. Hey, there's the cobbler. What are you running away for?
He isn't the cobbler, Inspector. That's Mike Tanner. Come on.
We're going to try and catch him?
Naturally not. We have more important things to do.
What, for example?
Examining the corpse of Ethan Lance, for example.
Examining the corpse, for God's sake, Bart.
We are. There's no point in knocking. Our cobbler friend is dead, Inspector. Open the door.
Okay. I won't ask any questions. Just do as I'm told.
He isn't in this room, is he, Inspector?
Nope.
Well, let's try the kitchen.
Okay, let me open the door. That's my job.
There we are, Inspector.
There we are, he says, pointing casually at the corpse. Do you have to be so cold-blooded about it?
Sorry, Inspector. I was thinking of young Peter Wade, who was scheduled to die for a crime he didn't commit.
You're sure Wade is innocent, eh?
Positively, Inspector?
Yeah. Well, how are you going to prove it now that Ethan Lance is dead?
I can prove it, Inspector. Come on. We're going to report this murder to the local authorities, and then we're going to have a talk with Ellen Wade.
I know why you're here, Mr. Drake. You found out about me and Mike.
I'm not at all interested in your flirtation with Mike Tanner, Miss Wade.
How dare you imply that I'm capable of carrying on a flirtation with a murder?
I'm not implying anything, Miss Wade. I merely want to
Why
ask
don't you let me explain? Mike and I were engaged before Rose Quentin came to town.
Inspector.
Yeah?
Would you stop saying, aha?
Okay.
Thank you. Miss Wade, it is important that you answer some questions I
And
have
it
to
is
ask.
important that you understand about my interest in Mike Tanner.
Very well, Miss Wade. You're merely pretending to be in love with Mike Tanner in the hope of getting information from him that will prove your brother innocent. Is that it?
Yes, that's it.
That's what I thought. And how have you made out?
Why, I...
Also, why didn't you mention your plans to me when you called at my apartment in New York?
Because I...
And why didn't you tell me that you called on Ethan Lance and asked him in whose boots he placed those hobnails?
Who told you that?
Nobody. It merely seemed logical. And I think the reason you neglected to mention those facts to me in New York was because you were afraid I'd refuse to take your case. Is that correct?
Yes, it was. I needed help desperately. I'd have done anything I could
I understand, but unfortunately, your desperation has been the cause of another murder.
Another murder?
Yes. Ethan Lance was shot through the head this morning.
Ethan Lance shot?
Unfortunately.
No, we'll never know who killed Rose Quentin. Ethan was the only one who knew the identity of the real murderer.
Oh, no, lady. Drake knows, don't you, Bart?
As a matter of fact, I do, Inspector.
You do?
Yes, but proving it is another matter. Miss Wade, have you any idea where your brother went after he left this house on the night that Rose Quentin was murdered?
I've already told you. He doesn't remember himself. He was dead.
Yes, I know. But a man in that condition usually follows a pattern, Miss Wade. The chances are that his wanderings carried him to some place where he'd been before.
Peter was in the woods all the time. He's sure of that.
Say, I once knew a guy who got lost in the woods. You know how he found his way home?
No, Inspector. Huh? Your brother was quite a sportsman, wasn't he, Miss Wade? He must have had a favorite spot where he went to hunt or fish.
Well, yes, I suppose he did have.
I'll be glad to tell you folks how this guy I know found his way home.
It's important, Miss Wade. You see, if we can find the gun that Peter lost and that hasn't been discharged, that will prove conclusively he didn't shoot Rose Quentin, won't it?
Won't cost you a cent to listen.
I remember now. Peter was always talking about a place called Sunset Hill. It's beautiful there, and there's excellent partridge cover.
Splendid. Come along, Inspector. We're going hunting for a gun.
Okay, so you don't care how the guy found his way home. Okay, all I was trying to do was tell you. But this is the nuttiest deal you ever got us into. How the heck do you think we're ever going to find a gun in this stuff?
Just keep your eagle eyes open, Inspector. We'll find it.
I wish I could feel as sure of myself as you sound. Look. Don't you think the local authorities came looking for that gun when Wade told them he dropped it?
I certainly do, Inspector.
Well, then.
Well, then what?
If they couldn't find it, how do you expect us to find it?
They didn't have you to help them, Inspector.
Very funny. Now, look, Bart, I'm getting sick of this. The gun was lost a month ago. It's been looked for. There wasn't a... What do you mean,
Look over there, Inspector.
Huh? Over where?
Not there. There. See it?
Well, I'll be a ruffled grouse. It's a gun.
Not a gun, Inspector. The gun. Pick it up.
Sure, lying right there, all shiny and nice. Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
This is cockeyed.
Oh?
If we found the gun so easily, how is it
I told you, Inspector, the others didn't have you along.
There's another thing.
Put the gun in your pocket, Inspector, and let's get back to Ellen Wade.
Just a minute now.
Stop asking so many questions, Inspector. Come along.
But, Bart, don't you see?
I see more than you think I see, Inspector. If you must talk, tell me about your lost friend and how he found his way out of the woods. Come along, man. There's the Wade cottage, Inspector.
And there's someone going into it. Say, isn't that Mr. Magnus?
Yes, I think it is, Inspector.
And the young man with him is Jeff Bullard.
Well, what do you know? Now, if Mike Tanner would only show up, it'd make things simple, wouldn't it?
No, Mike Tanner won't be far away, Inspector. Let's hurry along.
Well, gentlemen, I'm glad to see you. I've unearthed a bit of interesting information.
That's right, Mr. Magnus. Miss Wade, you were right about your brother going to Sunset Hill.
You mean that you found it?
No, not I. The inspector found it, Miss Wade. He has very sharp eyes.
Oh, sure. As a boy, they call me Gimlet-Eyed Danton. Now, look.
Gentlemen, if you don't mind, I think you'll find that what I have to say is important.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Magnus. What is it you want to tell us?
And after you left the bank this afternoon, I got to thinking.
That's the way Bart figures things out, thinking.
Yes. It occurred to me that since Jeff here had been, seeing something of Miss Quinton before her death, he might possibly have been near her home on the night that she was so brutally murdered.
I see. Well, Jeff?
Well, I guess I should have mentioned this before. I did go out to see Rose that night. I didn't go in, though. I heard a shot, and then I saw someone run from the house.
You certainly should have mentioned that before, Jeff. Did you recognize this person who ran from the house?
Oh, yes, sir. That is, I think so.
Well, tell them who it was, Jeff.
No, Jeff. I wouldn't if I were you. If you mention the name and I can prove that you're lying, you'll be worse off than you are right now, and that, my boy, will be bad.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, Jeff, that you're going to lose your job at the bank anyhow, so you might as well not talk.
Drake, what the devil are you getting at?
A lot of things, my friend. A boy is accused of committing murder. He has a trial which very little evidence is presented, and then suddenly everyone seems to have ideas on the subject. I wonder why.
I'll tell you why. Magnus here owns the town and everybody in it. He's got everybody scared of him. They only talk when he tells them to.
I think you're right, Inspector.
Why, you keep a civil tongue in your head. I'll have you run out of town. I'll have you charged.
Sit down, sport.
Well,
you won't do anything. That's better. Go ahead, Bart.
Thank you, Inspector. Magnus, besides being the most wealthy and influential man in town, I think you must be the most hated. I think that Ethan Lance must have hated you.
What about it?
Probably you held a mortgage on his home or loaned him money to operate his business. Obligating a man is a certain way to make him hate you.
Is that the kind of stuff you write in your books, Drake?
Yes, it is. Ethan Lance lived next door to Rose Quinton. He probably amused himself by watching the progress of her various romances.
I know he did. He used to sit in his window with
Shut up, Jeff. You didn't want it known that you were calling on Rose Quinton, Magnus, did you? Because of your important position in town.
I calling on her? Oh, it's ridiculous.
No, it isn't ridiculous. You probably tried to make her promise that she would see no one else, and when she refused, you threatened to kill her.
That's a lie.
Ethan Lance must have been a bit of a philosopher. He knew the type of person Rose Quinton was. He knew that she'd do as she pleased. Lance guessed that one of the men who was going to the girl's house would kill her, and he had his own way of picking the winner.
I suppose now you're going to tell me that stupid picture of the footprint that Ellen took was made by my boots.
Yes, I am. You brought the boots to Ethan Lantis to be resold, Magnus. They were hunting boots, and you ordered hobnails. The cobbler, being a whimsical sort of chap, cleverly designed the word guilty in the sole of one boot when he inserted the nail.
Yes, old man Lance thought he was pretty cute. Well, he can't prove who owned the boots.
But I can, Mr. Magnus.
I don't believe it.
Very well. Lance saw you murder Rose Quinton. He was afraid to do anything about it because of what you might do to him. So he kept quiet, hoping that someone would discover the footprint. He didn't even dare speak when Peter Wade was arrested.
And so?
Oh, I realize you've had ample time to destroy your boots, Magnus. That's why I worked on another theory. That's why we hunted for and found the gun with which Peter Wade was supposed to have shot Rose Quinton.
But it's impossible. We looked for that gun.
But you didn't have Inspector Danton's eagle eyes to help you. Show him the gun, Inspector.
Sure, here it is, Sport. No bullets discharged, and a fingerprint test will prove who owned it.
Exactly, and Ethan Lance's testimony given to us this morning before we saw you, Magnus, will prove that you...
Inspector, I see him all right, Sport.
Keep away from me, Danton.
Why, you...
What's my death? What else do you...
Nice work, Jeff.
Yeah, thanks, son. I've been wanting to hit that rat for years.
Mr. Drake, I don't know how to thank you for what you've done for me. And Peter.
Oh, there's lots of ways, lady.
That will be enough, Inspector.
Pardon me. And look, lady, ask him how he happened to find your brother's gun so easily.
I did wonder about that, Mr. Drake.
Yeah, so did I. The thing is, here's a gun all shining and bright lying out there in the woods staring up at us. Ask Mr. Drake why it wasn't kind of rusty and dirty after lying around in the brush for a month.
It didn't look as if it had been lying outdoors very long.
No. Now, ask Mr. Drake if he ever owned a gun of that caliber, and if he just happened to have it with him when we were walking through the woods.
Mr. Drake, you didn't...
Miss Wade, there are times when a man in my position has to resort to artifice to achieve an end, such as telling Magnus the idea that we had actually talked to Ethan Lamp.
Now, that was a pretty speech, wasn't it? Say, Bart.
What now, Inspector?
How were you so sure that it was Jules Magnus who had knocked off the babe?
Inspector, do you mean to say you don't know the answer to that?
Oh, Bart, can't you take a little ribbing?
All right, Inspector, I'll tell you. You see, Magnus knew about the existence of that picture. Ellen showed it to him. Isn't that right, Ellen?
Well, he acted as though he wanted to help me.
Naturally, he would. So when you showed him the picture, he tried to laugh you out of doing anything about it. Isn't that true?
Yes. So I decided to come to New York to see you without telling anyone.
Yeah, but what happened when you showed the picture to Magnus, Bart?
Why, I showed it to him upside down, Inspector, yet he knew the word that was written there. A word that you and I had to look at twice to discern.
Why, that's wonderful. I can't imagine anyone being so clever.
You've got the answer to that, haven't you, Bart?
Yes, I have, Inspector. You see, Ellen, mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby.
The story began last autumn. Mr. Grant Parker, a wealthy art collector, had called me and asked me down to his country place for the weekend. 15 minutes later, I picked up my good friend, Inspector Noah Danton, and we were on our way to Woodsville, the small country town where Parker spent his summers.
So, we're going down to see this Grant Parker, who says he's a what's the thing you call him, Bart?
A numismatist, Inspector.
Is that good?
Well, a numismatist, Inspector, is a man who collects coins.
Who doesn't? Personally, I prefer collecting the folding kind of dough.
Numismatology, Inspector, is somewhat different than merely collecting money.
Oh?
Some rare coins, minted at a value of, say, 50 cents, have sold for as high as $10,000.
You don't say.
And I understand that Grant Parker has an equally valuable coin in his collection. It's called a Maria Teresa Toller from the island of Masira.
Well. Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector?
Doesn't it ever hurt to know so much?
Now, don't you take it seriously, Inspector. I looked that information up before we left headquarters.
Why?
Because Grant Parker explained to me over the phone that he believes one of his weekend guests is planning on stealing that coin.
Now you're talking my language. What gave him that idea?
Because last night Parker was knocked unconscious while working on his study.
And the coin was stolen, eh?
No, but the room was ransacked. Fortunately, Parker had taken pains to find a good hiding place for the coin.
Yeah, but not so good that the thief can't eventually find it, eh?
Yes, that's right, Inspector. Oh, Inspector, we are to pretend we're merely guests. Parker told no one of the attempted theft, and he doesn't want his guests to know our real purpose in being there.
Good idea.
Turn here, Inspector. This is the place.
Okay. Here's the gate right here. Well, how do you like that? The driveway gate is closed.
And locked, too, if that padlock means anything.
Yeah, did you say that Parker expected us?
Yes, well, he probably has some reason for wanting to keep the automobiles out. Shut off the motor, Inspector. We'll walk the rest of the way.
Yeah. Walking's out of my line. Wonder how far it is to the house.
Oh, it can't be a great ways. There's a small door here beside the gate that seems to be unlocked.
This guy Parker must expect an invasion. Iron gates and 10-foot brick walls. Say, isn't that a house up there through the trees?
Yes, I believe it is. Let's go.
It's kind of pretty around here, all these trees and everything. Hey, what's that?
Doc, Inspector!
Holy suffering cats, what was it?
A boomerang.
A what?
There it goes, behind that clump of bushes. Come on, Inspector. Let's find out what this is all about.
Here, you two. What are you doing?
There he is.
Yes, I see him.
What the deuce are you two doing running around here? This is private property, I'll have you know.
And we'll have you know we don't like being targets for boomerangs. Where is it?
Where's what?
The boomerang.
Boomerang? What the deuce are you talking about?
You know darn well what we're talking about.
Inspector, since the boomerang seems to have disappeared, suppose we introduce ourselves and explain what happened.
Well, who are you?
I'm Barton Drake, and this is Inspector Noah Danton.
Drake, Danton, never heard of you.
We're here at the request of a Mr. Grant Parker.
Nonsense. I'm Grant Parker, and I requested nothing of the sort.
You are Grant Parker?
Of course. Now get out of here, or I'll call the police.
How do you like that?
I don't like it, Inspector. Mr. Parker, someone called me this afternoon, said he was Grant Parker, and asked me and Inspector Danton down here for the weekend.
Why, that's preposterous. Now, look here, you two. I don't know what your game is, but
Good gosh, what's that?
Someone's in trouble. Come on,
This way.
Inspector.
I see them over here.
Yes, there's two of them.
Charity, come away. Charity, what are you yelling about? Good heavens.
Jumping Judas, look at that guy on the ground.
Yes, he's practically decapitated. Uh-oh. So...
Yeah, I see. The boomerang and covered with blood.
Charity, in heaven's name, how did it happen?
I don't know. I was coming along the path and found him.
Perhaps you can tell us how it happened, Grant.
Me? Blast you, Monty, what are you suggesting?
Guess.
Why, you miserable young pup.
Come, break it up. Who are you? The police.
The police?
Yeah, convenient, isn't it, to have the police right on the spot when a murder's committed. Now, suppose we ask a few questions. Parker, who's the dead man?
None of your business. I've already told you to get off my property. If you don't,
You've told us too much already. All three of your suspects. Now, smarten up, wise guy. And...
Look here, are you accusing me
Grant,
of...
let's not make things any more difficult than we can help.
Well, now...
The dead man is Sam Jenkins. Was a guest of ours.
Of whose?
Mine and Mr. Parker.
Oh.
I'm Mrs. Parker, and this gentleman is Marty Osgood.
He's a guest, too, I suppose?
Oh, yes. Now, may we all go up to the house, please? I feel rather faint.
You poor... Keep your hands off my wife, Osgood. As for you two, I don't know who you are, and I don't believe you're the police. I order you to get off my property.
Just a minute, Mr. Parker. All this blustering doesn't impress us in the least.
Why...
There's been a murder committed here. Whoever called on the telephone anticipated it. Neither the inspector nor I are leaving until we find out just what this is all about.
Look, Bart. Sitting here in this room and waiting isn't getting us anywhere.
It will, Inspector, if you can just control yourself.
Yeah? What do you expect to happen? The murderer going to walk in here and give himself up?
Perhaps not the murderer, but I am expecting a visitor.
Who?
We'll know in a minute, Inspector. In fact, we'll know in less than a minute. Oh, hello, Mr. Parker. Come in. We've been expecting you.
Expecting me?
Yes. Are you quite sure our conversation here can't be overheard?
Positive. Look here, Drake, why do you ask that?
Isn't that your chief concern? Didn't you want to wait until we could get someplace where we could talk freely?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I did. Though I'm blamed if I can figure how you knew it.
That's unimportant. The point is, it was you who called me this morning, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Well, I'll be... You mean you were putting on an act out there in the woods?
Yes.
Huh.
Gentlemen, I'm in grave danger.
What kind of danger, Mr. Parker?
In danger of being murdered, I'm afraid. Whoever threw that boomerang this afternoon intended me to be the victim.
How do you figure that?
I had announced earlier that I meant to take a walk. I knew I'd be followed.
How did you know it, Mr. Parker?
Because one of the guests who's staying here this weekend is determined to get hold of my Maria Teresa Tala.
Is that $10,000 50-cent piece you were telling me about, Bart?
Yeah.
So you figure somebody would murder you for a $10,000 hunk of lead? No, I can't buy that, Mr. Parker. There's easier ways than that to get dough.
Ah, you don't understand, Inspector Denton. Numismatists, in fact, collectors of all types, become fanatics.
Oh.
They'd go to any lengths to acquire a rare specimen.
Yes, that's true, Inspector. The intrinsic value of items can't be considered here. Mr. Parker, why exactly did you put on your act out there in the woods? Was it because you feared that whoever followed you would overhear our conversation?
Yes, I was sure of it. I didn't want anyone to know that I was suspicious enough to call the police.
Not even your wife?
I see what you mean, Drake.
Please remember that there was another person present when we discovered my wife beside the body of Sam Jenkins.
Yes. Your wife is considerably younger than you, isn't she, Mr. Parker?
Yes? Why?
Is she in love with you?
I resent that question, Drake.
Now we're getting to the real motives.
You can leave my personal affairs out of this.
I'm sorry, Mr. Parker, but your personal affairs are most important where murder is concerned. By the way, may I see your Maria Teresa Toller?
Yes, of course. I carry it here in my wallet.
So that's the reason the thief didn't find it when he knocked you out and ransacked your room, eh?
Yes. After today's experience, I'm convinced that whoever's after the Toller has figured out that I carry it about my person at all times.
So he's got to murder you to get his hands on it.
That's right. It is, Drake.
Thank you. Yes, this is a collector's item, all right.
Who's the dame on it?
That's Maria Teresa herself.
Oh.
The date the Toller was minted, 1790, is directly beneath.
Well, you seem to know considerable about rare coins yourself, Drake.
A minor hobby of mine, Mr. Parker. Look, Inspector, you see the band of pearls in Maria's hair?
Why, sure, I see them.
That band and the clasp on her dress, also made of pearls, is what makes the Toller genuine. Isn't that so, Mr. Parker?
Yes, it is. Drake, you should make numismatology a hobby.
I already have one hobby, Mr. Parker, one that takes most of my time. It's murder. Which brings us back to the matter at hand. How many guests are staying here with you this weekend?
8, or rather 7, now that poor Sam is gone.
And are they all collectors?
Well, let's say they're all interested in collecting. Any one of them would like to possess this Toller.
Exactly. Mr. Parker, I'd like you to invite all your guests out into the lawn immediately.
But look here, what for?
I took the trouble to investigate your guests before the inspector and I came down. Most of them are independently wealthy. That's why they're interested in collecting rare items. Something to amuse them. That and hunting big game with boomerangs.
I get it. We'll let them show us how good they are with those boomerangs, and that'll tell us something, huh?
That, Inspector, is going to tell us more than you think, if we're allowed to live that long.
We've got to tell him, Monty. Don't you see we have?
No, Charity, not now. It's too dangerous.
Why is it dangerous? Oh, Monty, I'm frightened.
Oh, there, my dear. Charity, why did you slip away and go down the path after Grant this afternoon?
Because I wanted to talk to him. I wanted to tell him about us.
Oh, you shouldn't have, darling. That's my job.
No, it isn't. I'm his wife. Oh, what a fool I was to ever believe he loved me.
Charity, where were you when poor Sam was hit with a boomerang?
Where was I? I don't know exactly. Monty.
There, darling, I only thought...
You thought what?
Charity, please, don't look at me like that.
You thought that I murdered Sam.
Of course I don't, darling. I only want to help you. Now, be reasonable.
I can't believe it.
Now, see here, Charity, listen to me. You were alone out there in the woods, and so was Grant. You hated him, and everyone knew it.
Stop it, I won't listen.
You will listen. Those police are going to ask you questions. They're sure to find out that you're an expert with a boomerang. They're bound to think that you mistook Sam for Grant.
I hate you, Monty Osgood. I was a fool to have ever listened to your drivel. And you said you were in love with me.
I am, believe me, I am, Charity. If you need help...
If I need help? Is yours then the kind of love that can attach itself to a murderer?
Charity, stop.
Now I see your game. Sam was your best friend. You loved him more than you did me. You thought I was jealous of him, and that I deliberately...
Charity, you're out of your mind. Come back here.
Okay, Mr. Monty Osgood. Perhaps I did murder Sam. Wouldn't you like to know? And wouldn't you like to know also what my plans are for you?
Drake, I don't like this. After what's happened today, no one's in the mood for playing games.
This isn't a game, Mr. Parker. It's deadly serious.
And we're not kidding.
All right, folks. Who will be the first volunteer?
I will. I'm no good at boomerang throwing, but I'll be glad to help you out.
Thank you, Osgood. Select your weapon and go ahead.
One's as good as another. Hand me one, Drake.
Yesterday you were bragging how good you were. Here, take this one.
Well, thanks. Man's out of style if he doesn't brag in this gathering. Okay, here goes.
This is the craziest...
Nice throw!
Right around that clump of trees. Here it comes back. Too bad. Off about 10 feet.
There you are, Drake. Does that make me the murderer?
The purpose of this experiment, Osgood, is not to identify the murderer.
No?
No. On the other hand, making a wild throw doesn't prove you innocent either.
See, I don't like this. I'm only trying to cooperate, and you fellas are trying to...
Thank you very much, Osgood. Now, will you please step aside and let the next volunteer take over? Who's next, please?
I suppose sooner or later you'll come to me. I'll throw if you like.
Thank you, Mrs. Parker.
So, it's a woman's game, too, eh? My wife is considered an expert at many kinds of games.
Are you trying to be subtle, Grant? Please don't. You succeed only in sounding ridiculous.
Blast you, Charity. I'll not tolerate
would you mind throwing the boomerang, Mrs. Parker?
Well, he...
I now never...
Very well. Watch it!
Wow! Hot diggity. Low and fast. The gal's good. Here it comes back.
Yes, only it isn't coming back where it should.
Not Parker! Good heavens! Whipped him on the side of the head.
Good heavens, his head!
He's not seriously hurt. Well, Mrs. Parker, whoever said you were an expert with the boomerang was either lying or you are being very clever.
Oh, no, it was an accident, I swear it. Oh, Grant.
How does it feel now, Mr. Parker?
Well, I'm all right. It's just a nick. Where's Charity?
She's downstairs.
She with Osgood?
No, she's alone. Mr. Parker, do you think your wife deliberately tried to hit you with that boomerang?
Oh, no. Of course not. It was an accident.
But you yourself said she was an expert.
Well, she was nervous. She must have been. I shouldn't have spoken to her the way I did. It must have upset her.
I see. It would have been much more gallant if Osgood had failed to make a perfect throw, wouldn't it?
What do you mean? What are you driving at? I'm deeply in love with my wife, and she with me.
Did I say that you weren't, Mr. Parker?
Well, you implied it. Drake, you're overstepping your authority. I asked you down here because
as you expressed it, you felt you were in grave danger. It seems to me, Mr. Parker, that some of that danger has materialized.
Nonsense. Drake, do you think that my wife deliberately tried to kill me?
Do you?
No,
Come, Parker, stop pretending. Have you ever known your wife to make such a wild throw with the boomerang?
Well, no, I haven't. Well, wait a minute. Something did happen once.
Oh, so?
Well, it's ridiculous to think of. I'm sure it was an accident.
Tell me about it.
There's not much to tell. Haven't given it a thought since. Once a group of us had gone to Africa to hunt tigers.
Oh. And what happened?
Nothing. That is, Charity and I were out one day alone with a native guide. We saw one of the beasts crouching in a tree. Charity made a throw and missed. The guide had to shoot the tiger with a high-powered rifle.
And what happened to the boomerang?
Why, it barely missed striking me. But this is absurd. I'm sure it was an accident.
Your story is absurd, Mr. Parker, but not for the reasons you suggest. Oh, come in, Inspector.
How's Parker?
He's doing very nicely.
Now, look here, Drake. I want you to explain that remark you just made.
In a moment, Mr. Parker, in a moment. Inspector, have you talked with any of the guests?
Yeah, I talked to them all. You know, Bart, it's a funny thing.
What is?
I got a feeling that most of these people hate each other. All this double talk they do is an act. They don't mean it.
Now, you two, listen to me. I won't have you talking about my guests like that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Parker. We've a murder to solve. Go on, Inspector.
Well, the way I got it figured is this. These people haven't got enough to do. They've all got more money than they can get rid of. They spend their time collecting things and big game hunting and being mean to each other.
Nice work, Inspector. I think you're right. A murder on the side gives them a new lease on life, something unusual and exciting.
Yeah. I think any one of them could have committed that murder.
Blast it, you're not going to get away with such talk. I'll turn you over to the police.
Relax, Mr. Parker, relax. Inspector Danton is all the police that are necessary to solve this crime.
But what do you mean?
I mean that the guilty party has been painfully obvious in his mistake. We know positively who it was that murdered Sam Jenkins.
Look, Bart, if we know who it was murdered Sam Jenkins, why don't we arrest the guy?
Well, it would be much easier if the murderer came to us than if we went to him. Don't you think so, Inspector?
No.
No?
No. If he comes to us, he'll come with homicidal ideas.
That's exactly what I want, Inspector. If he attempts to murder us, then we'll be positive he's guilty, won't we?
Positive? Yeah. Say, wait a minute. I thought you said you were positive.
I did, Inspector, and I am. But I want to be able to prove the person's guilt once we decide to make an arrest.
Well, I'll be, Look, Bart, sometimes, boy, you wear me down.
Oh, I'm sorry, Inspector.
Yeah. But 2 hours ago, you announced that you knew who murdered Jenkins. Where are we going now?
We're going to trap the murderer.
We're going to Jumping Judas, Bart. Let me in on the deal, will you?
Yes, you bet I will, Inspector. But here we are.
What's this?
Grant Parker's trophy room.
Where'd you get the key?
Parker gave it to me. Huh. Must be a light switch here. Yeah, here it is.
Jumping Judas. Look at that.
Yes, quite a display of trophies and equipment. Well, Inspector, that does it.
Huh? What does what?
Here's the rack where the boomerangs are kept. Let's take a look at them, Inspector.
Hey, look, Bart. Are you going to let me in on this, or aren't you? Am I a cop or what?
Quiet.
Huh? What's the matter?
Don't look now, Inspector. But there's a man peering in at us through the window directly behind where we're standing.
Behind me?
Yeah.
A man? How do you know?
I can see his reflection in this glass case.
My gosh, you're right. Hey, he's opening the window.
Yes, and he has a rifle, a high-powered, big-game rifle.
Well, what are we going to do? Are we going to just stay in here and be knocked off like clay pigeons?
No, wait a minute. Wait until we get this rifle leveled.
Huh?
Then I'll throw this handful of boomerangs at him.
Why wait till then? I'm sweating already.
Because if we wait, it will take him a few seconds to detach himself from that cumbersome rifle, and we can use those seconds, Inspector.
I get it, but I don't like it. Hey, he's leveling the rifle now.
Yes, and he has his finger crooked around the trigger.
I can't stand it any longer.
All right, Inspector, jump!
Yeah!
Come on, Inspector, after him.
I'm right with you, son.
There he goes, Inspector.
Yeah, I see him. Stop or I'll shoot.
I guess he didn't hear you.
Well, he'll hear this.
Too bad, Inspector. He ducked behind the garage.
Why, the dirty... He's shooting at us.
I suppose we have to expect that kind of treatment from a murderer.
Have you got to be funny at a time like this?
There he goes.
Yeah, and this time he's out the open.
Take your time, Inspector.
Yeah, I can't miss.
Good work. Your aim is improving, Inspector.
I only hit him in the leg.
He dropped his rifle when he fell. Come on, let's have a look.
Jumping Judas. Look who it is.
Are you surprised, Inspector?
Grant Parker. Say, I thought he was the guy we were supposed to protect.
He was and still is, Inspector. Here comes his gang of alleged friends from the house to gloat over what they probably hope will be another murder.
Well, it's certainly good to be back at the old Lamplighters Club after all that excitement. How about a game of chess before we turn in, Bart?
Excellent idea. Oh, Inspector.
Yeah?
Well, don't you want to know? You've been sitting there for 15 minutes trying to act unconcerned.
Oh, is that so? Okay. How'd you guess?
It wasn't guesswork, Inspector. It was knowing certain facts.
I suppose so. What facts?
Facts about the Maria Teresa Thaler that Parker had. It was a phony.
Well.
You see, in the first place, the date on it was 1790. All Thalers from the Madeira Island, Inspector, carry the original date of minting, which is 1780.
My.
Also, the band of pearls in Maria's hair contained exactly 8 pearls, but there were 10 on Parker's coin.
How can you argue with a guy like that?
You see, Inspector, Parker knew that Osgood was in love with his wife and she with him. So he used the coin as bait to get Osgood down here. Because Osgood is a collector of rare coins.
So Parker decided to become a collector of corpses, eh?
Right, Inspector. And Parker thought it was Osgood who had followed him on his walk this afternoon. He had to throw that boomerang hurriedly because he heard us coming through the brush. When he discovered his mistake, well, it made him a little mad.
No regrets, eh? Nice people.
Plus, he saw a chance to get back at his wife by letting me think she deliberately tried to kill him when she made that wild throw this afternoon.
But, of course, you knew he was lying, eh?
Yes, Inspector, I did.
How?
Because Parker said he and Mrs. Parker had hunted tigers in Africa.
Well?
There are no tigers in Africa, Inspector. All the tigers known to exist are in Asia.
Well, I'll be a monkey's dear departed aunt. Hey, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
I can't wait. Tell me.
All right, Inspector. Murder is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place a few weeks ago. Inspector Danton and I had attended a radio show called Cinderella for a Day. We were guests of Tony Bradford, the sponsor's son, and were enjoying ourselves thoroughly.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Judy Kramer, our master of ceremonies, will collect the ballots from our judges and announce the winner in today's Cinderella for a Day contest.
Say, this is quite a deal, isn't it, Bart?
It certainly is, Inspector. One of the most popular radio shows on the air.
Must be some kind of a gag to it, giving away all that stuff.
I assure you, there isn't, Inspector.
How do you know?
Because Sam Bradford, who sponsors this show, is a good friend of mine, and Sam doesn't operate his business on gags.
Oh. Say, it was Bradford's son, Tony, who invited us here, wasn't it?
Yes, that dark-haired chap sitting up in front of the magic curtain is Tony.
Sitting in front of the what?
The magic curtain, Inspector.
Oh.
In a moment, the winner of today's contest will drink from the magic cup, and the magic curtain will open, revealing today's gift.
Oh, I get it. It's quite a gimmick, huh?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the ballots are in, and the new Cinderella for the day is Miss Nellie Easton.
Nellie looks right pleased.
She should. Besides receiving several $100s worth of gifts, you'll be the guest of the show at all the popular amusement spots in town during the next 24 hours.
Not bad. She's a good-looking babe.
Quite beautiful, I should say. Hey, it looks as though Tony himself is going to hand her the magic cup.
Yeah, I thought that'd be the announcer's job. Yeah, you're right. Felix Emery, the master of ceremonies, is presenting her to Tony Bradford.
I'll be interested to hear how Tony sounds as a speechmaker. He looks rather nervous.
You can't blame the guy. Must be a couple of thousand people here.
Tony's going to talk now.
Miss Easton, it gives me great pleasure to congratulate you on being chosen Cinderella for a day. I now offer you the magic cup, one draught from which will cause the magic curtain to open and reveal the many gifts that are to be yours.
Oh, that wasn't bad for an amateur.
Sounded kind of stilted to me.
Oh, come now.
Say, what's the matter with that red-headed babe?
Oh, she's one of the contestants. She seems to be disturbed because she didn't win.
Who's that talking to her?
That's Nick Lewis, the announcer.
He must have said the right thing. She's quieted down.
Look, Miss Easton is drinking from the cup now.
Yeah. What's in it, anyway?
Well, nothing very exciting, Inspector. Colored water on that. Hey.
What's the matter?
Miss Easton seems to be ill.
Yeah, look, she's collapsing.
She's fallen into Tony Bradford's arms.
Call a doctor, someone. Close in those curtains.
If the only colored water was in that cup, Bud, come on. Let's get up on the stage.
Like that. This door must lead to the stage, Inspector.
Yeah. All right, everybody, stay right where you are.
Tony, what happened?
Hello, Bart. Glad you're here. I can't imagine what caused Miss Easton just to collapse. Obviously, heart trouble.
Heart trouble, Mike. But look at her. She's dead. Furthermore, she's been poisoned.
What? Poison? Well, you can't be serious. How could she?
From that magic cup of yours. Hey, what happened to the cup? Where is it?
Here it is. I took it from Miss Easton when it looked as though she were going to fall.
Well, that's just dandy. Anybody else handled it?
Well, I'm afraid we all did at one time or another. If it's fingerprints...
Yeah, that's it, son. It was fingerprints I was thinking of. Well, Bart, it looks as though we stepped into something.
Yes, it does, Inspector. I propose that we clear the auditorium and...
Clear the auditorium, but look, suppose...
That one of the 2,000 witnesses committed the murder... Obviously, we can't question 2,000 suspects, Inspector.
Well, of course not. Besides, it's going to be bad publicity if it's suspected that Miss Easton was murdered. So far, the people out front think she nearly collapsed.
They won't think so after tonight's papers get out.
Inspector, the chances are 1,000 to 1 that it was someone connected with the show who was responsible. I think we'll have better luck apprehending the guilty party if we don't have 2,000 curious people milling around.
Yeah, maybe you're right at that. Okay, everybody. Only you hang around.
Bart, get hold of a doctor, will you?
Sergeant.
Bradford, give me a list of all the people who are connected. I tell you, Bart, we can't keep those people locked up in those dressing rooms much longer.
No, why not, Inspector? Never mind. You're right, as usual.
Yeah.
Have you the doctor's report?
Yeah. There was poison in the cup, all right. Now, if we only knew who put it in there.
If we knew, we'd have our man, wouldn't we,
Yeah.
Inspector? Murderers are such smart people.
Not all of them. Hey, where you going?
Step over here a minute, will you, Inspector?
Sure. Found something?
Possibly. That table in the corner is where the magic cup was left until the time when Miss Easton came to drink from it.
What about it? I don't see
No, wait a minute. Don't get that close, Inspector. Keep away.
Keep away, but look. If there's some evidence.
The evidence, Inspector, is on the floor, right under your nose.
Under my nose. Oh, say, those footprints?
Right. Inspector, the floor is a composition material, highly polished. Now, there are 3 sets of footprints, plainly visible, aren't there?
Yeah. But, how are they going to tell us anything?
Because until it was time for the winner of the contest to drink from the cup, no one approached this table. It was placed here in this corner out of the way.
I'll go for that, but I still don't see
This set of footprints here was obviously made by Felix Emery, the master of ceremonies, when he came to get the cup and hand it to Tony.
Okay, we can check that easy enough.
And the person who made this set of footprints obviously came from backstage.
Yeah, the guy who put the cup here in the first place must have made them.
Exactly. That's another fact we can check.
Sure. We're boiling them down, eh, Bart?
Right.
Yeah, the chances are that the guy who put the cup here in the first place is the boy we're after.
Why, Inspector?
Why? Because he had a chance to dump in the poison and he was carrying the cup.
That's good reasoning, Inspector, but I think we have something more substantial to go on.
Oh, you do?
Yes, the person who made the third set of footprints is more likely to be our man.
Why?
Why? Because he was the only one of the 3 who had no other purpose in coming to the table during the performance.
Well, maybe you're right.
Yes, I'm quite sure I am, Inspector. It would have been a simple matter for our murderer to have moved over to the table while today's Cinderella was being selected, dropped the poison into the magic cup. Quite unnoticed.
Okay, so that's how it happened. Now, how are you going to prove who it was?
I wish I could answer that question as casually as you asked it. Say, by Jove.
Now what?
Get down on your knees here, Inspector, and examine these footprints closely.
Down on my knees. Okay, so now we're down on our knees. If we only had some dice...
Take a good look at the heel marks on those 3 set of footprints, Inspector.
Yeah, I'm looking. They're all alike. That means that the same person could have made all 3.
They aren't all alike, Inspector.
No?
Notice that on this one, the circles made by the tread all appear to be hollow except one.
Hey, that's right. The circle's smooth. As though the ring was filled up with mud or something.
Yes, and this set of footprints was made by the person we believe was responsible for the death of Nellie Easton.
My golly, that's a fact. So all we have to do is find out who made the footprint.
Right. Inspector, I'd like you to get a police photographer and have some pictures made of these footprints.
Okay, what are you going to be doing?
Hi, Inspector. I'm going down to the men's dressing room where our suspects are waiting and ask them to take their shoes off.
Oh, for God's sakes, Tony, stop pacing back and forth. You're giving me the willies.
Here, say that again, Nick. Sit down, will you, Tony?
Okay. I suppose my pacing is the only thing that makes you guys nervous.
What do you mean by that crack?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking about last night, that's all.
What's last night got to do with it?
You ought to know, chum. You and your big talk.
Listen, are you saying that I had anything to do with poisoning Miss Cinderella?
Sure I am. You brought the cup in from backstage.
Why, forget it, you two. Use your heads. Why would any of us want to poison the babe? None of us ever saw her before today, did we? Well, did we?
No, I didn't, if that's what you're driving at.
Neither did I. Well, then let's quit this wrangling. If we don't Drake and Danton, we'll get ideas.
Bud's going to find out about last night anyhow. Don't think he isn't. I know how he works.
Oh, stop hopping about last night. It hasn't anything to do with this business.
Oh, no?
Oh, hello, Drake. Put your finger on the murderer yet?
No, not yet, Emery. Tony, where's Cliff Ogden, the manager of the show?
He was here a minute ago, Bart. I think he went down to check up on the women who were in the contest.
I see. All the contestants are here, then.
Yes, Cliff locked them up in another dressing room.
Good. Well, gentlemen, come in, Inspector. Did you get hold of the photographer?
Yeah, Harry Carson came up with medical examiner Ryan. Harry's taking pictures and Ryan's examining the body.
Fine. Let's hope that we can clean this up within the next few minutes. Gentlemen, would you mind removing your shoes, please?
What? Removing our shoes? What kind of a gag is this?
The ways of the cops are strange, I always say. Well, it's okay with me.
Thank you.
How about you, Louis?
Okay. Okay, what have I got to lose? Hope my socks haven't any holes in them. I'd be so embarrassed.
Maybe you will be anyhow, Bob.
Tony, have you any objection?
Well, no, although I can't see the point of it. There's the first one.
Look it over, Inspector.
Okay. Well, here's mine. What'll I do with them?
Hand them to the inspector, please.
Okay.
Well, this one's okay. So's this one. Let me see yours, son.
Tony, I'll take yours.
Here they are. Seems rather silly.
Yes, I know. Let me see. Now, the left shoe's all right. So's the right. Okay, Tony. Here you are. Thanks.
Okay, chum, put them back on.
I'll be glad to. My feet are getting cold.
Did you find anything, Inspector?
Nope, clean as a whistle.
That's odd. I don't understand unless...
Unless what?
Unless, by Jove, Inspector...
Aha, the mastermind has knuckled onto something. Tell us about it, Sherlock.
I intend to, but first
Keep your hands off me, Copper. I'm going in here whether you want me to or not.
Come back here, you.
Well, who's this?
It's the redhead.
I'm Wanda Graham, and I'm sick and tired of being cooped up in that lousy dressing room, and it was me who was to be chosen Cinderella for today.
I said come out of there.
Wait a minute, Ralph. This sounds interesting. Lady, what was that remark you just made?
I said I'm sick and tired of being cooped up in that lousy dressing room. I was supposed to be chosen Cinderella for today. Tony promised me.
Wanda, shut up.
I won't shut up. You double-crossed me, Tony Bradford, and you're not going to get away with it.
I didn't double-cross you. It wasn't my fault. Now, keep quiet.
I won't. I'm going to tell what happened. I'm going to tell who it was who poisoned Nellie Easton.
Wanda, if you open your head about last night, I'll...
You won't do anything, Junior. Now, sit down and cool off.
Miss Graham, you were going to tell us who murdered Nellie Easton.
Sure. It was Nick. It couldn't have been anyone else.
Oh, why couldn't it?
Because of what he said last night, that's why.
Pardon me for interrupting. But will somebody please tell me what happened last night? It must have been exciting.
That's a good suggestion, Inspector. Well, Miss Graham?
Sure, I'll tell you. Nick and I had been going around together. He kept promising he'd fix it so I'd get on the show and be chosen Cinderella. Only he never did. Well, then I met Tony, and he gave me a big rush. So I figured that maybe he could fix it. Hello, Tony, darling. You waiting long?
Hi, Wanda. Thought you'd never get here. Come on. I've got a table reserved near the dance floor. Okay, waiter. Yes, sir, Mr. Bradford. This way, please.
Oh, I love to go places with you, Tony. You're so important.
Anybody can be important if they have the money to pay for it. Here we are.
Oh, boy, it's wonderful music.
Shall we dance?
No, not yet. Say, Tony, did you...
It's all set, darling. Tomorrow I'm going to be on the show myself. Sort of a special occasion. The sponsor's son, you know.
And are you sure that I'll be chosen?
Don't worry about it. It's all set.
Oh, Tony, that's wonderful. Oh, Nick will be furious when he finds out about it.
Nick's furious about it right now, baby.
Nick, where did you...
If you hadn't been so busy making moon eyes at Babyface here, you'd have noticed that I was sitting at the next table. Listen, mister, I don't like being called Babyface. That's just too bad, sonny boy. What are you going to do about it? I'm going to have you fired off the show, for one thing. Not for 13 weeks you aren't, chum. The old man just put his John Hancock on a contract bearing my name. Contracts have been broken before.
No, for heaven's sake, why can't you boys stop arguing and be friends?
Because I'm particular about my friends. And about guys chiseling in on my girl. Louis, you're drunk. Now run along and peddle your papers, and we'll forget the whole thing. I'm not drunk, and we're not forgetting the whole thing. We're settling this right now.
Settling what? There's nothing at all to settle.
There's plenty to settle. Oh, you're my girl, Wanda. You always have been. Right now, you're carried away by this goon and his dough, but one more crack like that, Louis, and I'll make you wish that you... Oh, relax, big shot, relax. You don't have to impress Wanda. She knows what she wants. Right now, she thinks you can get it for her. That's her only interest in you.
Nick!
Sorry, honey. Bradford, I'm going to say something that won't make sense to a guy like you.
Nothing you've said so far has made sense.
I happen to be in love with Wanda. Sure, go ahead and say it. I'm a sucker. All right, so I'm a sucker, but that's the way it is. I'm in love with her, and I'm not letting any false alarm like you take her away from me.
I've already taken her away, mister. You'd better start getting used to the idea right now.
I'm not getting used to anything. I'm telling you to lay off. I'm warning you, fella. Get smart and see things my way. Because if you don't, I'm going to kill you both.
So that's all that happened last night, was it, lady?
All that happened? Say, isn't threatening to kill us both enough?
A threat to kill Miss Graham is hardly enough evidence to convict a man.
Also, where does Nellie Easton fit into the picture? Was she there? Did anyone threaten her?
Listen, I can tell
If you don't mind, Miss Graham. Thank you. Well, Lewis, what have you to say for yourself?
Nothing. It happened that way, I guess. I was pretty drunk. Only I wasn't drunk today, and I didn't put the poison in that cup.
There's a switch. I thought the guy was going to break down and confess.
How about you, Tony? Any changes to make in Miss Graham's story?
She told it pretty straight.
So?
I hope it won't go any further about me arranging to have Miss Graham win today's contest.
That's something that will remain beyond the inspectors in my control, I'm afraid. Emery, will you come with the inspector and me, please?
Why, sure. If there's anything I can do.
There he is. Miss Graham, the officer outside the door will escort you back to your dressing room. Tony, you and Lewis stay here.
No. I'm not going to stay alone with Lewis. After all, if he's already committed one murder... Committed one murder? Doggone
I wouldn't worry, Tony. However, if you're concerned, we'll station another officer in here with you. Come along, Inspector. All right, Emery. How much did Tony offer you to switch the ballot?
Switch the ballot? I don't know what you're talking about.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. Did he threaten to have you fired off the show, or did he offer you money?
He didn't offer me anything. Now, look, Drake. I don't have to answer your questions, and I'm not going to...
You're quite right, Emery. You don't have to answer my questions. It's entirely up to you. However, if you spend a few days in jail...
Jail?
Naturally. You don't think for a second we're going to let you off scot-free and arrest the others, do you?
But I didn't have anything to do with this. Listen, if I'm arrested, it'll ruin.
Perhaps you're right. However, if you care to cooperate now, I think I can assure you that it won't be necessary for you to spend any time in jail.
How can I believe that?
That's entirely up to you, Emery. It's your one chance.
I see. You think you've got me over the bell, don't you?
Quite frankly, yes.
I suppose you know I'd be fired out of my ear if I ever admitted switching those ballots.
There are two answers to that, Emery. First, the admission won't go any further than the inspector and me. Second, I don't think you did switch the ballots.
Well, then what do we...
You took money from Tony and promised him that you would switch them. Then at the last moment, you either got cold feet or found there wasn't an opportunity. Isn't that true?
If it were true, what difference does it make? So long as the ballots weren't switched.
It makes all the difference in the world, Emery. Now listen. Tony admits that he promised Miss Graham that he could arrange it so she would win the contest.
That guy. We were all getting sick of the way he was throwing his weight around just because he was a sponsor's son.
Yes, I know. Never mind that. It just stands to reason that the only way Tony could make his arrangements was through you. Because you were the only one who handled the ballots after they left the hands of the 5 judges.
I still don't see why...
Because, Emery, Nellie Easton was poisoned by mistake. Miss Graham was supposed to be the real victim.
I see. Okay, you win, Drake. Tony gave me $1,000. The last minute I got scared that someone would see me. My job was worth more than $1,000. I was going to give it back. Even if Tony did get me fired, I figured I could get another job if my reputation was clean.
Splendid, thank you. Your confession, Emery, has been taken down by Inspector Denton and the stenographer in the next room, so don't make the mistake of trying to change it.
Why,
There's no need for alarm. The information will be kept confidential. Right now, I can practically promise you won't have to spend any time in jail.
Sure, that was smart, all right, Bud, getting the confession out of Emery. But I don't see that it proved anything.
It might not prove a thing, Inspector, but it strengthens the theory I have. As soon as Lewis gets here, I'll show you what I mean.
You're going to accuse him of something, too?
Yes, I'm afraid I am, Inspector. You see, I already know who made those footprints.
You already know, but doggone it, none of the shoes we looked at corresponded to the pictures we took.
That's quite true, Inspector. However...
You want to see me?
Yes, we did, Lewis. Close the door, please, and come in.
There's anything more I can tell you. You think you're going to make me confess to putting the poison that I...
The last thought in our mind, Lewis, is to try to get you to confess to murdering Nellie Easton. It would be foolish of us to even think you would.
Well?
However, there's one thing I want you to confess to. You saw Wanda Graham again last night after leaving the nightclub, didn't you?
That's none of your business.
Frankly, Lewis, I'm only guessing. I don't know that you saw Wanda. I haven't a shred of proof. However, if you want to tell us what happened, it might save you a lot of embarrassment.
Why? Look, Drake, I've already told you that I didn't put the poison in that cup.
Yeah, we remember that. The trouble is, but we don't believe it.
I don't care whether you believe it or not. I didn't do it. You can't prove that I did.
That's very true. On the other hand, Lewis, you can't prove that you didn't.
So that makes us even. Now, do you want to talk, or do I get out my shiny new handcuffs and try them on your wrists for size?
Look, I don't get this.
What difference does it make whether or not I saw Wanda after she left the silver slipper?
It makes a difference, Lewis, of charging you with the murder of Nellie Easton or not charging you with it. Before you say anything, let me tell you what I think happened. And that way, all you have to do is answer yes or no.
Okay, go ahead.
You hung around the silver slipper until Tony and Wanda left. You followed them to her apartment. You waited until Tony drove off, and then you went up and pleaded with Wanda to forget Tony and marry you.
Go on.
That's all, Lewis. I'm not interested in what Miss Graham's answer was. All I want to know is what I said true?
Yeah, that's it, Drake.
Thank you.
Wanda will probably tell you herself when you ask her a little.
We're not going to ask you, Lewis. We don't have to. Thank you. Inspector.
Yeah?
Ask Ralph to bring Tony in here. We'll have a little private talk with him. And then I think we can definitely accuse the guilty party of murdering Nellie Easton. You see, Tony, it's like this. We feel reasonably sure that we know who put the poison in the cup, but it isn't going to do us much good unless we can get enough facts to substantiate a charge.
Sure, Bud, I understand. The trouble is I've told you everything I know.
Sure, that's what the others said, only we found out different.
But there isn't anything else to tell. If there were,
How about after you left Wanda's apartment last night, Tony? What? I don't know what you said to each other before you left, and I'm not particularly interested. I have a hunch, however, that Wanda was impressed by Nick's admission at the Silver Slipper that he was honestly in love with her.
Well?
Because of that, she was probably a little cold to you. After all, women are flattered when a man tells them he's in love with them and means it.
Now, look here, Bud.
The chances are that Wanda toyed with the thought anyway. She wanted to be left alone. She sent you home earlier than you'd intended. Is that right, Tony?
It seems to me that you're sticking your nose into something that doesn't concern you.
Well, that's very possible, Tony. My guess is that you became suspicious because of Wanda's attitude, and you hung around outside for a while. And you weren't too surprised when you saw Nick Lewis drive up and go in.
Oh. So you know about that?
Yes, Lewis just told us.
Well, what about it? Lewis didn't see me, and I didn't go up to see Wanda again.
I know you didn't, Tony. You went home. You got to thinking about it. It occurred to you that Lewis might have been right when he said that Wanda was interested in you only because of your money.
Oh, that's a lot of nonsense.
No, it isn't, Tony. You probably had some drinks, and the thought grew in your mind. You enlarged upon it. Your natural vanity rebelled. So then, you got to thinking of today's show, and you saw an opportunity to get your revenge. That's when you decided to murder Wanda Graham and make it appear that your rival was guilty of the crime.
You're crazy.
No, I'm not, Tony. I have positive proof that it was you who put the poison in the magic cup, and now I have your motive.
Inspector, you won't get away. Oh, no, I'll show you.
Bart, there's a funny thing.
A funny thing? What's that, Inspector?
Somehow or other, we most always wind up here at the Lamplighters Club playing chess after working on one of these murder cases. Why?
Well, it's relaxing, Inspector. Figuring out a murder is strenuous business, you know.
It doesn't bother me any.
It doesn't, Inspector.
No. So, that's the only reason you always suggest a game of chess, eh?
Well, it does give you an opportunity to ask me how I knew that the guilty party was guilty.
Yeah. I thought you might have that in mind. Well, this time I'm not going to ask you.
You aren't?
No.
Well, very well, then I'll tell you anyhow.
Okay, go ahead and tell me.
It was the footprint, Inspector. Remember that one of the heel marks, the one that we decided was worn by the person who put the poison in the cup, had a tread ring that seemed to be filled with mud or some other substance.
Sure. And I also remember that when we looked at the shoes of the suspect, all the rings were free of any trace of such a substance.
Quite true. And, Inspector, it probably was unfair of me not to have shown you Tony's left shoe.
Why?
Because you would have noticed that there was an extra nail hole.
A what?
The nails that hold a rubber heel to a shoe, Inspector, are always sunken in the rings of a tread, so that they're not visible until the heel becomes worn down.
So what?
There are 8 nails on the average heel, Inspector. There were 8 impressions on the right heel of Tony's shoe, Inspector. But there were 9 on his left.
A phenomenon, eh?
No, not a phenomenon, Inspector, a fact. Why were there 9 nail holes on the heel of his left shoe? Because he had stepped on a thumbtack and had removed it before we examined the shoe.
Well, doggone. The thumbtack made the 9th hole, eh?
That's it, Inspector, and that's why the ring appeared to be filled with mud or something. The thumbtack left a flat impression.
Well, I'm a so-and-so, and you figure I would have noticed that, eh?
Naturally, you would, Inspector.
Oh, Nat. Now, tell me why you noticed.
All right, Inspector. I noticed it because mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby. This story began only last week. Inspector Noah Danton and I had settled down for a friendly game of chess at the Lamplighters Club when... Well, Inspector, I guess we have a free evening ahead of us for a change.
That's all right with me. Which do you want, the black or white?
White. And I feel pretty sharp tonight. I hope you're on your toes.
Don't worry about me. Okay, go ahead and move.
Very well. I'll jump my knight over here.
Huh? You been reading some books or something? Never saw you open like that before.
Variety, Inspector. Variety is the spice of life. Haven't you heard?
Yeah, I heard all right, and here it comes now.
Here comes what, Inspector?
Variety in the form of Jimmy the page boy. I knew something like this would happen.
Phone for Mr. Drake.
Okay, Jimmy.
I'll plug it in here if you want.
Thank you, Jimmy. Here you are.
Thanks, Mr. Drake.
This telephone gag is beginning to get monotonous.
Yes, Barton Drake speaking.
Drake, this is Fred Chambers. 327 St. Andrew's Circle.
Yeah?
Here it comes.
I'd like you to come out right away, if you will. My wife has just shot herself.
Shot herself? But look here, why don't you call a doctor and...
There is a doctor already here. In his opinion, my wife was murdered.
Oh, I see. Then, of course, the police have been notified.
Police? That's me. What's all this about?
The police have not been notified yet, Mr. Drake. You see, Dr. Morrissey and the others think that I murdered my wife.
Think that you murdered your...
You'll find this a most interesting case, Drake. Most interesting. Solve it and you'll be mailed a check for $10,000.
I can assure you that $10,000 interests me very much, Mr. Chambers, but I don't suppose you are guilty of the crime.
It's going to appear as though I am, Drake, even to you. That's why I'm offering you $10,000 to prove that I didn't do it. Goodbye, Drake.
Well, that's strange.
What's strange? Who's been murdered? Who was that calling? Let me in on the deal, will you?
It was a man named Fred Chambers, Inspector. He said his wife had just shot herself. And the doctor who examined her believed that he, Chambers, murdered her.
Is that strange?
Yes. I had the impression that Chambers didn't believe I could or would prove him innocent of the crime.
Maybe he isn't innocent. Maybe he did murder her. Say, that's an angle. He knocked her off. Someone suspected him. He offered you $10,000 to prove him innocent. I know a lot of guys that paid $10,000 if they could shoot their wives.
No, Inspector. I think you're on the wrong track. Oddly enough, I think Chambers is innocent.
It doesn't add up, Bart, my boy. If the guy is innocent, he shouldn't be running away.
Maybe he isn't running away, Inspector. Suppose we stop guessing and we get out to Chambers' home. You know, I have a feeling we're going to have a surprise waiting for us.
Yeah, it'll take a lot to surprise me after working with you for the past 10 years. Okay, let's go.
This is it, Inspector.
Yeah, you can see the house number from here.
I wish we could see the future as clearly as we can see that sign.
Huh? Yeah. Say, it looks as if they were having a party.
Yes, at least the place is brilliantly lighted. Well, we'll know in a minute. Push the door bell, will you, Inspector?
Yeah.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Denton.
Oh? The police?
Oh, is something wrong? We're not sure yet. We'd like to see Mr. Fred Chambers, please.
Come in, please. Fred is upstairs with his wife at the moment.
Thank you.
Upstairs with his wife, is he?
Yes, Maxine, Mrs. Chambers, has been ill for some time. I am Dr. Joel Morrissey, her physician.
I see. Will you be good enough to show her to...
Oh, there you are, Gretchen. You and Dorothy come over here, please.
More callers, Joel? I hope one of them can play bridge.
Just an innocent little group looking for someone to make up a foursome.
Yes. Gretchen, I want you to meet Barton Drake and Inspector Noah Danton. Gentlemen, my wife.
How do you do, Mrs. Morrissey?
Hello.
Barton Drake. Oh, how exciting. Dorothy, did you hear? It's Barton Drake, the criminologist. Yes, I heard. I wonder...
This is Miss Dorothy Winters. We're all old friends of Fred and Maxine.
Good evening, Mr. Drake.
Miss Winters?
You must have a reason for coming here at this time of night, Mr. Drake. Is something wrong?
That's the second time we've been asked that question. The answer is we don't know yet.
Oh, this is exciting. Well, of course, you must suspect that something wrong. I mean, you must.
You won't be disappointed there, lady.
Dr. Morrissey, how long ago did Mr. Chambers go up to see his wife?
Oh, about an hour ago, I should judge.
Why? It's been gone an hour, And none of you wondered what had detained him?
Is he in the habit of asking guests to play bridge and then leave them to shift for themselves?
Aren't you being a bit prying, Mr. Drake?
Yeah, that's our business, lady.
I'm afraid you don't understand, Mr. Drake. We're all old friends of Fred. His wife has been confined to a bed for several months. Frequently she calls, and Fred goes and sits with her. It's the least he can do.
I see. Being a doctor, I should think that you would also go to your patient when she calls, Dr. Morrissey.
Isn't he clever?
It's an angle, lady. Drake never overlooks him.
It isn't that Maxine is in pain, Mr. Drake. She merely wants company. I'd only be in the way.
I see. What's the nature of her illness, Dr. Morrissey?
She has leukemia.
I object to all these questions. You two men have no right to come in here.
That may be true, Miss Winters, but for the moment, however, we'll have to override your objections. Dr. Morrissey, which room is occupied by Mrs. Chambers?
I'll take you up.
I prefer if you didn't. Professor Danton and I can find our own way.
Well, I like that. Joel, you do no such thing. Dorothy, do you want to spoil the most exciting thing that's happened to any of us in here? The first room on the left at the top of the stairs, Mr. Drake.
Thank you. Come along, Inspector.
I'm not tolerating this. Joel, stop.
I think it best to let them go, Dorothy. It will be time enough to demand apologies.
Say, Bart, that Winter's babe acts as though she owns the place.
Perhaps she expects to, after tonight.
Huh? Oh, I get it. Wedding bells, eh? You think maybe she...
Let's not jump to conclusions, Inspector. We don't even know that Mrs. Chambers is dead yet. That might have been a phony call I received back at the club. This must be the room here.
Jumping Judas. If that's Mrs. Chambers lying there on the bed, there's nothing phony about what's happened to her.
No, she's quite dead. Shot through the heart. Well, so far, things are happening just as Fred Chambers described.
Happening as he described? He said they'd already happened.
Yes, that's true. Chambers also said that Dr. Morrissey would call this murder.
Yeah, that's right. And Chambers said he would be accused of the murder.
But that Mrs. Chambers shot herself.
And she shot herself. Where's the gun? She was shot through the heart. She couldn't have hidden it.
That's good reasoning, Inspector. Let's look around a bit. And afterwards, we'll let Dr. Morrissey examine the body.
A good idea. If he calls it murder like Chambers did, then we'll know something. Or will we?
I think we'll know more after Medical Examiner Ryan gives his report, Inspector. Inspector, Chambers said we'd find this a most interesting case. And you know, I'm inclined to agree with him.
Dorothy, in heaven's name, will you stop that endless pacing back and forth? Makes me nervous.
Oh, I'm nervous, too. What in the world are they doing up there?
Are you worried, darling?
Worried? Why would I be worried?
Search me. Unless it's because Maxine and Fred might affect a reconciliation and you'll never get to marry the guy.
Oh, for goodness sakes, Gretchen, don't be so vulgar.
Vulgar, she says. Darling, you're wonderful.
Fred was gone an unusually long time. I wonder if it had anything to do with the Rembrandt.
The what?
Nothing. I was just thinking.
Oh, Joel, for heaven's sake, forget that old painting.
Forget it? I'm not apt to. If anything's happened to Fred, I might not be able to collect my just debts.
Just debts? What in the world are you talking about?
Oh, Joel, he won that painting that hangs in Maxine's room from Fred at poker the other night. Fred asked Joel if he'd leave it hanging there until...
The Rembrandt? Fred lost it at poker? Oh, that can't be true. Fred would never gamble with that painting. He prizes it more than anything he possesses.
Well, he did gamble with it, and I won it. I have witnesses. He promised to give it to me as soon as Maxine...
As soon as she dies. Oh, why don't you say it, for goodness sake? And who cares about the old picture anyhow?
Gretchen, it's a pity you don't know more about art. That original is worth thousands of dollars.
Oh, thousands of dollars. What nonsense. Well, a 5 and dime store.
But it is worth thousands. Fred's told me so a dozen times.
Really? And just who would pay...
I'm sorry to keep you folks waiting.
Well, I should think you would be. Who were the people who came and left the house by the back way? While you can find us in this room. Does Fred know what's going on? I'd like to see it at once.
One question at a time, please. The people who came and left by the back way were Medical Examiner Ryan and his assistant.
Medical Examiner Ryan?
That's right.
Now, look here, Drake. I'm Maxine's physician.
That's what you're saying, Mr. Chambers, Miss Winters. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you.
Well, where is he, for goodness sake?
I haven't the remotest idea.
Oh, nonsense. Drake, what's this all about? What's happened? What brought you here in the first place?
That is something I think you will help me find the answer to, Dr. Morrissey.
I? What are you talking about?
Maxine Chambers is dead. She was shot through the heart more than 2 hours ago.
Maxine murdered? Oh, why, that's incredible. Who could possibly want to kill her?
Did I say she was murdered, Dr. Morrissey?
Oh, why, that is,
How very clever of you, Mr. Drake. Yes, how very clever.
I suppose that's what you call a trap.
You can call it what you like, Mrs. Morrissey. Well, Doctor?
You tricked me into saying that, Drake. You implied that she'd been murdered. You put the words in my mouth.
No, Doctor. Fred Chambers put the words into your mouth. He called this evening and said his wife had been shot. He said that you would call it murder, Dr. Morrissey. Why do you suppose he said that?
Fred called you?
Hmm?
Well, that's a lie. How could he? He was here with us all evening.
You all admitted earlier that none of you had seen him for an hour after he went upstairs to see his wife.
Then it must have been Fred who shot her. That's it. He shot her, then escaped down the back way and called you. He figured that you would charge me with the murder because I had a motive.
That's interesting. What was your motive, Dr. Morrissey?
I'd won an original Rembrandt that he owned at poker. And there was a stipulation that I was to leave the painting hanging in Maxine's room as long as she lived.
I see. And being Maxine's physician, you knew she would live a long time, so you, hurried things along?
Now, that's not true. You can't arrest me on such flimsy evidence. Dorothy had a motive just as strong, if not stronger than I.
Oh?
Joe Morrissey, how dare you say such a thing?
I'm saying it to protect myself, if you want to know. You were going to marry Fred as soon as Maxine was gone. Perhaps you decided to hurry things along.
Despicable of you to even think such a thing.
Well, you had your chance, darling. You went upstairs to powder your nose just before these policemen arrived.
Well, so did you, Gretchen Morrissey. You were gone a full 15 minutes. And Joel went up to get a package of cigarettes out of his coat. We all had a chance if it comes to that.
Well, this is an interesting case. I wonder what you're all going to say when we determine whose fingerprints are on the gun.
You found the gun?
Oh, yes, we found it. It was lodged between the bureau and the wall. Evidently, the person who put it there stupidly thought it wouldn't be found. What are you looking so frightened about, Doctor?
Was the gun, was it an old hammer-action antique revolver?
Yes, as a matter of fact, it was.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, at least you all seem familiar with the lethal weapon.
Yes, we're all familiar with it.
Well, you see, Fred bought that gun today in an antique shop. He showed it to us when we first arrived. We all handled it. And when Fred went upstairs in response to Maxine's call, he took it with him.
Then that means... By Jove, that means that Fred must have murdered her. He deliberately got our fingerprints.
Oh, come in, Inspector.
But you weren't kidding when you said this was a strange case.
Something unusual turned up, Inspector?
Plenty. There were only 2 sets of fingerprints on the gun. One was Mrs. Chambers.
The other must have been Fred.
Why? A minute ago, you were deliberately accusing Fred of getting all of our prints on the gun.
Wait a minute, lady. Wait a minute. There were 2 shots fired, and both of them went through Mrs. Chambers' heart.
2 shots?
Yeah, 2 shots. Only it's a funny thing. There was only one exploded shell in the gun.
By Jove.
Well, Doctor?
It's as clear as crystal.
Oh?
Fred and Maxine were quarreling. I heard them when I went up to get my cigarettes. Fred must have shot her twice. He started to reload and heard me coming along the hall. He had time only to get one fresh cartridge into the breech and then ran out onto the balcony and jumped to the ground.
That, Dr. Morrissey, is not very clever. Chambers didn't have time to shove home the second cartridge, but he did have time to wedge the gun behind the bureau? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, yes.
I think we're going to find that Mrs. Chambers was killed by someone who's in this house right now.
What the heck are you hunting for in that wastebasket? What are you doing in this bedroom anyhow?
Well, this is the bedroom that Fred Chambers occupied, Inspector, and I'm looking for... Oh, here it is.
Here's what? Looks to me like an ordinary piece of wrapping paper.
Exactly what it is, Inspector. It's the paper that the gun was wrapped in. Yep. Here's the name of the antique shop. The Old Antique Shop, 521 Washington Place.
So, now what do we do?
Call them up, Inspector. Ask if they provided an extra cartridge when they sold Chambers that revolver. I have a hunch that the manufacturers long ago discontinued making ammunition of that particular caliber, but still it is possible that...
But for God's sake, you don't think that Mrs. Chambers' murderer actually stopped to reload?
You can't pass up any bets, Inspector, especially when we know that both those bullets came from the old hammer-action revolver.
How could they both have come from it? Even if the rifling is the same, it just doesn't make sense.
That's right, Inspector. It doesn't make sense. The only logical answer is an extra cartridge that would fit that antique gun.
All right, but I still think... Hey, what are you doing here standing outside this door?
I'm sorry, sir. I was just about to knock.
I'll bet eavesdropping. Come on in here.
Very good, sir.
Well, and who have you got there, Inspector?
I don't know yet. What's your name, Junior? Come on, speak up. What were you doing listening outside that door? What, are you going to talk?
I am, sir, if you'll give me a chance.
Yeah?
Are you going to tell us who you are, or do we have to beat it out of you?
I'm quite willing to.
Oh, so you won't talk, eh? Okay, Junior.
Inspector.
What? Did you say something, Bud?
I wonder if you'd make that telephone call to the antique shop.
Telephone call now? But look, this eavesdropper...
I'll question the eavesdropper. You make the telephone call.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay. Only if he won't talk, just let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Drake. My name is Edwards. I'm Mr. Chambers' manservant.
I see. Where have you been all evening, Edwards?
I was at my sister's.
Oh?
Today was my day off. I just returned a few minutes ago. Dr. Morrissey told me of the terrible thing that had happened. I'd like to offer my services.
Services?
Yes, I'm a bit of an amateur sleuth, if you'll pardon my saying so.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a fact? Didn't know it was loaded, eh? Okay, thanks. You were right, Bart. The antique shop had a record of the sale. There wasn't any extra bullets. The shop owner didn't even know the gun was loaded.
That rather complicates things, doesn't it,
Puts
Inspector?
us right back where we started. Has Junior here decided to talk?
Oh, Inspector, this is Edwards, Mr. Chambers' manservant, and he's a bit of a sleuth.
Really? Well, a sleuth's just what we need. You and I aren't getting any place.
Mr. Drake, would you mind letting me see the 2 bullets that came from the gun?
Not at all. Show him the bullets, Inspector.
Okay, here you are, Bub.
Thank you, sir.
Say, Bart, come over here a minute, will you?
Yes, Inspector. What?
I don't get this. How do we know but he's the guy who murdered...
Not so loud. What if Edwards overheard you say that?
Well, what if he did? Who cares? Listen, maybe he's got a motive.
He has, Inspector. He's got the best motive of them all.
What the devil are you talking
Never
about?
mind, I'll explain later. Just take your cue from me, and I'll guarantee to have this case solved within an hour. At last, we've got something definite to go on.
Something definite?
Well, Edwards, you find something interesting?
Indeed, I have, sir. Look here.
Look where?
Here, at these bullets. See their peculiar shape? Both of them are flat on one end only.
That means anything,
But
Edwards?
it does, you see it.
Nonsense. You're trying to make something out of nothing.
Now, wait a minute, Bart. Now,
Inspector, I'm surprised. When will you learn that these amateurs are all alike?
I beg your pardon,
That's quite
sir.
all right, Edwards. Now, I want you to go downstairs and to tell our 3 guests to come up here at once.
But, sir, if you'll just let me...
I'm sorry, old man. You've wasted enough of our time already.
Now, you look here.
That's enough. Are you going to do as I ask, or will I have to put you out forcibly?
Very well, Mr. Drake.
Thank you.
All I can say is, whoever assigned you to this case was a fool.
Well, Inspector, that does it. At last, we've solved the strangest case we've ever been asked to handle.
We have, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Bart, you know what I think?
Now what?
I think you've suddenly gone crazy.
Oh, come, Inspector.
First, you won't let me ask the guy any questions. Then you won't let him talk when he figures something out. What do you mean we got this case solved?
Coincidence, Inspector. Everything is based on coincidence. Haven't you wondered why nobody claimed to hear the shot that killed Mrs. Chambers?
Yeah, that's right. I wonder why I didn't think that.
Coincidence again, Inspector. Chambers had gone to his wife's room. He left the door open. He was probably telling his wife that he had to give the Rembrandt painting to Morrissey.
Now, wait a minute. You're not going to tell me he heard someone coming along the hall and he slammed the door.
That's precisely what I'm going to tell you, Inspector. He slammed it. Exactly as Edward slammed the door in this room a moment ago.
Now, look, Bart, wait.
Coincidence, Inspector. Coincidence. But in a moment, coincidence is going to begin working again.
Jumping Judas, what's that?
That's it, Inspector. That's coincidence. Come on.
Let's see it, Dorothy, hurry up. Hurry up. I'm coming.
Well, what are you coming up here for, ladies? Where's your husband, Mrs. Morrissey?
I don't know. He came up here. We heard a crash and someone yelled.
Yeah, and I got a hunch that the guy who yelled was Doc Morrissey. What did he come up here for? We told you all to stay in the library.
Well, Joe was nervous. He wanted to talk to Mr. Drake. That's not true. Gretchen, it's about time we began telling the truth.
That's a good idea, Miss Withers. Suppose you start.
I will. Joel came up to get the Rembrandt painting. That's a lie. He only wanted to make sure that it was still here.
And that means he's in Mrs. Chambers' bedroom. Come on, Bart.
I'm right with you, Inspector.
Here we are. Dark as pitch inside.
Yes, well, the light switch is on that right-hand wall.
Yeah, I got it.
What?
Oh.
Hey, there's Doc Morrissey on the floor.
What happened? Joel. Is he dead?
No, knocked out is all. He'll be all right.
Joel, darling, speak to me.
Yes, what happened? Suppose you tell us, Doc.
Give him a chance, can't you? He's hurt.
Take all the time you want. Just keep him here, that's all. Hey,
Bart, what are you doing over there?
Oh, just checking the windows, Inspector. Is the doctor all right?
Yeah, he's okay. Say, look, those windows...
All locked, Inspector. You feeling better, Dr. Marcy?
Yes, I'm all right.
Shall I have Edwards get you something?
Edwards?
Mm-hmm.
Well, who in the world is Edwards?
Who is he? You were talking with him a little while ago. It was you who told him what happened to Mrs. Chambers.
Nonsense. We've talked to no one all evening.
Exactly. Dr. Marcy, did you recognize the man who attacked you when you came up here to steal the painting?
Steal it? Now, look here, Drake.
Fine. I see you didn't recognize him. Inspector, let me see those bullets that were taken from Mrs. Chambers' body.
Bullets? Oh, yeah, here they are.
Thank you. Now, please notice that one has been flattened on the pointed end and the other on the firing end.
Well, what does that prove?
That, Dr. Morrissey, is the answer to our very strange case.
Well, I wish you'd explain how it answers anything.
Gladly. A long time ago, the revolver which was used to kill Mrs. Chambers was fired, and the bullet became lodged in the barrel.
Say, that's the answer, Bart. When the gun was fired the second time, it knocked out the first bullet, and both of them penetrated Mrs. Chambers' heart.
That's it, Inspector. The flattened ends of the two bullets prove it.
Oh, yes, maybe, but it doesn't prove who fired the gun.
I think it does, Doctor.
Who fired it?
Mrs. Chambers did. Chambers had wiped it off, handed it to her. She was examining the gun when Dr. Morrissey came along the hall.
Sure. Chambers knew that Morrissey was going to demand the painting, and he didn't want his wife to know he'd lost it playing poker.
Yes, Inspector, that's it. He slammed the door in Morrissey's face. Now, isn't that right, Doctor?
Well, yes, that part's right.
The slamming of the door startled Mrs. Chambers. The gun went off in her hand, killing her.
Wait a minute, Bart. Who hid the gun behind the bureau?
No one did. The terrific recoil of the two bullets knocked the gun out of Mrs. Chambers' hand, and it landed behind the bureau. Coincidence again, Inspector.
Well, I'll be a brown-eyed blonde. But look, why did Chambers take it on the lam?
Because he knew Morrissey had heard him and Mrs. Chambers quarreling. He knew his fingerprints would be found on the gun. He thought Morrissey had heard the shot, and he knew he was sunk.
Yeah, but I still don't
After he got away, Chambers called me. Then he began thinking. He finally figured out what had happened.
Chambers figured it out?
Yes. He tried to tell us back in his own bedroom, but I wouldn't let him because I wanted to be positive that the man who called himself Edwards was Fred Chambers.
What?
He proved it when he caught Morrissey trying to steal his painting. Inspector, open up that closet door and ask Fred Chambers to step out, will you?
Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
Decent of Chambers to let us spend the night here, wasn't it?
Did you wake me up to tell me that?
Well, no, I was wondering.
Wondering what, Inspector?
How did you know that Edwards was Chambers?
I guess.
Now, listen, don't tell me that.
Well, of course, my guesswork was backed up by the fact that I thought it strange Edwards or Chambers should call us both by name when he never met us.
Oh, I see.
Also, the fact that he asked to see both the bullets.
Huh? So he did. Yeah. Then he claimed he was a bit of a sleuth, tried to sell us the idea that sleuthing was his hobby.
On the contrary, Inspector, I think he tried to sell us the idea that he knew that...
Yeah, go ahead and say it.
Mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby.
Inspector Noah Danton and I had not been out of the city for some time when I received an urgent telephone call from Mr. Sam Hudson, an artist and magazine illustrator of Oak Ridge. We both welcomed the chance for a breath of country air. Unknown to us, Sam Hudson had had an unusual conversation with his half-sister Mary that morning.
Sam?
Huh? Oh, it's you, Mary.
Yes, it's me. Sam, I want to talk to you.
Now, my dear, I've asked you not to disturb me when I'm working.
Sam, this is important. Put down the brush and palette and listen to me.
Now, look here, Mary. I promised Robinson I'd have this landscape done by Monday. I intend to keep that promise.
Sam, Cousin John is dead. He died of a cerebral hemorrhage.
What of it? I'm sorry, Mary, but we hardly knew John.
Sam, you don't understand. He died of a cerebral hemorrhage. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
A lot of people die of cerebral hemorrhages. I don't want to appear rude, Mary, but really...
Sam, give me that brush.
Hey, stop that. Mary, what the devil?
Now, Sam Hudson, you listen to me.
Cousin John is the third in our family to die of a brain hemorrhage within the past month.
So what? Maybe the family's having an epidemic of brain hemorrhages. Now, give me that brush.
No. Sam, you may be so wrapped up in your work that these deaths mean nothing to you, but to me they mean a great deal.
Why, for heaven's sake?
Because George Hudson will be next. And then you.
George, and then... Mary, you can't be serious.
I am serious, Sam, very serious. Cousin Elliot was first, then Henry, and now it's George's turn.
Then comes me.
Yes. There's a small fortune in our family, Sam. According to the terms of Grandfather Hudson's will, it's to be handed down in the order I've just named.
Mary, you're wonderful. So Henry killed Elliot to get the fortune. Then John murdered Henry, and George killed John. Then, hey, I must be the one who's going to murder George. Now, I wonder when I'm going to do it. I'm pretty busy.
Sam, I wish you wouldn't laugh at me. I'm frightened.
Nonsense. Now, forget this, Mary. You're being entirely too melodramatic.
Oh, I can't forget it. It isn't just coincidence that those three people died.
Of course it's coincidence. Mary, listen to me. Elliot and John and Henry lived miles apart. Their deaths were spread over a period of months.
I know, but you're all I had.
You've Dean Woodford. When my time comes, you'll inherit the family fortune, marry Dean Woodford, and live happily ever after.
Well, all right, Sam. Maybe I am overly concerned.
Of course you are.
But you will be careful. Promise?
I promise. Now, hey, there's Dean coming up the drive. Go on out and have a time for yourselves. Only don't scare him with any of your wild stories.
All right, Sam. Oh, I'm asking Dean to stay to lunch.
Swell. I'm going into my study. You can have the place to yourself. See you at lunch.
Hello, Dean.
Hi, honey. How's things?
Just fine. Nice coming in?
Where's Sam?
In the study. Asked me to come out for a walk.
Okay. Well, let's walk down to the river, honey. It's such a swell day.
All right. Sam won't mind. I told him that you were going to stay for lunch.
Well?
I did what you said, Dean. I tried him out.
What did he say? How'd he act? Are you satisfied?
Yes. Sam's not suspicious. I'm sure of it.
Oh, good, good. I told you that's the way it'd be.
I know, but I had to find out. I gave him every chance. It's the safe thing to do.
Well, you're too jittery, darling. No one's suspicious. They couldn't be. Why, it's a perfect setup.
Dean.
Yeah?
Stop here. We're out of sight of the house now. Dean, I...
Say, what's the matter? Come on, speak up. Has anything happened?
Oh, no, Dean. Nothing, only... Dean, you do love me, don't you?
Is that all that's worrying you? Come here. Does that mean anything to you?
Dean. Dean, I love you so.
And you won't regret it, honey. After this job is over, we'll have plenty of dough and plenty of time to enjoy ourselves.
Dean, is it necessary that Sam...
Now, look, darling, there's no other way. You know that. You've known it right from the start.
Oh, I know, but Sam's my half-brother, and...
And what has he ever done for you? Made a drudge out of you. Made you live up here in the sticks.
But he did give me a home.
Sure, why not? He needed a housekeeper. He had a few bucks of his own, and he couldn't stand it to have anyone else around while he worked. So you were the sucker.
Oh, you're right, Sam. You're right, but I wish it were over.
Oh, stop worrying. In 4 days it will be over. First your cousin George, and then Sam. Cerebral hemorrhage. What a laugh. Even the doctors don't know.
And there isn't a chance of them finding out, is there, Dean?
Not a chance, baby, not a chance. They're all like that brother of yours. Too dumb even to think about it.
Hello, Drake speaking.
This is Sam Hudson, Mr. Drake. I'm up here at my place at Oak Ridge.
Yes, Mr. Hudson?
Drake, if possible, I'd like to have you take a run up here.
Oh, is something wrong, Mr. Hudson?
I don't know yet. You see, 3 members of my family have died within the past 6 months. All of cerebral hemorrhage.
Well, that sounds like an unusual coincidence.
Too unusual, Mr. Drake. My sister is... Well, you see, there's a small fortune in the family that's handed down from one cousin to another upon the death of the first.
I see. And one of you is next in line?
Yes. After my cousin George dies, the money comes to me. You know how women are, Drake. Mary's worried.
And you?
I must confess, Mary's got me going, too. I wouldn't want her to know I made this call. It would only worry her more. Still, I think an investigation would do no harm. On the other hand, if you'd rather not...
Contrary, Mr. Hudson, it sounds like an interesting case. I'll get hold of Inspector Danton, and we'll take the first train up there tomorrow.
Well, that's all I can tell you, Inspector. Sam Hudson suspects that he's going to be murdered because 3 of his cousins have died of a cerebral hemorrhage.
But that just doesn't make sense.
It might when we hear the rest of the details.
Okay, but it sounds nuts to me. Guys who die of cerebral hemorrhages aren't murdered.
Stop worrying, Inspector. A couple of days in the country will do us both good. Yes, boy. Have you any local papers? One published in Oak Ridge?
You betcha, mister. Oak Ridge Gazette. There you are.
Thanks.
It's 3 cents.
Pay the boy, will you, Inspector?
Hey, oh, sure. Sucker me. Here you are, bub. Can you break a nickel?
Break a nickel?
Okay. Keep the change.
Thank you, sir. Newspapers, magazines...
Wait a minute. Huh. Here's something, Inspector.
Rudy Nebb in another jam?
No, it isn't the comic strips, Inspector. It's right here on the front page.
Yeah?
George Hudson, a cousin of Sam, died last night.
What did he die of?
A cerebral hemorrhage, Inspector.
Yes?
Good afternoon. Is Mr. Sam Hudson in?
Sam? No, he isn't. He's in New York.
New York? That's odd. Can you tell me when he left?
Why should I? And why is it so odd that Mr. Hudson is in New York? Who are you men, anyway?
Who are we, lady? We're here to ask the questions, not answer them. Now, look...
Inspector, I'm sorry, Mrs. Hudson. You are Mrs. Hudson, I presume?
No, I'm not. I'm Mary Hudson, Sam's half-sister.
I see, thank you. I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Danton.
Oh, the police.
Everybody acts surprised when there's a cop in the crowd.
Anything wrong, darling?
Dean, these men are policemen. This is my fiancé, Dean Woodford.
Well, what's going on, boys? Bank robbery or something?
We wouldn't know, chum. Murder's our hobby.
Murder?
Don't be alarmed, darling. I've heard of this man, Drake. He writes books about murder. He's harmless.
Thank you.
Suppose we all step inside out of the cold. That's better. This country air bothers my hay fever.
Now, see here.
All right, tut now. Never argue with a cop, Junior. Okay, Bart, go ahead and ask your question.
We're sorry to have to intrude on you folks like this, but, Miss Hudson, we've reason to believe that your brother might be in danger.
But why?
Would you mind telling me exactly when your brother left for New York?
Why, it was yesterday morning.
Hmm?
Yes, yesterday morning. He had to deliver a painting to Jed Robinson of National Magazine.
You're quite sure he left yesterday morning?
Yes. Oh, something happened to Sam?
I don't know. Miss Hudson, I'm betraying a confidence in telling you this. Your brother called me yesterday.
Sam called you?
Yes, he felt that you were worried because of the deaths of your 3 cousins, and Sam was thanked to admit that he was worried also.
That's utter nonsense. Mary's cousins died of cerebral hemorrhages. A mere coincidence.
I'd be inclined to agree with you, Woodford. If George Hudson hadn't died yesterday, also of a cerebral hemorrhage.
Then you know about George.
Why shouldn't we? It's in all the papers. You know, Bart, if Sam Hudson was worried enough to call
now,
you...
listen, this thing is getting to be funny. What if Sam did call yesterday? That doesn't mean that he was home when he made the call. There are pay stations all the way to New York.
That's true, Woodford. But why didn't Mr. Hudson arrange to see me in New York if he was coming down anyway?
Yeah. Why did he insist that we come up here?
I don't know. You'll have to take that up with Sam.
Yes, we intend to, Woodford. Inspector, I think you'd better call National Magazine and ask Mr. Robinson a few questions.
Look here, Drake. It just happens that Mary and I are engaged to be married, and I feel that I have the right to protect her.
Do you think she needs protecting, Woodford?
The way you're acting, yes.
I always say give a guy enough rope and he'll hang himself.
Just what do you mean by that, Danton?
Oh, nothing. Only I was wondering why Miss Hudson said her brother left for New York yesterday to keep an appointment when the man he had the appointment with says it wasn't until tomorrow.
Well, I can't see if that means anything. Sam finished the landscape earlier than he expected to. Went to New York on the chance that he could see Mr. Robinson today.
Without calling Robinson first?
How Sam arranges his appointments is no concern of mine. Or yours.
You're right, darling. Drake, in your quest for book material, you seem to make mountains out of molehills.
It usually pays off, brother.
Well, this is ridiculous. I certainly don't intend to subject myself to any further questions.
Miss Hudson, you seem to think that Inspector Danton and I are accusing you of something.
Well, it certainly sounds like
Let me assure you we're not. Our sole purpose in being here is to help your brother, if he's in trouble.
Well, he's not. Now, look.
If it's being paid that you two are worried about, I'll give you a check myself and you can go on home.
Well, now, that's mighty thoughtful of the young man,
Yes,
Bart.
it is, Inspector, and I think we'll take him up on it.
Huh?
We can make out that check for $150, Woodford.
Bart, you don't mean...
Yes, I think we're wasting our time here, Inspector.
Huh?
If anything had happened to Sam Hudson, we'd have heard about it before
But
now.
look, it was only...
Write out your check, Mr. Woodford. When Hudson returns, he can give us a ring if he's still worried.
Bart, look, you said this yourself on the train.
Yes, that's right, $150. Thank you, Woodford. We're sorry to bother you folks. Come along, Inspector. There seems to be one time when we've gone on a wild goose chase.
I still don't get it, Bart. You walk out on the deal. Now, here we are on a plane heading for Bangor, Maine. Why?
If possible, Inspector, I want to save the life of Sam Hudson.
Save his life? For crying out loud, we don't even know where the guy is. What the heck are you talking about?
Something you said on the train, Inspector.
My said?
Yes, you said if a man died of a cerebral hemorrhage, he hasn't been murdered.
Well, that's true. You can't force a man to have a brain hemorrhage, can you?
I don't know. But the undertaker who buried Elliot Hudson when he died 6 months ago might give us the answer.
That's right. I'm Abe Shaw. I'm an undertaker, and I buried Elliot Hudson. Now, who be you?
Did you know Elliot very well, Abe?
Sure did. Known him all my life. Nice fella.
Abe, I want to ask you something, and I want you to think hard. Was there anything strange about Elliot's corpse?
Strange? What do you mean?
Any bruises or evidence of violence?
Violence? No, let me think now. No, can't say there was. Legs swollen a bit. Scar on his cheek. Hadn't been there for 10 years, though. Face bloated some. All that's natural. What you want to know for?
We're studying to be corpses.
Oh, funny guy, eh? Now, you look at here, you city slicker.
All right, Abe, you've helped us a lot. Now, I don't suppose that you know the doctor who signed Elliot Hudson's death certificate.
Sure do. Everybody knows Doc Hayward.
And Doc Hayward said that the death was due to a cerebral hemorrhage.
Yep, cerebral hemorrhage, that's right.
Abe, had Elliot Hudson been seriously ill for some time?
How should I know? I never seen him much. He lived alone. Folks don't ask undertakers to call on him. Look, now, why don't you two go see Doc Hayward instead of asking me so darn many questions?
We intend to do that, Abe. Not only are we going to call on Doc Hayward, but on the doctors who attended both John and George Hudson. Come on, Inspector. I think we've hit upon our first clue. There's just one more question I'd like to have you answer, Dr. Hayward. Did you ever know a case in which a cerebral hemorrhage had been induced?
Certainly not. Such an idea is preposterous.
Now, look here, Scranton or Danton or whatever your name is. When I say John Hudson was one of the best-looking corpses I ever had in my morgue, I know what I'm talking about.
Okay. You don't have to get tough about it. That's all I can tell you, Mr. Drake. John Hudson died naturally of cerebral hemorrhage, and I'm sure of it.
Thank you, Doctor.
Well, Bart, that's the last of them. They all told us the same thing.
You sound discouraged, Inspector.
Well, aren't you? This is the third jerkwater town we've visited in the last 2 days. And what's it got us?
It's got us a lot, Inspector.
Oh, it has?
Yes. Now we know it was not mere coincidence that 4 men have died of brain hemorrhage within the last 6 months.
Oh, we do?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I missed something. I don't suppose you want to let me in on the secret, would you, Bart?
But of course, Inspector. I'll say, by the way, have you got our plane ticket?
Oh, yeah, I got him. There's plenty of time now. What was it?
Oh, yes. Well, Inspector, the reason that I know those 4 men did not die naturally is...
Dean,
Yeah? What's the matter now?
were you out there?
Yeah.
Was he...
No. I told you it'd take another 12 hours. Now stop asking so many questions.
I wish we'd never started this. I wish Sam would not...
Oh, shut up.
Now listen, baby. We're in this up to our necks. Now quit your bawling. In another day, it'll be all over.
Dean, do we have...
Yes. I've gone too far in this to stop now. Besides, 5 murders are no worse than 1 in the eyes of the law. Well? Are you going to quit that bawling?
Sorry, Dean.
No, that's better. Now, tomorrow, when I bring Sam in, remember what you're going to say to Doc Ambrose.
I won't forget, Dean. Sam has been in New York for the past 3 days. He came into the house complaining of a headache and went right up to bed.
Perfect. About an hour later, you went up to see if he was all right. You found him unconscious and called Doc Ambrose.
And Dr. Ambrose will say that Sam died of a cerebral hemorrhage. Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. He can't say otherwise. It's perfect, baby, perfect.
Dean,
Yeah?
look out there. It's those policemen.
What the devil are they doing back here?
Oh, Dean, I'm scared.
Now, quit that. Get hold of yourself. Yeah, it's them, all right.
They're coming in here. Dean, could they have found anything out?
No. Now, remember that. There isn't a chance that they could find out a thing. They'll probably pretend that they have, and we've got to play the game.
All right, Dean.
Come on. Let's see what they want.
Sorry, Miss Hudson, to have to intrude upon you again so soon, but certain things have come up.
Now, just a minute, Drake. We put up with your rudeness once before.
And you're going to do it again, Bob, one side.
How dare you force your way into my house?
Oh, we dare anything, lady. We're brave men. Besides, this time we got a warrant.
A warrant?
Yeah, search warrant. Okay, Bart. Where do you want to begin?
Suppose you take a quick look around the house, Inspector. I'd like to ask these people a few questions.
Good idea. If you need me just yet.
Right.
Mr. Drake, I absolutely refuse to answer any more questions.
That's up to you, Miss Hudson. However, after I tell you the information and the evidence that we've collected, you may change your mind.
Evidence?
Don't listen to him, Mary. He's trying to trick you.
I don't think I'll have to resort to tricks, Woodford. Miss Hudson, I suppose you know that 4 of your cousins have died of cerebral hemorrhages during the last 6 months.
Yes, I know about it. Why?
And, of course, you know that there was a sum of money handed from one to the other.
I can't see as that concerns you.
Oh, but it does, Miss Hudson, because the last one to receive the fortune was, or would have been, your brother Sam, and Sam is my client.
Well?
In the event of Sam's death, you would inherit the money, isn't that true?
Yes, it's true. What about it?
After you inherited the money, Woodford was going to marry you.
What the devil are you talking about, Drake?
I'm building a case, Woodford, against you and Miss Mary Hudson, a case of murder.
Murder? Are you trying to tell us that Mary's cousins were murdered?
That's exactly what I'm trying to tell you, Woodford. Furthermore, you and Miss Hudson are the murderers.
You're crazy. They died of brain hemorrhages. You haven't got a thing on us. Don't listen to him, Mary.
Nothing to do about the place is clean.
I didn't expect we'd find anything in the house, Inspector. You folks won't mind if we look around outside, will you?
Yes, we will. This thing has gone far enough. Now, you two get out of here.
Take it easy, pal. Holding a gun on an officer of the law is a serious offense.
Forcing your way into a private residence is also a serious offense. Besides, I have a permit to carry this gun.
And we got a warrant to come into this house.
How do we know you have? How do we know you're even cops?
We're telling you, that's why.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Mary, go into the kitchen and call police headquarters. We'll settle this thing right now.
But, Dean...
Do as I say. You know where the phone is.
Yes, and she knows it isn't in the kitchen. Woodford, that's as nice an act as I've seen in a long time. Now I know why you were able to convince Sam Hudson's cousins that you meant no harm.
Drake, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do, Woodford. You're telling Miss Hudson
Well,
to go...
Mary, are you going?
All right, Dean.
No, you don't, lady.
Keep your hands off me.
Sorry, ma'am, but this is necessary. Okay, Woodford, put down that gun.
Take your hands off her, copper.
I wouldn't, Bob. You'll hit the lady.
Dean, don't shoot.
I don't intend to. Instead, I'm going to make that phone call myself.
Hey, that's a switch. I thought the guy was actually going to show his hand.
No, not yet, Inspector. Woodford's going to play the game to the very end.
Let me go.
Just a minute.
Never mind the girl, Inspector. Come along.
Okay, but this isn't the way I'd play it.
Woodford went through that door.
Yeah, sure he did, but...
Locked.
Yeah. So now what do we do? Break it down?
No, we don't have to, Inspector. Woodford won't go far. I'm sure of that.
Hey, now the girl's gone.
Splendid. I think we'll find them both waiting for us in the garage. There's the garage, Inspector.
Yeah. And you still think those two will be waiting for us inside?
Mm-hmm. I'm positive of it, Inspector.
Why?
Because Woodford still has hopes that he's committed a perfect crime. Here's the garage door, Inspector. Here, help me grab hold.
Okay. Hey, it's dark in here. All the windows are covered.
Yes, and for a good reason. There are our friends over there in the corner.
Oh, Mr. Drake, something terrible has happened.
Yes, I see it has. Is that your brother's body lying on the floor?
Yes, that's Sam.
Don't get any ideas, Drake. Sam was dead when we found him. There isn't a mark of violence on him.
It's true, Mr. Drake. Dean lost his head back there in the house and ran out here to get his car. He found Sam just as you see him.
Now, that's what I call thinking on your feet, lady.
Yes. Turn on the lights, will you, Inspector?
That's a good idea.
You won't find any marks on him, I tell you. Sam died
of a cerebral hemorrhage. Is that right, Woodford? Well, there's the lights. Let's have a look.
There's nothing to look at. Dean's right. I think we'd better call a doctor.
And I think we'd better take a look at your brother's ankles, Miss Hudson.
Look out, Woodford's got a gun.
I see he has.
Watch it, Inspector. Hey! He hit the girl with a dirty...
Began on a cold, blustering day last winter. For several months, Inspector Noah Danton and I had been trying to track down a gangster known as Duke Hensler. Duke operated a murder syndicate, and up to now had skillfully evaded all the traps we'd set for him. That very night, a telephone call came in, and we learned that on the day before, Duke had paid a call at a modest dwelling on the outskirts of the city.
For Basil Fleming.
I am Basil Fleming.
And you're the man I want to see. The name is Duke Hensler.
Oh. You are Duke Hensler.
That's right. Surprised, huh?
Yes, I am. Very much surprised.
They all are. Part of my business to look like a, shall we say, successful lawyer.
Successful law? Yes, of course. Come this way, please. In here, please.
Ah, nice place you got here, Fleming. You must be a rich man.
Far from rich, Mr. Hensler.
Retired, aren't you?
Yes. I've been retired for more than 10 years.
With an annual income of approximately $11,000.
You seem to know considerable about my private affairs.
I have to. Part of my business to know.
Yes, I suppose it is. Is there anything else you care to know about me?
No. Still, there's some things I can't figure. As far as I can see, you're pretty clean.
Clean?
Yeah, you never got mixed up in any deals. Nobody's blackmailing you. Most of my clients are troubled with blackmailers.
Yes, I suppose that would be a logical reason for engaging your services.
Oh, there are plenty of other reasons. Now, let's get down to business. Who do you want bumped off?
Bumped off?
Yeah, bumped off. Annihilated. That's what you sent for me for, isn't it?
Oh, I see. Yes, it is.
Now, let's have his name and address. Maybe it's a job I won't touch.
There are, then, jobs that you won't touch?
Definitely. Men in my business can't afford to take chances. My boys are kind of particular.
Boys? Then you don't do it yourself?
Yeah, you bet I don't. I'm not that much of a sucker. The suckers are the boys who work for me. But the boys don't even know who I am.
I see.
I only make the contact. After tonight, you'll never see me again, Fleming. And you won't be able to find me either. A man in my business has to be careful.
But you guarantee results?
Never missed yet. Say, this must be someone special you got in mind, huh? Asking so many questions. Usually guys just give me a name and the dough and let me do the rest.
It is someone special, Mr. Hensler. Someone very special.
Yeah? Who?
My wife.
Your wife?
Yes, Mr. Hensler. My wife.
Now, wait a minute. An old guy like you can't be playing around. I'd have known about it if...
No, Mr. Hensler. I haven't been playing around, as you phrase it.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm not knocking off any old day.
Wait, please. You must listen to me.
No soap, Pop. In my business, a man has his ethics just like in any other.
No, Mr. Hensler.
My wife is very ill.
Sick? Well, then what the devil
You
do you
must
want?
let me explain, Hensler. Lottie, my wife, is suffering from cancer. The doctor says she can't live more than a few months.
Oh, this is something I don't get. If she's going to die anyway in a couple of months.
Every moment of every day, Lottie's in excruciating pain, Mr. Hensler. They give her dope, but the dope wears off and she wakes up screaming. It's terrible to watch, Hensler. Terrible.
Yeah, it must be.
Lottie has begged them to give her something to end her misery, and so have I, but they won't. There's a law.
Yeah, I've heard about it. There's been a lot of talk about it. What do they call them? A mercy killing.
I love my wife more than life itself, Hensler. We've lived together in peace and happiness for 50 years. I can't go on watching her suffer like this. I can't.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
I'll pay you anything, everything I possess, if you'll end Lottie's suffering.
Yeah, well, maybe you're going to change my mind a bit. Yeah, I never had a deal like this before.
Then you will do it.
Yeah, Pop, you've sold me a bill of goods. Well, I find your wife.
She's upstairs in her room. I wanted to keep her here with me rather than send her to a hospital. Hensler.
Yeah?
You'll be gentle.
She won't know a thing, Pop. Not a thing. My boy's a professional. And now...
Yes. Now about the money. How much?
To you, Pop, I'm going to give you my rock-bottom price. $10,000.
10,000. Very well. I have the money here. I think you'll find it all here.
Thanks, Pop. I won't even bother to count it. I trust you, see?
Mr. Hensler.
Yeah, Pop?
When?
Maybe tonight. Maybe tomorrow. You'll have some visitors, see?
Oh.
Don't worry. Everything will be taken care of. So long, Pop.
Hello? Yes, this is Fleming. Oh, yes, Dr. Harvey. Yes? What? What? You took new x-rays? And you feel sure that with an operation you can save Lottie's life? Oh, my God. Forgive me.
Hensler! 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 Where's Hensler?
It sounds like a screwy deal to me, Bud.
Yes, Inspector. There are some rather odd circumstances connected with the case.
Who was it called you, anyway?
That was Fleming himself. He merely stated that he'd come into his wife's room and found this young Dr. Gil Martin dead on the floor.
Funny Fleming didn't call the police.
Mr. Fleming explained that, Inspector, by saying that his wife was seriously ill. He was afraid that any undue excitement might upset her.
Well, if a guy being murdered in her bedroom didn't upset her, he shouldn't worry about a couple of cops being around.
Well, you see, Mrs. Fleming was under the influence of an opiate when the intern arrived, Inspector. She didn't know about the murder.
Intern?
Yes, Dr. Gil Martin. He's an intern at the Long Meadows Hospital. He come with the ambulance that was to take Mrs. Fleming to the hospital for an operation.
It still doesn't make sense.
Why not?
No motive.
That, Inspector, is why I disregarded Basil Fleming's request and brought along a cop.
Oh, Bud, you're wonderful. You know, sometimes I suspect you of thinking of me as a human being.
Oh, come, Inspector. You know very well that I became convinced long ago that you have at least half a dozen human qualities.
There must be some reason why I like this guy.
Hiya, handsome. Come on in.
Thank you.
Who's that with you, your grandfather?
Now, just a minute,
Relax, Gramp. I was only kidding. You're Barton Drake, aren't you, handsome?
Why, yes, I am.
I thought so. I heard the old man give you a buzz. I've seen your pictures and read a couple of your books. You're a pretty smart cookie.
Well, thank you.
And who are you?
Me? Oh, I'm May Hamilton. I was the old lady's nurse.
What do you mean, was the old lady's nurse?
I got canned about an hour ago.
Well, it hasn't seemed to upset you very much.
You bet it hasn't. I was sick of the job anyway. And now that Gil's been knocked off...
Gil?
Yeah, Gil Martin, the intern. Him and me trained at the same hospital. He was my boyfriend.
Well, now, think of that. She's all broken up about it, isn't she?
Oh, corpses are okay when they happen natural, but... Oh, Gil didn't die natural, see? Geez, just looking at him give me the screaming memes. No, sir, I'm getting out of here just as soon as Charlie arrives.
And, who's Charlie?
Charlie Butler. He's my other boyfriend. Them two sure hated each other. Oh, wait till Charlie hears what's happened to Gil. You'll sure get a laugh out of that.
I'll bet. It seems to me that you have rather an amorous existence, Miss Hamilton.
Amorous? Hey, you wouldn't be calling me names, would you, handsome? Anyway, as soon as I got the can, I buzzed Charlie and told him to sit me up here.
Oh? Miss Hamilton, I thought I told you to leave this house.
Now, skip it, chum. I'm not leaving till Charlie gets here.
Pertinent woman. I beg your pardon, gentlemen. I'm Basil Fleming. I presume you are Barton Drake?
Yes, I am, and this is Inspector Noah Denton.
Hiya.
Oh, the police. Mr. Drake, I specifically...
I'm sorry, Mr. Fleming, but I asked Inspector Denton to come along as a personal favor.
And it's a lucky thing he did.
Where do you say that, Inspector Denton?
Well, this babe here has given us more motives for a murder in the last 5 minutes than we've had for a week.
Listen, Flatfoot, are you saying I had anything to do with Gil being knocked off?
Yeah, you want to make something out of it?
Why, you...
I think the inspector means, Miss Hamilton, that he'd like to ask you some further questions. Will you please not leave the house until we've had a chance to talk to you again?
I'm leaving the house when Charlie gets here, and no one's stopping me.
No? Well, you try it and see how far you get there.
Here, gentlemen. There's the corpse lying on that bed.
Now, wait a minute. This isn't your wife's room.
Naturally not. I couldn't very well have the body there where Lottie
Well, you should have.
Yes, Inspector Denton's right, Mr. Fleming. You shouldn't have had Dr. Barton's body removed until we arrived.
But you don't understand, gentlemen. If Lottie had awakened and found a dead man in her room...
Your wife was under the influence of opiates, wasn't she?
Even so, I didn't want to run the risk of her waking up. Dr. Harvey quite agreed with me.
Dr. Harvey?
Dr. Leslie Harvey, yes, sir. He's our family physician and an old friend.
I see.
He arrived shortly after the ambulance. When he learned what had happened, he helped me remove Dr. Martin's body to this room across the hall.
And where's this Dr. Harvey now?
He's returning tomorrow to take Lottie to the hospital. He wanted her to have a day's rest after what happened.
Did Dr. Harvey say what he thought had caused Dr. Martin's death?
He said it appeared that death was due to poisoning.
Poisoning?
Dr. Harvey wasn't sure. He said the exact nature of death would have to be determined by the police.
And then he walked out before the police arrived.
Dr. Harvey is a very busy man, Mr. Drake.
Was it Dr. Harvey who recommended Miss Hamilton to care for your wife?
No. Help is so very hard to get these days. One has to take most anyone.
Yeah, that's just what you got, brother.
How long has this Miss Hamilton been here?
She came on duty this morning.
This morning? Say, that gives me an idea.
Yes, Inspector?
Don't you get it, Bart? It's as plain as the nose on your face. Hamilton had these two guys in love with her. Doc Martin knew she was coming to work on this case, so he got assigned to the ambulance that was sent for Mrs. Fleming.
I see. But before taking Mrs. Fleming away, he decided to poison Miss Hamilton because she wouldn't marry him.
Yeah, that's it. It'd be easy to make it seem like Hamilton had drunk the poison by mistake.
Yes. And they probably decided to have a friendly drink while waiting for Mrs. Fleming to wake up, and she switched glasses on them.
Sure, it's simple.
Oh, Inspector. No, I'm afraid you're all wrong.
Huh? Why?
Why? Because it's too simple. In the first place, there wouldn't likely be deadly poisons lying around. Nor would there be any liquor for that friendly drink that you speak of. Nor would it be natural for one, even as crass as Miss Hamilton, to suggest a toast over her patient sleeping form.
Well, it could have happened, but...
Jumping Judas, what's that?
Sounded as though Miss Hamilton's in trouble. Come on, Inspector.
Where'd that scream come from? From the kitchen, huh? This way. Good heavens. Jumping Judas, look at that guy lying there with a knife in his chest.
It's young Butler, Miss Hamilton's other boyfriend. And there she is lying on the other side of the table.
Yeah, it's the nurse, all right.
Is she dead, Inspector?
No, only fainted.
There's no doubt about Butler being dead. That knife penetrated his heart.
What a horrible sight.
Do you recognize the knife, Mr. Fleming?
Why, yes, I do. It belongs here in the kitchen.
Come on, babe. Up on your feet. You're all right.
What happened?
Suppose you tell us.
Charlie. Where's Charlie? Oh, no.
So you recognize him, do you?
Oh, yes.
As a mackerel.
Oh, Charlie. Charlie, why did you come here?
Now, Miss Hamilton. Miss Hamilton, suppose you tell us exactly what happened.
Oh, I don't know. I came into the kitchen a little while ago and he was lying there.
Just like that, eh?
I think I screamed and then I must have fainted. I don't know.
Bart, it doesn't add up. When boyfriend number one gets knocked off, she makes for the wisecracks. When boyfriend number two gets it, she's there with the tears.
Yeah, there's a great many things here that don't add up, Inspector. Look, I want you to take Miss Hamilton into the library and stay there with her until I get back.
Where are you going?
Mr. Fleming and I, Inspector, are going to call on Dr. Lester Harvey.
When's that guy coming back? He's been gone an hour.
Take it easy, babe. You're not going anyplace.
Oh, no. Well, you listen to me. I'm sorry, Inspector.
What's the matter?
I shouldn't have spoken that way. I must be upset.
Yeah.
Inspector Danton.
Well?
Did anyone ever tell you you were a striking figure of a man?
What?
So strong and masculine looking.
You don't say.
I could go for someone like you, Inspector Danton.
Well, now.
Inspector.
Uh-huh.
Kiss me.
Nuts. Listen, babe, you're not kidding me. Now take your arms from around my neck and go over there and sit down.
Why, you dumb flatfoot,
Anything wrong, Inspector?
No, everything's just dandy. What are you grinning about?
Nothing, Inspector. Absolutely nothing. I hope you and Miss Hamilton haven't been bored.
Now, listen, Bart, if you think...
Oh, not at all, Inspector. Not at all. Miss Hamilton, I'm sorry I kept you waiting so long.
Skip it, Hanson. For a minute, I almost had Grant acting human.
Sure.
What's the verdict?
Not very good, I'm afraid. Mr. Fleming and I went on a wild goose chase.
Couldn't locate Doc Harvey, eh?
No, Harvey's out of town for the weekend. Miss Hamilton, I suppose you've been wondering why I insisted that you remain in this house.
I've spent more exciting hours.
The reason, Miss Hamilton, is that you're in danger of being murdered.
Murdered? Me? Say what?
I'm positive that you're scheduled to be the murderer's next victim.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Nobody's mad at me. I haven't done anything.
That's just the point. The murderer intends to prevent you from doing anything.
Oh, for crying out loud, can't you stop him?
I hope so, with your help, Miss Hamilton.
What do you want me to do?
The murderer knows you're in this room. He thinks you're alone. I propose that the inspector and I step behind that
Hey,
door.
roll back up. You're off the beam, Hanson. If you think I'm going to set myself up as a clay pigeon for a nut with a gun, you're crazy.
Then, what are you going to do, Miss Hamilton?
Why, I'm going to get out of here.
Oh, so?
Yeah, right now. You got any objections?
No, not at all.
Well, then. Say, who is this screwball who's got a yen to give me the work?
I'm not sure yet. All I know is that he's not far away this minute.
In this house, you mean?
Or outside, waiting.
For me?
Yes.
I see. You're a cool one, Drake. Okay, so I got my choice of being a clay pigeon or a dead herring.
You're a very brave girl, Miss Hamilton.
Skip it. What do you want me to do?
Sit down. Relax. Pretend complete surprise if you have a visitor. Inspector Danton and I will be behind that closet door.
Safe and sound, huh?
Everything depends on you, Miss Hamilton. The person who comes into this room will reveal himself to be the murderer in one of two ways. He'll either tell
Or
you...
he'll shoot me and explain things afterward, huh? Barton Drake, you're wonderful. Okay, let's go. Hamilton, you're a sucker. But so what?
Bart, what makes you so sure this plan is going to work? We've been here a half hour and nothing's happened.
I'm not sure, Inspector. It's a chance we just have to take.
The babe can't stand the strain much longer. It's the fourth cigarette she smoked.
I think we can depend on her, Inspector. She's much braver than either you or I. Consider.
Brave my eye. She just doesn't know any better. By the way, what happened to Fleming?
He's upstairs with his wife. Mrs. Fleming died in her sleep while we were out.
What?
Yes, the strain was apparently too much for her.
Well, I'll be... Hey, what's that?
Keep quiet. Someone's opening the door. Hello, sister.
Hello yourself.
You alone?
No, the U.S. 15th Army is hiding behind a floor lamp.
You killed me.
Well, you just make sure you don't return the compliment, and everything will be lovely.
Hey, you're kind of a cute number. Related to the old man?
Yeah, I'm his father.
And why didn't I meet you when I was here before?
So you've been here before?
Yeah, I was here before yesterday.
What's your name?
Duke.
Duke what?
Duke's all you need to know, baby. Where's the old man now?
How should I know?
Look, baby, skip the cracks. I got a message for the old man.
Well, what am I supposed to do?
You're supposed to tell him for me, baby.
Tell him what?
To say Duke was here and the deal's off.
What deal?
He'll know. To tell him Duke said it was a matter of ethics. You got a reputation to think of like anyone else.
I don't get it, but I'll tell him.
Thanks, baby. You're all right.
Am I? Look out behind you.
What? Quit shoving me. Well, Duke, you're a prize we've been after for a long time. Tucker, you can't prove a thing on me, not a thing. Oh, so? Well, I'm afraid you're wrong, Duke. Basil Fleming is quite dead. Dead?
Yeah, and you shot him. We both saw it. So did the girl. Hey, what happened to the babe?
She made a quick exit, Inspector. Really can't say I blame her.
So she didn't have anything to do with the murders, eh?
Not a thing, Inspector.
Then who was it?
Fleming.
Fleming? But he...
Yes, I know. You see, Fleming had hired Duke here to dispose of Mrs. Fleming.
That sounds crazy.
No, Inspector, it isn't. Mrs. Fleming was suffering from cancer. Fleming only wanted to end her misery. Unfortunately, after he hired Duke to take care of the matter, Dr. Harvey called and held out some hope for his wife's recovery.
But Fleming couldn't get hold of Duke to call off the deal, eh?
That's right. So it drove Fleming mad. He became suspicious of everyone who came to the house, thinking that Duke had sent them.
And he figured the only way he could stop him was to... kill him himself.
Yes, the poor devil's warped brain became obsessed with that one thought. My suspicions became aroused when Fleming identified Charlie Butler as Miss Hamilton's boyfriend. Now, there was only one way Fleming could have known that. Charlie himself had to tell him.
But Fleming didn't believe him. He knifed him in the kitchen while we were in here talking to Hamilton.
That's right, Inspector. And then Duke, he had to return to protect his reputation.
And Fleming almost got him, too.
Well, now ain't that cute? All tied up and ready for delivery, eh? Just a couple of smart cuts. Yes, that's right, Duke. You know, Duke, there's one thing about you I can understand perfectly. Yeah? That's why you worried about your reputation as a head of a thriving business. Is that so? Mm-hmm. You see, in a way, you and I were running in competition. We were on opposite sides of the fence. Murdering was your business, and it's murderers like you that make mystery my hobby.
Tonight that I was sitting in my study doing some research work on poisons for my good friend Inspector Noah Danton. Coincidentally, the time was exactly 8:32 1/4 when the telephone rang. Yes, Drake speaking.
This is Stephanie Brett. Been shot. Dying. Pierre Chaminade State. Westchester. It was...
There was no mistaking the sound which came to me over the telephone. Miss Brett had lost consciousness and dropped the phone. I hurriedly called Inspector Noah Danton, explained what had happened, and asked him to meet me at the Chaminade place. 45 minutes later, I drove into Chaminade's driveway and found the ground swarming with guests, most of whom were young and beautiful women.
Oh, look, a man. All right, you vultures, lay off. I saw him first. Go on, scat.
For a minute, I was scared.
Well, you should be. That was a terrible fate I rescued you from. You ought to be grateful.
I am grateful. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm...
No, don't tell me. Let me guess. You're, Gary Cooper.
Hardly.
Walter Pigeon?
No, you're very flattering, but...
Frank Sinatra.
Now, wait, please.
Oh, well, I give up. Doesn't matter, really. Come on, let's go over and have a drink, shall we?
At any other time, I'd be delighted, Miss Brett, but now...
Oh, how wonderful. You know my name.
Naturally, a famous and lovely model like yourself could hardly expect to go unrecognized.
Oh, you're sweet. What did I ever do to deserve such gallantry?
Your beauty and charm inspire gallantry.
Would you mind mingling with the other guests and repeating that in a loud voice? And please call me Hala.
Thank you, Hala. And now I must insist that you know my name and why I'm here. I'm Barton Drake.
Barton Drake?
Yes.
Not the crime expert.
The same.
Oh, this is too wonderful. All day long I've been wishing for a man. I mean a real one, and now...
Hala, my purpose in being here is to see your sister.
Sister? Oh, I have no sister.
Oh? The young lady who called said her name was Stephanie Brett.
Stephanie?
Yes.
Oh, dear cousin Stephanie. Little wretch. Well, that does it.
What does what?
Destroys the illusion. For a minute I thought that it was I you were interested in. And now this. Well, Hala, will you never learn?
May I see your cousin Stephanie at once, Miss Brett? Hala.
Why not? I'm sure one more won't make any difference.
One more?
Dear Stephanie is in the library, resting. An hour ago, she became bored and complained of a headache.
A headache?
Mm-hmm. The dear darling's way of announcing to all the men on the place that she will hold private audience in the library to anything in trousers who happens to wander by in the interest of her health.
Oh, I see. Which way is the library, please?
Just follow the male exodus. Oh, come along. A woman scorned is usually a sucker. We might as well get it over with. In a moment, you'll hear the sound of male voices raised in adulation. Here we are. Prepared to be fawned upon, Mr. Crime Expert. Oh, what a pleasant surprise. No men. Cousin Steph. Oh.
Is that your cousin Stephanie sitting at the desk?
Yes, only why she sprawled out like that. Stephanie!
Close the door, please.
Stephanie! There's blood on her face. She's been shot.
Please, wait here, Miss Brett. So, bullet hole through temple, gun on floor, telephone receiver off hook. Yes, there can be no question.
Oh, what happened? Is she dead?
Quite dead, Miss Brett.
Dead. And she...
Your concern surprises me, Miss Brett. A moment ago, I got the impression that you disliked your cousin intensely.
I did. We all did. Every model at the studio. She was so beautiful, so cold, so contemptuous of the rest of us. But now, lying there. Oh, I can't believe it.
But I never said you about me in his house. And I say there is. I saw his car out front. Now, look what's there. Stop bothering me. If this is the library, I'm going in. Oh,
Come in, Inspector Danton. Come in.
Ah, there you are. Uh-oh. You found her, eh?
Yes, I regret to say that I arrived too late. Who is this gentleman, Inspector?
Buster? I don't know.
Someone important, I guess.
Ayla, who are these men? Why are you crying? Stephanie said she was coming. Good heavens. Stephanie! Stephanie, darling. She's been shot.
Yes. Were you a relative of Miss Brett?
Relative? Good heavens, no. I'm Orion Cooper. Stephanie and I were engaged.
I see. In that case...
In that case, I demand to know who you men are and what you're doing here and why someone doesn't call the police.
We are the police.
The police? But, Ayla, did you...
Don't be a fool, Orion.
Did she what?
Never mind. Oh, what a terrible shock. I can't believe it.
I think Mr. Cooper was going to ask Ayla if she had anything to do with the shooting. Is that right, Cooper?
Well,
Of course he was. The moment he'll accuse me of murdering my own cousin.
Since you brought it up, Ayla, did you have anything to do with it? You had good cause, you know.
No more than you.
I? Well, that's perfectly silly to...
Well, I happen to know Steph broke her engagement to you this morning.
That's a lie. You're saying that because Pierre Chaminade didn't take up the option on your contract. You begged Steph to use her influence, and she refused. You found out that a pretty face and a slinky figure wouldn't get you everything. So you resorted to murder.
Why, you lying rat.
Just a minute. Now, look. There's only one bullet hole, so only one of you could be the murderer. I'd like to make everybody happy by arresting you both. But that wouldn't be ethical. But what's the setup?
Just as you see it, Inspector. It seems there were some tennis matches this morning. Miss Brett, that is, Stephanie Brett, pleaded a headache and announced she was going to the library to rest.
Well, it was an old trick of hers. She knew that every man within earshot would sneak up here and pay homage to her.
Oh, she was that kind of a babe, was she?
She was worse than that. She loved the power she held over men.
Stop that, Ayla. What you're saying isn't true.
It is true, and you know it, Orion. Every man at whom Stephanie ever smiled knew it. She wasn't human.
Miss Brett, I don't suppose that you visited Stephanie while she was resting here in the library?
Yes, I did.
Oh?
Rather, I tried to. There was someone ahead of me.
A man?
Yes. Pierre Chaminade.
Chaminade?
Pierre Chaminade is an expert on beautiful women, Inspector. He acts as agent for about 50 of them, hires them out as models.
Sounds like a nice business.
Behind the back of Pierre Chaminade, you talk about him, eh? Monsieur et mademoiselle, these I do not like. Explain, please.
Well, how do you like that? Listen, chummy, where did you come from?
Where did I come from? Such a silly question. In my own house, he asked me where I come from. Who are you? Explain, please.
Say, look, you...
Inspector, do you mind?
No, go ahead and tell him who we are.
Mr. Chaminade, I'm Barton Drake, a private detective. This is Inspector Noah Danton.
The police. Explain, please.
Miss Ayla Brett and Mr. Orion Cooper, you know, of course. The young lady there by the telephone...
Stephanie, with her I'm very well acquainted. She... Mon Dieu. What is this? She's shot in the head. She's dead, oui?
Quite dead.
Explain, please.
Listen, how about you doing a little explaining? We happen to know you were in here talking with a gal just before she was murdered.
Oh-ho. So the wind blows toward Pierre Chaminade, oui?
Yeah, right smack dab in your direction.
You think I did this thing, perhaps?
Perhaps.
Explain, please.
Now, look, Frenchy, suppose we ask the questions. Why did you shoot her?
Inspector, you're a fool. Shoot her? I did not do so. I think the man who shoot her is Monsieur Cooper.
Why, you know...
Take it easy, Cooper. What makes you think Cooper is the murderer, Chaminade?
Oh, it is simple. Stephanie is about to die because of some strange disease only I know about. Today, she tells this to Monsieur Cooper. From him, she has some letters for which she demands money. Monsieur Cooper does not like this. So, poof, in the head, he shoots her.
Hello, Evening Ledger. This is Barton Drake. Yes, that's right. What time does the first edition of your paper go to press, please? 1:30 p.m. Thank you. Well, Inspector, anything new?
No. I've been questioning the guests for 2 hours and got nowhere. I hate beautiful women, especially those long-legged, chassis kind.
Well, when we've got more time, Inspector, I'm going to find out just what your type is. But first, has a report come in from the fingerprint department at headquarters?
Not yet. You know, Bart, there's something screwy about this whole setup.
Oh, so?
Yeah. The girl was lying dead in this room for more than an hour. All that time, the telephone that she had used was off the hook.
Oh, I see what you mean. There are at least a half a dozen extension phones on the same line.
Sure.
Stands to reason someone would have tried to call.
Yeah. And everyone swears he didn't go near a telephone. Now, that guy Chaminade...
You can take it from me, Inspector, that Pierre Chaminade is a phony.
Yeah. How do you know?
His so-called accent. Why, it's a cross between French Canuck, Spanish, and East Side New York.
Putting on an act, eh? Why?
I don't know. Possibly only to impress his clients. Well, let's get to work. The way I see it, we've got 3 suspects. Chaminade, Halebret, and Orion Cooper.
And all of them claim it was the other fellow that shot Stephanie. Nice people.
Well, let's begin with the most likely suspect first. Orion Cooper. He's up in his room now, waiting for us. Mr. Cooper, do I understand that you were here, in your room, between the hours of 1:30 and 2:30 this afternoon?
Yes, I was.
You were alone?
Yes.
No one entered or left the room?
That's right.
You stated earlier that you were reading your paper during that hour.
Yes, I was. Why? What are you trying to prove? If you think that I murdered Stephanie, you're wasting your time.
Well, we got plenty of it to waste. You had as good a reason as anyone to murder the girl, and we both think...
You're crazy. Right now I'm going to...
Come in, Miss Brett. And Chaminade.
Here we are all together again, just like dear familiar friends.
Yes, well, this I do not like. If you will excuse me, I'll be back.
We will please excuse nothing. Come back here.
We explain, please.
Explain, please, yourself. What was it you wanted Miss Brett to lie about?
Oh, it wasn't nothing. I make the big joke.
Okay. Well, it didn't sound like a joke to me.
What was it all about, Miss Brett?
He wanted me to tell you and Inspector Danton that I was mistaken when I said I heard him talking to Stephanie just before she was murdered.
So that's it.
Please. It was the reputation of the great Pierre Chaminade of which I was thinking. It would not be good for business for me.
Oh, you wanted to make me out a liar to save your precious reputation. Why,
Please.
you...
I'm thinking only of my lovely girl.
Oh, shut up, Chaminade. What? What are you looking at that newspaper for?
I was just wondering if this was the paper Mr. Cooper was reading during the solitary hour he spent in this room. Is it, Mr. Cooper?
Yes? Why?
You see, this is today's issue of the Ledger. It went to press at 1:30 p.m. If you didn't leave your room between the hours of 1:30 and 2:30, and no one visited you, how did this newspaper get up here?
Why,
I'll get it. Hello? Yeah, this is Danton. How are you, Sam? What? 2 sets of prints, eh? Okay, thanks. That was the fingerprint department. There were 2 sets of fingerprints on the gun. Stephanie Brett's and Hala Brett's. Miss Brett, you gotta talk fast to get yourself out of this one.
I didn't do it. I didn't.
No, of course you didn't. You only tried to. Stephanie saw the gun in your hand and grabbed at it. You struggled, the gun went off, Stephanie fell to the floor, and you dropped the gun and got out of there. It couldn't be any more perfect.
That's not true. We didn't struggle, and there wasn't a shot.
Then you do admit coming into the library.
Well, yes, I wanted to talk to Steph alone. It was the first chance I'd had since Pierre told me he wasn't going to take up my option. I knew that Steph could help if she wanted. Hello, Steph. Feeling better?
Why, Cousin Hala, this is a surprise. Were you really worried?
Oh, of course. It must be terrible to have those dreadful headaches.
Oh, your deep concern touches me, Cousin. I suppose you skip the balderdash and tell me what's really on your mind.
Why,
Oh, don't look so shocked, darling. You came here to ask me to try and talk Pierre into renewing your contract, didn't you?
Oh, yes, I did. Steph, you've got to help me. Pierre will do anything you say. You know what will happen if it gets out that he let my option lapse.
I know exactly what'll happen. You'll be washed up. Finished. Your dream of a Hollywood contract will disappear into thin air.
Then You will help me? No. No. This is a moment I've waited a long time for, Cousin Hala. I hate you. I've hated you since the day I asked you to help me get a job with Pierre. Oh, I did help you. I did everything I could. That's a lie. You did nothing. You pretended to help, but all the time you were sticking a knife in my back. You were jealous and suspicious and afraid. Oh, yeah. Pierre told me how you helped. Pierre told you? Pierre and you were sweethearts. He told me that, too. Well, he's tired of you now. You're through, darling, and you might as well get used to the idea. You can't do this to me, Stephanie. You can't. I'll kill you. What are you doing in that desk drawer? Hala, it's a gun, darling. A beautiful, ugly little gun. I just remember that Pierre kept it here. How fortunate. Oh, so that's it. You're going to kill me. Darling, that's a laugh. You haven't the nerve. Oh, haven't I? Haven't I? Well, I'll show you.
Explain, please.
Stephanie was right. I didn't have the nerve to shoot her. Even if Pierre hadn't appeared.
So, then what did you do?
Well, I threw the gun on the floor and ran past Pierre out into the hall. The door to the den was open, so I went in. I wanted to be alone. I knew that nothing I could do now would change Stephanie's mind.
Well, now, think of that. I was wrong all the time, wasn't I?
How long were Pierre and Stephanie together in the library, Miss Brett?
I don't know. It didn't matter then.
Did you hear the shot?
Yes, but not until after Orion had come along the corridor.
Orion?
Now, look here, Haley.
Oh, what's the use, Orion? He'll get the truth sooner or later. I already know you were lying when you said you were in your room all the time.
That, Miss Brett, is good advice. Well, Cooper?
This is preposterous. I had nothing to do with it.
Then you won't mind telling us why you left your room and later lied about it.
I can explain about the newspaper easy enough.
That's what we're waiting for, brother.
Oh, very well. At 2:15, I went down to get the newspaper from the hall table. I heard angry voices coming from behind the library door. I knew that Stephanie had gone there to rest, so naturally I was in.
This thing you cannot do to me, Stephanie. The great lover.
Yeah, what is the meaning of this? Why are you shouting at Stephanie?
I'll tell you, Monsieur Cooper. You of all people should know.
Pierre, please.
So now it's Pierre, please. Very well. Perhaps now you'll listen to my proposition, oui?
Oh, yes, I'll agree to anything, only please.
Bon, the contract. Tear it up, please.
I haven't it with me. You should know that.
Look here, what's all this talk about a contract? I demand an explanation.
And an explanation you will have, monsieur. Mademoiselle Brett has...
Please, Pierre, please.
No, you're pulling the double cross, Miss Brett. Of these I'm sure. So Monsieur Cooper should know.
No? Know what?
That Mademoiselle Brett has a brain tumor. In 6 months, maybe less. Poof, she'll be dead.
You despicable beast!
And now, with your lover, I leave you, Miss Stephanie Brett. Au revoir.
Is this true, Stephanie? Oh, my dear. My dear.
I didn't want you to know. I wanted just a few more days together. As we were before.
Of course, darling. Of course. Stephanie.
Yes, Orion.
Stephanie, darling. The letters.
The letters?
Those that I wrote you. Perhaps it would be better... would it be, discreet if we allowed them to be found among your possessions?
You too?
Don't misunderstand me, my dear. It's only that
I... You think it might injure your reputation as a great lover if the letters you wrote me were found?
That's ridiculous.
What a fool I was to believe you ever loved me. When it was only the fact that I was Pierre Chaminad's most promising model that attracted you.
Stephanie, please, you mustn't carry on.
You're all alike. All of you. Pierre demanded that I destroy my contract because if one of his lovely models were to tie it would harm his reputation. And now this from you.
Stephanie.
I hate you. I hate you. I hate you.
Nothing I could do for the poor thing, so I left her.
Very decent of you, Cooper.
Yeah, very. So what happened then?
I was halfway up the stairs when I heard the shot.
Well?
Naturally, I ran back down the stairs to see what had happened.
And what had happened?
When I reached the hallway, I found Hala standing outside the library door. Pierre was just beyond her.
That's a lie, Orion. You were already in the hallway when I came from the den.
Ridiculous. I've already told you I
you
was...
tell the grand lie. Pierre, I have to find out that...
And you were in the hall, too, when I appeared.
Oh, no. Hayla was at the library door. I saw her.
Next, you'll say you saw me shoot Stephanie.
That I would not doubt.
Nor I.
Why, you unmitigated scoundrel.
Hayla, a murder suspect should control herself. Anything you say
Just a
might...
minute. I'll get it. Drake speaking. Oh, hello, Ryan. I see. That's just what I needed. Yes. Thank you. That was Medical Examiner Ryan, Inspector. Hatred and greed and an overabundance of beauty can be a dreadful thing, Hayla. Now I know beyond a shadow of a doubt who fired that shot, Inspector.
Okay, Bart. So, who fired the shot that killed Stephanie Britt?
I wish I could say that all three of our suspects had fired it. One is no less responsible than another for Stephanie's death.
Why, the idea...
I don't follow you, Drake.
Explain, please.
Selfishness, greed, and vanity, those are the true murderers. Hatred and suspicion and jealousy, those are the motives.
Yeah, Bart, but look, who fired the shot?
Stephanie did.
Stephanie? You mean she killed herself?
But I thought she couldn't have.
Can you blame her? You all hated her. We're all jealous of her. Stephanie hated you. She saw a chance for revenge. The gun was on the floor. It belonged to Pierre. Hayla's fingerprints were on it. She knew that Orion had been seen in the library a few minutes before. If it weren't for one little detail, she might have succeeded in sending you all to the chair.
One detail? What was that?
In order that the police would lose no time in apprehending one or all three of the murderers, Stephanie called me on the phone.
Yeah, that's right.
She said she'd been shot, was dying. I heard the crash over the phone as she fell. Naturally, I found her in the library with the phone off the hook. I assumed that she'd been murdered.
Yeah, naturally.
Working on this premise, not knowing the bitter hatred in her heart, it was not until Medical Examiner Ryan called me and said that Stephanie had been killed instantly that I realized she couldn't have been murdered.
Now I get it. If Stephanie was killed instantly, she couldn't have called you first. Dead people don't talk over telephone.
That's it, Inspector. Stephanie called me, put on her act, and then shot herself.
Bart, we're a great team. Now, if you hadn't called me and suggested...
Watch yourself, Inspector. Remember, mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby. Inspector Danton and I decided to take a few days off and do some fishing. We stopped at a place called Pine Haven Lodge, located in the heavily timbered slopes of the Adirondacks. Judd Loring, owner of the lodge, had told us of a likely pool, which was known only to himself and a few others. Well, I guess this is the place, Inspector.
Yeah, I guess it is. Look at that pool. Quiet as a mill pond. You know, it reminds me of the time we were on that windmill case up in New Hampshire.
Oh, yes, I remember that. The surface of the water on that pond was as smooth as this one, but the sails on the windmill were turning.
Yeah, and we wondered why the pond wasn't ruffled if there was enough wind to make the windmill sails go around.
Yes, which led us to suspect that some mechanical device was being employed to turn the windmill.
Yeah. We found it was a hidden motor that was turning the windmill, and the windmill was pumping oil from a pipeline.
Mm-hmm. You certainly were clever to figure that one out, Inspector.
I was clever?
Yes.
Yes, I was, wasn't I?
You were indeed. Well, let's hope that no murders occur to spoil our fun this time.
Yeah. Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
Did you bring the worms?
Worms?
Sure. How are we going to fish without worms?
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm going to use a Royal Coachman, Inspector. Pass me that bait box, will you?
Bait box?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Here.
Thanks.
What's the Royal Coachman? When I was a kid, we just stuck a worm on a bent hairpin. We didn't need any coachmen along, royal or common.
A Royal Coachman, Inspector, is a wet fly.
Oh?
And there we are. Did you ever catch any fish, Inspector?
Ever catch any fish? Thanks.
You stand aside, please, Inspector. I'm going to cast.
Okay.
This fish I caught was bigger
By
than...
Jove, Inspector, did you see that rainbow leap?
No. My fish was bigger than...
Inspector, Jim Loring was right. This pool is fairly alive with trout.
Is it? That fish of mine must...
Look out. I've got a strike.
What? Do you want to hear about my fish or don't you?
Too bad he got away. Oh, well, there seem to be plenty more. What were you saying, Inspector?
Nothing.
Oh, calm, Inspector. Tell me about it.
Nothing doing. I'm not forcing my fish stories on anyone.
Well, very well. Suit yourself.
You mean you're not going to insist that I tell you?
Naturally not, if you don't want to... Wait a minute. Inspector, listen.
Huh? Listen to what?
Someone's coming.
Well, what about it? Let them come. We don't own this pool. Maybe they got some worms, huh?
Jim Loring said that nobody at the lodge knew about this pool. Keep quiet a minute. Listen.
It's perfectly silly you'd make such a fuss. You're really in fun.
Well, are you kidding? Listen to me, Rita. Unless you make up your mind to forget that old buzzard and come away with me, I'm going to kill him. I mean it.
Oh, you.
Hey, that guy sounds serious.
Keep quiet. We're hidden by that screen of bushes. They can't see us. Keep quiet now. Listen.
Oh, you darling, you shouldn't talk like that. You know you shouldn't.
Why not? It's the way I feel. You're in love with me, and... Rita,
Yes, sir.
you are in love with me, aren't you?
Yes. I am in know that.
Well, then.
Oh, but this has got to end, you.
And?
I've made up my mind, darling. We can't keep holding these clandestine meetings. It isn't fair, and it makes it harder for both of us.
And you think it's going to be easier if we don't see each other, huh? Rita, be reasonable. You know what will happen if we call it quits.
I know it'll be best for both of us.
It won't. We'll stay apart for just so long, and then we'll be back together again. It's happened before.
I know.
Rita, listen to me. We were made for each other. No two people were ever more suited, and you know it.
Oh, I don't know what to say, or do I? I'm so unhappy.
Now, don't worry about it, darling. Let me take care of everything. There's no use of us ruling our lives.
Well, how do you like that?
I don't like it, Inspector. Do you know who that was? That was young Hugh Osmond and Rita Conrad.
She's the babe who's married to the Oil King, isn't she?
Yes, Gil Conrad. The gossips at the lodge have it that you married him for his money.
The gossips must know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
No young girl would tie up to an old buck like that unless he could offer something besides the wisdom of his 75 years.
You're becoming lyrical, Inspector. I wonder just how serious Osmond was when he threatened to solve his and Rita's problem by murdering the old man.
Kids are always making big talk like that. It doesn't amount to anything.
That was a shot, Inspector. You don't suppose that he...
Forget it. Probably somebody target practice.
Well, maybe you're right.
But I wish you'd quit going around looking for murders. Every time we go any place, you...
Inspector, apparently the target practice has hit the bullseye. Come on.
Okay, but I still say we're looking for trouble.
A shot and a woman's scream make a perfect formula for trouble, Inspector. It came from this direction, I think.
Yeah, I bet we don't find a thing except a dead squirrel or something.
Yes, I suppose the woman was screaming for joy because her boyfriend proved himself a great huntsman.
Yeah. Oh, you're certainly quick with comebacks, aren't you? Sometimes I wonder...
Look, Inspector.
Hey, the guy lying on the ground and a babe kneeling over him.
Yes, and unless I'm greatly mistaken, the guy is Gil Conrad and the woman is Rita, his wife. Let's get over there quick.
Oh, Gil. Why did you do it? Why? Oh, thank heaven, someone's here.
What happened, Mrs. Conrad?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think that Gil shot himself.
Shot himself? Well, maybe you're right. There's a gun in his hand, there's a bullet hole through his head, and there's powder burn.
Tell us exactly what happened, Mrs. Conrad.
Well, I was walking along the riverbank, and I heard a shot. I came over to investigate, and I'm still lying here.
See? Everything adds up. It was suicide, all right.
Yes, maybe. What makes you think it was suicide, Mrs. Conrad?
Because Gil told me.
Your husband told you?
Yes, he wasn't dead when I got here. He lived long enough to tell me that he'd decided to end it all.
What could be more perfect? Spot, let's get the coroner.
Inspector, wait a minute. Where was Hugh Osmond when all this was happening, Mrs. Conrad?
Hugh? Why, I don't know. Why should I?
Because we just overheard a conversation between you and Osmond. We heard Osmond threaten to kill your husband.
No, you didn't do it. You mustn't think that he did.
No?
Gil shot himself. He told me he did.
Rita, what happened?
No.
Oh, good heavens, it's Gil.
Yes, it's Gil, all right, Osmond. What do you know about it?
What do I know about it? Why should I know anything about it?
Oh, lots of reasons, Bub. You've been bragging about how you're going to knock the guy off, haven't you?
What the devil are you talking about? Of course I haven't.
Oh, no, Hugh. No. Don't deny it. I heard us talking.
Hey, what? I'm sorry, Osmond. We were fishing in the deep pool, and we heard your conversation with Mrs. Conrad a few minutes ago.
Well, what about it? Doesn't mean that I shot Conrad. I'd be a fool to think I could get away with anything like that.
That's the most sensible thing you've said, Bob. What I want to know is why weren't you two together when you heard the shot?
Oh, what's the use? If you overheard our conversation, then you know why. We didn't want to be seen returning to the lodge together.
Don't answer any more of their questions, Rita. We don't have to without a lawyer. You've already told them that Gil admitted suicide. If that isn't enough,
How do you know that, Osmond?
How do I know what?
That Mrs. Conrad told us that her husband had admitted taking his own life.
Didn't she?
Yeah, but you weren't here, Bub.
Why, I...
Yeah, I. You two kind of got your wires crossed, haven't you?
No, we haven't. What are you two trying to do? Trick us into admitting we're responsible for Conrad's death?
Could be. The thing is, though, if we put the finger on you, we'll do it without tricks. But I take it all back. There's dirty work afoot.
I quite agree with you, Inspector. Sorry, Osmond. You get your lawyer, we'll get the coroner. Then we'll take on from there, eh?
Hello, Bart. Come on in.
Thanks. Has the coroner gone yet?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nice guy. You left the whole deal in my lap. Where have you been?
I've been having some further conversation with Hugh Osmond. I'm afraid he succeeded in selling me a bill of goods.
What kind of goods?
Osmond claims that when he heard the shot, he came running back. Just before he reached the clearing where Conrad lay, he heard Rita scream.
So then, what did he do?
He stopped behind some bushes and listened. He overheard Conrad tell his wife that he had shot himself.
So that's how he knew Conrad had admitted suicide, eh?
Apparently, yes.
Do you believe him?
I believe part of what he said. He showed me the spot where he'd been standing. It was close enough to the clearing so that his story could be true.
Well, why did he keep hiding there after we arrived?
Well, according to him, to see which way the wind blew. It was only when he believed that we were going to accuse Rita of murder that he decided to show himself.
And that's the part of his story you don't believe, eh?
I don't know, Inspector. I'm not sure yet. By the way, Inspector, what have you been doing?
Oh, I've been getting along. Come over here.
Well, discovered something, huh?
I modestly admit that I've discovered quite something.
Well.
Yeah. That's Conrad's body lying there on the couch, isn't it?
It certainly is, Inspector.
Note the bullet hole through his head.
Yes. It's a clean hole all the way through.
Yeah. Now, there are powder burns on the right side of his head, aren't there?
That's correct, Inspector.
Sure. And since we found Conrad holding the gun in his right hand, the setup would indicate that the guy is right-handed, wouldn't it?
Quite true, Inspector.
Well, the guy is left-handed.
What?
Now, why, when he decided to shoot himself, would he do it with his right hand?
A good question, Inspector. How do you know that Conrad was left-handed?
That's my discovery. Look, I've been fishing through his pockets. I found his keys and his loose change in his left-hand pants pocket.
By Jove, Inspector.
Yeah. A guy who carries his dough and his keys in his left-hand pants pocket only does so because he's left-handed. So the way I figure it is, Mr. Gil Conrad was murdered, and someone tried to make it look like suicide.
Amazing. Do you mind if I look through his pockets, too, Inspector?
Go ahead. Who cares? If you don't want to take my word for it.
Come. You know your word is as good as gold, as far as I'm concerned.
As far as you're concerned. So everyone else thinks I'm a liar. Well, now who's that?
Why don't you open the door and see? Possibly the murderer has come to confess his crime.
Very funny. Huh. It's a babe. You, looking for someone, miss?
Yes. I'm looking for Inspector Danton. Are you Inspector Danton?
Yep, I'm Danton. Come on in.
I'm Laura Bailey. Mrs. Conrad's my sister. I just heard about the terrible thing that happened to Gil.
Oh, you did? Know anything about it, do you?
I think I might be able to tell you something that will help explain why Gil took his own life. Oh, I thought you were alone, Inspector Danton.
No. That guy standing up over there is Barton Drake. The horizontal gent is your brother-in-law.
Barton Drake? Oh, I'm so glad you happened to be here, Mr. Drake. I've heard so much of you. My name is Laura Bailey.
Sure, everybody's heard of Drake.
How do you do, Miss Bailey? Did I hear you say you're Mrs. Conrad's sister?
Yes. We were all staying here at the lodge together. Oh, I would have come sooner, only I couldn't believe that Gil was serious when I talked to him this morning.
When was that, Miss Bailey?
Shortly after breakfast. He asked me to come to his cabin.
Now, don't tell us that he threatened to commit suicide.
That's exactly what he did, Inspector Danton. You see, Gil had found out about Rita and Hugh.
I see. And why should he talk it over with you, Miss Bailey?
He felt that he had to talk to someone. He knew that I was his friend. I couldn't believe that Rita was being untrue. He asked me what I knew about it.
And what did you tell him, lady?
I told him that Rita was in love with Hugh Osmond. Why should I deny it? Rita is young and beautiful. Why should she waste her life on an old man?
The thing is that Rita should have thought of that when she married the old man. These women who take a guy for his dough and then try to walk out on the deal get in my hair.
It wasn't Rita's fault. Gil begged her to marry him. But she hadn't met you then.
Oh, nuts.
So Conrad told you he was going out and commit suicide. Is that right, Miss Bailey?
Yes. I didn't believe him, of course. He wanted me to talk to Rita, persuade her to forget Hugh. When I refused, he tried to work on my sympathy by threatening suicide.
That is probably because he figured you were his best friend. Now, look, lady, we happen to know that...
Inspector.
Huh?
Miss Bailey, was your brother-in-law right-handed or left-handed?
What a strange question. Why, he was right-handed.
Uh-huh.
You're sure of that, Miss Bailey?
Of course I'm sure. I've known Gil for years. I'd most certainly have noticed any strange traits of character that he had.
Now, just a minute. Just 1 minute. Lady, I'm too polite to call a female a liar, but I just got through proving
Careful, Inspector, careful now.
Huh?
There's no doubt in my mind that Miss Bailey's telling the truth.
What was that, Bart?
Of course I'm telling the truth. Gil was as right-handed as I am. Everybody knows that.
That's just the point, Inspector. Everybody probably does know it. It's a fact that can be easily checked. Because of that, I hardly think Miss Bailey would run the risk of lying.
But doggone it, Bart. That means the guy probably did commit suicide. And you said yourself he was murdered.
Murdered?
Yeah.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Of course Gil took his own life.
On the contrary, Miss Bailey, your brother-in-law was very definitely murdered. Furthermore, it was either you or your sister or Hugh Osmond who murdered him. The two of you who are innocent of the crime know which one is guilty and are trying to shield him or her. I hope you realize that that makes you all equally guilty in the eyes of the law.
Dear. Did you see Inspector Danton? Yes, I saw him.
Did you tell him that Gil had told you he was going to commit suicide?
Yes. Hugh, how did Gil know that you and Rita were in love? The last I knew, you were taking every precaution to keep that knowledge from him.
I told him myself.
Hugh.
Sorry, darling. I should have told you. I couldn't see the point in keeping him in the dark any longer. I went to him this morning and asked him to give you up.
Oh, darling, you shouldn't have. And, of course, Gil refused?
Not only refused, he wouldn't believe me. I guess that's why he sent for you, Laura.
Undoubtedly. And you knew nothing of this, Rita? Oh, no. Gil acted strangely this morning, but I didn't guess what was behind it. Oh, Hugh, why didn't you tell me?
Well, why should I? It would only have made you more unhappy. I hope that I could make you see things my way.
Oh, I wish I had. I wish I'd seen things your way a long time ago. Perhaps this never would have happened then.
Darling, everything's going to be all right.
I'm afraid everything isn't going to be all right, Hugh.
What do you mean?
Barton Drake is convinced that Gil was murdered. He says that he can prove it.
Oh, that's nonsense.
I hope you're right, Hugh. Mr. Drake says that one of us murdered Gil. He says the two who are innocent are trying to shield the guilty one. He says that he has the proof, Laura? Yes.
I don't believe it. If he knows that Gil was murdered and that one of us is guilty, why hasn't he made an arrest?
Because he isn't sure yet which one of us three committed the murder. Laura, you sound as though you believe one of us is guilty. I do. Laura.
Don't look at me, Laura. I didn't do it.
Oh, Laura, you don't think that I hadn't...
Say, where were you, Laura, when Gil was being murdered?
You see, none of us actually trust the other, do we? Well, what are we going to do about it? Is the guilty party going to confess to save the other two? Oh, you don't know what you're saying. Of course we're not going to confess. I mean, you didn't.
Of course I didn't.
It certainly wasn't I. Laura. Control yourself, darling. I'm not going to confess either. I didn't murder Gil. But I know who did.
So, we're working out another of your little deals, eh, Bart?
That's right, Inspector.
And we had to wait until night to do it.
Right again, Inspector.
Why?
Why, what?
Why did we have to wait until it got dark? Why don't you tell me what we're up to? Doggone it, Bart.
Be quiet, Inspector. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Let's wait here and see what happens.
Yeah, why not? That sounds like fun. For crying out loud, what do you think is going to happen?
We'll know in a minute, Inspector, if I've guessed correctly. You see that group of 3 cabins over there, the ones with the lighted windows and drawn curtains?
Sure, I see them. That big one is where Gil Conrad and his wife live.
That's right. And the one in the middle is occupied by Laura, Rita's sister. The one next to that is occupied by Hugh Osmond. And the... Oh.
What's the uh-oh for?
Someone just walked past the window in Laura's cabin.
What about it? Maybe the babe can't sleep. Maybe she's walking back and forth to wear herself out.
Maybe, but the trouble is we're not sure that it was Laura, are we, Inspector? All we can see is the silhouette behind that curtain.
Oh, look, Bart. I love mysteries, but when you pull them out of thin air...
Look, Inspector. There goes someone pacing behind the curtain in Osmond's cabin.
Yeah. Now, don't tell me that wasn't a man.
No, you have good eyesight, Inspector.
Sure.
Have you your gun handy?
Why, sure I got it handy. Right here in my hand.
Fine. You may need it. Look, there goes someone past the curtain in Rita's cabin.
So that makes all three of them pacing the floor.
Right.
Now are you happy?
Perfectly, Inspector. I couldn't have hoped for better results. Keep your eye on them, Inspector.
Okay. How long do we keep this up? I'm getting cold.
There. Osmond passed the window and didn't return.
Neither did Rita. So what?
Only Laura seems to be active. I wonder now how long. That's it, Inspector. Come on.
Someone shot at the girl in Laura's cabin.
And hit her, too, I think. Over this way, Inspector. The shot came from behind that cabin.
Yeah, there he goes.
Let him have it, Inspector.
Yeah. Stop! Stop or I'll shoot!
Get down, Inspector. He's going to be stubborn.
Who can play at that game?
You missed him, Inspector. He's heading for the woods.
I never miss. That guy's hit.
By Jove, you're right. Look, he's stumbling.
He's more than stumbling. He's flat on his face. Come on.
Here he is.
Yeah.
Look out, look out. He's still holding his gun.
Yeah, but he's in no condition to use it. I'll just roll him over. Judas, it's Osmond.
Of course it's Osmond, Inspector. Let's hope he'll live long enough to confess to the shooting of Gil Conrad. Otherwise, I think we're going to have a time proving him guilty.
It's Mr. Drake.
Yes, yes, it is. Is your sister seriously hurt, Mrs. Conrad?
No, the bullet just grazed the neck.
Oh, I'm glad. I sent for a doctor. He should be here any minute.
Doctor won't be necessary. I've taken care of Laura.
Oh, you have?
Mr. Drake?
Yes?
It was you, wasn't it?
Yes. Yes, I'm sorry, Mrs. Conrad. Hugh must have loved you very much.
Is he dead?
Well, Oh, Inspector. Is he dead?
Yeah, he's dead. Lived long enough to tell us it was him who shot your husband, lady. You know, that's something I can't figure out. He didn't have to confess. Why did he?
Well, the answer to that's pretty obvious, Inspector. Hugh knew he was going to die. He didn't want anyone else to be blamed for a crime he had committed.
Yeah, I guess that must be it. Even when he passed out, he didn't know we had him pegged for the crime.
Yes, Inspector.
That royal coachman of yours doesn't seem to be doing much good.
Ah, patience, Inspector. Patience is the virtue of all fishermen. Patience and silence.
I see what you mean.
Thank you.
Wish we'd brought along a set of chessmen. I even wish there was a good-looking babe around so we wouldn't have to just sit here and stare at the water.
Okay, Inspector, let's talk about it.
Yeah, let's.
All right.
Now, look, this is the way I got it figured. You told Laura that you knew one of the three was guilty, so she'd tell the other.
That's right, Inspector. I also told her that I believed that the two innocent people were trying to shield the guilty one.
So Osmond, being the guilty one, had to dispose of Laura because he thought she knew he was guilty.
That's right. He also knew that if she continued to shield him and was found out, she was going to be held as an accomplice.
He knew that Rita would never give him away because Rita was in love with him.
Right you are, Inspector. You know, Laura actually hadn't much to gain. He was afraid she'd break down, which she probably would have, too.
Huh. Now, there's two other things.
Two, Inspector? What?
Yeah. How did you know that Conrad hadn't committed suicide?
Well, that one's easy, Inspector. You see, Conrad was shot through the head. That means he was killed instantly, doesn't it?
Well, so what?
So, Rita told us that when she reached him, he lived long enough to confess to his own suicide, remember?
Well, I'm a royal coachman's coach dog.
You see,
Rita either saw Osmond shoot Conrad or suspected that he had. So, naturally, she wanted to protect him. That's why she told us the story of Conrad's confession.
And that's how you knew that Rita would never give Osmond away.
Yes, that's it. Now, what was the other thing you wanted to know, Inspector?
Oh, yes. Now, look, Bart. I proved, by a bit of ingenious deduction, that Conrad was left-handed, and then you come along and call me a liar.
Oh, no.
You
There's
did.
the thought, Inspector.
You did.
Never would I call you a liar, never.
Well, it amounted to that.
No.
I don't like it. You gotta back up that crack you made with some proof of your own.
All right, Inspector, I'll do my best. You believe that Conrad was left-handed because he carried his money and keys in the left-hand pocket of his trousers. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm. That was a clever piece of work on your part, Inspector. The trouble is, you didn't go far enough.
What do you mean I didn't go far enough?
You didn't look in his other pockets. You see, in the right-hand pocket of Conrad's trousers, there was a hole. Oh, by Jove, Inspector, look out. I've got a strike.
All right. So he carried his stuff in his left-hand pocket because he had a hole in his right-hand pocket. All right.
Stand aside, Inspector. Oh, boy, what a beauty. Look out, Inspector. He's heading for that log.
Who cares? Doggone it.
Oh, the devil. He got away. Oh, Inspector, I give up. I thought it might be fishing.
What might be fishing?
My hobby, Inspector. I'm afraid I'll have to continue to admit that mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby.
Today's story took place last fall. Paul Arnold, a lifelong friend of mine, called me on the phone to report a murder. At the moment, Paul was unaware that only a few hours previously, his wife, Brenda, had had an unexpected caller.
Yes? Hello, Pop. Now, don't tell me you're the great Paul Arnold.
I beg your pardon. Look here, you can't come bursting in this way. Who are you, anyway?
I asked you first, Pop. Who are you?
I'm Robert, Mr. Arnold's butler.
But... well, what do you know? Toots did all right for herself.
Toots?
Sure, Toots. You mean you never heard of Toots?
No, naturally not. There's no one here by that name.
Now, wait a minute. Whoa. Toots would like... Toots? Well, I'll be a cross-eyed lizard. Say, if you ain't the
Tony,
pretty...
please.
Huh? What's the matter?
Tony, we're not alone.
Oh, I get it. His nibs there might tell your old man, huh?
If this person is annoying you, Mrs. Arnold...
No, it's quite all right, Robert. You may go.
But, madam...
You may go, Robert.
Very well, madam.
Well, what do you know? Toots, you done that like a lady. Yes, sir, you done it just like a lady.
I am a lady, Tony.
Huh? A lady, eh? Now, wait a minute, Toots. Take it easy. This is Tony Irwin you're talking to. Remember?
When did you get out, Tony?
Oh, so that's it, huh? I got you worried, eh, baby?
Oh, no,
You're
Tony,
thinking
no,
that I'm sore because I come home and find you married to this pantyweight.
And why should you be sore, Tony?
That's what I was saying to the boys just this morning.
The boys?
Yeah. Some of the boys said, Tony, you ought to be sore at Toots, they said.
But why, Tony, why?
That's what I told them. Why? I says, how did Toots know that I was going to get sprung after only doing it a couple of years?
Tony, please.
Double cross? No, sir. I laughed at him. Why I says Toots wouldn't double cross nobody.
I didn't double cross you, Tony.
Sure you didn't. That's what I'm saying, baby. You wouldn't double cross nobody.
I'm glad you feel that way, Tony.
You bet. Baby, I'm proud of you. You got class. I always figured you'd make the grade if you got the breaks.
Yes, Tony?
I ain't like some guys. Some of them boys... You know what they wanted me to do?
What?
Take that Chuck Pizzera, for instance. Now, there's a character.
Well, what did Chuck say?
Why, he says, look, Tony, don't be a dope. Toots is in the chips, he says. Look, he says, she used to be your girl, didn't she? Okay, go on up and clip her for a few $100. She'll never miss it, he says.
And what did you say, Tony?
Nothing doing, I told her. Not me. I ain't that kind of a guy, see?
Thank you, Tony.
I ain't that kind of a guy, I says, who'd stool on a friend. Not even if she did double-cross me.
Tony, I didn't.
So what if Toots would pay off to keep me from telling about the weekend we spent together?
Tony, that's not so.
Sure, it ain't. Yeah, but the thing is, this Paul Arnold don't know it ain't so.
What do you mean?
Well, it's like this, baby. Suppose this Paul Arnold was told you used to be a burlitue dancer.
Oh, Tony, you wouldn't.
Suppose he got to know about you and Jerry the Duke in that nightclub raid.
Oh, Tony, please.
Suppose he told and was told about you and me, and I showed him some pictures.
Paul wouldn't believe you. He'd throw you out of the house.
The way I figure it, baby, Arnold could check them things. He'd find they was true. Then, when I mentioned about that weekend...
Stop it, Tony. Stop it.
What's the matter, baby?
What do you want, Tony?
Want? Me? Not a thing, baby. Not a thing.
Yes, you do. What is it?
Baby, you got me all wrong. You know, I wouldn't put the bite on you for nothing. Of course, since it's getting along towards Christmas.
Oh, I see. Very well, Tony. I'll give you a Christmas present.
Ah, swell, baby. Swell. Wait.
The safe is over here behind these curtains. I'll be back in a minute.
No, you don't. I'll just go along, too, huh? Maybe you got some ideas about telephoning? Hey. Ah. This is a kind of a cute idea, ain't it?
Go back where you were, Tony. I'll not...
Yeah. Kind of a cute idea. Big, heavy curtains hanging on the wall, just like there wasn't this little alcove behind them.
If you think I'm going to open this safe with you watching me, you're crazy.
Yeah, kind of cozy, too. Just big enough for us two.
Tony, don't look at me like that.
Come here.
Tony, you keep your hands off me.
Come here. Just us two. Like it used to be, huh? Come here. Take it easy, baby. Take it easy. Maybe we can make another deal. What's that?
There's someone...
Hey, who turned off the lights?
Yes, Drake speaking.
Hello, Bart. This is Paul Arnold.
Paul Arnold. Well, Paul, it's good to hear your voice. How are you?
Right now, I'm not so good, Bart. There's a dead man lying in my living room with a bullet through his heart.
What?
Yeah, he was murdered.
Murdered? How do you know?
Well, my wife was standing beside him, and my butler was standing in the doorway and saw it. My sister was in the hall and heard it happen. And by the way, there's a guy here named Danton who's accused practically everyone of making it happen.
Danton? Not Inspector Noah Danton.
That's the guy. Know him?
Yes, slightly. Tell the inspector, Paul, that you've talked to me and I'm on my way out. And don't worry about him. The old boy's bark is worse than his bite.
Hello, Bart.
Hello, Inspector.
Come on in.
Thank you.
I'm waiting for you. You got my message, huh?
No, Inspector. What message?
What message? Didn't the babe call you?
What babe?
Arnold's sister. I was busy and I asked her to get in touch with you. I thought she did.
I'm sorry, Inspector. I haven't heard a female voice in a matter of hours, worse luck.
Oh, no? Then how'd you know about this murder? How do you happen to be here?
Paul Arnold called me.
Arnold? Why, that... Hey, what's he think he's getting away with? Hello, Bart. Glad to see you.
I'm glad to see you, Paul. It's been a long time.
More than a year. I've been in the service, you know.
Yes, I certainly do know. Wasn't I at your going away party? What a time.
Pardon me for interrupting. You two gents don't happen to know each other, do you?
Paul and I are old friends, Inspector. We've known each other for years.
We were roommates in college, Inspector.
Well, isn't that sweet? Unless somebody thinks up some excuses mighty fast, somebody's going to be cellmates in Sing Sing. Now, look...
Always the man of duty, eh, Inspector? By the way, have you identified the corpse?
Sure, it was a punk named Tony Irwin. He was doing a stretch for grand larceny and got let off for good behavior.
I see. And what was Tony Irwin doing here?
Well, obviously his motive was robbery. His body was found lying near the wall safe.
Yeah, and there was a gun lying beside him with one bullet discharged. Look, Bart, come over here.
Yes, Inspector. You better come along, Paul.
Yes, I think I'd better. Your friend, the inspector, has ideas.
And I can guarantee you'll have a lot more before we get much farther in this case. Yes, Inspector?
You see these portieres hanging against the wall?
Yes, I see.
Look like decorations, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Okay, now I swing them out like this. On that crane they're hung on, and what do you see?
Well. A dead man on the floor, a gun beside him, and a small safe fitted into a sort of an alcove.
That's right. Now, when I got here a couple hours ago, things looked exactly as they do now.
Well, and what have you been doing for the past 2 hours, Inspector?
What have I been doing? I've been lining up the suspects. I've been waiting for you. I've been looking for clues.
All right, Inspector. All right. Now, who are your suspects?
Well, Mrs. Arnold admits being right here when it happened.
Now, just a minute, Inspector. Brenda didn't do this. You can't
Keep
say...
your shirt on, Bub. I didn't say she did it. I only said she was a suspect.
How did Brenda happen to be here, Paul?
Well, she came into the room and saw movement behind the curtain and decided to investigate.
What happened?
This Tony, whatever his name is, was tinkering with a safe. Just as Brenda looked behind the curtain, the lights went out. There was a shot. Brenda screamed and ran out of the room.
That's her story.
Now, look here, Dan.
Never mind, Paul. The inspector sounds much worse than he means to.
Oh, is that so?
Inspector,
Now,
have you checked the fingerprints on the guns?
That's being done now.
How about the safe?
What about the safe?
Well, if Mrs. Arnold were telling the truth, as you seem to doubt, Inspector, Tony's prints would be on the safe.
Huh. That's right, isn't it? Well, I'll have the boys check.
Good. And tell me, who are your other suspects?
Roberts, the butler, for one.
Why?
He claims he heard Mrs. Arnold talking with someone in here. Just as he opened the door, the lights went off. Roberts says he saw someone standing near the door to the hall across the room. Then the shot came.
Did Robert see where the shots came from?
Yep, he says the guy that was standing near the other door fired it.
But he didn't recognize the other party.
No, he only got a glimpse.
Inspector, why do you suspect Roberts?
Because he must have been lying. That gun right there is the one that killed Irwin.
Oh, you're sure of that, Inspector?
Sure, I'm sure. You know I don't make idle statements, Bart.
No. Whom else do you suspect?
Arnold's sister, Agatha.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Aggie's so scared of firearms, she won't even look at one.
Yeah? And why didn't she call Drake when I asked her to? I'll tell you why, Bub. She's the guilty party, and she knew that if Drake got on the job, he'd prove she was guilty.
Inspector, let's not make idle statements, remember? Paul, it looks to me as though you're the only one that's in the clear in this case.
Yes, and I'm sure I wouldn't be if I hadn't happened to be on a plane coming back from Boston at the time the murder was committed.
Oh?
That checks. I called the airport. Paul Arnold left on the plane that took off from Boston at 6:30 p.m. He couldn't have gotten here before 9 o'clock, and the murder took place at 7:30 p.m.
Well, thanks for that much, anyhow.
Don't mention it, Bub. We always aim to please.
And stop calling me Bub. Bart, it seems to me your friend the inspector is determined to make a complicated plot out of a purely simple case.
Yeah, well, Bart, it seems to me that your friend Bub Arnold is talking out of turn. What's simple about it, Bub?
Well, anyone with any sense wouldn't ask. This man Irwin is an ex-convict, sent up for larceny. Obviously, he came here with the idea of robbing my safe.
Okay, so then what happened?
We already know what happened. Someone shot him.
See what I mean, Bart? Everybody wants to get into the act.
I'm sorry, Paul. The inspector is right.
Thanks.
Why Tony Irwin is here is unimportant. Somebody murdered him. It's the inspector's job to find out who.
Okay, I guess you're right.
The only thing that we're sure of is that you're not the guilty party because you were on that plane.
Well, Brenda isn't guilty either.
I appreciate how you feel, Paul, but still the inspector...
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yes, Roberts, what is it?
There's a Mr. Harrison on the phone, said he'd like to talk to you.
Harrison? I don't know any Harrison. What's he want?
Well, he said something about a ticket.
Oh, yes. Of course. I'll talk to him, Roberts.
Very good, sir. If you'll pick up the extension...
No, I'll take it in the library.
Very good.
Excuse me, Bart. I'll be back in a minute.
Take your time, Paul. No hurry.
Harrison, he doesn't know him.
Inspector, what are you doing?
I'm listening in on that conversation over this extension telephone.
Inspector, gentlemen, don't do that sort of thing.
I'm not a gentleman. I'm a cop.
Well, at least keep your hand over the mouthpiece.
I've got my hand over the mouthpiece. Ah.
Something interesting, Inspector?
Yes, something very interesting. Well, I'll be...
Well, Inspector?
But how good a friend of yours is this Paul Arnold?
Why, the best. I've known him for years.
Think he's on the up and up, eh?
Yes, I gamble on that.
That's too bad.
Why?
But I hate to tell you this. Arnold wasn't on the plane.
What do you mean he wasn't on the plane?
That guy Harrison that Arnold was talking to, he used the plane ticket that Arnold bought. He just called to thank Arnold. But Paul Arnold was here in New York at the time Tony Irwin was murdered.
Brenda.
Yes, Paul?
Well, what are you doing?
I'm packing. I'm leaving you, Paul.
Leaving me? Why?
Because I think it'll be best for both of us.
Oh, then you stopped loving me.
Oh, no, Paul.
Well, what else am I to think?
Well, I'm not very proud of my past, Paul. Among other things, I was a dancer in a burlesque show.
And you're ashamed of it.
Oh, no, I'm not ashamed. I did nothing to be ashamed of.
Then why?
Because I met you, Paul. Because I fell in love with you. Because I wanted so desperately to have you love me. And I knew that Paul Darnell could only fall in love with a lady.
He did.
What?
I said, Paul Arnold did fall in love with a lady. You're that lady.
Oh, trying to be kind. You're pitying me. I can't stand pity, Paul.
Nor I. No, look, Brenda, listen to me. I've known for the last 3 months about your past.
You've known?
Yes, sure. Tony Irwin called on me. He told me all about you, even threatened blackmail.
And you didn't believe him?
Well, I found that everything he told me was true.
But why didn't you tell me, Paul?
Why should I worry the girl I love with something that was completely unimportant?
Oh, Paul.
Oh, there, you poor kid.
Kiss me, Paul. Hold me close. Oh, darling, what a fool I've been.
No such thing. I should have warned you. Irwin waited until things quieted down, then tried his blackmailing stunt on you. That's why I didn't go to Boston. I was worried.
You didn't go to Boston?
No, at the last minute I had a hunch. I gave my ticket to a man named Harrison at the airport. In fact, he just called me on the phone to thank me.
Then you were here when...
When Irwin was shot? Yes. I came in the back way just as the shot was fired.
But you didn't...
Shoot Irwin? No, darling. I didn't get the chance. Someone beat me to it.
Paul, listen to me. Does Barton Drake know that you weren't on the plane?
No, why?
Then you've got to tell him, Paul. If he finds out that you were lying,
Nonsense. Let Bart have his fun.
But it isn't only Drake, Paul. It's Inspector Danson. Oh, Paul, can't you understand how important this is? Drake's clever. He might prove that you...
Brenda, you don't think that I... Oh, darling, come here to me. Listen, Bart's my best friend. Don't worry about him. And even if I did kill Tony Irwin, I've got the best alibi in the world.
Look, Bart. When are you going to give up and admit that your friend Arnold is the guy we want?
Why should I, Inspector?
Why should I, he asked. Because all the evidence we've uncovered points to his guilt, that's why.
What evidence, Inspector?
What? Now, look, Bart, I'm a patient man. You know that.
Yes?
Paul Arnold had a motive. He wasn't on that plane,
And we're keeping that knowledge to ourselves, Inspector. I don't want Paul ever to suspect that we broke his alibi.
Oh, you don't? This isn't a game, you know, Bart. Just because the guy's a good friend
What
of
other
yours.
evidence we've that points to Paul's guilt, Inspector?
His sister knows he was here, for one thing. I just talked to her. She admits that's why she didn't do as I asked and call you.
Because she thought that Paul had shot Irwin?
Sure. She didn't want to see her own brother go to the chair.
Oh, Inspector, that's weak. Very weak.
Oh, yeah? Well, there's the gun lying beside the corpse.
From which the fingerprints have been carefully wiped. So far, you haven't mentioned anything that would stand up in court.
Okay. How about the fact that no fingerprints were found on the safe?
Yes, that proves that Mrs. Arnold was lying, doesn't it? She said she stepped around the curtain and saw Irwin tinkering with the safe.
Yeah, but if you just let me talk to...
You want to see me, sir? Yes, Robert. Will you ask Mr. and Mrs. Arnold to step down here, please? Yes. Thank you. Now, Inspector, what was it that you were about to say?
I was going to say if you just let me talk to Arnold,
You'd sweat it out of me, Inspector.
Well, how are you going to find out if a man is guilty if you don't ask him any questions?
You'll get your chance to ask questions in a very few minutes, Inspector.
I will?
Mm-hmm. As soon as Paul and Brenda get here, I'm going to have the crime reenacted.
That ought to be fun. I can hardly wait.
Now, let's not be sarcastic, Inspector.
I'm not only...
Hello, Paul. Brenda. Come in, please.
Bart, Brenda and I have just had a little talk. There's something we want to tell you.
I'm sorry, Paul, but that'll have to wait. We've something more important to do now.
Wait a minute. If the guy wants to talk, let him.
It's really quite important, Mr. King.
I'm sure it is, Brenda, but it'll still have to wait. Inspector, will you ask Roberts to step in here, please?
Now, listen, Bart.
And, Inspector, will you also ask Paul's sister, Agatha, to stand in the doorway to the dining room? That's where she claimed she was when the shot was fired, wasn't it?
Sure, but...
Fine. Hurry along, Inspector. We'll have everything ready by the time you get back.
Okay. Only I'm more used to giving orders than taking them.
Now, Brenda, if you'll stand over there, near the curtains, in the exact spot where you were when the lights went out.
I will. Only if you'll listen to what Paul has to say.
I'm sorry. What Paul has to say will have to wait.
Now, wait a minute, Bart. This may change your whole outlook on the situation.
I'm sorry, that's impossible too, Paul. Listen, I appeal to you. If Brenda won't cooperate...
She'll cooperate if he wants a doggone rude.
I'm sorry. There are times when a man in my position has to appear rude.
Not to my wife, you don't.
Whose wife it is doesn't matter.
It does in this case. Now, listen, Bart.
All right, Robbie, inside.
Just a minute, Inspector Denton.
Pipe down, Gramp, and do as you're told.
Denton, take your hands off Roberts. He's done nothing.
Well, now, what's happened to the big, happy family I left a few minutes ago?
Never mind the wisecracks, chum. Bart, I thought you were a friend of mine.
Friendship ceases where murder's involved, Paul. Now listen to me, all of you. You're going to do as I say, or Inspector Danton will take the three of you down to headquarters and lock you up.
Now you're talking my language, Bart, old boy.
So this is when I ask a friend to help me out.
Oh, what's the use, Paul? If this is the kind of person Barton Drake is, and what we have to say won't matter anyhow.
Brenda, you're 100% right.
All right. If it's going to make you any happier, what do you want us to do?
Thank you, Paul. Brenda, will you stand over near the curtains, please?
Yes, all right. This is where I was when the shot was fired.
Fine. And where was Owen standing?
Directly in front of the safe.
How were the curtains arranged?
Well, they were halfway open. About like this.
Thank you. Stay there, please. Now, Robert, if you'll just stand here in front of this door.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yes?
It wasn't near this door that I was standing when I saw the shot fired. It was over there near the library door.
Yes, I remember your saying so. However, if you don't mind, I prefer that you stand here.
Now, look here, Bart. If you think that Roberts had anything to do with Irwin's killing, you're crazy. He's been with me for years.
We'll go into that later, Paul. Inspector, where's Paul's sister, Agatha?
She's out in the hall near the dining room door, bored stiff.
But look here, sir. If it were Miss Agatha, I mean, the dining room door is right behind where I'm standing. I mean...
Well, what do you mean, Roberts? Are you implying that Agatha murdered Tony Irwin?
Oh, no, sir. Of course not.
Then keep quiet.
Say, everyone's getting mad at everyone, aren't they?
Paul, will you go over and stand near the doors of the library, please?
Okay. So now I'm standing here. What am I supposed to do?
Look over towards the curtains. Can you see Brenda standing behind them?
Sure I can. They're half open.
Excellent. All right, Robert. Tony Irwin was supposedly standing in front of the safe, farther back in behind the curtains, when you stepped into the room. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, Robert, I want you to raise your hand as though you had a gun in it. Point it in the manner you claim to have seen the figure point it, and fire.
Yes, sir. The figure was standing here. He aimed deliberately. Good heavens.
Well, Robert.
You tricked me.
Look out, he has got a gun in his hand. Hey, someone turn off the light.
Look out, Agatha, he's coming at you.
Why doesn't somebody turn off the light?
Which way did he go, Inspector?
Through this door, come on.
Right.
It's Agatha. He's holding her in front of him.
Hand back or I'll shoot.
All right.
Look out, Inspector. You'll hit the girl.
Not me, brother. All right, Robert, you got one chance. That does it.
You blundering idiot. You hit Agatha.
No, I didn't. I hit Robert.
Nice work, Inspector. Come on.
Agatha, are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. Is Robert dead?
Yeah, he's dead, lady. Inspector Danton never misses.
So you knew all the time that it was Roberts, huh, Bart?
No, I only suspected. The thing that puzzled me is the fact that he had no particular motive.
But he did have a motive, Mr. Drake.
Oh?
Roberts knew that Paul and I were happy. He apparently overheard my conversation with Tony Irwin and realized that our happiness was being jeopardized.
Roberts has been in our family for years. He was just being loyal. You know, I wish somehow we could repay the debt.
Well, I think Roberts would feel repaid if he knew how things had turned out.
Yes, I suppose you're right. Oh, Paul.
Oh, no, darling.
Can I say something?
Yes, of course you can, Inspector.
All I want to know is, how did you know that Roberts was it?
Well, that's a fair enough question, Inspector. Roberts said he glimpsed a figure standing in the doorway that led to the hall. He said he saw that figure take deliberate aim and fire.
I get it. Anyone standing in the doorway leading to the hall couldn't see the two people standing behind the curtain.
Ah, that's right, Inspector. Robert, standing in the doorway of the library, could see them plainly. So he assumed that the figure could see them, too.
Uh-huh. And how did you know that this figure just didn't fire blindly and hit Tony Irwin by mistake?
Oh, Inspector, I'm ashamed of you. Because if he had, there would have been a bullet hole in the curtain. Now, wouldn't there?
Yeah. And there wasn't, was there?
No, there wasn't. By the way, Paul, what was it that you and Brenda were so anxious to tell me a little while ago?
Why, well, But it really doesn't matter now.
No, it isn't important at all.
As a matter of fact, it had something to do with my alibi. Bart, it would kill you if you knew.
It would, huh? Bart, shall we tell him?
Absolutely not, Inspector. I told you I'd like Paul to think that...
I don't mean that.
No, what do you mean?
Tell him, you know what?
Huh?
Maybe they won't think they were so darn smart after all.
Oh, I see what you mean, Inspector, yes. Paul, whenever you think of how you put one over on Barton Drake, just remember that mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Tonight's story began 2 days before state election last fall. Andrew Bradford, gubernatorial candidate on the independent ticket, was concluding a final speech, his final campaign speech, at a rally that was being held for him.
And in closing, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say this. If I am elected governor at the polls next Wednesday, it will be the beginning of a new era of state politics. An era of square dealing and fair play. An era of prosperity and economic advancement. This I give you as my solemn pledge. Thank you.
Andy, you were wonderful.
Thanks, darling.
Congratulations, Andy.
Thanks, George.
Nice going for you, as good as in.
Well, thank you, Bill. Claudia, where's Dexter?
Right here, Mr. Bradford. Ready to go?
Yes, I think we'd better. I'm feeling rather tired.
But Andy, the banquet.
The banquet will have to get along without me, I'm afraid. I haven't had any sleep for days.
This way, Mr. Bradford.
Andy, wait. You can't walk out on all these people. How can I ever face them?
Don't face them, darling. Come along home with me. You could use some rest, too.
Andy, you can't. Don't you realize...
I realize that I'm about ready to drop in my tracks. Come along.
I should think you'd have more consideration for other people. I should think you'd consider me. I should think you'd realize you can't do this sort of thing. I think it's terrible of you to do this, Andy Bradford. I think
Here we are, home. At least wait until we're out of Dexter's hearing, will you?
Here we are, Mr. Bradford.
Thanks, Dexter.
Need me any more tonight, Mr. Bradford?
No. Go and get some sleep. This campaign hasn't been easy on you either.
Oh, I'm all right. Well, good night, Governor.
Good night, Dexter. Thanks.
I'll never forget you for this, Andy. Think to me that you could have at least...
Claudia, please. Can't we postpone this until tomorrow? I'm so tired.
No, we can't postpone this until tomorrow. You seem to forget that I married you when you were nothing. You seem to forget that...
All right. I owe everything to you. I appreciate it. Only right now...
You appreciate it? You expect me to believe that? After the way you treated me tonight?
No, I don't expect you to believe it. I was a fool to ever expect you to believe anything I say.
Andrew!
Sorry. I shouldn't have said that.
So that's the way you feel about this?
No, Claudia. Not real. I'm tired. I'm going to bed, Claudia.
You're not going to bed. We're going to have this out right now. Andy!
Good night, Claudia.
Andrew, come back here. I'm not going to treat me like this. If it weren't for me, you'll be nobody.
Hello, Andy. What's the devil? Nerves jumpy, Andy? Thought you'd have gotten over that by now. Ray Stevens? Yeah, that's right, Andy. Ray Stevens. I thought you weren't going to recognize me. Some of the boys said you wouldn't. Saying they think you got to be a big shot, you're forgetting a lot of your old friends. Ray, how did you get us? You mean you ain't heard? I know. Why, it was simple, Andy. A bunch of us got together one night and persuaded the guard to lend us a couple of Tommy guns. I told you when we were at Joliet together that in heaven's name, men, not so loud. Okay, Andy. I forgot you wouldn't want to know you and me were cellmates. Don't mention that word. Easy, Andy, easy. Now, don't get excited. You've come a long way, boy, a long way. Andrew Bradford, alias Fritz Carlson, alias Tommy... Ray, shut up. I paid my penalty. I've gone straight. Sure you have, Andy, sure you have. From convict to governor, just like in the movie. Shut up, I said. Well. You still pack a gat, huh, Andy? Got a permit, I'll bet. How's it feel to be able to do things legally that in the old days they'd send you up?
Get out! Get out, or I'll...
You what, Andy?
Don't force my hand, Ray. I still know how to use this gun, and I will.
Andy, I'm surprised. Think of tomorrow's headline. Gubernatorial candidate slays old friend. Corpse found in Andrew Bradford's bedroom.
Ray, you always were a sucker. Who's going to know we were old friends? You fool. When they find out who you are, I'll get a medal for capturing an escaped convict.
Wait a minute, Andy. Wait a minute. Didn't I mention that some of the boys came with me when I made that break from Juliet?
What do you mean?
Why, Andy, I'm surprised you ain't caught on. This is big-time stuff.
Get to the point, is it?
Oh, it's better. Well, it's like this, Andy. We got big and fixed, see? Nothing ain't going to happen to me because if it does, Charlie Messer, your worthy opponent, is going to get a letter, see?
You rat. What do you want?
Well, now we're getting places. It ain't what we want, Andy. It's how much we want.
Naturally. I can tell you right now, my resources are limited.
But your wife ain't.
My wife? Listen, see very few.
I told you this was big-time stuff, Andy. We've covered all the angles. Now, it wouldn't be a shame if your wife found out she married the next time.
Why, you...
It's almost as bad as Charlie Messer knowing about it, wouldn't it?
Ray, you can't do this to me.
It's done, Andy. It's done. It's all wrapped up and ready for delivery.
Ray, listen to me. You've got to listen.
Oh, sure, Andy. Sure. I got all the time in the world.
We were friends once, Ray. Good friends.
But I told the boys, Andy and me, I told them we're just like that. He won't let us down.
And I won't, Ray. I swear it. Just don't say anything until after election.
Until after election, huh?
Yeah.
Well, come, Andy. Be reasonable. Our information wouldn't be worth a nickel after you're in.
It would, Ray. It would. Well, I'd give you anything you want. There'd be ways of raising money then.
There's ways now. Quit stalling, Bradford. We ain't waiting for nothing, see? We know you can raise the dough, and we ain't listening to any sob story. Pay up or else.
How much?
200 grand.
200,000? Are you crazy? I couldn't raise half that amount.
Shut up. 200 grand is the price, and you're lucky it ain't more. I'm getting out of here. You got 2 days, Bradford. You bring the dough to... Put down that gun, you fool.
Come back here, Ray. Come back and sit down. Keep your hands so that I can see them.
You can't get away with it, Andy. I always told you.
Keep your hand away from that pocket, you crazy fool. I only want you to...
Candidate for governor murdered, player escaped. Paper, read all about it. Big mystery surrounds murder of Andrew Bradford. Get your morning paper, Barton Drake to investigate slaying of Andrew Bradford. Bradford murderer captured by chauffeur Raymond Seaver. This candidate wants his cellmate at Joliet.
Stanton speaking.
Hello, Inspector. This is Bart.
Hello, Bart, my boy. How are things?
Not so good, Inspector.
Huh?
I'd like to have you meet me at the Andrew Bradford place right away.
Bradford? Hey, wait a minute, Bart. Haven't you heard? That murder's been solved.
The solution might have been offered to satisfy the public, Inspector, but it doesn't satisfy me. Nor does it justify calling an innocent man guilty.
Yeah, but look, Bart, all the evidence shows
The evidence shows nothing conclusive. I've just come from the Bradford home.
Oh, you have?
Yes, and I'm going back. I need someone of authority to go with me. Will you come along?
It isn't that I don't want to, Bart. Only the investigation is ended and...
just beginning. Will you come along?
Wow. Gosh, Bart.
Very well, Inspector. Then I'll have to get someone else.
Oh, no. Look. Don't do that. Oh, you win. Pick me up in your car.
Thank you, Inspector. I'll be there in 15 minutes.
I think you're crazy to do this, Bart. Ray Seaver isn't innocent. He was already doing a life stretch for one murder. He admits coming to Bradford's room and trying to blackmail him.
I'm quite aware of all that, Inspector. Dexter, the chauffeur, made a hero of himself by finding Seaver hiding in the greenhouse. And I'm still convinced Seaver didn't murder Andrew Bradford.
I give up. How do you know?
I'll tell you later. Here we are.
Well, look, why not tell me now? If I'm going to stick my chin out, I ought to be in the know.
I think it'd be a better idea if I show you, Inspector. Mrs. Badger should be in.
Oh, it's you again, Mr. Drake. I've already told you.
Good evening, Mrs. Bradford. I said I'd be coming back. This is Inspector Denton.
Hello.
Inspector Denton?
Yeah.
Mr. Drake, I don't wish to appear rude.
So you think there's nothing more I can produce in the way of evidence? Is that it, Mrs. Bradford?
I'm positive there isn't.
And I'm just as positive there is.
I don't want to argue with you, Mr. Drake. I appreciate your taking over the case, but since my husband's murderer has been apprehended...
I'm sorry, Mrs. Bradford. Your husband's murderer has not been apprehended.
I don't believe I understand. The newspapers...
The newspapers, Mrs. Bradford, were merely responding to the public's demands. They have offered nothing conclusive to prove that Ray Seaver murdered your husband.
Mr. Drake, aren't you being a bit egotistical?
You mean, of course, that my professional reputation has been challenged? Yes. I was called in on this case, and a few hours later, your chauffeur, Dexter, stole the show by capturing the alleged murderer in the greenhouse.
To put it crudely, that's exactly what I mean.
And you're quite right, Mrs. Bradford. A man in my profession does have his reputation to think of.
I see. Well, I'm sorry that I can't cater to your professional whims. I'll have to ask you to leave.
Which, of course, is your privilege. Well, Inspector.
Huh? What do you mean, well, Inspector?
Mrs. Bradford can force me to leave. As a police officer, you can remain, if you're convinced that Ray Seaver's not guilty of the murder of that...
But it puts me in. Look, Bart.
The murderer and the bullet that killed Andrew Bradford was a .32 caliber, Inspector. The gun found on Ray Seaver was a .38 caliber.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean...
Of course it doesn't. Seaver could have had two guns. Most gangsters do. He could have disposed of one.
Yeah. That's the way I figure it.
There were powder marks on the inside of the bathroom door. Where did those get there? Unless someone fired the shot from behind that door, Inspector.
But look, Bart.
How stupid of you, Mr. Drake. The murderer was standing in the bathroom when he fired the fatal shot.
Yeah. I sort of figured it that way, too, Bart.
An empty shell from a .32 caliber revolver was found on the ground beneath that window over there, Inspector. Where did it come from?
Oh, well, the way I figured it
out... Mr. Drake, it seems to me you're trying desperately to vindicate yourself. The empty shell that you speak of was undoubtedly dropped there by the murderer when he was making his escape.
Yeah. Now, that could have happened, you know, Bart.
Quite true, Inspector, quite true. But Mrs. Bradford admits hearing 3 shots. One of them killed her husband. That one we know came from a .32 caliber revolver.
Oh, for goodness sake, Mr. Drake.
The other 2 bullets we found embedded in the walls of this room. One was a .32, the other was a .38.
That's right. But, what's it prove?
Possibly nothing, possibly a great deal.
This is nonsense. I demand that both of you leave this house at once.
Well, Inspector?
Well, Inspector. There it is again. Poor me.
I'll not tolerate this any longer. You will please leave.
Inspector?
Okay, Bart. You win. Lady, we are not leaving here until we found out who murdered your husband. And heaven help us if we don't. Look, Bart, I hope you're not sore at me.
Not at all, Inspector.
After all, the evidence does point to Seaver's guilt.
It certainly does, Inspector. And besides that, Seaver was already serving a life term. Another murder charge couldn't affect him one way or another.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Bart. If you're accusing me of...
Come, Inspector. I'm accusing you of nothing. Well, there's the garage. Dexter's room must be in that L over there.
You know, this guy Dexter's a tough character. I don't think he's going to want to answer any more questions.
Frankly, Inspector, I don't expect much cooperation from anyone.
Oh. Huh. I suppose that's a crack at me. Now, look, Bart,
I'm sorry, Inspector. Suppose we forget about it, here we are.
Looks like he isn't in.
On the contrary, I think he's merely being stubborn.
Yeah? Well, I'll take care of that. Hey, open up in there.
Oh, so it's you again. Look, when are you two going to stop playing cops and robbers and go home?
That'll be enough out of you. Come on in, Bart. If Junior wants to play rough, we'll help him out.
Now, wait a minute. You can't come in
we
here.
can, too. Get over there and sit down. That's better. Go ahead, Bart.
Thank you, Inspector. Dexter, we're working on a theory that Ray Seaver didn't murder your boss.
What am I supposed to do? Break down and confess that I shot the old man?
That would certainly simplify things, wouldn't it?
You're crazy, Drake. As plain as the nose on your face. Why don't you get wise to yourself and go home and write your books?
Because I pride myself on putting accurate facts in those books, my friend. And if I stated that Ray Seaver murdered Andrew Bradford, it would be inaccurate.
Ah, nuts. You're sore because I stole your thunder. You just can't take it if you're not in the limelight, can you, Drake?
That's it, Dexter. I can't take it. Now I want you to show me the ladder that you found leaning against the house beneath Mr. Bradford's window.
Show it to you. Look, Drake, if you think
Show it to him, Junior.
Take it easy, copper. You can't make me do anything I don't want to do.
That right? All we can do is take you down to headquarters and have some of the boys sweat it out of you.
Sweat what out of me? What is this anyhow? I've told you all I know.
No, you haven't, Dexter. You've only told us part of what you know, and only a fraction of that is correct.
Who says so?
I do, and I can prove it.
You see? Now, wait a minute. Are you saying you can prove there wasn't a ladder leaning against the house?
No. That part of your statement is quite true. There was a ladder leaning against the house. There were imprints in the flower bed beneath the window to substantiate the fact.
Well, then?
That's probably also true that you heard the shot and ran outside. But when you say that you saw Ray Seaver coming down that ladder, you're lying.
Oh, am I? Drake, you killed me. So you're going to prove that I went up the ladder and shot Bradford, huh?
No, I don't think that's what happened at all. Dexter, exactly what did you do when you saw Seaver coming down that ladder?
I've already told what I did 100 times. Now, look.
You're going to tell it 100 more. If we want to hear it, what you do?
Okay. I ran after him. He had a gun. He took a shot at me, so I ducked in the house and called the cops. That's all.
Not quite all, Dexter. Who removed the ladder from the side of the house?
I did. The cops told me to. That's how I happened to find Seaver.
Well, that part's right, Bart. The ladder belonged in the greenhouse, and when Dexter here went to put it back, there was Seaver, sound asleep.
Yeah, that's it. He was sound asleep. He'd been there for 2 days trying to keep awake. Couldn't take it any longer.
That makes sense, Bart. It was kind of clever of Seaver at that, to hide on the grounds instead of trying to escape us. Everyone would think he'd do.
Seaver was clever, Inspector. Too clever to hide in the very place from which he'd stolen the ladder. Don't you suppose it occurred to him that the ladder would be returned?
Say, maybe that's something to think about.
Oh, nuts. If that's all you've got to go on.
There's considerable more to go on, Dexter. All right, let's go have a look at that ladder.
Well, there it is. So what mighty deduction are you going to spring now, Drake?
Dexter, I'm not quite sure yet.
No.
Yes, this is a ladder, all right. The dried mud on the wide ends where it sank into the flower bed beneath Bradford's window.
Now, ain't that wonderful?
Right down, Junior. What now, Bud?
A little experiment, Inspector. Grab one end of the ladder, and I'll take the other. Come along, Dexter.
Hey, where are we going to take this thing, Bud?
Over to the house. I want Dexter to show us exactly where it was when he saw Seaver making his escape.
Oh, for crying out loud. You already said you knew the ladder was there because you saw the imprints of it in the dirt.
Mrs. Bradford.
Yes, I rather expected she'd want to witness this.
Mr. Drake, I want you to know that I've contacted the State House and Governor Johnson has promised to put a stop to this nonsense.
Governor Johnson was a friend of your husband, wasn't he, Mrs. Bradford? I suppose he felt that doing you a favor would be a nice gesture.
I don't like your implication, Mr. Drake. Dexter, return to your room.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, stay here, Junior.
Sorry, Mrs. Bradford. Dexter's going to help us conduct a little experiment.
He's not. I forbid it.
It won't do any good, lady. Bart's a stubborn guy.
Please stay, Mrs. Bradford. I'm sure that what we're about to do will prove most interesting.
I'll not stay. You're both of you crude and discourteous. You're acting like children. You have no respect for a widow's sorrow. I'm running to the house and call someone. I won't have this sort of thing.
Hey, she's mad.
Mad. Clever. All right, Inspector. Up the ladder. Yeah. Careful now. I want those points in exactly the same imprints that were made in the flower bed when the ladder was up here before. All right, there we are.
Reaches right up to the upstairs bedroom window.
Yes. All right, Dexter. Up you go.
What do you mean, up I go?
I want you to climb the ladder and show me just how Seaver looked when he made his escape.
Are you crazy? What kind of kid stuff is this?
You'll see. Unless you're afraid.
Afraid? Of what? Get out of the way. I'll show you.
Splendid. When you get to the top, start down as fast as you can. Well, Dexter?
Hey, he starts halfway up.
Keep going, Dexter.
Hey, I get it. He can't keep going. If he goes up any further, he'll fall over backwards.
That's right, Inspector. That ladder was placed so close to the house that it would have been impossible for anyone to climb up or down it.
Jumping, Judas. And that means that Seaver couldn't have. But who put the ladder there and why?
Why, Inspector, Dexter put it there. Didn't you, Dexter? You put it there to corroborate your story because you knew it was That shot came from the house, Inspector.
Yeah. From one of the upstairs windows.
Up on the porch, Inspector.
There's the door and it's open. Come on.
No, wait. Huh? That door is open for a purpose. Follow me. Let's try this window. It's locked.
Shall we bust it in?
Yes, tap the glass with your gun, Inspector, then reach in and open the latch.
That does it.
Good work. Now we'll just raise the window. Okay, Inspector. Let's get inside.
Yeah.
Careful, Inspector. We don't want to have to shoot Mrs. Badford if it can be helped.
Bradford?
Yes. She will shot Dexter.
Huh?
Now, that door there probably leads to the kitchen. We can get up the back way.
Yeah. I'll just open it easy like and...
Yep. All right, you two, get your hands up.
Well, Mrs. Bradford, you handled that gun quite well.
I'm an expert, Drake. Keep that in mind.
I've no doubt about you being an expert, and rather a cold-blooded expert. 2 murders to your credit.
And now 2 more, you and Denton. Is that what you're thinking, Drake?
Well, it stands to reason. But you can't be executed any more thoroughly for 4 murders than you could for 1.
You're a cool one, Drake.
Yeah, well, I'm not. I'm hot. Lady, would you mind pointing that gun toward the ceiling? It might go off.
It's going off, my friend, and it's not going to be pointing toward the ceiling when it does.
I was afraid that's what you'd say.
But first, you want to know how I happen to suspect you of murdering your husband. Is that it, Mrs. Bradford?
I don't believe you did suspect me. I think you suspected Dexter.
That's right, Mrs. Bradford. And until you saw Dexter trying to climb that ladder, you weren't sure whether or not I had any grounds for my suspicion.
I don't get this. If the lady here knew you suspected Dexter, what did she shoot him for? That's what I call sticking your chin out.
I'll tell you why she shot Dexter, Inspector. Both Bradford and Dexter overheard the conversation between Andrew Bradford and Ray Seaver. And Mrs. Bradford was standing in the bathroom between her room and her husband's. Dexter was outside in the hall. Neither one knew of the other's presence. That's right, isn't it, Mrs. Bradford?
Go on, Drake.
You both decided that Seaver had to be eliminated. You both opened your doors and shot at the exact moment that Seaver and Bradford came to grips. One of you missed. The other hit Bradford by mistake.
So that's it. Dexter and Mrs. Bradford got a gad at each other. Both were guilty. They made a pact to pin the murder on Seaver because he was doing a life sentence anyway.
That's it, Inspector. So naturally, when I found the flaw in Dexter's story, Mrs. Bradford had to eliminate Dexter because she knew he'd talk in order to protect himself. And look out, Inspector!
I'm looking at this tail of good, man. Hey, Bud, what the deuce are you doing with that notebook and pencil?
Oh, just jotting down a few notes, Inspector.
About the Bradford case, huh?
Yes, that's right, Inspector.
Maybe you got it figured out why Bradford's wife and Dexter both decided to shoot Seaver.
Oh, I had that figured out long ago, Inspector.
Yeah?
Mrs. Bradford certainly didn't want it known that she'd married an ex-convict, and Dexter figured there'd be a reward for capturing Seaver.
I see. You going to write all about that in your book?
Certainly. After that crack that Dexter made, I've got to be more careful than ever to get my facts straight.
Yeah. What's the name of this book going to be, Bart?
Why, Inspector, what other name could it possibly be than Mystery is My Hobby?
Mystery is my hobby.
Today's story took place last autumn. Arthur Gideon, playboy, world traveler, and multimillionaire, had been asked to write his memoirs. He'd invited most of the people whose names would appear in the book up to his estate on the Hudson for a weekend party.
Well, hey, come in. Everything all right?
Yeah, everything's fine, Arthur. Just dandy.
Good. I like to feel that my guests are enjoying themselves.
I'll bet. That makes it easier for you, doesn't it, Arthur?
Huh? What was that, Barry? Easier for me.
Sure. Easier for you to study them, to get their reactions. That's what you invited us down here for, wasn't it?
Oh, Barry, you amaze me. Are you implying that I coerced you and the others into coming down?
Yes.
Oh, come now, Barry.
And you were very clever about it, Arthur. Very subtle.
The invitations that you sent us sounded genuine.
They were genuine.
Yeah, except for one thing. It's the first time in 3 years that you've had a weekend party.
I know. I'm ashamed I've been ill.
It's a pity you didn't die easily and comfortably in bed.
Well, that sounds suspiciously like a threat, Barry.
It's more than a threat, Arthur. It's a statement of fact. I'm going to kill you.
Oh, Barry, that's very amusing. Shall I act terrified, drop to my knees, and beg for mercy?
You think I'm kidding? Take a look at this.
Well, a knife, and a big one, too. You plan to slit my throat with it, or will it be a quick plunge to the heart?
You still don't get it, do you, Arthur? Listen. Last night, after everyone had gone to bed, I came in here to your study.
Yes, I noticed that my desk had been tampered with.
I found the chapter that you had just completed in your book of memoirs.
Oh, you did? Then you read a few facts about yourself that you thought I'd forgotten. Didn't you, Barry?
I read some facts that I hoped you'd have the decency to forget.
Oh, Barry, my dear boy, when a man is asked to write a book of memoirs, it's because his publishers feel that he has certain things to say that will be of interest.
Arthur, you're a rat. You're an unmitigated pig. It's a wonder to me that someone hasn't called your bluff before now.
My bluff? I've never bluffed in my life. Everyone knows that.
Everyone's been afraid of you, Arthur. You had money and power and influence. Your life has been sheltered and protected. You've been allowed to get away with things for which other men have gone to jail.
What sort of things, Barry?
Bullying people. Slandering their characters. Upsetting their lives
And
amusing yourself by breaking women's hearts.
Oh, Barry, you're priceless. Can't you ever forget that Fran Darwin?
No. I was in love with Fran Darwin, Arthur. Can you understand that?
Yes, I remember. It was unfortunate because dear Fran happened to be in love with me.
That's a lie. You bought her. You offered her jewels, furs, cars, servants, and she fell for that.
Oh, yes, how vividly it all comes back. Youth, Barry. Youth is a wonderful thing. Tell me, Barry, how many years was it you spent in jail?
A lifetime.
Thanks to you. Oh, I suppose it did seem like a lifetime. Refresh my memory, Barry. Why was it you were sent to jail?
You should ask.
I'll tell you why, Barry. Couldn't meet competition. You didn't have the money to buy Fran's blood.
Why,
you tried to steal it and got caught. If you'd succeeded, you'd have done exactly what I did. Offered to buy Fran for a price. You knew she was in the open market?
Shut up, you cheap two-timing...
Oh, now. Calm yourself, my boy. Calm yourself. Let's face facts. We both played the game and you lost. Lost?
Well, you framed me.
You gave me the tip on those stocks.
You knew the bottom was going to drop out of the market.
Oh, come, Barry. That's the way the game's played. The cards are dealt, the chips are bet, and the loser grins and plays the next hand. There are no hard feelings, Arthur.
You know what will happen if my present boss finds out I'm an ex-convict?
Well, I'm sorry, Barry, but it seems that my publishers feel that I've, lived rather an interesting life. Now, would it be fair to them if I omitted the incident of Fran Darwin and you?
It would be the only means of saving your life.
Oh, Barry, for heaven's sake, stop talking about killing me. You're not going to kill me.
No?
Of course not. You haven't the courage.
You're quite sure of that, are you, Arthur?
Of course. Consider your chances of getting away with it. The house is full of gas.
You're wrong, Arthur. We're quite alone.
What did you say?
Your guests are all attending the skeet shooting matches that you arranged for them last night. Remember?
Oh, nonsense. It isn't
all done. The servants are under orders not to disturb you during the morning hours while you're at work on your book. Surely you remember giving such orders, Arthur?
Well, what of it? Someone knows you're here. Someone is... Harry.
No, Arthur. No one knows I'm here. I went to town to send a telegram. Oh, I've arranged things very nicely, Arthur.
Harry. Don't be a fool. Somebody will hear you, though.
No, Arthur. No one will hear. The night is silent and smooth and quick.
No, Barry, don't. In heaven's name, I'll do anything.
I haven't the courage, Arthur. You fool. Look at me. Backed against the wall. Your eyes terrified. Sweat on your face.
In the name of God.
Come, Arthur. Why aren't you still scornful and contemptuous and sure of yourself?
Mary, take the knife away from my throat, please.
That's it, Arthur. Beg for your life.
Please.
That's what I want to hear. That's what I dreamed of hearing.
I do beg you, Harry. I do. I'll do anything you ask. Anything at all. Will it?
They got knives.
How does it feel, Arthur? Tell me.
That point is pricking your skin now, isn't it? Your eyes are wide with terror. You're trembling. You're sweating from every pore.
Barry, in the name of...
Oh, you thought I wouldn't have the courage to kill you. You... Oh. You filthy scum. Thought I didn't...
Arthur! Oh, Barry, I thought you'd gone to town. Where's Arthur?
What are you doing back here, June? You're supposed to be at the skeet shoot.
Oh, Arthur's a skeet shoot. I thought of something I wanted to tell Arthur that might help him in writing his book. Oh,
Yeah?
there's someone on the floor. Behind the bed. Barry!
Stay where you are, June.
It's Arthur. It's Paul.
Shut up, Susan. Shut up, Larry.
Oh, it's...
I'll do more than choke you if you don't shut your mouth.
You murdered Arthur.
Yes, my dear. I murdered him. I slit his throat with this knife. It was a very pleasant experience, I assure you.
Barry, you can't get away with it. The police...
I have no worries about the police, my dear. No worries about the police at all.
They'll find out, sir. Why? What are you going to do?
No worries at all about the police, my dear. What a pity you chose this time to come back and visit poor Arthur.
No. I won't tell. I told you.
No. I don't think you will tell.
So, this guy Arthur Gideon wrote your letter, did he, Bart?
That's right, Inspector. He expected to be murdered this weekend, and he thought I might like to be around.
Very funny. Now, how about telling me what this trip is all about?
I'm quite serious, Inspector. Gideon is writing his memoirs. He had quite an eventful life, you know.
Yeah, I know. 5 wives, a couple of jewels in Europe.
Right.
International politics, a royal scandal or two. Oh, the guy got around all right. So, now he's writing a book about him, eh?
That's right, Inspector. He's invited most of the people who will appear as characters up to his place on the Hudson for the weekend.
And he expects one of them to murder him.
That's it, Inspector.
Sounds like an original party, at least. Hope we aren't too late for the big event.
I don't think we will be. Turn here, Inspector. This is the place.
Okay. Say, look at that bunch of cars.
Yes, and there's a larger bunch of people. Apparently, they've just come back from someplace or just leaving.
Now, wouldn't it be our luck if they were leaving and me just spoiling for a good red-hot murder?
Park in behind this line of cars, Inspector. We can walk the rest of the way.
Okay.
Good.
Hey, here comes someone to meet us.
Yeah. Rather vixen-looking lady. Probably Arthur Gideon's sister.
Good afternoon. I suppose you're more of Arthur's guest.
Yes, my name's Drake, Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Daff.
Hi.
Drake, Benton. Well, the names aren't familiar. Well, Arthur knew a great many peculiar people whose names he neglected to mention to me. Come along up to the house and have a drink.
Peculiar. Did you hear what that old battle axe said, Bart?
I certainly did, Inspector. That confirms the stories they've heard about Arthur Gideon, doesn't it?
Confirmed. Hey, what are you looking at?
That young girl who just came out of the house. She looks scared to death.
Say she does it there. I wonder what's the matter.
Well, we'll probably know in a minute, Inspector. She's heading for Miss Gideon.
June, what in the world is the matter? Oh, Miss Gideon, it's terrible. Barry Kirsten's been bitten by a black widow spider. What's that? Barry bitten by a spider? What's so tragic about that?
You don't understand. This was a black widow. They're poisonous.
The young lady's right, Miss Gideon. If someone's been bitten by a black widow, you'd better send for a doctor at once.
I've done that. He's on his way now. I tried to find Arthur to tell him, but he's disappeared.
Arthur disappeared? Oh, come, June, you're all excited. Calm down and explain yourself.
It's true. I went to his study. The manuscript was on his desk. Arthur was gone.
Well, could Mr. Gideon have just stepped out somewhere?
And leave his manuscript for prying eyes to see? Oh, not Arthur. Oh, come, I think we'd better look into this. Well, he's certainly not here.
There's a manuscript on his desk. The last page is half completed. He must have been writing when...
When what, June?
When... whatever happened to him happened.
June, what in the world ails you? You're white as a ghost. You're trembling.
Oh, my trembling. It's cold in here. What is this, Gideon? An Eskimo or something?
I don't think June is trembling from the cold.
There's nothing wrong with me, really. I'm just worried about Barry. Perhaps the doctor won't get here in time. And what do you think happened to Arthur?
Hey, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
Come over here a minute.
Right. Found something, Inspector?
I don't know. Look down there behind the desk.
A dark spot on the rug, eh?
Yeah.
Any idea what it is, Inspector?
Sure, I got an idea. It's blood.
Oh, no, it isn't blood. I'm sure it isn't. It couldn't be blood.
And why couldn't it be, June?
Because it couldn't. I mean, why would there be blood in Arthur's study? It's perfectly ridiculous.
There's something peculiar about all this. I think I'd better call the police.
Your brother's already attended to that, Miss Gideon.
Attended to it? Arthur? Whatever do you mean?
Inspector Danton's a policeman. Your brother wrote us a note asking us to come up here for the weekend. He said he expected to be murdered.
Murdered? Oh, great heavens, by who?
I don't think that was important to him. I think, Miss Gideon, that your brother wanted to be murdered.
Wanted? Oh, Mr. Spence, if that is your name, that is the most ridiculous statement I have ever heard. If this is some sort of practical joke...
I assure you, Miss Gideon, it's no joke. Your brother's been ill for the past 3 years. Did you know that he'd been suffering from an incurable disease?
Why, no, why?
He would have been dead in a short time anyhow. By allowing himself to be murdered, a chapter would be written in his book of memoirs that would give a publication a sensational value. I think that's what Arthur Gideon wanted.
Hey, Bart, we missed the boat again. That spot on the floor isn't blood, it's water.
Water?
Yeah. Now, what do you make of that?
I don't know what you two make of it, but it confirms my belief that this is nothing but one of Arthur's...
Look out, Inspector.
Good gosh, have they fainted?
Inspector.
Okay, nothing to get excited about. She'll be all right in a minute.
I can't understand it, June. Such a healthy girl. What do you suppose made her faint?
The usual causes. Miss Gideon, would you mind getting a damp cloth and some smelling salts, please?
Oh, I'll bring for one of the servants.
I think it would be better if you saved time by going yourself.
Well, all right.
And tell someone to get some wood and start a fire in this fireplace. I'm frozen.
All right, Inspector. Go over and lock that door.
Lock the... Why, for crying out loud?
Hurry. June is regaining consciousness.
Okay. Only I don't feel it.
Are you feeling better, June?
What happened? Where am I?
Nothing. You fainted. You'll be all right in a minute. Where's who, June?
Nobody. I'm all right. Have they... Has Arthur come back yet?
Can Arthur come back, June?
What do you mean? What are you saying?
I was just wondering if it were possible for Arthur to come back. Or is he dead?
No, of course he's not dead. What makes you even think such a thing?
Well, the blood.
It wasn't blood, it was water. That other man said so.
And where did that water come from?
Where did it come from? I don't know. Why are you asking me?
Because I think you know the answer. There's no reason why there should be water on the floor. There's no water pitcher in sight. Who put the water there, June?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yes, you do. You put the water there, June. You wiped the blood with a wet cloth, didn't you?
No, I didn't. Oh, please don't ask me any more questions.
You're frightened, June. Why? Was it you who murdered Arthur?
No, I didn't. I swear I didn't.
You admit coming here to the study and finding it deserted. Was it deserted, or was...
I'll get it.
No, you mustn't. It's for me. I'm sure it's for me. Let me answer.
Just a minute, lady.
Let her answer.
Let her know. Look, Bob, I'm the cop here.
Hello? Hello, who is it, please?
It's Barry, June.
Barry. Where are you?
I'm upstairs in my room. The doctor just left.
The doctor?
Yes, he gave me an antidote for the spider bite. I'm going to be all right, June.
That's fine, Barry.
Have they found Arthur yet, June?
No. The policeman is still here. They're right at my elbow, Barry. They're listening to every word you say.
Is that so? Well, ask them to come up and see me, June. Maybe I can help them out.
All right, Barry. I'll tell them.
And remember, June, I'm all right. I can get around. I can do things. I'm as good as new.
I understand, Barry. Goodbye. That was Barry Kester. He thinks he might be able to help you find Arthur.
Mm-hmm. I think so, too. Come on, Inspector. Let's go have a talk with Barry Kester. This must be the room here, Inspector. Let's go in.
Yeah. Oh, hello there. Are you the policeman?
That's right, Mr. Kester.
How's the spider bite?
Oh, I'll live, I guess. Still a little weak. Those things can be dangerous, though.
I'll say they can. I didn't know there were any black widow spiders around this section of the country.
Yeah, indeed there are, Inspector. Black widows aren't as common here as in some of the western states, but they're just as deadly. Eh, Kessler?
Deadly? I never heard of a man dying from one.
Oh, there have been cases. You were smart to call the doctor the first thing. What did he use for an antidote?
Oh, the usual stuff, I suppose.
And what's the usual stuff?
Serum made from the blood of the victim.
I see. You were fortunate that the doctor had some on hand. I suppose that bandage around your arm covers the wound.
Say, I'd like to see what one of those bites looks like.
Sorry, old man. Removing the bandage would be strictly against the doctor's order.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
June told us that you might be able to throw some light on the whereabouts of Arthur Gideon.
No, I wouldn't worry about him. Arthur's always disappearing for short periods of time.
I suppose, like most riders, he likes to spend considerable time alone.
Yeah, creates an effect. Arthur was always one to create an effect.
So I've heard.
Now, wait a minute. This doesn't add up. The guy invites a lot of people up here for the weekend, then goes off by himself because he doesn't want to be around the people he invited up here.
Mr. Kester just explained that, Inspector. The more people he has around, the better the effect he can create.
That's all right, but I wouldn't worry about it, Inspector.
No?
Arthur will turn up in a day or so and get a big laugh out of our concern.
Yeah, but...
Mr. Kester's right, Inspector.
Huh?
We don't want to make fools of ourselves, do we? Come along. I hope you have no ill effects from that spider bite, Mr. Kester.
But I'm beginning to get another one of my headaches from watching you work.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Inspector.
Now, look, that guy Kester didn't fool you, did he?
Not for a minute, Inspector.
Good. That makes me feel better.
On the other hand, I'm sure we didn't fool him.
Huh? Were we trying to fool him?
But definitely. That must be the stable over there.
The stable?
That's right.
What do we want the stable for? No. Don't tell me. I know. We're looking for something.
Yes, that's right, Inspector.
Yeah. So, now I'm supposed to ask you what we're looking for. Nothing doing. You won't tell me anyhow.
Well, of course I'll tell you, Inspector. We're looking for Arthur Gideon's body.
Body?
Naturally. We can't prove there's been a murder unless we have a body. Corpus delicti, you know, Inspector?
Yeah, corpus delicti.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's just one thing wrong with that theory, Bud.
Oh, what?
Bodies are usually dead. Now, if this Arthur Gideon is only sitting off in some corner thinking about his...
Arthur Gideon, Inspector, was murdered. His corpse has been hidden somewhere around these premises. If we don't find it before nightfall, the murderer is going to sneak the body out and dispose of it.
Is that a fact?
That's a fact.
Oh, I wonder why I didn't figure that all out.
Why? Because you're not a figuring man, Inspector. You're a man of action. Here's the stable. Let's go in and have a look. You take a look in the horse stalls, Inspector. I'll browse around the feet pen.
Well, what if there are horses in the stalls?
Don't ask questions. Just...
Now what?
Here comes Miss Gideon, and she looks excited.
Maybe Artie has returned.
No, I doubt that.
Oh, Mr. Drake, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Something wrong, Miss Gideon?
Oh, you've got to help me find Arthur, Mr. Drake. Our guests are asking questions. I'm rapidly getting into a stew.
Is that a fact? That's a tough thing to get into, lady.
Inspector. Is anything else wrong, Miss Gideon?
Oh, everything's wrong. June acts strangely. Barry Kester's been bitten by a spider. The servants are bringing wood for the fire. Everybody's cold. It looks like rain. Arthur can't be found.
Now what? Now what, Inspector? Now I know what happened to Arthur Gideon, and I know where to find him. Come along. Well, June, I'm surprised to find you still here in the room where Arthur Gideon was murdered.
Murdered? What do you mean?
Don't ask him, lady. He might tell you. That might prove embarrassing for certain people.
You know he was murdered, June. You saw it happen.
That's not true. I didn't see it happen. I didn't.
But you know who murdered him.
Oh, I don't. I don't know anything. Won't you please stop hounding me?
Concealing guilty knowledge is as bad as committing the crime itself, June.
I can't tell you. I can't. I'm afraid.
Afraid? Of what?
Oh, June, Oh.
Come in, Chester.
Hey, for a guy who just got out of bed, you're acting kind of spry, aren't you, son?
I'm sorry. I thought June was alone.
Just a minute, Chester.
Well?
Close the door, Inspector.
Close it? Okay. It's closed. Now what?
Chester, you must be a pretty tough guy.
What do you mean by that crack?
Why, the way you frightened June into not talking. The way you manhandled Arthur Gideon before murdering him.
Before murder? Are you crazy?
I wonder just how tough you are, Chester.
Why, you... keep your hands off me, Drake.
Come, Chester. You're not going to just stand there and take it, are you?
Quit it. I'm no match for you.
That spider bite left me as weak as a kitten.
That's right, Bart. Better take it easy. The guy can hardly stand up.
I disagree, Inspector. Kester's just as strong as he ever was. He just doesn't dare fight back because he knows that by doing so, he'd give away the fact that he wasn't bitten by a black widow spider at all.
I was. I can prove it.
And I can prove that you're lying, Kester, this way.
You keep away from me.
On the contrary, I'm going to follow you right around the room. Lock the door, Inspector.
You won't get out.
How about it, Kester? How long can you keep your temper,
Watch out, Mr. Drake, he's dangerous.
We'll soon find out, June. Well, come on. Stop talking and do something, man.
Quit!
You what, Kester? Come on. At least put up your dukes, man.
I'll do more than put up my dukes, you dirty copper. I'll make you wish you'd never...
Your face is bleeding, Bart. Be careful.
Bart, she says he doesn't like blood, lady. Watch.
Fine. Now we know, don't we, Kester? You got to do better than that.
I'll do better.
You don't. This will do it.
Nice going, Bart. He's out like a light.
Yes, I guess that takes care of Mr. Kester. You better put some handcuffs on him, Inspector.
With a right cross like that, he writes books.
Your poor cheek. Let me wipe off the blood. Oh, you were magnificent, Barton.
You flatter me, Miss... June.
Nothing.
Oh, I'll answer it. What in the world is going on in here? Who's that on the floor? It's Barry. Mr. Drake just knocked him out. It was wonderful. Wonderful. Mr. Drake, what is the meaning of this?
I'll explain as briefly as I can, Miss Gideon. And then I think you'd better summon the coroner.
The coroner? Why?
Because the body of your brother is stuffed up the chimney in that fireplace, and it's held in place by the damper.
What?
Barry Kester murdered him when he learned certain things your brother was writing in his book of memoirs.
I can't believe it. It's true. I came in and saw Arthur's body on the floor. Barry tried to kill me, too, because he thought I'd tell. I begged him not to. We heard someone coming, and he told me if I said a word, Oh, it was awful. Upon my soul.
So, when Barry forced June to wash up the blood in the carpet while he stuffed the body in the chimney, he had to work fast. He had to think quick. If he could keep anyone from discovering the body until tonight, he had a chance to dispose of it. That's why he thought of Black Widow.
The Black Widow? Whatever did that happen?
The Black Widows are sometimes deadly poisonous, Miss Gideon. Everyone knows that. But Kester merely announced he'd been bitten by a Black Widow spider while picking up some wood from the fireplace.
Say, that's the reason none of the servants had lugged in any wood. They were afraid of being bitten by a spider.
Exactly, Inspector. You see, Kester couldn't afford to have anyone start a fire in that fireplace.
Well, I'm a Black Widow's spouse. But that was a nice piece of work. Knocking out Kester, I mean.
Yes, it was fortunate, wasn't it, Inspector, that for once something besides mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby.
Okay, Bart, go ahead and laugh. So I didn't recognize your voice over the telephone. Ha, ha, ha.
Inspector, I'm not laughing.
And what's that noise you're making? You gonna lay an egg or something?
I'm sorry, Inspector.
What burns me up is that this Albert Evans calls you instead of the police when he finds the body of John Crane. Fine thing.
Well, let's not be too hard on Evans, Inspector. He has the reputation of his hotel to think about, you know.
When a murder's been committed, nobody's got any
Murder?
right...
What makes you think that John Crane was murdered, Inspector?
Now, look, Bart, I'll admit that Crane was a crackpot. He had plenty of dough, and he lived like a hermit. But he wouldn't be screwy enough to kill himself by climbing into a trunk and then jiggling the thing into the lake.
I must confess, it's rather a unique way of committing suicide.
And besides, Crane died of a knife wound.
What? How do you know that?
Because I called up the doc at Chatsworth and asked him to examine the body. He found that a knife had penetrated the body just above the heart.
Inspector, you did that after I took you into my confidence and phoned you.
Yeah, you're darned right I did. I'm sick and tired of playing the dumb cop. Okay, Evans, so you won't talk because if your name is connected with John Crane's murder, your hotel gets a bad reputation. So we close up the hotel till we catch the murderer. How's that?
Oh, dear me, Inspector Denton. You wouldn't do that.
I wouldn't, eh? I'll even print your picture in the paper and tell the world that the trunk Crane's body was found in came from this hotel.
Oh, Jimmy. That would be dreadful. It would ruin me completely.
And stop being a cluck and talk.
Very well. What do you want to know?
Who found the trunk with a body in it?
Hugh Crane did. He's John's brother.
Brother, eh? Where's he now?
Oh, I don't know. He's around somewhere, I suppose, making himself obnoxious. What a man.
He can't be any worse than some of the other characters I met up here. Okay. So Hugh Cross, John's brother, found the body. Then what?
Well, then nothing.
What do you mean, then nothing?
That's all I know. Hugh Crane told me he'd found the body, and I called Barton Drake.
Yeah, Drake. Why didn't you call the police?
Because if I did, they'd come up here and start bullying my guests, just the way you've been doing ever since you arrived.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
Well, you listen to me, you little sawed-off cream puff.
Inspector, have you found out anything?
Oh, hello, Bart. And who's this gentleman?
This, Inspector, is Hugh Crane, brother of the dead man.
Well, if it isn't good old Inspector Danton. How are you, Inspector, you old bloodhound?
Mister, you hit me on the back like that again, and you'll find out how I am mighty quick.
Can't take it, eh, Inspector? Come, old man. Let's not get off on the wrong foot. We've got a lot of work to do together.
Yeah? What kind of work?
What kind? Listen to him, Drake. What kind of work he wants to know. Why, Inspector, you're a cog.
I told you he was an obnoxious person.
Now, listen, Shrimp, pipe down or I'll twist your little nose into the shape of a pretzel.
Hey, he's a real tough character, isn't he? Where'd you pick him up, Bart?
I didn't. He picked me up. Tell the inspector all about yourself, Crane. I'm sure he's in the mood for
Glad
listening.
to, Drake, glad to. Inspector, you doing anything for the next couple of hours?
Look, I can see everyone's having a good time at the poor old inspector's expense. That's all very nice, but the only thing I want to know is who murdered John Crane and why?
Now, there, Inspector. That's what I call getting at the hub of the thing. I'm glad you asked that question because I know the answer.
You know that... All right, who did it?
Why, Shrimp here. Albert Evans, proprietor of the exclusive Chatsworth Hotel.
Why, that's a lie. How dare you accuse me of such a thing?
Because you've got a motive, Shrimp, and a good one. John owed you money, bought all the supplies here. You went down to his cabin to collect, got into a fight. Nice.
Of all the outlandish frauds, I never in my life tried to collect money from John Crane. I didn't even tell anyone he owed me anything.
There, you see, he admits that John owed him money. Don't try to get out of bed, Evans. I'm too sharp for you.
You're nothing but a loud-talking, obnoxious windbag.
Now, Evans, just because you're going to the electric chair doesn't mean you should get sore.
Oh, no?
Sometimes I think I should have been a detective. It's such nice, easy work.
Now, think of that.
Crane, perhaps now that you've had your say, you'd better let Inspector Danton take over.
Sure thing. Help yourself, Inspector. Glad that I could solve the case for you.
Well, now, Mr. Crane, that's mighty decent of you. As soon as we get the little fella here locked up, I'll...
You can't lock me up. You can't. I didn't do it. Just because this big lummox said I did doesn't prove...
Take it easy, Bob. No one's going to lock you up yet.
But you just
The
said...
inspector was being sarcastic, Evans. It's a habit he has. You see, he was a little bit out of sorts because you didn't call him instead of me.
You bet your life I am. It's things like that